Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 101 Chapter 43 Green Bull departs. Li Qingshan has not even had the strength to answer. The road ahead is filled with snow and snow. It seems to never end. He only climbs up with one thought. Half Moon suddenly whispered in his ear, "Sorry, the master dragged you down." The arms were weak and let go, falling toward the abyss of the snow, and the eyes were closed, and an ampoule, with a smile. Li Qingshan stretched out her right hand subconsciously and clutched her cold hand. Cannot let go, but he lost his right hand, cannot move forward on the ice wall, with the stop of the action. The chill smothered into the body, the blood gradually stopped flowing. It is already above 1,000 feet. Even if it is him, it will fall down, and it will only be broken. In the storm, he finally issued a hysterical arrogance, like a trapped beast. In the snow, 2 red lights are approaching, and a figure climbs up quickly. It seems that there is never an end of the ice cliff. Suddenly saw the end. It turned out that he was only a few feet away from the cliff top. A large handcuff grabbed the edge of the cliff. Li Qingshan climbed up all the way. There was no strength in the body. He supported his body, shook his hands, and stroked the cheek of Half Moon. Sun mouth. No beats. She is already dead. Li Qingshan suddenly burst into tears. A rainbow of light penetrated the snow. Soaring Dragon Elder appeared on the top of the cliff. His face was pale, his clothes were broken, and he looked at the Half Moon on the ground, and revealed his look. His Liu Xing sword is a normal monster General can afford. However, in order to prevent it, he still chased it at any cost, and the bells brought by Half Moon, which stored in it, can make up for his losses, and a monster General monster core is also very precious. Li Qingshan wants to be desperate, but she has no strength to fight hard. Asked, why? What did she do wrong? Because she is demon. Are you the same? This is wrong. Soaring Dragon Elder raised Soaring Dragon sword and didn't look at Little An in front of Li Qingshan. I kill you, not because you are human race. A man stood in front of Li Qingshan. No one knows when he appeared, including Soaring Dragon Elder. He seems to have stood here long and long ago, like an expert. From the ancient to the future. Eternal. The figure can only be regarded as tall and there is no terrible breath coming out. But in the eyes of Li Qingshan, his back is more sturdy than the ice sword cliff. Skin is shrouded in first-level navy say. The strong body of the block is not at all embarrassing, but like a undulating mountain in the mountains, with thousands of winds and rains. Each part is naturally harmonious and condenses infinite power. Then Li Qingshan saw a pair of bull horns on his head, one of which broke, and shouted, "Elder Brother Bull." Soaring Dragon Elder. The pupils swelled and warnings were issued everywhere in the Hun. He has crossed countless battlefields in his life, experiencing countless dangers, adding up, not as dangerous as this moment. He wants to roar and wants to swing his sword. I want to use all the divine ability magic spell that he has learned in his life, and take out all the power and trump card. But he can't even move a finger. He can only look at the man with his eyes wide open, and use the tone of the tone. Who are you? How can such a terrible character become the back of these 2 demons? Elder of Heavenly Mystery never said, there is no display in the elephant. No, I will not die, it's here. Green Bull did not answer his question. Instead, he continued, I kill you because I want to kill. He extended his right hand. Soaring Dragon Elder disappeared from this world. Yes, it disappeared. There are no signs, no strong tricks, or terrible and monster chi. The famous Hidden Sword Palace Elder of Verdant Province, the Golden Core Cultivator, is simply wiped out. Elder Brother Bull. Li Qingshan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He thought that the Green Bull might be strong, but he never imagined that he was terrible. Green Bull turned back and put his hand in front of Li Qingshan. A jade ring lay quietly in it. It was the spatial ring of Soaring Dragon Elder. With your consent, you will become this look. Even if it is a gift, I have left something for you inside. The lifetime treasure of a golden core cultivator is so great that many cultivators are also red-eyed. Ordinary people succumb to it and change one of them. I know that you have a lot of questions, But believe me, the answer you find yourself is far more valuable than what I can give you. Just as I can give you the power to sweep this world, but I don't, because you can. The power I have found is far more powerful than what I can give. Now, it is time to leave. What? My existence has been noticed by some people in heavens. The future road is going to go by yourself. Although this period is short, it is very pleasant. Remember, don't bow to anyone, anything. You have been riding on me. On the back. During the speech, Green Bull's body shape gradually faded. His voices, such as Hong Zong Dielu and Shan Lul Zen, shocked Li Qingshan's heart. Wait. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed the ring. Green Bull disappeared between heaven and earth, and it never seemed to exist. It seems that these days are just a dream. Only the last sentence. I keep returning to Dang in the heart of Li Qingshan. I am waiting for you at above the 9 heavens, waiting for you to be with me. There is no Dangdang over Ice Sword Cliff. There is no vegetation, only ice and snow. The clouds are low on the top of the head, and it is not as good as the beautiful snow. The wind is whistling, like crying. On the border between the Dragon Province and Verdant Province, people sometimes feel that they have nothing except is a far-reaching, unreachable dream. There is only a cold body in his arms, tears are frozen, and the mind is numb in the cold. The loneliness of the whole world is pouring into the heart. Something touched him gently. He looked back at Little An. The 2 blood flames were burning in the boundless wind and snow. I wanted to give him some warmth and told him that you are not alone. Ge Yanning stepped out from the snow, and said with amazement, what happened? She also took out a purple talisman and forcibly broke Soaring Dragon Elder's heaven and earth cage and came to the ice cliff, but at only a moment later, the breath of Soaring Dragon Elder disappeared completely and disappeared. Li Qingshan embraced the icy body of Half Moon, did not answer, and did not know how to answer. Ge Yanning even felt a little bit of fear, and a Golden Core Elder disappeared so inexplicably, which probably caused a shock throughout Verdant Province. Is it the shot of Xuan Yinzong? No, even if the nascent soul cultivator has the ability to kill the Golden Core expert, it is impossible to be so quiet. That is, an ant also knows to struggle, let alone a Golden Core cultivator. Is it related to him? Ge Yanning glanced at Li Qingshan and immediately shook his head, because Li Qingshan was too weak. If he had such a terrible background, how could it be such a degree of cultivation base? Monster Core monsters, in Chi Refining Warrior, are just 4 5th level cultivation bases. Rao is her intelligence far better than ordinary people. Her head is also a mess. Tonight's things, it is too strange. Give her to me. Li Qingshan said, I promised to take her to Dragon Province. Ge Yanning said, that's not a good place to go. Let her go back to her master. Li Qingshan said, this is her last wish. The last wish? She hasn't died yet? Ge Yanning pulled the corner of his mouth. What? Li Qingshan was shocked and quickly went to explore the pulse of Half Moon, but it did not beat anymore, and asked Ge Yanning. Ge Yanning waved the fan in the hand to the sky. A tornado rushed into the sky. The thick clouds were originally pressed to the top of the head, and tornado penetrated a big cave, like a waterfall, or a searchlight from the sky. Photographed on the Ice Sword Cliff, on the Half Moon, surrounded by a roaring blizzard, this small area is so quiet and serene. Her body, the brilliance of silver blue say, gradually, more and more bright. Her eyelashes seemed to tremble. In Li Qingshan's horrified expression, Half Moon slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? With his eyes open, he looked around. Here is Ice Sword Cliff. Li Qingshan felt the body in his arms, and gradually got the temperature again. He was surprised. What is going on? Ge Yanning said, 9 life cat monsters innate skill waste divine ability. Half Moon said, you are a waste, you are the waste. Ge Yanning said, the state of death can't resist at all. Most people will open the monster core. It's not waste. This is thanks to this guy. She didn't know how to call Li Qingshan. He became this. Looks like you don't necessarily want to let people know the name of his human race. Half Moon said, Big Black, have you really brought me up? Big Black, Yanning has a hook in the corner. Li Qingshan was silent for a while, roaring, bastard, why don't you say it early? Let yourself be so sad for so long. Half Moon said, hey ha 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 ha, I didn't say it, I won't die. Li Qingshan puts a breath out and doesn't want to pay attention to her, but she can't tell her happiness. At this time, Half Moon noticed two crystal clear, frozen tear marks on Li Qingshan's face. The depths of his heart seemed to be touched. He reached out and touched his cheek. Big Black, are you crying? Li Qingshan said, don't be passionate, it's snow. Half Moon leaned in front of Li Qingshan's face. Hey, don't be embarrassed, it's normal for pets to cry. It's right, you promised me to call my master, scream, pet? Yanning revealed a weird smile, which was accepted as a pet by a pet. I don't know if it's a good life or a commandment! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 102 Chapter 44, Reman. Li Qingshan looks at the palm, is a bottle of spirit medicine. Yanning only did not see it, waved a whirlwind in her sleeve, took her and Half Moon, and followed the moonlight orbit to the sky. Half Moon looked back at Li Qingshan, don't overdo it. The smile disappeared, the lake-like eyes, overflowing with tears. Wait for me, I will definitely go. Li Qingshan roared to the sky with the loudest voice. Half Moon looked back and shouted something, but the sound was swallowed up by the snow, but her mouth was hidden. It was the word I am waiting for you. Yanning is also revealed by the amazing say. The clouds are closed under their feet on the ice-sword cliff. The last line of moonlight disappeared. Li Qingshan still maintains a roaring attitude. It is a promise to Green Bull, Half Moon, and more. I will definitely go to above the 9 heavens and I will definitely take you to Dragon Province. I will definitely find the answer. I will have strength. The waterfall rushed down, and Li Qingshan stood in front of the waterfall again. There was no bullish Green Bull next to her, and there was no girl in the waterfall. The head of his Momo Littleton, at least you are still with me. Without the guidance of Half Moon, he returned to the place along the original road with strong notes. Although there was Spirit Turtle Aura control, he did not know how many dangers he encountered along the way and finally returned to the waterfall. The winter has passed and the earth has begun to rejuvenate. For example, the world. In this short 3-month period, someone told him that Verdant Province was 30,000 miles away. Someone told him that my goal was to leave Verdant Province. Finally, someone told me that I was waiting for you at above the 9 heavens. Li Qingshan smiled and said to Littleton, and see where I can go. And then jumped into the deep pool. In the water, Li Qingshan's first thing is not cultivation, but lessons learned. Pros and cons are lost. A small fry is involved in a war between sharks. It is difficult to have a good result. The reeded meat in the shark's teeth can make the small fry more powerful, but most of them will make it die. He can survive, relying entirely on the Green Bull, a sea monster. But this sea monster has left him, leaving him the target of such a sea monster. If you want to achieve this goal, you can't live by luck and take the risk of being completely out of control. No one has no eternal aura. Even if it is under absolute power, it will be easily crushed. Not only must there be the firmness of the cow, the bravery of the tiger, but also the deep tolerance of Spirit Turtle. This kind of forbearance is not swallow one's anger, timid, but aspirations, and can't be forbeared. Adults can't. The reason why Green Bull didn't start to destroy Soaring Dragon Elder from the beginning, perhaps just wants him to understand these reasons. Grand Dao will talk about it, but only after experiencing it will really understand it. If there is no desperation on the wall, how can he understand the value of power and the meaning of friends? He longs for stronger power. There are no years in the mountains, and buds become green leaves. The amount of water in the waterfall has also become louder and louder than in winter. Li Qingshan sat under the waterfall. All the sounds and all the changes went into his ears, but there was no disturbance to his heart. Between the extreme and the extreme, he is not only in the cultivation, but also in the change of nature's sound, or for him, the two are originally one. Spirit medicine has turned into a spiritual power like a river. However, for him, it is more than that. In the absolute setting, he vaguely felt the existence of the vast spiritual power between heaven and earth. It is everywhere, and it dominates all the changes in the world. When he is like a spirit turtle hiding in the deep sea and forgetting his own existence, though spiritual power will no longer reject him, naturally blending into his body. It is like the Taoist temple, strengthen its bones, weaken its ambitions, imagining its heart, and realizing its belly. As Green Bull began to teach, eating a stomach and strengthening the body is the foundation of everything. With humility and weakness, you cannot be troubled by distractions, reach the true one with the heaven, and feel the existence of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For human race, it is only after the heavenly tribulation by chi refining that it can be done easily after the foundation establishment period. Otherwise, it will require a lot of opportunities and understanding. For monster, however, this is the instinct of innate skill. The birds and beasts in the wilderness are undoubtedly stupid in the eyes of human race. They just use instinct to mate and prey, and then they are part of this nature. They can naturally feel that many human race can't feel it. Something, spiritual chi is just one of them. Human race, while possessing the spirit of wisdom, also loses its ability to integrate with nature. It must use a variety of methods to cultivation, and you should continue its life. And the lifespan of any monster is much longer than the human race, which is similar to his strength. If it is lost, this may be the fairness of nature. Green Bull once said that Li Qingshan can only be regarded as a half-monster, because his body is a demon, but his heart is still the heart of human race. So he did not feel spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Magic spell, the world's infinite magic spell, doesn't know how many, but it's just a monster, not a monster. If so, Green Bull's design has become nothing surprising, but he seems to have already prepared everything for Li Qingshan. With the cultivation of spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, Li Qingshan was able to temporarily put down the wisdom of human race, and the distracting thoughts born by these wisdoms, and began to truly become monster, looking at this world from monster's perspective, with monster's mind. To understand this world, I don't know how long it took, and when the Huawa began to wither, a large number of spiritual chi brought to the side of Li Qingshan, the place selected by Green Bull, originally a rich place of spiritual chi. All the spiritual pills were taken down, and all the demon chi sea waves in Li Qingshan's body were surging, and then pressed by the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, constantly compressed and condensed. Little An, who was playing alone, suddenly looked up and looked at the waterfall pool. These days, he has been waiting silently, playing with himself, never staying away. Spirit turtle sea suppressing. The raging pool water is smoothed by invisible power and becomes an innocent water mirror. The waterfall that flows down directly does not have any water. Li Qingshan finally completed the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets into the first layer. At the same time, the loud rumble loudly in the God Hun, his figure once again increased and became bigger, nearly 2 feet. The waterfall that radiated the breath will fall. Jidang is coming. All the monster chi in the body, condensed into a small round belly ball. He finally completed the most important step in becoming demon and built it into monster core. Li Qingshan looked down at the water and looked at the pair of bull horns. The word North Moon on the top seemed to be less obvious, but it seemed to be integrated into the texture of the bull horn. It was indelible. He remembered the half moon, remembered the unfinished agreement, closed his eyes slightly, waiting for me. I will free you from this cage and send you to Dragon Province. He suddenly opened his mouth, and the monster core flew out and surrounded him, like being pulled by some kind of invisible force. Mindful to the heart, monster core shot, instantly penetrated a few boulders in the water, simply unbreakable, more terrible than any hidden weapon. Demon didn't know concocting pill. So he was born to know how to absorb spiritual chi. Demon will not refining, Monster Core is the most powerful weapon. Although the release of Monster Core, there is a danger of being taken away by others, but that requires an absolute strength gap to be achieved. So this danger is not dangerous, because even if you don't use Monster Core, you will be killed and take out Monster Core. Just like when the human race cultivator fights, if the flying sword that is released is easily captured by the opponent, then there is no need to fight anymore. Li Qingshan looked at the Monster Core in front of her eyes, and said, "He now says that he is human race and no one believes." He looked closely and found that Monster Core is not round, but is made up of countless pieces of hexagons. It seems to be different from the ordinary Monster Core. It is probably the role of Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, but I have seen a Monster Core and I am not sure. Li Qingshan stretched out his right hand, a transparent water bow, gathered in his palm, condensed into a water ball, and then changed into various shapes. If you use 5 elements, he is a water element monster with a manipulation of water spirit. The power of. He left the water ball and swallowed the Monster Core. He said, "Spirit Turtle Dark Armor." Instead of a black turtle shell behind him, he propped up a spherical aura shield and took a closer look. The sphere is the same as the Monster Core, and it is also made up of countless hexagons. The waterfall, which falls straight down, falls on the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, and there is no drop of water to fall on Li Qingshan. This is the innate divine ability that he learned after he formed the Monster Core, but it doesn't stop there. Li Qingshan stood up, took a deep breath, raised her hair with a wild howl. Monster Chi catalyzed the death of Bo. The gale winds up and rushes into the sky. The waterfall is broken by Jidang, and even on the rock wall, there are deep traces of fan-shaped tiger demon. Wild Hiss looks pretentious, but it can only cause a dang, used to bully the weak hand, and has almost no use for opponents of the same class. Now he screams, although the scope of the impact is reduced, but it is a smashing stone, causing a real kill. This is the second divine ability he has learned, and he named it Tiger Demon Killing Howl. Bull Demon Hoof Stamp. Li Qingshan jumped into the pool and stepped on the bottom of the water. After a rock that did not know how many water flows, it broke in the circular shock. Went to the surrounding Jidang. Wherever he went, the reef was broken. Like the explosion of tons of explosives at the bottom of the water, all the pool water fell to the sky, and the completely smashed pool bottom was revealed. Cows, tigers, turtles, 3 creatures, 3 innate divine ability. At the moment when Li Lushan was built into Monster Core, and awakened at the same time, then, it is the time to redo. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 103. The first chapter is coming back to the world. The first chapter is coming back to the world. The pool of water has turned into a torrential rain, and under the sunshine, a rainbow has formed. Other book friends are watching. 15. Li Qingshan is closed and looks solemn. Within the body, the Monster Core converges and breathes down, like the spirit turtle retracting into the shell, sinking into the abyss trench and sleeping for thousands of years. Not being noticed by anyone, its existence has become a legend. Other book friends are watching. When Li Qingshan opened his eyes again, jumped on the lakeside and came to the front of Littleton. Li Qingshan has become the original Li Qingshan, which may not be accurate, because now, he has neither the muscles of the block and the temperament of the sharp, and the temperament of the sharp and sturdy, a godly introverted, blink of an eye, like an ordinary mountain village boy, no longer has any speciality, just a blind eye deep. It is deep and calm like a deep sea. He looked at his hands in human race and remembered that he was 16 years old. When it exists as a demon, this time concept becomes blurred, and after the human form is restored, it suddenly becomes clear. He has been here for 16 years in world. He has experienced more than half a year and a half, from human race to monster and monster to human race. Monster Chi is completely converged into that Monster Core, and it doesn't divulge. Even other cultivators can't detect that he is actually a monster. It was ridiculous. After he realized the real demon Tao, he restored everything in human race. Why are the human races unable to be built into monster? It is said that the cat is built into monster, called cat monster, and the tiger is made into monster, called tiger demon. What is human cultivator called monster? Humans and monsters? Li Qingshan decided to stop thinking about this issue and called Little An. Let you wait a long time. We can set off. Little An's eye sockets also glowed with joy and cuddled by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took out the spatial ring that Green Bull left for him. I don't know what material was made. It was crystal clear, but it was not abundance. He is now turned into true Qi and has become a monster Qi. Open this thing. Although curious what the Green Bull left for him, only temporarily and patiently, slowly find another way. He tied the ring as a necklace, hung it around his neck and hid it inside. Handle Momo's Black Locust Tree card. Go, compare those distant targets. First help you recover, but now you have to hide again. This chapter is provided for you. Li Qingshan. Always remember my own responsibility for this child is that Little Ant strives to help him at every critical moment. Even in the most dangerous times, it is never to leave. He wouldn't say anything about grateful, just silently depositing this mood in the heart, and the feelings and embarrassment between them have long surpassed the grateful. He looked up at the rainbow, and one figure appeared in his heart. Green Bull, Little An, Gyanning, Half Moon, those who look forward to those appointments, those wild visions, he will complete them one by one. The mountain forest once again restored calm, but the deep pool no longer rolled up the whirlpool, and Li Qingshan completely calmed down with monster power. This is the 16-year-old boy at the second clan head of humans and monsters. Once again, how many dangers and towns can you spend? Li Qingshan took Little Ant to the ruins of the Blackwind campsite, but could not help but frown. Since it is necessary to return to human race world, of course, there is no shortage of gold and silver, and the silver bank notes on his body were burned by the fire in the mountain temple and can no longer be used. He remembered the wealth left in Blackwind camp, and he was glad that he had a foresight. Then he came here to see it, but found that there were traces of excavation everywhere. The secret room under the Xingxiangwu bedroom was also excavated, and the things inside were of course clean. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. What is this, Mo Gold Kernel? In Suncheer City, Yi Daquan was ecstatic and mad at a commander. Ha ha, finally left this ghost place. He flattened Blackwind camp and counted the Longman faction into the local evil forces. As a credit, he reported it to Clear River Prefecture. After a layer of review, he sent it to the Prish governor's desk. A good-looking novel, Saint Hall latest chapter. Yi Daquan was able to do this. Even the prefecture governor was a little surprised, and couldn't stand the love of the pillow, finally approved the order to transfer Yi Daquan away from Suncheer City. Of course, it is impossible to return to Clear River Prefecture, but it has also been transferred to the most prosperous Blessed Peace City, and Yi Daquan is ecstatic. Master Yi, congratulations to the Lord. He's Master. Yi Daquan was happy for a while, and stunned. Poor my Qingshan brother. It is also a draft that does not forget to hit the well. Master, she sighed, adults day, this is a life, no one can. Yi Daquan thought for a moment and quickly came out from this yin shadow. Don't forget to burn more paper money before leaving. Let my Qingshan brother buy a bad ghost, and have a good life in Yin Kodi. The afterlife. Vote for a good family. What kind of good people are you going to? Li Qingshan passed the weird wall and fell in the courtyard. Of course it is a rich man. Great ghost. Yi Daquan replied casually. His voice gradually slowed down, and he saw the face of the coming man, finally screaming and sneaking into the chair. Master Yi said, adult, calm, broad day. What is the ghost? Is Constable Li back? Yi Daquan glanced at Li Qingshan and saw that the summer sun was pulling a long shadow at Li Qingshan's foot. He was relieved and pulled out from behind the Qi chair and grabbed Li Qingshan's hand. Qingshan brother, you can come back. Where have you been during this time?" He said, his eyes filled with tears. Li Qingshan said, "I was injured and recultivated in the mountains for a while. Do you think I am dead?" Yi Daquan said, "If you are alive, you will be alive." Good-looking novels. Then he said that the original Feng Jiang took the first-class master siege of Li Qingshan and left, and finally everyone together disappeared in the mountains. During these few months, many people went to the mountains to find them, but they only found the mountain temple that burned to the ashes. The remaining bones could not tell who was who, so there were rumors. Some said that after Feng Jiang won the spirit ginseng, he killed him and then hid. It is also said that there is another expert to kill and kill everyone. But no matter what kind of rumor, Li Qingshan is a dead person. No one thinks that he can survive in this situation. So everyone is only when he is dead. But he did not expect that Li Qingshan actually went out of the mountains. And it is the only one out of the mountains. When you come back, just go with me to Blessed Peace. What do you think is this? Yi Daquan proud of the pate on the order, a fat face with no eyes. Li Qingshan can come back. He is in the heart happy. Li Qingshan is his blessing. Li Qingshan looked at the order and said strangely, "Blessed Peace County Commandant. Isn't it still at half level?" Generally, there is no county commandant in a small county. There are only a few big ones, and even 2 or 3, which are under the prime magistrate. Of course, it is not comparable to county magistrate. Yi Daquan said, "This is what you don't know. I would rather go to Jinwo to have a meal. I won't go to the kennel to call the king." Suncheer City is a broken place. What kind of oil and water? Even if you make money, you want to find a good brothel to drink. Huawine can't find. Li Qingshan listened to the Leaf County magistrate talked about eating and drinking, gambling, cannot help dumbfounded. The heart fell a bit more back to the realism of the world. It may be trivial to say, but human race is not the pursuit of these things. The words Blessed Peace City made him feel like a wolf in the arms of Momo. The Red Eagle commander Old Wang once said that if he can survive, he will go to Blessed Peace City to find Zhao Zibo. I did the Eagle Wolf Guard, but he didn't think about it yet, and he couldn't make a decision at the moment. Feng Jiang, who killed himself, may have some peers in Blessed Peace City, and Zhao Zibo, who sent Feng Jiang to Suncheer, may not have a good opinion of himself. The teacher did not know how to be a master. Although he did not know so much insider, he also thought of this step and reminded Yi Daquan, Feng Jiang, who is in the eyes of the people, came out of Blessed Peace City, and now he does not know where to fall. The reason for the disappearance is of course it is because of Li Qingshan that it is difficult to ensure that the Eagle Wolf Guard will not be traced. Yi Daquan also changed his face say, "Yeah, you should be more careful with the Qingshan brothers, or you will run away, just when we haven't seen you back." By his identity, I don't know. Feng Jiang has been Wang Pushi's news of the opening of the face, the disappearance of an Eagle Wolf Guard, that matters. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your concern, but don't worry about it. I have something to ask." "What?" Li Qingshan said, "Who is Blackwind Camp digging? Such a large amount of engineering, it is impossible to have no movement, no matter where you go. You can't afford to lose money. It is a price to pay for the tiger's ass." Yi Daquan said, "Yes, it is Tekken Men, and Qingshan, you don't want to be impulsive. There is nothing to be impulsive. Just to bring my money back. Can they dare not give it?" Li Qingshan is a bit strange to Yi Daquan's attitude. He flattens the Blackwind Camp and the Dragon Men, and the Iron Fistman dare to. Is it difficult for yourself? Yi Daquan said, "Iron Fistman recently came to a protector, as if to investigate the whereabouts of the Bird's Hall Master. Liu Hong dug out those things, just to honor him. I heard that it is also an innate master, which may be difficult to deal with." Li Qingshan said, "I will be careful." The voice disappeared and disappeared outside the wall. After crossing the heavy house, I came to the Iron Fist shape. Although the sixth sense is not in the state of demon, but it is far better than the average person. Within the Bzhang, even the sound of mosquitoes is clearly transmitted into the ear, and immediately I found the location of Liu Hong. On the combat challenge field of Yanyang Gozhou, there were hundreds of children standing in front of each other, one by one. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 104 Chapter 2 Going to Debt. An old man with a goatee and robe wearing a source say, one by one to give them a pulse, sometimes shaking their heads, sometimes nod, sometimes looking at the light, and sometimes up and down their hands. On the left is Iron Fist Gate living in Liu Hong, standing behind Li Long, ready to add tea to him. The Iron Fist Gate disciple stood in a wall, and many men, women and children were separated from the wall. They seemed to be the relatives of these children. They all looked at their children nervously. If they could get the old nod, they would smile. If the old man shakes his head, he will be dejected. This is a big man from Clear River Prefecture City, thousands of miles away. Iron Fist Gate's sturdy protector, a martial skill supernatural. If it can be recognized by him, then his own children can really step into the sky. Li Qingshan saw the old man at a glance. The old man was a little breathless and slightly stronger than Feng Jiang. It was an innate master, but it was not a dangerous person. If it is demonic incarnation, he has the confidence to cull the old man. Even if it is to maintain the human form, it will not be too much trouble, just a little effort. He is just curious. What is this doing? Liu Hong is sitting next to the old man. Although both of them are old men, even children who are not sensible can see their momentum. Liu Hong sighed in the heart. Recently, in this Suncheer city, there are really many amazing people. Since coming to this Suncheer city pension, this Yan Song Protector Yan, he has not seen it for many years, but then again, with his second-class skill, he has not seen it several times in the past. The last time was more than 10 years ago. At the birthday of the Chief Branch Lord, he was still in his prime, and Protector Yan was the same. Now that he has become an old man, this Protector Yan seems to have never changed. Liu Hong said, Protector Yan, take a break. Li Long, next to please use tea, is busy adding tea. Although Hall Master Wu is dying, the plan to leave Suncheer City is cancelled. However, he was happy in his heart. He didn't like the Hall Master Wu very much. He was rude to his master. He died when he died. In the twinkling of an eye, there is a Protector Yan. Not only is the martial arts higher, but the temperament is also much calmer. Although it is proud but not Lu, it can also take him directly to Clear River Prefecture. Yan Song stopped. Take a sip of tea, old, the body is not used. Let those children stand under the sun. Liu Hong said, Chief Branch Lord, you can rest assured that you are also an old man in the door. The name of Wu is useless. How can you blame your head? I will distinguish it from the Chief Branch Lord. Yan Song is in a good mood, of course because of the hand. I received a lot of benefits from Liu Hong. He was not very interested in silver, but one of the old paintings was from the hands of Logicist School. It is rare to see $1,000, just in line with his appetite. Liu Hong said, thank you for the protector. How do you see these children? Yan Song said, there are still a few good seedlings in these children. Although I don't know if I can get chi refining, at least martial arts is enough. If you are in Clear River Prefecture City, the qualification of some children has long been collected. Second clean, a good seedlings come out, have to fight for the rush to succeed. How can I choose so casually? Liu Hong said, all our Chief Branch Lord wise. Okay. At this time, Yan Song raised the head and saw the wall of the Iron Fist Gate disciple. Separate a gap. A teenager walked in, but he glanced at it and ordered, let him go out. It's too old. And it's too ordinary. There is no place worthy of his attention. However, the Iron Fist Gate disciple did not stop the boy by the words. Instead, he was separated by fear. Yan Song was a bit strange. He saw Li Long, and even Liu Hong. His eyes widened. Li Qingshan. There is even more discussion in the crowd. Isn't this Li Qingshan? Black Tiger Li Qingshan. I heard that he is not dead. How come back? Li Qingshan is now a celebrity in Suncheer City. Li Qingshan came forward and smiled and waved. Sect Master Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. What is this protector? Yan Song has an eyebrow. I remembered another reason for his trip, not because of this boy. Liu Hong said, You are back. Li Qingshan came to the door. Yes. This time is a villain. Please, Sect Master Liu, and give me a few things. If you don't fold into a silver banknote, I would rather take less. After all, you will not dig it out easy. Li Qingshan, now very peaceful, has no prestige. Baleful Qi. Liu Hong looks at Yan Song and Yan Song. The tea is faint. You are Li Qingshan? You dare to come back? Now I ask, you answer. If you answer less, I will slap you. Hall Master, how did Wu die? He didn't even stand up. It wasn't a person worthy of his standing up, and Li Qingshan's disrespect made him a little angry, and he ate the leopard to dare to ask him for something. And there are many signs that the death of Hall Master Wu has a lot to do with this person. Of course he will not be polite with the enemy. Li Qingshan hides strength. Maybe. But Li Qingshan, even if it is first-class master, even innate master, has reached the realm of Qi refining. What about it? With the strength of his Qi refining second level, several people will be put in the eye. Li Qingshan is no stranger to this kind of faction. It is an absolute confidence in his own strength. He believes that he can live in a scene. Everyone needs to listen to his arrangements and let him be at his mercy. However, when Li Qingshan saw the characters who were flying in the sky and looked at the appearance of Yan Song, they felt very ridiculous. It was like a screaming in a melon, and arguing for a group of flies. They thought they were kings. So Li Qingshan laughed. I was at least a frog, and it was a very strong one. Liu Hong twitched in the corner of his eyes. After a few months, the boy went out for a lap. He thought that he would converge. I didn't expect it to be back. It was superficial and the bones were mad. Yan Song face say cold. What are you laughing at? Li Qingshan said, if you see a funny thing, you will naturally laugh. Yan Song slowly stood up and said, you tried to laugh again. Li Qingshan said, let's talk nonsense. My things are for you to eat. Now I will spit it out. Without any warning, Yan Song stepped over a few feet and came to Li Qingshan. He raised his hand and slapped the fan. Li Qingshan, who wanted to fan, couldn't laugh again in this life. Let him know how to challenge Iron Fist Gate. It is a price to pay. A loud slap. Yan Song's head turned aside. The old face picked up a wave of meat. The eyes were round and round, and a tooth flew out. The heart was incredible. He clearly did not feel Li Shan's internal strength or true Qi, but it was fast. The speed is so great. Is it that he is a body refining expert? But it doesn't look like the character of body refining expert. Li Qingshan seeing Yan Song, he was slapped in the face. There was not much anger in his heart, but he was sighing. The original rapid movement was now so slow in his eyes, so slow that he would doubt whether his estimate was wrong. Yan Song is revealed because of the enemy. Li Qingshan will certainly not let go. Slap on the face of Yan Song. The smile does not change. If you don't vomit, I will hit you. Protector Yan. Liu Hong's stunned. Invulnerable Protector Yan slaps in front of so many people. Even more surprised, Li Qingshan has become so fierce. This growth rate is simply terrible. There was also a burst of exclamation in the crowd. They were willing to come with their family neutrons. Yan Song was also revealed with a real hand, and a shot of a wooden pole was shot in their eyes. It was a divine immortal-like means in their eyes. Li Long couldn't help but wipe his eyes. Is this really the cowboy of Crouching Bull Village? He feels that he is becoming less and less aware of this fellow country. In the heart of Yan Song's violent rage, step back and adjust the figure, and true Qi rushes into the boxing. Li Qingshan at first glance, he has this situation. How can he give him a chance to move, step forward, and slap it down? The strength of Li Qingshan was so great that Yan Song was stunned, and true Qi, who had just been mobilized, collapsed, but he was reluctant to run again, killing Li Qingshan. The third slap was hit, and the close combat of the bare-handed fist is like this. It is very difficult to move back when a trick falls. The applause was so loud that it shocked the combat challenge field. and there was no other noise except the applause. However, when Yan Song his a counter-attack trend, Li Qingshan is unceremoniously laid down. The reason why he chooses to slap is not just for a tooth, but that he does not have a killing intent, and he cannot attack great strength, but to put Yan Song in the wind. It is the best choice to start. The slap is not enough to be fatal, but it can also produce the Dang stun effect and destroy the action of Yan Song. It is the best way. Yan Song stepped back and Li Qingshan step by step. Guandang. Yan Song sat back on his chair, and protected his head and shouted, "Don't hit." After a few slaps, he awake from the violent rage and turned into fear. Li Qingshan can kill him, and the older he is, the more he will die. Li Qingshan really stopped. "Hand over my things." Yan Song's face is sometimes white and red, and he said, "Liu Hong, what are you doing there?" While quietly extending his hand to his arms. He also has talisman as a trump card, in front of so many people. Lost such a big face, this hatred does not swear not to be human. Li Qingshan said, "I advise you not to use." Yan Song's hand trembled. Li Qingshan said, "You want to hit my face? I will hit your face. You want to kill me? I can only kill you." Li Qingshan's words were calm, and did not even prevent Yan Song from taking talisman. Yan Song pinched the corner of talisman. The gods changed even more, and they couldn't get it out for a while. Yan Song said, Really you killed Hall Master Wu and killed those people?" Although they couldn't tell the bones, they found a lot of damaged weapons, including the glove of Hall Master Wu. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 105. The third chapter is to convince people. The third chapter is to convince people. Li Qingshan smiles silently, neither acknowledging nor denying. No ads, full text, more Saint Hall. Yan Song said, "Dark Wolf Guard Feng Jiang is also in your hands?" He would never believe such a nonsense. A Dark Wolf Guard, 5 first-class masters, a large group of 2 third-class master. He will die in the hands of a little unknown boy, but now he has some faith. Li Qingshan still does not answer. Yan Song Chu came out and didn't have talisman on his hand. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Don't you fight?" Yan Song said, "You are dead. I don't have to pay for the dead Lang. Other book friends are watching." Li Qingshan said, "Oh, how?" Yan Song said, "Kill Dark Wolf Guard. Do you think you can still live?" Li Qingshan is not okay. "This will not bother you. Please take my things out." Yan Song's face was a bit white, and Liu Hong stepped forward to Li Qingshan and asked him, "Qingshan, I don't know if you are still alive. Just dig out those things. You want silver? I will give it to you. Good or not?" Li Qingshan said, "I originally meant this." He wants to reason with others, but others don't always reason, they have to speak with their fists. Liu Hong makes an Iron Fist Men disciple disperses everyone, and the combat field is empty. At this time, Yi Daquan arrived by the sedan chair, looked at the faces of each person, and then looked at the red marks that Yan Song had not faded on his face. He already understood the secretly thought was refreshing. They had a feast for Yan Song, but this bird protector is called a stunned person, now knows it is amazing. He pretends to have 2 coughs. Is there any misunderstanding of Protector Yan with Constable Li? It is a good idea to solve the problem. At noon, I will be the East, and I will do both for the 2. The latest chapter of Saint Hall. Yan Song interrupted, "No, I have nothing to say to the dead." Li Qingshan said, "You say it again. The defeated army dare to be so arrogant, really when I dare not kneel down?" Yan Song coldly snort, but really no longer dare to speak. The so-called situation is stronger than people. Yi Daquan Shi Dao, what is the dead? Understand the reason of the matter, and also really worried about Li Qingshan coming. Good novels. Li Long whispered, "Qingshan, you are going to go." Was looked at by Yan Song coldly. Li Qingshan sneered in the heart, really thought that my life is not too late. Lightly said, "I am going to Blessed Peace City and join the Eagle Wolf Guard." What? Everyone was shocked. Jokes. Just rely on Hey! Yan Song even sneered, and wanted to say just because of you, but thought that Li Qingshan really has this strength. Only a disdainful coldly snort. Yi Daquan said, "What is going on?" Li Qingshan said, "Red Eagle Commander Old Wang, let me go to Blessed Peace City to find Zhao Zibo." Yan Song exclaimed, "How is this possible? You killed Feng Jiang, the enemy of the Eagle Wolf Guard." Yi Daquan said, "Yes. Is it true?" Li Qingshan took out the Dark Wolf waistband and shook it. "Feng Jiang has been kicked out of the Eagle Wolf Guard. It should be the place where I can take his place. Loki is a lurking beast. In order to kill prey at a critical moment, instead of letting the clowns scorn him, he will be in trouble." "It is not a Loki, but stupid. You lower yourself into the soil. Don't blame others for stepping on you. Showing enough power, and power is the only way to reduce trouble." Liu Hong and Li Long looked at each other and couldn't speak. What kind of luck it was. 6 months ago, Li Qingshan was just a rural teenager. He could only compete with the ruthless rogue. Now he can join the Jianghu people. Eagle Wolf Guard is simply a blue cloud. Li Qingshan is calm. Yan Song does not want to believe, but can't believe it. He came to Suncheer and inquired about it. He also knows that in the restaurant that day, taking Li Qingshan is Scarlet Wolf, Hua Chengzhen, with Feng Jiang and Li Qingshan. Go see Wang Pushi. He couldn't understand how the two came to this broken place, but the result was very clear. Finally, Li Qingshan came back, Feng Jiang died, and the two did not help their own Feng Jiang. The meaning of this is actually intriguing, but now it is very clear. Good-looking novels, Wang Pushi turned out to be Feng Jiang on the spot, and Li Qingshan dared to call Wang Pushi Old Wang. It's hard to be related to Wang Pushi. Look at Li Qingshan's eyes and it has changed. He had thought that even if Eagle Wolf Guard didn't look for Li Qingshan, he would have to find a way to protect it. But now he has to put out this mind. This world has only had Eagle Wolf Guard to retaliate against others, and anyone can retaliate against Eagle Wolf Guard. When I think about it in the depths, I regret that I am too savage. The other party's age is such a strong strength, and it can escape in that dangerous situation. If you can stand behind, what can you really do? Treat him as an ordinary boy. Great. Yi Daquan said, I was worried that you couldn't go to Blessed Peace. It's just going to go. Li Qingshan said, I am still thinking about whether to go. Yi Daquan said, why don't you go? Join the Eagle Wolf Guard. It's so cool. You don't have to pay for the brothel casino. Li Qingshan sweat a little. Is this the benefit of joining the Eagle Wolf Guard? If Old Wang is here, maybe Iron Ruler will kill you. Yi Daquan said, it's not too late. Walk around and talk while eating. Liu Hong, let Yi Daquan arrange it, and let the men's discipline be prepared. Yan Song's face changed for a while, and he sat down and said nothing. I have nothing to say to the dead. Then Yi Daquan and Liu Hong reconciled from it, and a few glasses of wine went down. Yan Song took a step by wine and found a step with Li Qingshan. He said, Li, young hero Li. Hall Master Wu's business has been impossible to pursue. For a Hall Master, offending an Eagle Wolf Guard, they will also blame him. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Protector Yan, I was offended. I made 3 pills and gave you a gift. The wine in the cup was drunk and I drank 3 more glasses of wine. He didn't have a reason, and he didn't want to avenge someone. It's best to be able to resolve it. There was a praise on the wine table, and Yan Song's face was a lot better. Liu Hong said, it's all from Jianghu. It's a big fire. It's normal, but it's a good thing. But it's a good idea to solve it. Don't you know each other? Multiple friends, multiple roads, multiple. The enemy has more walls. I have lived this big, although the martial skill is flat, but it is based on this method to raise old age. Yi Daquan said, the right thing is right. It is the truth. Li Qingshan knows how to advance and retreat. It is stubborn and not weak. It is not like a 16-year-old boy. Both are long-lived in the field. The level of active atmosphere first class. With the attitude of Li Qingshan, you speak a word. The atmosphere is harmonious. Yan Song is cheeky. Li Qingshan and Wang Pushi, This is also the place where everyone was curious. Did not speak for a while, only looking at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is not willing to be a fake Huai. The original old Wang is called Wang Pushi, and I am not familiar with him. Everyone is renewed and disappointed. God say, Yan Song does not believe that Wang Pushi does not know you, will take care of you, and open Feng Jiang for you. Then he asked, the two, usually in Suncheer City, are divine dragon, seeing the end, how come to Suncheer City? Li Qingshan also did not intend to conceal, but talked about Guyanning, but hidden the topic of concubine Yu and cat monster. White Eagle Commander. Body Brew. Yan Song swallowed, which for him, is a legendary figure. Power and rights are so big that he can't imagine. And the famous Body Brew, and only their chief branch lord, had the privilege of having a drink. Some of the suspicions in the original heart were completely dispelled. He could imagine that when he wanted to tie up the chief branch lord, an unsuspecting subordinate came to delay the duel. How angry he was in his heart. The commander valued it, and the future of Qingshan is not limited. The resentment that was caused by Li Qingshan's face was swift and swept away. When I look at Li Qingshan, my eyes are even more respectful. Other book friends are watching. It's as if the small bureaucrats heard that a certain colleague had been met by the national leaders, and they were also graciously talking about it, and they were awe-inspiring, and those little grievances still care about what maybe. Li Qingshan found that the Iron Fist men from top to bottom, but they all know the current affairs, but the taste of the heart is somewhat complicated. The white clothes win the extraordinary envy. But just drink a glass of wine and you can completely change. 1. Innate Master's perception of himself also made him more aware of the gap between them. Yi Daquan took a deep breath. That's Ruai County 3 Giants. He has been in Clear River Prefecture City for many years. Although the text is not martial achievement, it is very familiar to the gossip and the market rumors. Li Qingshan Kidao, what is Ruai County 3 Giants? Yan Song said, Ruai Marquis Jiang Fu, White Eagle Commander Guyanning, Great General Han Ango, belonging to Confucian, Legalist, and Solidar, Jiang Fu, Government Commander, Commander 9 Prefectures, Guyanning Division, Eagle Wolf Guard, Custodial Supervision. Han Ango is the Han family army, the secretary of the army. Everyone is a powerful figure, called the 3 Giants of Ruai County. I heard that this Commander Gu is the biggest. Yi Daquan said, even if the Eagle Wolf Guard has the responsibility of monitoring the army, even the Commander Gu is the most unwilling to provoke. Qingshan, you can just pick her up and immediately fly to the sky. Li Qingshan silently wrote down this message. The original Eagle Wolf Guard belongs to the legalist school. The Confucian school and the military school were born. I am afraid that it is not Confucianism. If you can be the same as Guyanning, how can it be immortal? The water of this world is simply unfathomable, but of course, most people have no chance to touch any of them during their lifetime. At the same time, I feel that the settlement with Yan Song is a very correct decision. Although many friends may not be able to make multiple roads, he is from Clear River Prefecture City and must know many messages that he does not understand. These messages are extremely important to him. It even relates to whether he goes to Blessed Peace City. Then he learned from Yi Daquan that in addition to the 3 Giants of Ruai County, Clear River Prefecture has 3 little heavyweights, namely Clear River Prefecture Governor, Red Eagle Commander, and Clear River General. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 106. Chapter 4 Qi Refining 10th Level. Chapter 4 Qi Refining 10th Level. Li Qingshan has a little more understanding of the establishment of the imperial court. This is also a separation of the 3 powers. Although it looks very crude, it is also because the area is too large to be ruled in a meticulous way. For 8065 Saint Hall. Among them, the Eagle Wolf Guard is quite similar to the 2 factories in the Ming Dynasty, and even has more rights. It can't help but say, the original Eagle Wolf Guard is so good. Yi Daquan said, yes, so don't hesitate, and have a good future waiting for you. Yan Song said, eating or gambling is not a small money, it is a small thing. I have done Eagle Wolfguard. King Shan, you still lack this money. Look at King Shan, you are not like the people who love power, but Eagle Wolfguard has many spirit artifact, spirit stones, Dan Yao, cultural technique. I am afraid that no one Chi refining warrior is not heartwarming. Li King Shan said, Chi refining warrior. What about innate master? Li King Shan humbly asks. Yan Song is more and more calm, willing to do a guiding light, and these things are just common sense. It turns out that there are very few people in this world who can cultivate true Chi from the beginning, which is called Chi refining warrior, but to become a Chi refining warrior, the requirements for talent are extremely high. And most people cannot go this one road. But there is another way to go, that is, cultivation internal strength. Internal strength has almost no hard-xing requirements for talent, as long as it is not stupid, willing to work hard. Almost everyone can cultivate internal strength. Are the book friends looking at? The inner strength of the general cultivation is the simple weak version of the tactical law, which reduces the requirements for qualification, makes it easier to enter, and allows almost everyone to practice, but the internal strength is far less than true Chi. The effect, because there is no real penetration of the meridians, internal strength is also subject to the restraint of the meridians, unable to nourish the 5 internal organs, and even more unable to issue the outside body. But as long as the internal strength is repaired to pinnacle and then made a breakthrough, it can be converted into true Chi and become the Chi refining warrior, also known as the first. Chi refining is divided into 10th level, and it's not as rough as the division of first class and second class in Jianghu. Sometimes it's hard to say exactly whether someone is first class or second class master, because of the different martial skill. The effect is very different. The number of ways to go is also very different. But Chi refining, regardless of the cultivation method, is for the 8 meridians, namely Yang Heal Meridian, Yin Heal Meridian, Yang Linking Meridian, Yin Linking Meridian, Belt Meridian, Penetrating Meridian, Concept Meridian, Governing Meridian. These 8 meridians are not directly related to the lungs, and there is no match between the two, so it is called the classic. Each one is through the whole body, connecting several large Xs, each through a meridians. True Chi is a strong point. It is first level realm. The complete transcendence of the 8 meridians reaches the Chi refining 9th level. And you want to reach the 10th level realm. It is more difficult to completely penetrate the 12 series, respectively, the hand 3 yin, the hand 3 yang jing, the foot 3 yin, the foot san yang. These 12 meridians mutual Jiao fork connected to the hands and feet, communicated with 5 elements. It is easy to Chi deviation, but if you can break through this level, you can reach the Chi refining 10th level's great perfect realm and reach the peak of Chi refining warrior. Li King Shan didn't even have a meridians, because he went to Demon Dao. There is no such thing as meridians. The monster is awesome and has very few physiques similar to the human race. Can you ask for a snake or a bamboo? Do you have 8 meridians? But when I think of it, he has a thought in his heart. After suppressing bull demon tiger demon with spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, he is now a real human race, and he has returned to his original state. Is it really impossible to recover? It seems that I still have to find a Menchi refining law to try it out. He is not convinced of this move and embarked on a more weird and unique road. Speaking of this, Yan Song also complains that their martial arts origins are too low, because he has been trained in innate realm, Chi refining. The age is not small, although true Chi transformed with deep internal strength after opening the Yang Heal Meridian and breaking through the Chi refining 2nd level. I want to go further and get through the Yin Heal Meridian and break through the Chi refining 3rd level, but I can't do it. Everyone comforted. Yan Song said, body refining is fierce, but it is not righteous path. King Shan, you are young enough to reach 3rd level, even 4th level. 5th level. If you can get through the belt meridian, repair it. Chi Si, reaching the 6th level realm, is eligible to be promoted to Red Wolf Guard and to work in Clear River Prefecture City. which is worth the rest of his life. Yan Song's eyes are sinister, and it can be seen that Li Qingshan's true chi can't have chi refining second level, but can easily beat himself. That is the way of body refining. In a sense, Jiang Hu's hard work external art is also a simplified version of body refining. But body refining and Jiang Hu are similar in hard work. Although the pre-power is fierce, but there is no future, it is difficult to repair a higher realm, so it is not valued. Li Qingshan said, "Thanks to Protector Yan for reminding me, I will pay attention to it later." But as a demon, it is impossible to avoid body refining. However, after listening to this, he has a lot of clear eyes. In his mind, his demon state can rival the several layers of cultivator of chi refining. Zhao Zibo of Blessed Peace City, as a mysterious eagle collar, is about the level of the low-level Red Wolf Guard. The strength is about the chi refining 6th level and the chi C is built. Although I don't know if human race is building chi C and monster is making monster core, which one is more powerful, but it's not too bad. If you can't escape, you will make up your mind and go to Blessed Peace City. The so-called good cultivation in 6 men, those resources really make him heart. Li Qingshan also asked, "I don't know Protector Yan, what is the Qin refining method?" Yan Song is in a dilemma. The method of chi refining is inseparable in every member of the school. Li Qingshan also knows that some of his own abrupt questions have just been reconciled with people. It is necessary for chi refining's method to be somewhat inappropriate. He smiled and said, "I am abrupt. Drinking a glass of wine is no longer a word." Yan Song thought for a while, but if you want Qingshan, the old man is only reluctantly. Other book friends are watching. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and respected Yan Song for a few glasses of wine. Yi Daquan and Liu Hong also had a congratulations. Li Long revealed the envy of the gods. The heart of this world is really strong. Li Qingshan hit the old man a few slaps, but earned a set of chi refining technique. After dinner, in a quiet room of cultivation, Yan Song passed a set of chi refining's law to Li Qingshan. The name of this law is Innate Chi Refining Secrets, which is also divided into 9th layer, but the 9th layer can also reach the level of chi refining 3rd level. It can be seen that it is not a great divine art. This point, Yan Song also calmly told, "This innate chi refining secrets, but used to lay the foundation. With Qingshan your innate skill will be able to find a better law to cultivate in the future." Chi refining's law, saying that precious is also very precious, can lead to many people throwing their heads hot-blooded. But it's not precious or precious, especially this innate chi refining secrets. In chi refining warrior, almost everyone knows that most of the unknown is because of the better and stronger refining secret art from the beginning. The most precious thing is not the law, but the person who can practice the law. Basically, as long as you have the qualification of chi refining, there are countless people in the world who will teach you this basic refining secret art. Li Qingshan is only able to get the Eagle Wolf Guard, and Yan Song can see the future of Li Qingshan boundless. Thank you for Protector Yan. Li Qingshan's biggest goal is to try to find out if he can chi refining. This set of law is a trivial matter, and this basic law is decided, although the power is not very good, but most of it is easy to enter the characteristics of the men, but it is most suitable for his cultivation. There are other conjectures in his mind. Is it true that all divine ability methods are 9th layer realm, and all the divine ability methods of his cultivation are all standard 9th layer realm? He asked Little An, even Tao of the Beautiful. This is true of Bones. Yan Song left the house and went on to pick the discipline, leaving Li Qingshan cultivation in the quiet room. In the quiet room, burning incense, Li Qingshan sitting on the turret, double closed, silently understand the ingenuity of innate chi refining secrets. Good-looking novels. He had experience with chi refining and even had a very strong true chi, but the result was to convert true chi into monster chi. The ultimate goal was to make him a monster, not a serious chi refining secret art. Now, he is the first real contact with the human race chi refining warrior cultivation. Under the realization, he found that it is much simpler than the men divine ability that Green Bull taught him, especially the former third layer. Still not involved in any meridians, just teach how to perceive true chi. It is like a middle school student learning a textbook for a primary school student and completing a physical education subject for a primary school student. It is very simple. Less than an hour, Li Qingshan condensed a trace of true chi, once again proved his extraordinary qualification, at least qualified for chi refining. If you were born in Clear River Prefecture City, I am afraid I have been accepted as a discipline and embarked on the road of chi refining warrior. But he was too late to be happy. Monster Core was able to get a trace of true chi, sucked in and converted into monster chi. Li Qingshan can't help but stunned. Isn't his own idea wrong? Turning to the cultivation spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, unconscious, absorbed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After 3 hours, Monster Chi and Monster Core reached a state of near saturation. Of course, he was repaired at 30 o'clock. It is impossible to make Monster Chi and Monster Core really saturated. Li Qingshan rebuilt innate Chi refining secrets, and the condensed true Chi was swallowed up by Monster Core and converted to Monster Chi, but it was left to him. But his heart is ecstasy, which proves that his guess and choice is correct. He really can be like the ordinary people. Chi refining. Day say gradually dimmed. Li Qingshan persevered cultivation. The difficult bit by bit gathered true chi, just like the cruel exploitation of the working capital in the big capitalists' hard work. Most of the labor results were deprived. Of course, in fact, this big capitalist, or Li Qingshan himself, is not a Lang Fi. During the period, Li Long came to knock on men and asked him to go to dinner, but Li Qingshan was completely immersed in this self-abuse cultivation, and he was completely ignored. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 107 Chapter 5 Spatial Ring Chapter 5 Spatial Ring. Liu Hong said, Qingshan is in cultivation. Don't bother, other book friends are watching. Yan Song said, Little Dragon, you have to be cultivation. Although you don't have the qualification of chi refining, if you break through innate realm, internal strength can be converted to true chi. It is easy to break through chi refining second level. Can't compare with others, other book friends are watching. The Hall Master Wu was destroyed by Li Qingshan, and Liu Hong asked Yan Song again, taking Li Long to Clear River Prefecture City and going to the Iron Quarterman's headquarters to practice martial arts. If this is not the case, Liu Hong will not be able to pay the price of Hua, and go to Ban Song. Li Long respectfully said, Yes, Protector. The three looked at the men in the quiet room, and they had different minds in their hearts. Xung Jai sang in the sky, and after a whole night, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and silently felt with the body. True Chi. His heart was happy. He finally made the first layer of innate chi refining secrets. This does not mean that he can simply decide this method to be determined. Any cultivation technique is the harder it is going up, and the time spent on Hua is also increasing in geometric progression. Unfortunately, the unknown spiritual pill that Half Moon gave him has already been eaten up. Otherwise, he will have the confidence to build the former third layer of innate chi refining secrets, even through Yang Heel Meridian, and break through cultivating chi second level. Path of cultivation, still not missing the 4 words, wealth, companions, techniques, and land. Wealth is the first, but the wealth here is not gold and silver, but spiritual pill immortal herbs. Regardless of the cultivation method, the divine ability method is essentially a process of bringing together spiritual chi. If you want to practice martial arts, you have to eat a full stomach. If you want to cultivate, you have to eat bait, and external pill is an essential boost. Although one's qualification is also very important, it is impossible to enlighten one at a time, and immediately advances with great skill, unless there is deep accumulation before. But even the faint true chi is crucial for him. He took the cursive sword script and injected true chi into it. Sure enough, true chi was accepted by cursive sword script, even though there was no brush stroke at the end. Can be sent out, but it is a great encouragement for him. This means that the few spirit talisman on his body can be used by G. The biggest difference between human race and animals is the manufacturing and use of tools. Demon strengthens itself and human race uses foreign objects. Can't directly accept spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Concocting pill refining Yao, without a strong body, makes spirit artifact talisman, a good-looking novel. This is the power of the human race. Li Qingshan has to make the best use of this advantage, and it is indispensable to open the spatial ring of the soaring dragon elder. 335,686,688 He meditated for a while and recovered the consumed true chi. Mo out of the ring, set on the middle finger, inject true chi into it, although knowing that it is probably impossible to open. But I have to try it. True chi infused into the ring like a flowing water, turned around on the ring, and flowed back to Li Qingshan's with the body. The ring of course did not show any signs of opening, but what made him stunned was that he worked hard to get innate true chi. The blink of an eye is less than half. This is not consumed as much as the cursive sword script, but it can be recovered. But lost power. He was forced to kick from the innate chi refining secrets first layer realm, but the remaining true chi, it became very pure, from the turbid river to the clear stream, although the amount is less. However, the quality has been greatly improved, and the speed of operation has suddenly increased. And the more true chi is hunted, the more difficult it is to break through realm. It is easy to get stuck in the bottleneck. Many chi-refining warrior have to stand up for the breakthrough, like iron making, bit by bit grinding true chi. This spatial ring directly helped him to refine the iron into Jing steel. He didn't need him to spend a little time. It was countless chi-refining warrior, and even reached the higher realm cultivator, the dream that he dreamed of. Li Qingshan did not expect the spatial ring to have such a function in addition to the storage. This is a good thing. Li Qingshan is full of smiles. Is it easy for him to make a little bit of true chi? It is necessary to be exploited by monster core and then tempered by the ring. It is a life-threatening life. It has been working hard for decades and returning to the feeling of liberation overnight. Li Qingshan sighed heavily and knew that this was the right choice. Now it takes a lot of time to spend more time, but it can save a lot of time later. Most people don't spend the time on the cultivation, but they are stuck on the bottleneck, can't get in. Just like Protector Yan, I reached cultivating chi second level early, but I couldn't break through the third level. I stuck at this level. After so many years, I want to polish and refine true chi, but it is simply powerless and transformed by internal strength. The coming of true chi is really too complicated. Other book friends are watching. Li Qingshan closed her eyes and started cultivation again, this time, but did not remove the ring. Yan Song has already selected the discipline and is ready to go, but until late at night, Li Qingshan is not seen, and no one has knocked on the door. Liu Hong said, "Isn't something wrong?" I thought in my heart, is Protector Yan deliberately giving him a problematic chi refining? The chi deviation of Li Qingshan pit. Yan Song frowned, not knowing why. If Li Qingshan was not heard in the cultivation room, it was extremely dull and long, and it was doubtful that Li Qingshan chi deviation had died. Chi refining is just like doing other things. It also pays attention to the combination of work and rest. There is a degree of relaxation. It is not a blind grinding time. Otherwise, it is not only useless, but harmful. He did not remind Li Qingshan of this, because in the process of cultivation, you can realize this. As time goes on, the effect of chi refining will become worse and worse, and Ging will become more and more exhausted. And true chi is also extracted from the body of the body, and needs a diet to supplement, otherwise it is a passive water without a wood. Li Qingshan did encounter such a problem, but he turned to cultivation. Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets. Spirit Turtle sinks into the deep sea and sleeps for 1,000 years, but he is always immersed in spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For Li Qingshan, meditation is not something that makes him feel tired, but rather like sleeping. He took the opportunity to run innate chi refining secrets, which was very difficult at first, and accidentally got out of the state of being settled. The cultivation of Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets came to a standstill, but gradually, he mastered one, turning Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets into an instinct, like a person falling asleep, still breathing constantly. This is not how smart Li Qingshan is, but this man's divine ability, it is too mysterious, far beyond his imagination. Then he spurred innate chi refining secrets in a state of dreams, which belonged to the two divine ability rules of demon and human race, and operated with him in the body. Li Qingshan found that in this state, Monster Core has become less greedy for true chi, and can give him more labor results. Other book friends are watching. In this state, the cultivation speed of innate chi refining secrets has reached an unprecedented peak. How strong his body is, and not drinking or eating for a few days is not a big problem for him. For 3 days and 3 nights, Li Qingshan never sleeps, does not drink or eat, and is completely immersed in cultivation. Finally, he opened his eyes again, and he rebuilt innate chi refining secrets back to first layer. He put a long breath and felt hungry. Then he took out cursive sword script and injected Jing pure chi into it. When true chi has not used up, a brush stroke will light up, flying chi out a sword chi. It seems that he is putting the wet logs into the furnace and it is difficult to ignite the flames. What he is using now is the finest charcoal, which is easily ignited and provides a lot of heat. 2 Iron Fist men disciples kept outside the men, and suddenly they felt a cold behind them, and they said, "Do you feel a little cold? It's really a bit, this Diaxia day." Li Qingshan collapsed the cursive sword script, removed the spatial ring, rehanged it in front of the Xan, then stood up and opened the room. The sun was shining. "Young hero Li, you are finally out." 1 Iron Fist men disciple, the other rushed to pass. After a while, Yan Song and Liu Hong rushed over. Liu Hong said, "Qingshan, can you come out? I thought that something happened to you, and you have to break into the door several times." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Sorry. The menu method given by Protector Yan is too mysterious. The rise of my enlightenment has forgotten the time." Protector Yan said, "You really are in chi refining? How many weights are you?" Li Qingshan said, "Just refining to first layer." Yan Song said, "This is not too slow. But it is definitely not fast. The first layer of innate chi refining secrets is the simplest." He has seen the children of innate skill and used it. At 2 hours, I became the first layer, and Li Qingshan was certainly not fast. However, the first time chi refining took 3 days. It was unheard of. Li Qingshan said, "Let's wait a long time, now you can leave." Liu Hong took out a silver banknote, and Zhao gave Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was originally a man to collect debts. Li Qingshan said, "Liu Zhangman, this is a small embarrassment to me. Protector Yan is so generous. I am a stingy person, money business, I have to mention it again. He is not willing to owe people in his life. No, guilty in his heart can only be calm." The set of innate chi refining secrets is not a bit of divine ability, but it is very important for him. It is good to get a day. Liu Hong is happy in his heart. Of course, he can't let Yan Song give his money out. These are his pension money. Yan Song is also admire. Talking and laughing will not be in the eyes of pearls of silver. If it is a home and son, it is nothing. But such a teenager out of the mountains, it is too rare. This day is so angry and extraordinary, no wonder it will be appreciated. After several attempts, Li Qingshan only received 2,002 silver banknotes. When Li Qingshan came to Tekken, he saw the Iron Fists who had always been deserted. At this time, the drums and the firecrackers rang, and even the team of dragon and lion dances. The Iron Fists around the water, but certainly not for the farewell to Li Qingshan. 4 children with red eyes were sent to Yan Song. They were the children they had chosen. They had the opportunity to leave this little Suncheer city and reach a wider world, but they also had to leave their homes and stay away from their loved ones. Li Qingshan looked around and watched the name of someone calling him. Turning around, Village Chief Li and Steward Liu were among the crowds, surrounded by Li Hu Li Bao and several crouching bull villagers behind them. Villagers. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 108 Chapter 6 Hometown of his hometown. The second volume of Demonic Incarnation. Chapter 6 Hometown of his hometown. Chapter 6 Hometown of his hometown. Li Qingshan said, "Are you coming to Lilong?" Steward Liu said, Also to send you, too. Qingshan, you are really a good thing. You should not be in your heart. No advertising. Full text. More now. Li Qingshan, in his eyes, he has become an unattainable big man, and his speech is somewhat unfavorable. Other villagers also rushed to come and congratulate them. They also carried local products in their hands and stuffed them into Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked at these familiar faces and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Instead, he didn't know where to start. From that time, he grew up, and Crouching Bull Village, who wanted to leave all the time, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Every house, every plant, is vividly in sight. The deep well that had been trapped for more than a decade, and wanted to jump out all the time, the mud and moss that made him tired, became intimate at this moment. Village Chief Li holding Lilong, crying tears. The scene Hunlun passed into Li Qingshan's ear, suddenly silent. Li Qingshan even found Big Brother Li and Li the eldest in the crowd. They dared to shrink, avoiding the nobles in the city, looking at Li Qingshan, and looking forward to not looking forward. At this moment, they are extremely regrettable. If Li Chang's second turned his face, then I don't know how much light I can touch. Li Qingshan looks at them, and the brilliance of help erupts in her eyes. However, Li Qingshan immediately turned his eyes away. The break had already been broken. The water could not be recharged. It was not unresolved, but they were already in a completely different world. They didn't understand it. They were his relatives. Compared to Defu, big and expensive is more likely to die. Yan Song gave a command. Everyone retreated on both sides. A 2-horse car was rushed over, and each horse was divine steed very much. Li Qingshan, Protector Yan, Lilong, and the 4 children, boarded the carriage together. The carriage slowly proceeded to the front of the county office. Men, Yi Daquan and the master, sat up happily. With these experts' protection, there will never be any danger on the road. Li Qingshan saw the things in Yi Daquan's hand, and his eyes lit up. Stone-rending bow. The bow was left in the courtyard of Suncheer City. After returning, he went to see it. The yard has been cleaned up and lived. Of the new tenants, Stone-rending Bao certainly didn't know where to go. He didn't look for it. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of Yi Daquan. Do you know the domain name well? He used the index finger to slap the string, which is very easy. Under his current strength, even if he is even 100 arrows, it is not a problem. Li Qingshan once again saw the owner of the stone-rending bow. Sick Yellow Tiger said, "Congratulations to Qingshan, your skill has grown." I found myself unable to see the depth of the boy again, but his message was well informed and able to beat an innate master positively. Only another innate master. He did what he said at the beginning, and it only took a few months. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Chief Hunter, you didn't see the timeline seeing Sick Yellow Tiger at this moment. It is infinitely close to the level of first-class master. After drinking a few cups of wine, he will return to the road and finally throw Suncheer City behind him. I can't see it anymore." Li Qingshan said in a silent voice, "Farewell, hometown." He already thought in his heart that no matter whether he went to death or went straight to Kinyan, he would not come back. From today, this place is everywhere, that is, his hometown, all the way to the night, and spent 3 days in the mountains. The field of vision suddenly wide, a vast plain in front of Li Qingshan's eyes. The wheat fields of the Golden Say are endless, and the layers of wheatlang are set in the summer wind. The villages and towns are dotted with each other, and the smoke is raised, which is different from the mountain village of Crouching Bull Village. Yan Song said, "This is out of the scope of Suncheer City. After another 3 or 5 days, you can get to the Shimakawa ferry. You can change the boat, Go straight to Blessed Peace City and even clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan took out the map that Gu Yanning sent, and the mind was moving, and the light was shining, and the Xiachuan ferry was only a few dozen miles away. Yan Song is amazed. Mind map, and still verdant province mind map. This thing is worth a lot. Qingshan, where did you come from? Generally speaking, the larger the area covered by the map, the coarser it is, and the smaller it is, the more Jing is fine. However, the mind map can be plunged into pinnacle under the premise of tens of thousands of miles. It's just a low-grade spirit artifact, but it's very precious, not to mention the inclusion of the entire verdant province mind map. Li Qingshan suddenly said, Protector Yan, Superior Yi, let's separate here. About this Jianghu, about this world, in the past few days, he has learned about them from these two people. At least they are knowing the message. Going out is no longer a fog. Yi Daquan said, What? You are not with us? Li Qingshan shook her head slightly. I plan to go alone, take a walk, let you wait for me for 3 days. I am really sorry. The reason why they choose to go on the road with them, in essence, may be just a certain fear. A person who has not left the village for more than a decade suddenly wants to go to the outside world and go to the so-called big city. There will always be some faint sorrow in his heart, even relying on these two people who are not strong yet, only for each other on the road. Take care of it. Everyone is eager to dang, eager for freedom, but when there is a vast world of freedom, everyone will feel fear and misunderstanding, as does Li Qingshan. But now, it's time to put this emotion aside. When he left the overlapping hills, looking at the vast plains, the golden wheat fields, the clear waters of the river, the faint handwriting on the maps, reflected in front of the eyes, so beautiful and true, and his footprints, but even the map 1/10,000th of the time has not been stepped on. Several people face each other. I do not know how to persuade him. Suddenly listen to Li Qingshan open arms, facing the vast plains of the road. I have to travel all over the world, 9 provinces, taste the world's delicacies, drink the world's fine wine, repair the most fierce divine ability, the strongest enemy in the battle, the most beautiful envy person, the world. I am coming. Ha 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 ha. The sound is from low to high, and the laughter is like Zen. What is said is a stupid statement. Stupid? Maybe. The cow that listened to these stupid words is gone, but he doesn't need to ask anyone anymore. Can my dream be realized? I don't need the answers of others. I don't need the approval of others. And of course I don't care about the eyes of others. The answer is long in his heart. Meet Blessed Peace City. After goodbye, a few people on the hillside watched the tall figure and left, watching him into the golden say field, like a big child in the wheat field, and soon disappeared. It was originally a childish and ridiculous act, but in their hearts, they remembered a few words: a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger entering the deep mountains. Li Qingshan didn't follow the road, rushing all the way in the wilderness, and soon rushed to a small spot on the map. It was a county town that was much more prosperous than Suncheer City. They didn't bother to remember its name, but went straight to the biggest in the city. The restaurateurs set the best location for the scenery and ordered the best banquet. Each dish is a special dish of the place. Many of them have not been eaten or even heard. Every wine is 20 years of aging, although not comparable to spirit wine, but also have a taste. The treasurer looked like a big customer, personally came to entertain, accompanied by a few drinks, suddenly smiled. Imperial wine is tasteless. This son, you can have several beautiful people to accompany you. Li Qingshan has a good escape. The dude of the monk. Li Qingshan was a glimpse first, then smiled. Yes, why not? I have money. Like a vulgar upstart, he is trying to cultivation, going outside the 9 heavens, but not planning to do the painstaking cultivation. He swears to marry a envy person like a Yanning, but he did not intend to do an ascetic monk before actually making a whitehead appointment with a certain envy person. Life is alive, it is not a painful thing, otherwise it is better to die. Those distant dreams are to plant the seeds of help in his heart, rather than in turn to torture themselves. Ever since, a dozen Hua branches, the envy people who smeared the makeup, sat down to his side, smiled and talked with him, and the grandfather and son in the mouth said endlessly, boldly put his hand into it. He is in the arms. Li Qingshan first, some were not unrestrained, and they were laughed by a few brow envy, but they quickly relaxed, and they didn't care about the left and right, and they smiled, but his eyes were always clear, like a child playing a very fresh game in general. However, the child is also very tired. He didn't plan to do anything. It wasn't about any disgusting of these brothel envious. Instead, he saw Guyanning and even the half moon. It was almost pinnacle. It is especially easy to get bored. I didn't understand it before, and now it's realized, what's called returning a smile, smiling, and 6 palaces. Hey! Suddenly someone took a palm and opened the room, and said, give me a little voice. But it is a young man dressed in a Chinese costume, wearing a sword and wearing a crown, sipping Li Qingshan. There is a drama of 3 envy people. Drinking the table of Hua wine is inevitably very noisy. Li Qingshan went to the sun and looked at it. The sun put his hand on the hilt. Although he was arrogant, he had arrogant capital. Li Qingshan could see that he was an innate master. No, it should be there is qualification Qi refining warrior, and the envy child behind him is the same. 2 Qi refining warrior, of course, there are no qualifications. In their view, Li Qingshan is just an ordinary dude, and it may not be a sword. It's a bad thing. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 109 Chapter 7 Demon Home Chapter 7 Demon on the Men. Li Qingshan said, please let a hand. Then I squeezed from the side of the sun, and looked deeply at the scholar, shaking his head slightly, is a beautiful person. If he is in the last life, he is afraid to make every effort to make it difficult. The beautiful woman smiled, but now, his goal is much higher. Saint Hall's latest chapter, with his little dream of Simi's dream, walked past her, and sniffed a scent of fragrance. The dream is to make people happy. The envy child's brow wrinkled closer. I don't know, because Li Qingshan's rouge smell, or Li Qingshan's unscrupulous gaze. Maybe the last one shook his head, most irritating her. The son of a few, you pull out the sword. The envy child shook his head, let Li Qingshan go downstairs, and squatted in the reeded say. Li Qingshan didn't look like a cat that was stepped on the tail, and immediately jumped back to fight. Although he definitely has this strength, he found that as long as he could bear the temperament, he could save a lot of trouble. Of course, he did not have any anger. However, this person who avoids trouble, but now has to take the initiative to find someone else's trouble. He went downstairs, shake off a rouge. You want to experience, and will not care, knocking porcelain jar, little un, let's kill a few bad guys. The reason he chose to be with Protector Yan was not just to drink a Hua wine in the porcelain jar. The response of Dong Dong also sounded. Li Qingshan smiled and strode away, went to the dark alley, until he was dark, and he felt that his gaze disappeared completely behind him. Rongzi, is there any problem? The book called Rongzi said, I see him walking calmly, like practicing Wu. At most, it's just a matter of hard work outside the home. If you didn't stop me, I will teach him lessons. A small person, even if it is killing him, it is just a dirty hand, why bother? We will hurry to eat, and hurry up tomorrow, hurry to Blessed Peace City. 7. Yes, it is hard for eagles to recruit new guards. This opportunity must not be missed. In the eyes of men, the enthusiasm of the man, as long as he joined the Eagle Wolf Guard, even completely separated from this Jiang Hu, became a person. This kind of Yu-Yo, no one can resist. For this position, he is determined to win. I'm afraid it's not that simple. This time, within 1,000 miles of Blessed Peace City, all the experts will be attracted to the past, and even the expert of the 4 refining 3/4 level will appear. The quota is limited, and it is indispensable to fight a fight. Book me Group 2. Don't worry, there are a few spirit talisman doing trump card. Even if you encounter expert, you can turn defeat into victory. The man is full of confidence, and soon Li Qingshan is thrown aside. Yes, it is just a small person. They did not know that their dialogue was clearly introduced into Li Qingshan's ears. His hearing had already entered the level of monster. He paid a little attention and heard the sounds 10 miles away. Eagle Wolfguard started to recruit people, maybe Feng Jiang's death, leaving a place. I'm afraid even Wang Pushi, I can't think of myself being able to escape, can really fill this place. As for the emergence of their own, will they let the hopes of these people fall through? He certainly will not be on the mind, and there is not much time to think about it for the time being. Because of a few black shadows, he has been blocked in the alley, and the face is not gathered. Although the small town is prosperous, but the foreign population is not too much, and Li Qingshan is even more high profile. A teenager, the news of a lot of money, quickly spread, and he even dare take the initiative to come to this dark world, and if you don't grab him, it's too much to say. Li Qingshan whispered, good luck. Knocked porcelain jar, open the meal, put out the money. One person pulled out the bright dagger, but responded to him, the brighter cremation blood flame, almost no sound. Several people were engulfed by flames. Their blood was turned into pure energy, integrated in the flames. A little light burned in the darkness, illuminating an old man's squatting stall. Although there was no business, only the moths lingered, but they barely supported it. A teenager strode forward, screaming, "Old Jiang, come to the bowl." Well, the old man was acting, and he quickly rose and fell in the clear water. So late, why don't you rest? You should enjoy your old age at this age. Li Qingshan talked and talked. The old man sighed and complained, nothing more than envy, filial piety. He and his wife live without these worlds are the most common. The bleakness. Li Qingshan sat on the side of the stall and smiled while eating. Sitting alone in the dark corner to eat the simplest diet, facing such a face-to-face old man, it feels even better than drinking hua wine. It is strange and quirky. Look at the little brother, you are not a local, I will advise you with a word, and go back to the inn after eating. This place is not very flat at night. Li Qingshan said, is there any bad guy? Then I heard more complaints and complaints. There is no such thing in any place. The female brothel owner, who is a good selling loner, is weak and weak. Jiang Hu Gang. Li Qingshan listened in silence, silently remembering, casually inquiring about these people's Xing life address, even eating 4 or 5 bowls of oysters, leaving all the silver that had just been obtained from the few cuts. Li Qingshan got up and said goodbye. This. Too much. The old man was taken aback. He looked up and disappeared from Li Qingshan. A night wind blew, and he remembered the stories of the demon ghosts he had heard. He decided to close the stalls now. Tonight, there is demon on the men, the heroes, and the violence. There is no evil divine ability magic spell in the world. There are only evil people. If I kill the evil people in the world, it is Daren. The day was not yet bright. Li Qingshan left the small town. In the wilderness, played Bull Demon Strong Fist. Last night even a dozen people, Heart Xung free, punching like a drum, banging. Little An is on the side of the Jing blood refining, cremation blood flame around him, turned into a variety of shapes, or ferocious beast or viper, and finally formed a lotus platform. Will he held up and flew in the wilderness, suddenly rising, falling and falling, the prestige impressive. Wherever the dense weeds immediately withered, leaving a trail of death on the ground. Little An wants to kill the expert of cultivating chi second level like Yan Song. Li Qingshan is envious and admired. He is stronger than Little An, but he can't fly. However, Little An is far from reaching the level of recoagulation Ru. Tao of the beautiful bones is powerful and terrible, but difficult to practice and requires more blood sacrifices. Last night, killing, although not deliberately collecting finances, Li Qingshan's wealth is still easy to reach tens of thousands. If those people are wolves eating sheep, then he is a tiger eating wolves. He suddenly discovered that for chi refining warrior, the human currency has no meaning. because they have the absolute superiority over ordinary people. So it is easy to get ordinary with this lowest level of plunder. A huge wealth that people can't reach for a lifetime. For Chi Refining Warrior, the real value is the spiritual pill spirit stones that can improve the cultivation base. But it is conceivable that these resources are in the hands of powerful forces. Ordinary people will not listen to them forever. If you want to get in touch with these things, adding the Eagle Wolf Guard is the best option. He greeted Little Un and re-entered the road. He stayed on the road all the time. The line was okay, and the U ended. He smashed 2 or 3 thieves. Hua spent 3 days and finally rushed to a big river and stopped. The river, the Clear River, is also the origin of Clear River Prefecture, stretching thousands of miles away and providing direct access to Clear River Prefecture City. The waters of the river span 1 to 20 miles. I have never seen such a big river in my life. I look at the vast expanse. Li Qingshan went to a larger town on the riverside, named Xiachuan Town. It was developed by the Xiachuan Ferry. Although it is only a town, it is more lively than Sunxia City. When riding on the horse, I saw the head on the market swaying and boiling. Suddenly he had a thought in his heart. If he killed these people, could he immediately help Little Un to refine his blood and immediately shake his head? Wouldn't that be a murderous madman? There are countless boats on the banks of the river. The people on the docks come and go, and the traffic is very busy. Naturally, there are also passenger boats in the south. Li Qingshan actually saw a large-scale dragon boat with several floors, and the sculptures on the ship are like the luxury walking on the water restaurant. Suddenly, the idea of hiring a small boat was put out and boarded a big dragon boat. The highest floor of the dragon boat has the best scenery and is the most expensive, requiring thousands of pulls of silver. Li Qingshan naturally did not lack silver, took out a few silver banknotes, and saw Steward's face on the boat suddenly filled with a smile. Life Shinvlied, he went to the top room. Before the departure is quite awkward suggestion. No matter what it is necessary, I can call her. The room is very wide, even if it accommodates dozens of people, and it will not be crowded. The decoration is a bit more luxurious than the best inn in Li Qingshan. He opens the window and overlooks the port and Xiachuan Town. Guess what Yan Song is? It was time to come, but I saw 2 acquaintances on the pier. It was 3 days ago, in the restaurant. The pair of boys envy. What? The top room is full, let us live below. The man was not happy. Steward is not. There is no way. This son, the second level, is also very luxurious. You will just take a look. Can thousands of pulls of silver by boat. How can you have money, even if you give? There are tens of thousands of people, and people are not willing to lose this face. Envy sub Dao, we have no habits in life. Please Steward, you think about it again. Money is not a problem. The man frowned, looking up at Li Qingshan. The man smiled calmly and said, I personally went up to talk to him. Envy hesitated and then beheaded, although he did not want to make a living, but she did not want to live in the inferior cabin, live at the feet of others. Hope that the boy can be interested. 1 point, if you are not interested, then you should eat a little loss. Understand the sinister world. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 110. Chapter 8 Night Attack. Chapter 8 Night Attack. So, the 2 appeared again in front of Li Qingshan. The man did not talk nonsense, squatting a stack of silver banknote in front of Li Qingshan. Get the money, go below. Li Qingshan shot the silver banknote in the man's hand. You still ask someone? The envy child stopped the man who was going to be angry. He smiled and said, my name is Qian Rongzi. This is my brother Qian Rongming. No ads, full text, more. Steward screamed and interrupted. Is the 2 people who are Ancient Twin City Qian family? Ancient Twin City is also a large city. He is a man who walks on a boat and is a big family that can cultivate Chi Refining Warrior. How can I not hear it? Qian Rongming proudly snort. Qian Rongzi insisted on beheading and continued to Li Qingshan. I advise you to accept it. My brother will start the fire. It will kill. Since he was born into a big family, he must pay attention to a big family. The grooming, at any time, cannot lose the grace. She prefers to fight without the war. Li Qingshan said, "Is it? I want to see and see." The second was bullied, and his tolerance was limited. Qian Rongzi slightly changed, say, she was born in the big family, born with the qualification of chi refining, and beautiful appearance, has the reputation of the first beauty of ancient Wind City, can be called the pride of the sky NV. From small to large, as long as she opened her mouth, there is nothing that can't be done, especially those who are stinky, and even more willing to be a cow for him. How can he be rejected? Compared with the cultivation of the surface, the arrogance in the bone is much stronger than that of her brother Qian Rongming. The coldly said, "It seems that you are to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I can drink a lot of life, toasting and fine wine." Li Qingshan looked at her face seriously and watched how a young lady changed her face, like watching a magical performance. Qian Rongzi took a deep breath. Take a step back, a faint saying, a Jianghu person who has practiced some hard work, dare to play in front of chi-refining warrior, is simply not knowing how to live and die. Such a fool, living in the world is also excess, it's fine to kill. Qian Rongming smirked forward, steward side, ready to let people collect the body, hard to touch the people of Qian family, it is too unwise. What is ancient Wind City Qian family? Is it amazing? At this moment, a sudden sound began. Everyone turned around and saw that a man in his 30s walked out of the house. His body was not tall, his black face was on a pair of hanging eyes, and he looked at it with contempt. "What are you?" Qian Rongming was furious and was pulled by Qian Rongzi. He watched with vigilance. "Who are you asking me? What do you mean?" Li Qingshan is in the heart, is chi-refining warrior, and is the expert of chi-refining 3rd level. It is no wonder that I dare not put this pair of brothers and sisters of cultivating chi 2nd level in the eye. The black-faced man sneered, "Just with both of you, you want to be a little better at the Eagle Wolf Guard? Why bother to go to Blessed Peace City and get off the boat and go home?" Li Qingshan realized that this person did not want to be in his own position, but also for the limited number of places in Eagle Wolf Guard. He saw the meaning of Qian Rongming's brother and sister, and only made a statement in advance to attack opponents. Qian Rongming and Qian Rongzi look at each other. Although they are weaker than 1st level, they don't necessarily have a chance. But it is necessary to use the precious spirit talisman to lose the opportunity to compete for the Eagle Wolf Guard. "You wait." Hesitated for a moment, leaving a swear word. The two hurried away, but not only to the thin man, but also Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your help. Dare to ask Sung Tai to honor his name?" "Kid, don't think that you can get a few dollars. There are too many people you can't afford in this world. I advise you to get off the boat quickly," the man said coldly, and he closed the room. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders, which is the treatment of the weak. 7. The ship slowly started, breaking through the layers of Botao on the gentle river, and heading down to Blessed Peace City. On the uppermost floor of the dragon boat, only a few rooms were closed by men, and only Li Qingshan walked up and down the deck, admiring the open scenery on both sides of the strait, and stunned the scene. Boating into the night, Li Qingshan is meditating in the room. He is now in 4 culture techniques: Bull Demon Strong Fist, Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets, Innate Chi Refining Secrets. There are 9th layer realm. He is the cultivation base of 1st layer. The former belongs to the demon god God Pass. The more difficult it is to go to the back, the time of Huafi has also increased geometrically. On the contrary, innate chi refining secrets, because of the lowest grade, but belongs to human race's cultural technique, the speed of progress is much faster. Li Qingshan will also be very loyal to get something in the spatial ring. With a strong body, the speed of his Jingas is also amazing. It took a few days for Hua to stay away from 2nd layer realm. Little Ann didn't cultivation anymore, but squatted in the corner of the room, holding a book. There are 2 bookcases in the room. There are many casual books like poetry and songs, and some common Buddhist scriptures. Little Ann is a Buddhist scripture. The high monk, which bears the Bodhisattva fruit, although it is in Demon Tao. Tao of the beautiful bones is also Demon Tao divine ability, but it is still evolved from the Buddhist law in essence, of course. To be aware of it. The blood flame in his eye socket illuminates the text on the book. The scene is quite strange. Suddenly, he lifted his head. Li Qingshan also opened his eyes and looked at the room. They all felt that one was based on the perception of angry creatures, and the other was a powerful sense of sex with demon. A figure sneaked into the top of the dragon boat and came to the outside of Li Qingshan's men. Qian Rongming is convinced that he has not made a sound and has a sigh of relief. Of course, he is not worried about Li Qingshan, but against the Qi refining warrior next door. Tonight, he just wanted to kill Li Qingshan. He thought in his heart when he met for the first time, he should kill him. As for the Qi refining warrior next door, he also has a fixed mind. When the Eagle Wolf Guard is in the competition, he must take out the trump card to make him look good, or do the Eagle Wolf Guard, and it is not too late. Next to Li Qingshan, the black-faced man, the heart of the movement, also gave birth to induction, but he did not mean to play Li Qingshan in his eyes, but a negligible little person, and ignorant against Qi refining warrior, not yet listen to his advice. Even if you die, you should deserve it. He is thinking about whether he can do some articles from this matter, take Qian Rongming alone and kill him. The ancient Twin City Qian family should have some good things, and then kill it below. Then Qian Rongzi, the grasp of this trip is even greater. Li Qingshan lifted his right hand, mobilized true Qi, and took a shot. A snoring sound. Qian Rongming revealed a happy smile. What are you laughing at? Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and slammed red light. Qian Rongming was in a big heart, his body was tight, and he had to launch a continuous attack, but his body was relaxed. He couldn't believe the Xun mouth and cut the tip of the sword through the heart. He can't believe that he was sneaked. It's even more terrible. Until now, he didn't feel the presence of someone behind him. Unless the population does not breathe, the heart doesn't beat, there is no breath, and then it is difficult to turn back. Seeing the last scene of this life, a cockroach burning with flames in the pupil, cremation blood flame spread to his whole body, turning him into a part of the blood flame. It's not that Qian Rongming is too weak and too big, but little An's current strength, at least the strength of Qi refining's 3/4 level. The absolute power to suppress, it is a sneak attack, it is a strange thing to not kill. Li Qingshan sighed, it's just a matter of words. Why is it that you are killing people? Are you too arrogant, or am I too low? Li Qingshan had the power to kill him on the restaurant, but it doesn't work. It's not afraid of trouble. But it doesn't kill. It doesn't make a difference. It means killing people. It's just a husband. He wants to kill, and he needs to kill. However, others do not necessarily think so. Maybe in their eyes, it is really a living being like an ant. Of course, they want to step on it. Feel free to check the spoils, but did not find the imaginary talisman or Dan Yao, but found a black kit, looking a bit familiar, worn out, dull. Even a lot of feet were disconnected, appeared in Qian Rongming. Such a son is really a bit uncomfortable. Li Qingshan moved into the sack in the heart. Suddenly, a wonderful space opened in his consciousness. He seemed to see a virtual small box with all kinds of things inside. Silver banknote is naturally indispensable. There are a few small bottles, and a few spirit talisman. His mind is moving. The things inside appear in his hands. Li Qingshan is overjoyed. This is the legendary 100 treasure pouch. These days, he has inquired about Yan refining warrior's common sense to Yan Song, knowing that the spatial ring is a truly powerful cultivator. Extremely vast, as far as it is, to the extent that I have never heard of it. The ordinary Qi refining warrior, it is rare to have 100 treasure pouch. The reason why he looked at this kite was that he had seen it in Red Eagle Commander Wang Pushi, but Wang Pushi, the 100 treasure pouch, was much more beautiful than this, and he thought it would have to store a lot more space. I don't have to think about it, I know that this is a standard defect in Qian Rongming. Even the longer weapons can't be put in. But even the 100 treasure pouch of the defective product is extremely rare. At least Yan Song, the cultivating Qi second level cultivator, is not. It really is a so-called family origin. Li Qingshan, check out the things in 100 treasure pouch. On those bottles, there is a bottle of healing Yao, 3 bottles of Qi condensation Dan, not the kind of Dan Yao refining Jianghu people, but the real spiritual pill. Of course, compared to the spiritual pill that Half Moon gave him, it was a heavens underground. But it was also real. The Dan Yao for Qi refining warrior is what Li Qingshan needs most now. Please, the code word is hard. If you look at it, how about subscribing? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 111 Chapter 9 Day Decking Chapter 9 Day Decking 3 Yellow Say Spirit Talisman, which is not known for its efficacy, is probably the trump card that Qian Rongming said. Li Qingshan is also known from Yan Song. Spirit Talisman is also graded. These 3 are also Yellow Say Spirit Talisman, but they are better than Li Qingshan's few Spirit Talismans. The Lingwang is much stronger, at least low grade or middle grade, and his eyesight is not enough. 3356866688 Saint Hall. The ordinary Jianghu people can use the money to get the Spirit Talisman and the Spirit Artifact, mostly the various grades, which are just made by newcomers who have just learned refining or craft talisman. The Spirit Talisman Spirit Artifact, which is really in the ranks of the people, is only available to the average person. It is also difficult to spur the blood on the tip of the tongue. It is difficult to spur a low-grade spirit talisman. Finally, there is no need to bring those things in the body. Except for the spatial ring, Li Qingshan puts all his belongings into the 100 treasure pouch, checking his belongings, and the money brought by Qian Rongming. 800,000 silver banknote, several pieces of spirit talisman, 3 bottles of Qi condensing pills, and other small things like healing pills. He is not included in the fuse into trap. However, the most precious thing except his spatial ring, but not a monster core, in the Kangwu Mountain, from the Rat General, the Half Moon certainly does not look, but also left to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan didn't know how to take it. She didn't dare to eat anything. She saved it and kept it in a small bottle. He took it out and enjoyed it, then put it in 100 treasure pouch, and finally 100 treasure pouches put in his arms. The feeling of a large increase in property is really good. Li Qingshan was tempted to kill Crossing. I wonder if I should stop doing it. I will find Qirongzi. I have to go to the roots. I have to say that killing people is addictive. Why does human race keep fighting? Because plundering others is always much faster than creating them. But he immediately forced this idea down, not because he was kind, but worried that once he did this, he would kill Xing, and the black-faced man next door would kill him and take away his body. He definitely has this power, not even liberating monster power, as long as he can do it with little. And on the one hand, others have what you want. On the other hand, you have the strength to take it, and you don't have to pay any price. And there are a few people who can suppress the greed in your heart. Even with the suppression of Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, his heart and the original instinct of demon are urging him to do so, but by instinct is not the way he wants. While he is constantly gaining a strong amount of great strength, he is constantly learning how to harness this power and not letting himself lose his heart. At the same time, he also realized that another thing would be terrible after people had a strong amount of great strength. Perhaps Qian Rongming thought so, and killed Li Qingshan without any cost. It is as natural as eating and drinking. This cultivation of the human world, the sinister place, I am afraid that it is still above Boundless Mountain. Li Qingshan gathers these distractions, then Qian Rongzi will not let him provoke him. If he dares to come, he will kill it. Now it is not necessary special trouble to find. He picked up the bones on the ground and went to the outside of the men. He was ready to throw the bones in the river. The corpse was destroyed. When he opened the door, he saw the black-faced man next door looking at him incredulously and looking at the bones in his hands. So smart. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse and smiled and said hello, then bypassed the black-faced man and threw the parcel into the black lacquered river. It was as if it was not throwing a corpse, but watching the night. This is not because his mind is really far beyond ordinary people, but by the power of fearless and calm. The black-faced man was stiff and his fists clenched and loosened. Looking at Li Qingshan's gaze, there was no contempt, but he was full of vigilance and even a hint of fear. He has been keeping in the dark corner outside the men, ready to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But it wasn't Qian Rongming who was out of the house, but Li Qingshan, who was mortal in his imagination, who had no need to ask who was it. However, in the case of a sneak attack, it is also difficult to strike a kill. It is not a Jid duck, but a chi refining warrior that is 10 times more fierce than a lion. He wanted to ask Li Qingshan how to do it, but looking at Li Qingshan's smiling face, he couldn't speak. What is even more terrible is that he can't feel the presence of gas in Li Qingshan. The most terrible. Saint Hall. Li Qingshan, after the success of the corpse, he was again against the black-faced male human Dao. What is your name? The black-faced man no longer disdains, cautiously said, Dai Auf. He always felt that Li Qingshan is different from the daytime. The teenager seems to have something terrible hidden. Of course, it may just be an illusion. Li Qingshan said, you also go to Blessed Peace City to do Eagle Wolf Guard? Yes. Coincident. Me too. Dai Auf is nervous and ready to deal with all attacks. However, Li Qingshan obviously did not intend to continue to talk. Will this Eagle Wolf Guard recruit a few people? 3. So little. Dai Auf is silent. Li Qingshan wanted to ask more news, seeing that the other side was guarded, shrugged his shoulders and went back to the room. Dai Auf suddenly said, what is your name? After arriving at Blessed Peace City, this boy may be a rival. Li Qingshan. As if I had heard it. Dai Auf thought for a while and never remembered where I heard the name. He also returned to the room, and then did not sleep all night, always vigilant. Li Qingshan just returned to the room, moved in the heart, opened the window, looked away, saw a figure, when the boat was closer to the shore, jumped from the boat, landed on a sandbar, and quickly disappeared into the jungle. Looking at the figure, it is Qian Rongzi. Li Qingshan can't help but sigh. This NV person's decision is really good. It must be that Zhong Rongming did not come back. She realized that it was wrong, neither investigate nor question, directly escape from the jetty. Shaking his head and throwing the matter aside, Li Qingshan took out a bottle of qi condensing pills and opened it. There were only 3 inside, each with a long gun size. He took out a suit and started cultivation. Sure enough, with the help of external pill, the speed of cultivation has become faster. The Yao force complements true qi is flowing in the body, and the time flies, and soon a qi condensing pills is in with the body refining. Li Qingshan took another qi condensing pills and swallowed it. If other qi refining warrior sees it, you have to be stunned. How can you eat Dan Yao like a jelly bean? Although external pill can greatly increase the speed of cultivation, it is not to say that if you have spiritual pill, you can simply become expert. Innate skills, hard work, teachership, and even luck are all indispensable. And there is a limit to taking Dan Yao, not how much you can eat, and then all of them are converted to skill is so simple. Otherwise the actual concocting pill division is a strong man, such as Qian Rongming. These 9 qi condensing pills, originally used for 3 months, take one every 10 days, slowly refining Yao force. This is still a family value. Taking the speed is relatively fast. The normal speed is half a month to take to ensure that Yao force is not lengthies. How to eat like Li Qingshan. Because of the Yao force of a qi condensing pills in this area, it is impossible for him to stay in the body for 10 days. He will race against time to turn it into true qi, and later will be plundered by monster core and forced into monster qi, guarantee that there is no lengthy. Of course, Li Qingshan didn't know about it. She also felt that she was still eating Yo cultivation. When he ate the 7th chi condensing pills, it was logical to practice innate chi refining secrets to the 2nd layer because of the spatial ring. For purification true chi, he didn't feel anything like a bottleneck at all. He stood up and felt that Jing Qi, the purest of the Jing, was flowing in the body, and the whole body seemed to be lighter. The 2 remaining Qi condensing pills were collected, and he was keenly hearing. He heard the noise coming from a distant place, and the boat was noisy, listening to many human Tao. Blessed Peace City is here. Li Qingshan was busy walking outside the house and saw that the deck below was full of people, and the river was blocked by a mountain in front and turned a corner. When crossing that corner, a majestic city, located between the mountains and rivers, is displayed in front of Li Qingshan. To be precise, it cannot be called a city, because there is no city wall at all, which is closer to the modern city. Here is the place where 2 big rivers meet. The waters flow into the clear river here, and the Blessed Peace City spreads out on both sides of the river. The rows of houses, buildings, towers, temples, and Taoist temples are infinitely in all directions on the earth, extending and extending, and then outward is the boundless Goldsay field, a large group of birds flying under the blue sky and flying freely over the city. Li Qingshan has never seen the ancient city, but believes that the city in front of it is more open and prosperous than the ancient and famous bustling land of Hangzhou Yangzhou. Without the wall, it proves the absolute confidence of the ruler and does not rely on a piece of earth and stone to protect itself. Only the small town of Sanxia will have the existence of a wall to prevent some mountain bandit attacks. The real big city is not built on the city wall. This is the city ruled by Qi refining warrior. If there are real enemies that can pose a threat to the city, it will not be blocked by a stone wall. The development of the city. Li Qingshan finally understood why Yi Daquan knew that she could be a county commandant here. It would be such a joyous place to be a little bit better here than in Sanxia City. Commander the Clear River Prefecture City in Clear River Prefecture. What a bustling. He can't imagine. What would Ruai County look like? Everything in front of him makes him understand that this is not a simple ancient world. The existence of Qi refining warrior profoundly affects everything in this world, making it look like a legend. Meng on the 1st level magic say color. The dragon boat docked at the dock. Li Qingshan, with the flow of people down, he originally thought about where to go to Dai Alfor, who asked the Eagle Wolf Guard, but after that, it was superfluous. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 112 Chapter 10 Entering the Eagle Wolf. On the mountain peak in the north of the city, a black iron cast iron eagle launched an iron wing of more than 10 feet, stepping on a stone platform up to several feet, overlooking the entire Blessed Peace City, without a hidden meaning, as if arrogant. The declaration, the city is monitored and guarded by the Eagle Wolf Guard. Whether you are Jianghu or Qi refining warrior, you should be careful under the gaze of this eagle. Li Qingshan got out of the boat, and left the mountain, went straight to the mountain. Below the Iron Eagle, it was a building, which was where the Eagle Wolf Guard was. After he left, Dai Alf was just off the boat and his eyes had been renewed. Become firm, no matter how hidden the strength of Li Qingshan, cannot affect his determination to become Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan marched along the neatly laid stone steps, and the dense shades on both sides almost obscured the sky above. The peaks are not very high, only 100 feet, cannot compare with the mountains in the boundless mountain, but when looking back at the Blessed Peace City at the foot of the mountain, the heart has a different meaning. At the end of the stone steps is a tall stone archway. The book is painted with the 3 characters Eagle Wolf Guard. When you cross the archway, you will see a wide growth. The huge iron eagle in the middle. I don't think it's far from the distance. When I came to the front, I realized the power of this iron eagle, especially the pair of eagle eyes. It was like staring at people, like living things. The stone platform under the foot is written in the same 8 characters. Eagle, the 9 provinces. Eagle vision. Since you don't have to explain more, it seems that the eagle soars in the sky and overlooks the earth. The wolf gu is to describe a gesture. If ordinary people are called by the name behind them, they must turn back and look back, only turn their heads and not turn to the body, that is, the wolf's phase. There is this, often cunning and suspicious. These 8 words are not only arrogant, but also describe the functions of the eagle wolf guard. Li Qingshan, although he does not know calligraphy, immediately sees that the 3 words of the same word eagle wolf guard are from the same person. The hand has a kind of arrogance that cannot be copied, and it is devastating. Sweeping is even more shocking than the huge iron eagle statue. Li Qingshan didn't have time to watch it carefully. A Xing Yi teenager came forward. You are also applying for the eagle wolf guard. Li Qingshan didn't feel any signs of martial skill or chi refining from him. It must be just a different kind of corner, but the body naturally carries a sigh of anger, which is really the prime of the Prime Minister. Officer, Li Qingshan said, exactly. Xing Yi suspected that Huo looked at Li Qingshan and saw Li Qingshan look calm, lightly said, come with me. Put Li Qingshan lead in front of a large hall. Go in, people are inside. You must record the name cultivation base in the first place. Li Qingshan stepped into the hall. There were many eyes on Deng, and they fell on him. Every gaze was as sharp as a sword. Li Qingshan saw more than 20 people standing in the hall. There were men and women, old and young. Some were in groups of 3, some were meditating alone, and each one was chi-refining warrior. They looked at Li Qingshan. Most of them are not good-sighted, some raise their eyebrows and ridicule, and they are happy to talk with their peers, and some have renewed disdain, immediately turned away. There are also 1 or 2 people, some doubtful. Li Qingshan was the first to see so many chi-refining warrior, and there were some unclear words in her mind that finally touched the World Cultivator Group. Although in fact, Half Moon has already touched him with him, but those people are all powerful like monsters, giving him the feeling that he only looks up and despair. The gap is too big. Instead, there is no real feeling. Looking at these people now, it is the real level of sight and even overlook. Li Qingshan saw the wall of the main hall. There are dozens of wooden signs with names on them. Take a look. Then came to the long table in the corner of the main hall. A Xing Yi messenger wrote at the desk, and did not lift the head. Name, origin, teacher, cultivation base. Remember, there can be no concealment, otherwise it will be detected. The she did not continue to say it, but the threat meant to be self-evident. Li Qingshan understood why those people would stay here and wanted to know the new opponent's information. Li Qingshan wanted to take out the Dark Wolf card and go to see the Xiuo Eagle Collar Zibo and join the Eagle Wolf Guard directly. But even the Eagle Wolf Guard, which is just a straightforward one, can't see it. It's just that a few Xing Yi people are entertaining, and they have temporarily turned off their thoughts. He is going to have a good look at it. Anyway, he can see the Lord in the morning and evening. He doesn't believe it. Such a big event, Zhao Zibo will not come out. Li Qingshan, chi refining first level. Li Qingshan said. Li Qingshan just said his cultivation base and heard a few smirks. Chi refining first level is coming to apply for Eagle Wolf Guard. This kid is stupid. Go home to eat milk. This is not what you should come. Does he really have a chi refining first level? I don't look like it. It's not going to lie. False. The cultivation base. Not far from death. The people in this hall have at least the cultivation base of the cultivating chi second level. If there is the qualification of innate chi refining, most of them will painstakingly cultivate and will go out after breaking through the second level. If it is cultivation inner strength, and arrives at innate realm, it will also break through the second level realm with the internal strength of true chi. So in the world, there are very few chi refining warriors from chi refining first level. Even the record of the Xing Yi messenger also raised the head. Really? It is not chi refining warrior that can't sign up. Although he is not chi refining warrior, he has a good eyesight in the Eagle Wolf Guard all year round. He looks. Li Qingshan route is originally not like chi refining warrior. Li Qingshan suddenly understood his own shortcomings, after experiencing the sinisterness of Boundless Mountain. He converges all the breath with spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets. It is already a near instinctive behavior, even after the refinement of true chi. The same Allsp. Of course, monster chi is going to die. It must not be ruined, but it is not necessary to be cautious about true chi. The timely appearance of chi refining warrior should save a lot of trouble. As a result, his temperament changed. True chi was no longer converged and suppressed, and naturally released, showing the strength of chi refining first level. However, what was triggered was a big laugh. Even the eyes of those suspected Huo finally recovered their eyes and stopped Li Qingshan from being the same thing. Unknown is terrible, so the scorpion can scare off the tiger, but when the scorpion is exhausted, it is the time of exhaust one's limited abilities. Xing Yishi put down the pen, and also revealed a smile. I see you are young. It is not easy to have this qualification. If you go home and practice for a few more years, you can break through the cultivating chi second level. It is dangerous to test this time. Li Qingshan ignored these ridicules, thanked the goodwill reminder, and then confidently said, I have confidence. Xing Yi messengers are undecided and continue to record. There is no family, no sect, no teacher. This is Li Qingshan's resume. After a while, she made a record and raised the head. Before 3 days, you will go out. Someone will arrange a place for you. You can stay here. Another person picks up a wooden sign, hangs at the end of the high wall, and hangs the name of the other person. Of course, there is no such complicated information. It only writes the name on the front and the cultivation base on the reverse side. Let Li Qingshan sigh. For a chi refining warrior, what is the origin of the teacher is fake. Strength is the only business card people value. When he turned around, he used to look at the garbage, looked at the chi refining warrior, and shook his head, especially to those who laughed at him loudly. Garbage. Bink Sing. Group ridicule is his innate skill. Who are you talking about? A chi refining warrior angrily said. He was the one who had just let Li Qingshan go home to feed. Who should I say who? Li Qingshan said. People who don't talk to Li Qingshan will naturally not feel that Li Qingshan is jealous of himself. Chi refining warrior flew to Li Qingshan and raised his hand. True chi gathered. That Xing Yi who made the record said, silver on the mountain, killing. The chi refining warrior shivered a few times and finally let go. The rules of Eagle Wolfguard are not laughter. At first, Eagle Wolfguard recruited newcomers, regardless of food and accommodation, as long as the day of the test was over, and then many people could not come. Chi refining warrior lived in Blessed Peace City. In order to clear the opponent, it is all-encompassing. The poisoned siege assassination, often not started, will produce results. Therefore, the rules have been changed. All the people who come to apply are staying in the mountains. They are absolutely not allowed to attack each other in any way. Li Qingshan said, come on me, stupid. There is a saying in the words, brothers Lok is not the capital U force. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, is his life guideline. You will swear, my mouth is not stupid. Chi refining warrior smirked. After 3 days, you will know what it means to be alive and dead. Several other chi refining warrior are also sneer. At this time, Dai Alf walked into the hall, took a look at Li Qingshan, and looked at the high wall. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Li Qingshan's cultivation base is indeed chi refining first level, just hiding the cultivation base in some way. It made him startled. But Li Qingshan used to kill Qian Rongming, which is still a mystery for him, so he can't care. Others in the temple, seeing Dai Alf, no one will pay attention to Li Qingshan, a competitor of chi refining third level, will be the enemy of this test. You need to observe it. In contrast, Li Qingshan is just a clown like Cornusay, not far from the death, not worthy of care. Li Qingshan did not stop in the temple, and went out of the temple door, and then another she led him to the mountain. Walked through the help of grass and trees, Huixiang, after the master of gardening, 3 steps and 1 scene, beautiful. Before coming to a house, that Xing Yi messenger pointed to a room and said, This is your residence. You already know it. The mountain must not allow sea fights. 3 meals a day, you can eat at the church. What is needed, you can greeting us, as long as we don't overdo it. We will try our best to satisfy it. Although the attitude is very general, the service is absolutely thoughtful! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 113 Chapter 11 Pearl Dew Pill. Li Qingshan came to the room and took the remaining qi condensing pills for refining, but the innate qi refining secrets is the harder it is for the cultivation. The 2 medicine pills are served, and the growth is not obvious. Of course, this has to say that Monster Core and Spatial Ring are plundered and tempered. He did not know. After he left, Qian Rongzi also came to the hall, saw Dai Auf bowed his head, concealed the hatred in the shackles, and then recorded his own name. She thought it was Dai Auf. Qian Rongming, who is able to kill Qi Refining Warrior, is naturally stronger, Qi Refining Warrior, but she did not ask. Although Dai Auf felt awkward and did not explain it, it seemed as if she was afraid of her. At noon, Li Qingshan came to the back hall, and the people were almost ready to sit. The exquisite pear flower table was light, but I didn't know where the light flowers came from. All the windows were open, and the window was like a landscape. The garden view say, the elegant and elegant to the extreme. A dish of food is served, full of long tables, and self-satisfaction, like the buffet of previous life, but the quality of the food is very good, comparable to the legendary Manchu. Li Qingshan out of Suncheer City, eating a lot along the way, the so-called chef's craftsmanship, but compared with the chef of this eagle, it is an apprentice-like craft, and many rare ingredients are filled with long tables. The more Li Qingshan invented, why so many Qi Refining Warrior would like to join the Eagle Wolf Guard, let alone the diet. It is the enjoyment of the emperor. He is not happy to eat, but also attracts a lot of white eyes. Many of the Qi Refining Warriors are from the sect family, and naturally they will not see the world like him. Even though Li Qingshan has controlled the amount of food to make himself look like a human race, he was scorned by a group of people as starving. Li Qingshan was eating a dish that didn't know what fish was made. In front of him, Dai Auf sat in front of him and organized a speech. Your temperament is very good, I didn't see it at first. Come out. Perhaps it is the rules that Eagle Wolf Guard has set. No one dares to go against it. He seems to be relaxed a lot now, with little precaution and vigilance. Li Qingshan smiled. Most of it is because it is too weak. Dai Auf is able to kill a Qi Refining Warrior of cultivating Qi 2nd level without any sound, and turned it into a horrible appearance with only a skeleton. Is this really weak? He suspected that Li Qingshan had repaired Demon Dao cleaning technique, so he did not want to show people. Poorly, Qian Rongming really used people as soft persimmons to pinch his own life. Li Qingshan said, look at your appearance. Not the first time. Dai Auf said, good eyesight, this is my first second. Then there is silence. Li Qingshan said, right. Do you have Qi condensing pills? Dai Auf said, of course. What? Qi condensing pills is the most common external pill of Qi Refining Warrior. It is precious, but it is very common. Li Qingshan wiped his mouth and pushed the tableware in front of him. How about selling it to me? Dai Auf said, if you say silver, it is still free. Sure enough, Li Qingshan did not expect much. For Qi Refining Warrior, the secular gold and silver did not make much sense. Li Qingshan said, of course it is not silver, it is spirit talisman. What? Dai Auf was shocked. No one Qi Refining Warrior had a few spirit talisman. In order to participate in this test, he was the most prepared. This is the Reump card of Qi Refining Warrior. Even the first 2 Xing lives. Selling spirit talisman before the battle was like selling weapons in front of the battlefield. It was incredible. Li Qingshan took the spirit talisman out of the 100 treasure pouch and placed it on the table. He also had confidence in the security of the Eagle Wolf Guard and asked, how? Suddenly, not only Dai Auf, but the eyes of everyone in the church were attracted. Dai Auf breathed a slight stagnation. Except for 2 different grades spirit talisman, the others are low grade. The most rare is a middle-grade spirit talisman, Thunderstrike Talisman, but at the crucial time, the defeated Saga. Even if it is the cultivator of chi refining 3rd level, it must be seriously injured and even killed directly. 1 chi condensing pills. Dai Alf immediately reached for the spirit talisman, and with these spirit talisman, he was guaranteed to win. Li Qingshan took all the spirit talisman and smiled. The price seems a bit low. I bought 15 chi condensing pills and bought all of your spirit talisman. Next to it, Xing Yi, chi refining warrior, suddenly opened his mouth. He was young and dressed in luxury, and at first glance he was born in aristocratic family. Li Qingshan said to Dai Alf, "Look, someone raised the price." He chose to trade under the public because he did not know the normal price. But the voice of Chi Refining Warrior has not fallen, and Chi Refining Warrior said, "I have 15 chi condensing pills and only buy one of your spirit talisman." Li Qingshan is a bit surprised. Look at the spirit talisman in his hand. Although he knows that spirit talisman's spiritual chi is the strongest, he didn't expect to have so many chi condensing pills. Many chi refining warriors are surrounded, and all eyes are flashing. Li Qingshan believes that if it is not in the Eagle Wolf Guard, he is now besieged, and now no one even dares to talk. Even the few chi refining warriors of Li Qingshan were ridiculed, and 2 of them were also cheeky. The chi refining warrior, which directly collided with Li Qingshan, sneaked a sly idiot in the ugly face, but the more yin in his heart. Without these spirit talisman, I see how you die. Where did he know Li Qingshan's plan? He did not intend to participate in this test, and if Wang Pushi made a decision, he would not know the use. There are enough trump cards on Li Qingshan. These spirit talismans are nothing at all, and they are replaced by medicine pill. It is the most important thing to quickly become their own strength. Li Qingshan stood up and screamed, "Everyone is quiet. These spirit talisman, I have to sell them all, but the one who has the highest price, the one hand, the other hand, the virginity, the first breeze talisman." He put the spirit talisman in his hand, according to the degree of spiritual chi, from weak to strong, and graded it, and started the auction on the spot. The Xing Yi messengers in the church have been watching, but no one has intervened. But they have never seen it. There is a sale of spirit talisman in this place. I have a chi condensing pills. Someone should be there immediately. 2. Li Qingshan said, "Is there anyone else bidding higher?" After asking for a while, someone bids 3, and then no one bids. It seems that the different grades spirit talisman is not too much in the eyes of chi refining warrior. A chi condensing pills. Handing spirit talisman to the chi refining warrior. In fact, the price of this spirit talisman is far higher than the normal price. In normal times, it is very difficult to get a chi condensing pills, because everyone knows that compared to these foreign objects, medicine pill can improve their own strength. It is king. But at this time, the situation has reversed, and there are more chi condensing pills, and it is impossible to immediately improve the strength. An extra spirit talisman, even if it is a variety of grades, can instantly improve some strength. In the next test, take one more point. If you don't buy it yourself, you are likely to be acquired by your opponent and become a tool to defeat or even kill yourself. Even the lowest grades of the spirit talisman may be the straw that crushes the camel. On the one hand, it is a wonderful future after joining the Eagle Wolf Guard. On the other hand, it is the sadness of the death and death. It is really impossible for them not to do their best. When Li Qingshan sold the low-grade spirit talisman, the atmosphere became hot and the number of chi condensing pills began to break through 5. When Li Qingshan sold all the spirit talisman, only the middle-grade Thunderstrike talisman in his hand is in the hands. There are nearly 50 chi condensing pills. He found that the size of chi condensing pills is inconsistent. Many of them are only peanuts in size, and a porcelain bottle can hold more than a dozen. The original concocting pill was refined, not a round medicine pill, but a cream. The concocting pill division then reformed the pill according to the standard concocting pill teacher with insufficient level. the medicine Xing is weak. In order to ensure the consistency of the medicine, the standard of qi condensing pills has to make the medicine bigger. There were a lot of qi refining warriors, and they never bid from start to finish until Li Qingshan took out the last middle grade spirit talisman and his eyes suddenly lit up. 10 qi condensing pills. 20. 25. The price has broken through in the past. This spirit talisman is the spirit talisman who can really control the battle. It is also the reliance of Qian Rongming to the third level qi refining warrior, who gets this spirit talisman, at least 30%. Many qi refining warriors are must for this spirit talisman. Li Qingshan also smiled, and with these qi condensing pills, it was very easy to break through the innate qi refining secret's third layer. He suddenly turned his head and saw that Qian Rongzi was in front of the door. Looking at him, there is something spirit talisman in the hands of Qian Rongming. Of course she is very clear. Li Qingshan sneered a little, bullying people, not killing, just to kill. Qian Rongming died, but if the woman is not interested, he should also send her to see Qian Rongming, to be a companion on the road to the netherworld. I have won. Dai Alf, who has been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. He regrets at the moment. If he is on the ship, he will trade with Li Qingshan. It is so far for quiet, all looking to Dai Alf, just the highest bidding qi refining warrior, coldly said, "You are not kidding." He is also the cultivation base of qi refining third level, depending on Dai Alf as the enemy. Dai Alf was extremely reluctant to take out a porcelain bottle. I have a beaded pill. What? Zulu pill? Zong qi refining warrior stunned. It seems that this Zulu pill is not small. Li Qingshan is also revealed curious. God say, he does not know. A beadler pill than a middle-grade Thunderstrike talisman. The value is much higher. Qi condensing pills is not a good medicine pill, but because the herbs used are easier to collect, the refining is easier, and the medicine Xing is relatively stable, it will become popular and become the majority of qi refining warrior. Cultivation essentials. The pursuit of quality and cheap. In fact, there are many better medicine pills, which may be rare because one of the herbs is difficult to collect, or if the concocting pill is of a high standard. But when you make one, you will have dozens of qi condensing pills on top! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 114 Chapter 12 Yanshan Wanli. Dai Alf was originally intended to use Yang Linking Meridian to break through the qi refining fourth level, but said nothing to get this Thunderstrike talisman to be won by the opponent, only to endure love. Li Qingshan said to Dai Alf, "Let me." Dai Alf pours the pearl pill into the palm, and a transparent pill like a drop of Li shines, and the surrounding qi refining warrior is hard to hide. The greedy say, a good medicine pill can break through the realm level at a critical time, but it is of great use. Not qi condensing pills. Li Qingshan suddenly regretted why he was not on board, killing both of them. Demonic Quill smiled. It's still okay. Still okay? Dai Alf is very uncomfortable with this evaluation. This is Zulu pill. Have you seen such a good medicine pill? Other qi refining warrior also felt that Li Qingshan was pretending to be a model. I don't know that Li Qingshan has not only seen it, but also eaten a lot. Now he realizes that the Half Moon is good for himself. The spiritual pill that Half Moon gave him, although he doesn't know the name, but anyone is better than this. Qi refining warrior greedy beads are so good. Hey, don't know how the guy is? Auntie. Far away, thousands of miles away, a black Salingo, lying in the arms of the secluded blue Say, sneezes. A jade hand, gently stroking her superficial knowledge as smooth as the moonlight. A gentle voice, nervous, where, have a cold? At the same time tighten the jade arm and hold the Half Moon in his arms. I am Cat Monster. Will Cat Monster feel guilty? Start your brain, Master. Half Moon struggled but couldn't afford it. No, just come. Your body is too weak. Come, eat a medicine pill. Fibrous jade fingers picked up a spiritual pill, delivered to the mouth of Half Moon. The spirit is contained, crystal clear, like crystal. In contrast, qi condensing pills are like mud pills, and beads are like stones. Do not eat or eat or eat. Half Moon swayed his head and struggled even more. Well, don't eat or eat. Spiritual Pill retracted, and the voice was helpless. As if the mother looked at her most loved child, it seems that re-election is a wonderful advantage. Half Moon looks up, looking at the beautiful smile, but still like the beautiful face of morning, suddenly felt sad. Even if she escaped and was caught back, she did not have a scolding in her mouth, but more and more careful care. Like the moonlight, she illuminates with endless spiral medicine. Let her be in the district for decades. From a small civet, it becomes a monster general that can be adult. Her heart suddenly remembered the tall figure, in the endless snow, carrying her climbing the ice cliff. She shed 2 crystals for her. I am not a good pet. Just as a child has his own child, he will suddenly understand his parents' minds. After paying, he will understand everything he has gained. It is not easy. Master, let me tell you a story. Well, I like to hear the story of Half Moon. Outside the window, it is Wan Shan Wanli, 2 exotic animals, pulling the incense car and walking on the air. More than 50 chi condensing pills are enough to support the 3-day cultivation, breaking through the innate chi refining secrets 3rd layer. And that 1 bead pill can be used as a breakthrough in innate chi refining secrets 4th layer, that is chi refining 1st level and real refining 2nd levels realm, get through the 1st class meridians. As a result, Li Qingshan closed the door and started the recultivation again. This kind of behavior is also common. Many chi refining warrior will use these 3 days to get rid of the guns. More than 50 large and small chi condensing pills. Most of them are converted into monster power, and the small half is converted into the pure Ru Chi. Although I can't show the Lu true form, I can see it, but Li Qingshan believes that his monsterification body will become even taller and stronger. If it is a seclusion in the mountains, even if it is a day and night, it will be able to swallow spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Difficult to achieve this speed. Demons' cultivation speed is indeed far less than the human race. This is a natural shortcoming, but Li Qingshan is trying to use the human race approach to make up for this shortcoming. External pill, although helpful for cultivation, will also make impurities accumulate in true chi, become impure. Ordinary chi refining warrior in addition to refining drugs Xing, but also find ways to temper true chi, the time spent. Naturally it is much more. However, Li Qingshan had the help of this spatial ring, which helped him save the process. It saved him a lot of time, but it accelerated the speed of cultivation. Li Qingshan meditated quietly in the room. 3 days suddenly passed. He ate a lot of chi refining warrior a year. 24 chi condensing pills, broke through the innate chi refining secrets 3rd layer, originally wanted to continue cultivation. But the time for the test has arrived. He had to get up and find that the sky did not know when it started to rain. Under the lead of Tsing Yishe, I came to the venue of the test. A piece of bluestone grows. The rules are very simple. Chi refining warrior 1 by 1 to catch the fight. The winner enters, the loser retreats, until the last 3. Then it is the Eagle Wolf Guard. At the end of the Guang's field, it is a Zuhong pavilion with a flying arch. It is faintly wet by the rain. There are many people on the upstairs. The dark wolf clothes of the dark say is the familiar face of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan. It took 3 days to finally see the Lord. In addition to the Eagle Wolf Guard, there are several people wearing casual clothes, leaning against the railings, talking to each other very easily, with melons and fruit pastries. It's like watching a good show, or a game gambling. Because Li Qingshan clearly heard, they were talking about the strength of Chi refining warrior, saying that he had made a lot of gambling, and it was easy to discuss horse racing or fighting dogs. A Brandy Noses Dark Wolf Guard holds a list of Chi refining warriors' Xing life cultivation base. The first 2 of the 2 re-reigning 3rd levels are the first 3, and the only thing worth gambling is the cultivating chi 2nd level, which one can stand out from the crowd. Next to him is the Dark Wolf Guard, leaning against the column, faintly said, I bet the woman. Brandy Nose looked at the list. Qian Rongzi. Why? His strength is not strong. Feeling. The dark wolf guard smiled and looked at it, but his eyes looked into the attic. Brandy Nose seems to suddenly understand something, but also tacitly laughed. The eagle wolf guard suddenly said, "Hey, look at that kid, look at us, the one at Chi refining first level, it's better to bet on us. When will he die?" Then I bet the first game. In the attic, the two men sit opposite each other and can clearly see through the gauze and see the scene in the field. A pot of tea on the table, full of fragrance, standing next to two beautiful she-women. A man with a slightly fat body and a black eagle wearing a black say, is the blessed Peace City's mysterious eagle collar Zibo. His eyes are in a line and he laughs. Zadaran, we also come to a small gambling. How to? Although it looks still in middle age. His actual age is at least 60 years old, but because Qi refining has reached the four major veins of yin-yang, breaking through the belt meridian and condensing the climate of cultivating Qi, so it looks younger. Zadaran has to look younger. It seems that he is less than 30 years old. He is dressed as a scribe and keeps a few long beards to add some dignity. Like a dusty gentleman, he smiles and says, "No gambling, no gambling. I am gambling on your sight. I am not asking for it. There is no smile in my heart. It is really abominable to show force to myself. In Blessed Peace City, it is only Blessed Peace Zaiwin Zhu Wenbin who can sit on an equal footing with Zhao Zibo. There has never been a place where two people of equal power are able to get together. However, the two have their own jealousy and different division of labor. They are to maintain the peace of the surface and not to invade each other. Whenever they have the opportunity, they must show their strength to each other. At the repeated request of Zhao Zibo, Zhu Wenbin finally picked up the roster and saw a name with a heart, Commander Zhao. This time there is the cultivator of Qi refining first level. I don't know who lives and deaths every year. Zhao Zibo also noticed this alien, but did not care. Without him, it is too big a gap. Although Wang Puxi rebuked him because of Feng Jiang, he said that people came to report to him, but the route did not mention the name of Li Qingshan. Perhaps even Wang Puxi felt that with Li Qingshan's skill, there was no chance to escape from Feng Jiang. Little life. And that was all a few months ago. Zhu Wenbin hides his smile. He does not have Zhao Zibo's power in Blessed Peace, but he is from Clear River Prefecture City and has been to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. He has a lot of connections, and his memory is very good. He is vague. I remember that a friend of Clear River City had mentioned an interesting story to him in the letter. I mentioned a name above it, which seems to be surnamed Li. White Eagle Commander Guyaning, the most powerful woman in Ruai County, is the dream lover of all men. As long as I have seen it, there is no temptation. Although it can only be coveted and inaccessible, everything about her. It is a topic that people talk about, like a superstar of Li Qingshan previous life. And his old friend Zhao Zibo, who was also reprimanded by old Wang of Clear River Prefecture for this incident, is worthy of his memorabilia. I will bet on 10 spirit stones. Bet this guy, dare to rely on the strength of Qi refining first level, and certainly have to rely on it, can stand out and be the eagle wolf guard. Zhao Zibo squinted and smiled. I don't know if you are gambling. Isn't it better than me? A group of people are on, gambling with the following people's life and death. A group of people are down, become the gambling of the above people. Human race's bet is not different for Qi refining. Fighting against each other, the instinct of these primitive creatures is reflected in human race, and the way they behave is different. Li Qingshan stood on the sidelines. A group of Qi refining warrior were full of hostility to him. He bought Spirit Talisman and would not thank him for adding the odds. He only hated him for taking the opportunity to swindle and did not buy Spirit Talisman. The strength of the opponent is getting stronger and throws resentment toward him. Not to mention those who laugh at him and then laugh at him! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 115. The 13th chapter directly passes through. The Qi refining warrior, who had confronted Li Qingshan, sneered through Li Qingshan and whispered, I see how you die. You finally let God bless you not to meet me. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. I believe I won't meet you. Then, under the attention of all Qi refining warrior, I passed through the martial training field and came under the attic. Two Tsing Shi people stood in front of him. What are you going to do? Li Qingshan ignored the Shay, raised his head and said, is the Zhao Zibo table commander here? What is he going to do? Is it tired? A group of Qi refining warrior was shocked, and the upstairs Dark Wolf Guard was also revealed. Brandy Nose murmured, it seems that I guessed it wrong. This kid is dead before he even plays. Hurry him away. Zhao Zibo frowned. His name, what small Qi refining warrior can call? Hey! Two Eagle Wolf Guards were pulled out of the gallery, and the other Eagle Wolf Guards maintained their original posture and watched the lively scene. I bet he can stop at least 3 tricks. Brandy Nose said, immediately let his 2 colleagues who took the knife seriously, and one of them said, that's a bet. Zhu Wenbin suddenly said, wait. Commander Zhao, this is the person I bet. If I die, I can't accept it. Maybe there is something wrong with people. Let's go see it. He smiled deeper and got up. By the gallery, Zhao Zibo had to keep up, and there was some anxiety in his heart. Zhao Zibo looked down at Li Qingshan. What are you doing? It's Wang Pushi. Commander Wang, let me come. Li Qingshan flashed in the hand and shot at the tall building. Zhao Zibo reached out and saw that it was a Dark Wolf card. The things of a few months ago suddenly came to my mind and suddenly looked up at Li Qingshan. You are that person? He did not expect that this Los Fengjiang lost the position. The kid who was blamed by Wang Pushi, was still alive, dare to really come to him. Li Qingshan shrugged his hand. If you change it. Zhu Wenbin has a smile. Commander Zhao, what is going on? Zhao Zibo calmly said, Zudaran rigorous schemes and deep foresight. Why do you know why? He has always been self-confident, but today was placed in front of Zhu Wenbin. The mood is extremely bad. Looking at Li Qingshan, they cannot wait. The palm shot killed him. What does Commander Wang say? Li Qingshan said, completely ignoring the anger of Zhao Zibo. When he saw Zhao Zibo at first sight, he let go of his heart. According to his visual observation, Zhao Zibo was just knotted. The degree of monster in Monster Core is completely within his tolerance. Qi refining 6th level. The Qi refining warrior of Qi C is about the same as monster of Monster Core. The long time of monster cultivation is not unhelpful. The physical fierce and monster Qi are far deeper than the real race of realm, which almost dominates the overwhelming crossing. Human race, with the spirit artifact spirit talisman as a weapon, can barely be flat, and ultimately with the amount of spirit wisdom, it can overwhelm monster. Coupled with the helper of Little An, the cultivation of Tao of the beautiful bones, Li Qingshan naturally has no fear. Since Ming knows that Zhao Zibo can't like himself, he is not a person who asks for all the others. Then he will go with the flow. But in the eyes of others, it is a bit sloppy. Clear of a prefecture, who dares to say that Wang Pushi doesn't count? At least Zhao Zibo doesn't dare. His God say changed a bit, returned to normal, and even took a bit of smile, throwing the Dark Wolf clothes downstairs. Li Qingshan, you are the Eagle Wolf Guard, wait below. Thank you Commander Zhao for your promotion. Li Qingshan, with his hands on his hands, is more vigilant. This kind of person who can control his emotions, like a snake hidden in the grass, is more terrible than an angry lion. As soon as this statement came out, the Eagle Wolf Guards, who could not help but be on the sidelines, were taken aback by the Qi refining warrior who was applying for the application. As a result, the number of places that were originally small was one less, and they would have died in their eyes. The clowns actually went through this way, and the Qi refining warrior suddenly became very uneven. It's not fair. Why can't he participate in the test? Li Qingshan confronted him, and Qi refining warrior, who wanted to put Li Qingshan in the dead, shouted. He's just a chi refining first level. Can anyone like this join the Eagle Wolf Guard? Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi looked at Li Qingshan far away. The surprise and shock in their hearts were no less than others. They didn't talk. A group of small chi refining warrior, how could they change the decision of the mysterious eagle? They are thinking, can directly force Zhao Zibo to accept him. How powerful is the backing? Wang Pushi. Who is that? Wang Pushi's nickname Old Wang is too popular, but his name is somewhat forgotten. But both are well-informed, quick-thinking people, and immediately react. Is the legendary Red Eagle Commander Old Wang? No, it is one of the three rulers who overlooked all the chi refining warrior in Clear River Prefecture. But except, who can still be out of the game, Zhao Zibo, who is pressing, bows down, and they look at Li Qingshan again. I only think this seemingly ordinary 16-year-old boy has more unfathomable taste. The person standing behind him is really the person, then he is a person who can never be provoked. Dai Alf thought of how to get along with such a character, then it would be a logical thing to kill Qian Rongming without moving the sound. Zhu Wenbin smiled at the noisy scene, and said to Zhao Zibo, it was just a joke with you. I said that I am the worst gambling in my life. Commander Zhao doesn't have to care. But what I said, there is nothing wrong with it. Is Zudaran ignoring my gambling? Zhao Zibo smiled with a yin on his face and picked up a walnut from the fruit bowl on the table. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a terrible murderous aura. Li Qingshan was one of the few who could clearly see this scene. The walnut penetrated the clouds and penetrated the rain curtain, breaking through the raindrops, breaking through numerous hollows and hitting a hollow in the air, hitting the forehead of chi refining warrior at a cultivating chi second level. Boom! The walnut was crushed and the skull was broken. The face of chi refining warrior still maintained an angry expression. The head was slammed on the ground with a huge force. The neck fractured and the whole person fell to the ground in a distorted posture. All chi refining warrior closed their mouths, as if they were holding their necks at the same time. Each of them, in their respective hometowns, was above 10,000 people. The pride of the sky was a killing for Jianghu people, let alone say ordinary people. Now, a Q refining warrior that is as noble as them is so easily deprived of the Xing life, as easy as slaughtering chickens, and just died. It is probably any of them, but this guide was bad luck that they were randomly selected and used as targets for killing chickens and monkeys. They looked to the initiator, Zhao Zibo, standing on the tall building, the somewhat chunky figure, as if it was tall. Suddenly understand one thing, here is Blessed Peace City, which is the most powerful place in Chi Refining Warrior within a few hundred miles, and they are standing on the site of Chi Refining Warrior's most powerful Eagle Wolf Guard. Nonsense. Even the dissatisfaction in the heart disappeared. Li Qingshan took a sigh of relief. This is the reality. Chi refining period has a huge gap in every first level's cultivation base. Chi refining warrior of cultivating Chi second level wants to beat Chi refining warrior of Chi refining third level, perhaps with a lot of people, with a piece of powerful spirit talisman to win. But for the Chi refining warrior of the Chi refining fourth level, you can only hope that God can bless and escape. For the cultivator of Chi refining fifth level, it will die. The gap between Chi refining 6th level and Chi refining 5th level is even larger than the previous gap. It seems that the monster that has not formed Monster Core can't beat Monster Core's monster and open Chi C. 6th level Chi refining warrior, to kill a small Chi refining warrior of cultivating Chi 2nd level, is easier than eating and drinking, not to escape, even the reaction time. If it is normal, Zhao Zibo will not be so fierce. After all, every Chi refining warrior will have a great influence in his own place, either from a family or sect. He is not willing to avenge himself. But now that my heart is full of anger, I will not care about this. A small Chi refining warrior, killing will kill. Who dares to come to him to retaliate? Zhao Zibo faintly swept Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt it. He wanted to throw the walnut to himself, but he just laughed. Zhao Zibo's brow wrinkles are tighter. Ordinary people see unmatchable power and will be trembling in fear. If that person is still hostile to you, It will cause great mental stress. In the long run, even one can drive a person crazy. But he saw the slightest fear in Li Qingshan, but was extremely calm and calm. Or Li Qingshan was a fool. Root does not know fear, or is fearless. The answer is obviously the latter. Zhao Zibo certainly does not think that Li Qingshan is fearless because of his strength, that is, with the background, but Wang Pushi did not clarify his relationship with Li Qingshan, but just said it casually. He seems to be very cold. He cannot help but look forward to Zhu Wenbin. This is a lot of relationship in clear of a prefecture city, definitely knowing something. Zhu Wenbin cleared his throat. Commander Zhao, I heard about White Eagle in Ruai County. I also saw this kid. I also asked him to drink a glass of wine and gave him the Verdant Province mind map that was carried by old Wang Constable. Really? Zhao Zibo sighed in his heart. A name rang in his heart, and the one that was just Rush decided to forget the white safe figure. His news was also well informed, knowing that Commander Ge had appeared in the border town, and that Feng Jiang was more stunned and that old Wang had lost his face in front of Commander Ge before he was directly opened. But he did not know the details, because several people present at the time were not able to investigate. Zhu Wenbin was able to know, or his friend had a drink with Huat Chengzhen! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 116 Chapter 14 Hearts Chapter 14 Hearts Zhao Zibo looked at Li Qingshan's gaze again, and he cautiously raised his brows. TXT book download Saint Hall. Li Qingshan casual attitude seems to cater to this speculation. At this time, the body of the dead Qi refining warrior has been carried down, the order has been rearranged. A Dark Wolf Guard personally hosted. Although Qi refining warrior hated Li Qingshan, but did not dare to say more, this guy is now the Eagle Wolf Guard, not just can be provoked. The upstairs Dark Wolf Guards are also looking at Li Qingshan with their own minds, with contempt or curiosity. In any group, arrogant newcomers are not to be seen. Not to mention that Li Qingshan is equivalent to replacing the position of their old colleagues, Feng Jiang. But it is only the strength of Qi refining first level, which is even more contemptuous. Many people are thinking about how to teach the mountain wild boy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan is so downstairs, looking at the field. The attitude is easier than the gambling Eagle Wolf Guard, and many of the bets on him are seen as nothing. It is found that being able to stand outside the court and seeing people killing is indeed better than being used as a gambling tool in the field. I saw two Qi refining warriors and walked to the middle of the square, 10 steps apart. On the left, a green say casual clothes, in his 20s, no need for white face, empty hands, no weapons. Li Qingshan remembered that he had bought 2 spirit talisman, a variety of grades, and a low grade. He obviously had some net worth, probably also from the aristocratic family, and he was born with Qi refining's qualification. The age on the right is much bigger, at least 30 or 40 years old, dressed in grey, with a very conspicuous red say scar on his face, full of size and a sword hanging around his waist. If you guessed it correctly, you should be a warrior and turn internal strength into true Qi. Both are the cultivation base of cultivating Qi second level. Li Qingshan can't judge who is strong or weak. Then Qi refining warrior, there must be several powerful spirit talisman on hand. The assets should have an advantage, but actual combat experience is certainly insufficient. 7 is even more. It is also strong bullying. And the Qi refining warrior, the real knife, was killed from the Jianghu grasshopper. The combat experience is extremely rich, and Yan Song said that in the low-level Qi refining warrior, the Qi refining warrior from the military is often stronger. In the light train, the two confront each other, and the sound of sounded, and the first battle began. Look, Qi refining warrior, moved to the body, turned into a grey light, rushed to the king retire warrior, and smashed the sword at the waist. The whole movement was natural and smooth, and the previous moment was still 10 steps away. Next moment, the sharp sword of the cold, stabbed the thunder of Chi refining warrior in Tsing Yi. Li Qingshan also screamed in the heart, and it really was a warrior. Chi refining warrior in Tsing Yi is not in a hurry. Spread his arms, the big bird slides, and goes backwards, with the body true Chi running, with one hand. A big fist and a fireball fly out. Method. Li Qingshan immediately gathered in Jingyue. He knew from Yan Song that true Qi is not a simple and enhanced version of internal strength. In addition to being faster and more powerful, it can also display many magical techniques. Those spirit talisman, in essence, are only Ebion, sealed in talisman, ready to use. The rainwater is vaporized by the high temperature emitted by the fireball, and the wet ground is dry. The steam of White Say is vacated. It can be seen that the fireball is powerful and the blood rue is hit. I am afraid that it will be turned into a torch. Chi refining warrior is also extremely jealous, but there is no panic. Liu An, which makes a mysterious footwork, the body shakes east and west, and the fireball is bypassed by a millimeter. The hair Mao is not baked. Look, but the speed has not slowed down much. St. Hall latest chapter. Chi refining warrior has a panic on his face. Apparently he is a martial artist from Chi refining warrior. He wants to retreat the Chi refining warrior. The intention to open the distance is lost. True Chi with the body has not returned. Come, I didn't have time to use the next technique, and I took a spirit talisman on my body. He had a breeze from his feet, and the speed was much faster. Li Qingshan understands that although the power of the technique is fierce, the speed of the display is not fast. If it is the same as the Chi refining warrior, the reaction speed is limited, but the Chi refining warrior is from the military. It's a bit overwhelming. Chi refining warrior opened the distance, and a fireball was fired in his hand. A large piece of White Say mist was blasted in the field. A fireball flew in the direction of Li Qingshan. He was yawning and a wind knife smashed the fireball. For the Hot Lang, the Li Qingshan clothes are hunting and shaking. Li Qingshan looked up and a dark wolf guard took the knife back and saw him look over and slammed the coldly snort. In the large steam, the Chi refining warrior is full of wrinkles, but there is no trace of being bruised. However, he is vicious and cautious, and he bites the Chi refining warrior. Instead, Chi refining warrior became flustered because of the empty consumption of true Chi. The duration of the distinctive grades spirit talisman was extremely limited. The breeze of his foot gradually dissipated. He was busy taking out a low-grade spirit talisman. Li Qingshan shook her head slightly, and the outcome was already divided. In the first time, the power to overwhelm the opponent is right, so that indecisiveness is not achieved. But he can also understand that spirit talisman uses one less piece. The more you use it in front, the less chance you will win later. In the end, it is likely to have nothing. Instead, Lang has spent a lot of valuable spirit talisman. Chi refining warrior in the grey suit flashed, I don't know when, in his left hand. He also married a spirit talisman. The spirit talisman was broken and turned into a white light. The shining people couldn't open their eyes, and the Chi refining warrior onlookers turned back. Outside the off-court Li Qingshan, it is clear that this spirit talisman is just a variety of grades. Spirit talisman, except for the eyes of the Yao people, there is no lethality. However, the Chi refining warrior in Tsing Yi was panicked, and because of fear, the body showed a slight stasis. Expert fights and only fights for the first line. The light flashed, and together, there was Jiangwen. Chi refining warrior made a meaningless squeaking sound. A sword with a flash of light pierced his throat. His eyes were all unwilling. He also had several spirit talisman not used. If used at the beginning, these spirit talisman must have won him. 2 tears in his eyes, and he was overwhelmed by remorse and death. Chi refining warrior announced in a loud voice, Liu Yiming won. Did not even mention the name of King Retire Warrior, or Blockbuster, or died in nameless. Rich combat experience and determination ability have become the key to winning and losing. Li Qingshan is also more and more aware that spirit talisman is also good, and the technique is all about people. Even if the sheep have the claws and fangs of the wolf, it is still a sheep. However, unfortunately, Liu Yiming did not make a blockbuster. In the second battle, he met the expert of the third refining third level. It was good to see the machine early and admit defeat early. Under the sky of Yin, the rain line hangs down. The game is going on in a field. Not every test will be dead. If it is not, you can admit defeat. The other party can't be stunned. It's also the Eagle Wolf Guard. Reduce the death and injury, play a role. However, the use of Chi Refining Warrior, whether it is spirit artifact or the technique, is too powerful. Almost everyone is attacking and defending. In many cases, there is no possibility of admitting defeat. Once the move is made, it is only a dead end. Life and death are only in the first line. The second round of the test ended, 4 bodies were placed on the side of the field, and the noble Chi Refining Warrior was so lifeless in the mud. Li Qingshan suddenly felt stupid. They had already got everything. Everything that ordinary people couldn't get in their lifetimes. They came to risk and compete for more things, thus losing their life. But suddenly I remembered that I am not the same. I can't say that I am a great dream. Others are stupid ambitions. He can't help but shake his head. But he has no intention of changing his mind. The so-called contentment is just the self-comfort of the weak, the life creed of those who lose their motivation and enter the Jing God. Men and children are determined to be in the quartet, unsatisfied and unrequited. Talk about what is contentment, and constantly strive for progress, is the source of happiness, even if it is a failure to die. It is not worthy of this life. The kind of thoughts in his heart were swept away, and then looked into the field. There was no ridicule or self-deprecating in the eyes, but appreciation, and appreciated that Chi Refining Warrior mobilized all their wisdom and strength, and decided to compete with their opponents. Winning the danger of failure, surviving under the shadow of death. Yin, the revitalized vitality, the death is also negligible, he within the body flowing with fighting intent and fighting spirit. Zhao Zibo has always paid attention to Li Qingshan. He has a keen sense of Li Qingshan's strong fighting spirit. It is very unusual to see him look at the field with a nearly admirable look. The upstairs Dark Wolf Guards, because of their anger, did not dare to sneer as usual, but still in a condescending posture, as if to enjoy the beasts. Even if they came out of the Colosseum, only Li Qingshan is admiring the battle and eager to kill. Zhu Wenbin is also observing Li Qingshan. This boy, no, man, has a very different temperament from ordinary people. Although he is usually converged, it seems normal, but when he has the opportunity, he will break out and show up. However, even if it is special, realm is not strong enough, it is in vain. The teenage Chi Refining first level, in this blessed peace city is still a bit of innate skill, but looking at the entire Clear River Prefecture, it is very mediocre. For a lifetime, probably the strength of a Dark Wolf Guard. It is a good life to open up the Chi Sea. I glanced at Zhao Zibo and shook my head slightly, and under the shackles of this person, I am afraid that even this wish is difficult to achieve. Li Qingshan really has a lot of battle with Chi Refining Warrior. Seeing this game, I feel that I have benefited a lot, and all kinds of novel tricks. One by one, he is not only looking at it, but also thinking in his heart. Take countermeasures. If you encounter it later, you can be prepared. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 117. Chapter 15, Culling Chi Refining. Chapter 15, Culling Chi Refining. This time, the strongest is undoubtedly Dai Alf and another Chi Refining third level cultivator, but the most striking is that Qian Rongzi, Nxing's Chi Refining Warrior. Although there are many, this time to participate in the test of Chi Refining there are several in Warrior, but it is as natural as her qualitative, but it is still rare. Beautiful NV people, wherever they are eye-catching. 3356866688 Saint Hall. However, Li Qingshan has one of the 3 places, and the last 2 places are firmly owned by the 2 cultivators of the Chi Refining third level. As long as they don't touch, the other Chi Refining Warrior has almost no chance. The test was very fast, and many of them were separated by a flash of light. In less than 2 hours, they went to the 4th round. There were only 4 people left in the field, and they saw two Chi-refining warriors of Chi-refining 3rd level. After defeating two Citilfinating Chi 2nd levels Chi-refining warrior, the situation will change. The Tsing Yi messenger will read the list, but let the two 2nd levels correspond to 2nd level and 3rd level to 3rd level. Dai Alf and the 3rd level Chi-refining warrior both changed face, and the two 2nd level Chi-refining warrior suddenly broke out. One of them was Gian Rongzi. Her attitude was calm, as if she had already expected it. When Qian Rongzi came to the scene, Li Qingshan hung down and the victory and defeat were divided. Qian Rongming, since there are middle grade spirit talisman doing trump card, Qian Rongzi is faintly on top of the cultivation base or status. How can it not? Sure enough, once Qian Rongzi came on the scene, he immediately put a spirit talisman in his hand. But beyond Li Qingshan's surprise, she did not immediately send it, but the gentle opposite of the Chi-refining warrior, Zhang Gongzai. You should be able to see that this middle-grade spirit talisman is very powerful, but I don't want to hurt people. Please admit defeat. Zhang Gongzai can't help but hesitate. He did see the strength of Qian Rongzi. Together with this middle-grade spirit talisman, his chances of winning are not even 3. Qian Rongzi took full advantage of her advantage of Nxing. The rain drenched her clothes and outlined her beautiful posture. The eyes were like rainy Maimon. It was not like threats. It was simply asking for help. If it is not a last resort, it is really unwilling. If you are enemies with you, if one day, you will be treated as an expert in ancient Twin City, Rongzi will be happy to entertain you. Upstairs, Zhu Wenbin smiled and said, Commander Zhao, is this also done? Zhao Zibo said, what is wrong? The test is not just a cultivation base, but a mind. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire the heart of this NV person. Sure enough, the Chi-refining warrior, known as Zhang Gongzai, chose to admit defeat in the soft language of the beauty and the spirit of spirit talisman. Look, Qian Rongzi also crossed the square, came to the attic, stood next to Li Qingshan, and smiled at Li Qingshan sweetly. The first few people are young. If you are offended, don't be surprised. Between the faint, showing a proud figure, as if Li Qingshan is not the murderer related to Qian Rongming's death, but the talented teenager who made her heart. Li Qingshan was the first time to listen to people calling her son, but she only felt that the chill was dark, and the unfortunate on her. I stopped paying attention. Whether she really does not put Qian Rongming's death on her heart, or presses hatred on the heart, it is a terrible femme fatale. This kind of cold heart is probably also from the education of the big family. Even the NV people, even low beauty, it is impossible to make him heart. Qian Rongzi not only does not keep Li Qingshan's coldness in mind, but also constantly looks for the topic. Who will you win these two people? Li Qingshan frowned and put his gaze on the field. The two Zhao level Chi-refining warriors Zhao hands will become the finale of this competition, but there is no imaginary Jiufeng, anxious confrontation. After several trials, Dai Alf launched the Thunder Strike talisman bought from Li Qingshan. In the blazing light, a bucket of thunder fell from the sky, easily breaking the body of True Chi and turning the opponent into a piece of coke. The trace of the thunder light, after a long time, only dissipated from the eyelids. The power is great, so Li Qingshan was taken aback. Ray is heavenly punishment. Even if he is turned into demon state, he has to be injured. Centaur latest chapter. Qian Rongzi blinking, this sun, catch up with a good time. Everything magic spell is in the right place. Today, Dark Ray has been rolling in the clouds. In this summer thunderstorm, this Thunder Strike talisman has played the role of the high-grade spirit talisman. It is not the low-level Chi-refining warrior. Become an absolute trump card. Dai Alf also followed Li Qingshan's side, although he tried to keep calm, but it was difficult to hide the ecstasy of the face, and whispered to Li Qingshan, it seems that he no longer cares about the moment. 2 middle-grade spirit talismans are the key to success. 3 people, who became the ultimate winners, can be regarded as the forefront of the ship, but the relationship between the 3 is not a friend. Zhao Zibo said upstairs, come up. I don't accept it. Suddenly one person shouted, his face twisted because of shackles, and he was crazy under the blow of defeat. He looked at Li Qingshan with hatred. With your waste, the strength of chi refining first level, why, above me? Zhao Zibo didn't make a shot, but said to Li Qingshan, you are already the Eagle Wolf Guard. If someone provokes you, you are provoke Eagle Wolf Guard. You know what to do. It seems that I didn't realize that chi refining first level and cultivating the gap between chi second level. The other Eagle Wolf Guard is also a look of good looks, just waiting for Li Qingshan to be defeated. See what face you are standing here. Li Qingshan turned and walked to the chi refining warrior. In the previous test, he knew that his name was Lu Hu. It was from the very beginning that he provoked him, and he was the one who made him junk. If I want to die, I will fulfill you. Listening to other people's ears is a rant. What are you doing? It's just chi refining first level. Lu Hu looked at Li Qingshan, who was slowly walking. I don't know why, but I felt a deep fear. He was so bare-minded and regretted the words of Fang Kai. Also separated by 20 steps, Li Qingshan stopped, body lean forward, knees bent, such as the fierce tiger hidden in the forest, prepared for the prey. After a brief depression, the power burst out and leapt. Li Qingshan's eyes are calm, such as the light and leaping out of the young beast king in the forest, without temper and anger, only the calm and calmness caused by self-confidence. It is heart-rending. Lu Hu looked at the eyes with no feelings and felt the suffocation. When Li Qingshan stopped, he urged with the body all true chi. However, when Li Qingshan turned from extreme to extreme, he only seeing a blur slipping from the side. The figure is so fast that it creates an illusion, as if after a long time, the wind is blowing, and the cold rain is hitting the face. The figure in front of him disappeared. He felt a sharp pain in Xung mouth. He bowed his head and the position of Xung mouth was empty. Looking back hard, I saw Li Qingshan holding a bloody heart in his hand. He opened his mouth and had not had time to talk before, and he fell to his face. The entire square, creating a moment of silence. The rain suddenly became clear. Everyone is renewed and shocked. Say, even Zhao Zibo and Zhu Wenbin are both renewed and moving. The same voice, body refining cultivator. A second-level chi refining warrior was smothered with a blow, and it was not a sneak attack. Instead of using spirit talisman, it was a positive fight. Everyone felt a deep chill. The chi refining warrior looked at Li Qingshan and looked at it. Monster, is he really a chi refining first level? Chi refining warrior no longer complained that Li Qingshan was not playing, but he was very fortunate. If he was on the court, I would have to lay a few more bodies on the sidelines, perhaps with them. Sure enough, no one is a fool, dare to sell spirit talisman before the war, is absolutely confident in his own strength. Pity that he is still laughing at people, but fortunately, like the fool, really jumped out to be an enemy. Even the Dark Wolf Guard, which had always been against the following test, with a scornful attitude, looked at Li Qingshan with horror. They were originally very disdainful about this Sonson-lifetime relationship. At this time, it completely changed the view. This kid is definitely not free to teach. Li Qingshan took the shot and brought shock to everyone. It was only at Zhao Zibo that he shot and killed chi refining warrior. One was to fight weakly, and it was natural to kill the opponent. One was weak and strong, and the other was easy to break. This is too unusual. Li Qingshan left the heart and calmed down. Only then he broke his physical strength and true chi, and the effect bursted out. He even had some surprise, but when he slammed, he had absolute confidence in this confidence. Tiger Demon Stream Leap, Tiger Demon Heart Scoop, along with his demonic incarnation, these moves, like being integrated into his blood, became part of the instinct. When he didn't have a trace of true chi, he could beat Feng Jiang in one fell swoop with his own strength. During this time, his daily cultivation, with the feeding of dozens of chi condensing pills, transformed monster chi to make the body stronger. And true chi is almost reaching the peak of chi refining first level, and Jing is pure, and his strength has changed dramatically. Lu Hu is the opposite. He has just experienced 3 trials. True Qi is the weakest physical strength. When he is strong and weak, the result is very clear. Li Qingshan has a new assessment of his own strength. In the personal state, it is not a problem to kill a 3rd-level Qi refining warrior. The 4th-level Qi refining warrior has not been seen before. It is hard to say. Of course, this is based on the premise that the opponent does not have a strong trump card. But how many people can compare with the trump card? Li Qingshan returned to the side of Qian Rongzi and Dai Auf. They did not consciously retreat a little. Li Qingshan violently wounded the terrible force and caused great pressure on them. Qian Rongzi can't hold a smile. Anyone knows that the people around him can kill their abilities at any time. And that person who just happens to be dissatisfied with himself will not laugh. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 118 Chapter 16 Good Welfare. Even Diaof of Qi refining 3rd level, palm also smashed Cold Sweat. In 3 steps, there was no time for such an enemy to go to Spirit Talisman. He was very fortunate that he did not turn his face with Li Qingshan. Under the leadership of Tsing Yishe, 3 people climbed the high stairs. Dai Auf and Qian Rongzi consciously followed Li Qingshan, then passed through the long corridor, and dozens of Dark Wolf Guard let the road. Li Qingshan clearly saw that among them, there are men and women, young people in their 20s, but there are also middle-aged and even older people. They are also observing Li Qingshan. In the dim yin rain weather, various expressions have become one in Li Qingshan's heart. They have no intention to remember. They only estimate their strength silently. Most of the Qi refining 3rd level, 2nd level. There are fewer levels and no Qi refining warrior of 5th level. The conclusion is that there is no one particularly worthy of his attention. The strength is the best business card of Qi refining warrior. Inadvertently, Li Qingshan also learned to evaluate a person with strength, and went straight to the eyes of Zhao Zibo and Zhu Wenbin. The powerful atmosphere of these 2 people cannot be ignored. Zhao Zibo's eyes swept over the 3 people and stopped a little on Li Qingshan's face. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, from today, you will become a member of the Eagle Wolf Guard. You are doing very well. Wait a minute. It's welcoming feast. Xioj, take them to pick things up." Zhu Wenbin said, "Commander Zhao, then I will not bother, let me go." I mentioned that there is no mention of spirit stones, because he knows that after going back, Zhao Zibo will naturally send the spirit stones to his hands. With a lot of Dark Wolf Guard asking questions, it's too unfaced and aggressive. Zhao Zibo deliberately retained a few, graciously sent Zhu Wenbin downstairs, before Zhu Wenbin left, not forgetting Li Qingshan 3 human Dao. Right, don't forget to report to county office. Nominally, the county is still the supreme rule of blessed peace, with the right to deploy the Eagle Wolf Guard to help with governance, so every additional Eagle Wolf Guard must be reported to the county office, and the Eagle Wolf Guard has the right to monitor. However, it is not possible to directly confront the orders of the magistrates, thereby forming a mutually restrictive relationship. In fact, they are stubborn and weak, but they still have to look at their respective wrists and strengths. Although the words are spoken to 3 people, but everyone can feel it. This is a special intention. Li Qingshan, Zhu Zixian is very interested in it. Under the little lead, Li Qingshan finally got inside the Eagle Wolf Guard, a luxurious pavilion, like the palace of the royal palace, not a government office. The people in Tsingyi, who I saw on the road, have not been arrogant, but respectful. Xiaoj talked with laughter. He introduced the famous characters of various buildings along the way, all kinds of stories, and they were constantly curious to find out how Li Qingshan was made. It just happened. Li Qingshan smiled and smiled. He already knew that Zhi's name was Jian. The actual age is over 30 years old. The other party can be so amiable, and the strength that he can show is irrelevant. It is always a comfortable thing to stay prepared, but to be treated equally. Jian said, "Now, I can't see more of this. The body of several body refining in the library building is going to be moldy, but I didn't expect that the power is so big. Even I have to think hard to practice. Then you have to teach me well. He just said it. The name Body Refining Cultivator, although seemingly equal to Chi Refining Warrior, is only a body of body refining to put gold on his face, not a hidden and powerful career. Just like Taoism's 9 bulls and 2 tigers divine ability, any ancient cultural technique is lost, mostly because it is out of date. The body of the body refining method has much more drawbacks than the powerful power shown in the battle. Each road is a summary of the countless lessons of the predecessors. However, Li Qingshan is not a human being, and it is not necessary to follow these former people roads. In the depths of the mountain, enter a stone building carved in the mountains. Jian carries 3 people through the stone door. Each stone door is engraved with rune. Even if spirit artifact can't break, here is treasury of the Eagle Wolf Guard. For the Eagle Wolf Guard, any gold and silver treasure is not worth guarding, except for those who have spiritual things. Jian first selected 2 sets of dark wolf clothes for everyone in treasury. Li Qingshan gently stroked the smooth fabric. After Jian introduced it, it was made of silk, which was fireproof and waterproof, and it was not worn. He added up the best clothes for the rest of his life. But he doesn't care too much. With his bull demon skin refining, he is not afraid of anything. If this is the benefit of joining the Eagle Wolf Guard, it is disappointing. But Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi, there is no disappointment on their faces, holding the dark wolf clothes, like a treasure, and thinking in their minds. Qian Rongzi is in the heart, complaining and ecstatic. If you wear this dress and return to ancient Twin City, then the old guys know that they are respectful to themselves. All those who have offended her and those who look down on her have to pay the price. Her hatred of her loved ones is 10 times more profound than that of Li Qingshan, who killed her loved ones. Jian immediately took out the things that attracted the attention of the 3 people. Even Li Qingshan was renewed and looking forward to the gods. It was 3 exquisite 100 treasure pouch, which was different from the junk in his hand. Jian handed 100 treasure pouch to 3 people. There are some things inside, all of which are getting started. Li Qingshan injects spiritual power into it, feeling the space in the 100 treasure pouch, a box size, 10 times larger than the 100 treasure pouch he got from Qian Rongming, can accommodate weapons like swords. His cursive sword script can finally be stuffed in. In the 100 treasure pouch, there is also a bottle of medicine pill. There are at least 30 chi condensing pills in the small bottle, each of which is only the size of the soybean, but the round and crystal. The spiritual chi is extraordinary, but the medicine is better than ordinary chi condensing pills. There are also 3 low-grade spirit talisman. Let Li Qingshan sigh. Eagle Wolf Guard is really rich and rich. It is worthy of a first-class national rights mechanism. Welfare is really good enough. So many Chi Refining Warrior, do not hesitate to join in. It really is no reason. Look at the side of the Dai If and Qian Rongzi, holding their own 100 treasure pouch, and also renewed the surprise of the god say. However, more than that, Jian brought the 3 to the arsenal, and opened the 3 stone doors. When the last stone door opened, the dazzling aura made Li Qingshan look I saw a large array of weapons, full of weapons, swords and swords, axe hooks, everything. The light flashes like a star, each handle is spirit artifact. How come there are so many spirit artifacts here? Qian Rongzi saw spirit artifact at the moment, more than a spirit artifact she saw in her life. She grew up in ancient Twin City and felt that the Qian family is a big family of the world. It is an irrefutable behemoth, but when it comes to the Eagle Wolf Guard, realized itself is the view from the bottom of a well. Jian explained, over the years, we have killed a lot of enemies, and Chi Refining Warrior is not a minority, winning their spirit artifact, useless, contributed, and replaced with contribution points, all lost here. Li Qingshan said, what is contribution points? Jian patiently explained that the original Eagle Wolf Guard's official business is not busy, as long as several cases are solved every month. Other times can be by the activity, to Chi Refining on the mountain, or to play outside, are listening respect, very relaxed and relaxed. In the Eagle Wolf Guard, it's all about strength, hard work, strength, and no promotion. Therefore, in order to send out the enthusiasm of everyone, the contribution points system was established. Each time a case is dealt with, the corresponding contribution points can be obtained, which can be exchanged for medicine pill, talisman, spirit artifact. And in the Eagle Wolf Guard, there is no silver, no pills of silver, but 10 chi condensing pills will be issued each month for cultivation. High salary, high welfare, high self-improvement, work and bonuses. Wherever they go, they are raw. In addition to the boss seems to be a bit uncomfortable with himself. It is almost perfect work. But it's not good to be unhappy. Sent someone to grab my things. And it's not good. If you are born with malice, you should be careful to go to the night and be poisoned by demon. Li Qingshan smiled unconsciously, and both Qian Rongzi and Diao felt chilling. Jian said, everyone chooses one and uses it as a weapon. If you have no confidence in your own eyesight, I suggest that you choose the wind stitching blade. You are going to hurry and wait for us to see the house. The three people couldn't wait to start picking. Li Qingshan originally wanted to pick a heavy weapon. The heavier the better. He had already optimistic about a long handle. However, when I thought about it, I went straight to the western weapon rack and picked up a wind stitching blade. He pulled out the scabbard. The cloud pattern was fine, and the cold light was fabulous. At first glance, it was never used, and it was new and bright. The swallow is engraved with rune. Just inject true chi into it. You can release the wind knife blade, which is called a well-made low-grade spirit artifact. Jian gave him a thumbs up and praised his choice. Li Qingshan also laughed and was very satisfied with this wind-stitching blade, but he didn't have confidence in his own eyesight. When did he use any kind of weapon? There is a certain amount of attention, and now he is not the time to go to the Blackwind camp. A weapon that is too big to grow into the 100 treasure pouch is not conducive to carrying it, which is very inconvenient. He started out as blade art, and now he is back in blade art, and he lacks the means of long-range attacks. Cursive sword script is not free to show people. The magic spell, attached to the wind-stitching blade, is also in line with his mind. Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi also adjusted their weapons. Dai Alf also took a wind-stitching blade, and Qian Rongzi took a look at a water-splitting thorn. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 119 Chapter 17 Killing Intent Hidden. The second volume of Demonic Incarnation. Chapter 17 Killing Intent Hidden. Chapter 17 Killing Intent Hidden. There are many second-level small buildings in the mountains, which are quiet and elegant in the grass and trees. This is the residence assigned to each Eagle Wolf Guard. Now it has been cleaned up and let the three people choose. Let Li Qingshan the benefits of the Eagle Wolf Guard add to the first level experience. Do you know the domain name? Jian said, after the election, please bathe and change clothes, and wait until midday. I will pick you up again. Li Qingshan chose the most edged, quietest small building, and Jian did not go over. Huahui was planted in front of the building. At this time, the brightness is opening. Li Qingshan is not able to pass this road. I don't know what the name is. The five-faced six say, the dragonfly is beautiful, the butterfly is flying around, and the gap between the rain stops. Collect Hua powder. Li Qingshan stood on the ground for a while, opened the room with a key. An ancient room, the bamboo curtain that was lowered, divided into two parts. The front is the hall of the hospitality, and the back is the quiet tea room. Porcelain jar at the waist moved. Li Qingshan said, come out, little one, sullen you. Open porcelain jar. A skull flies out, a skeleton spliced into a body, standing in front of Li Qingshan, shaking his head to Li Qingshan. It doesn't matter. Cultivation Tao of the beautiful bones, whose people are not dead or dead, are not dead, but in a wonderful state, which coincides with the most profound mystery of Buddhism, to say that it is hidden, even if it is cultivation. Li Qingshan of Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets can't be compared with it because the dead are not breathless. Little An ran to the wall, admired the old paintings, and then rushed to Li Qingshan nodded, indicating that it was true. Li Qingshan supported the stairs and climbed up the stairs. Little Un quickly followed him, and dong 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 went up the stairs. On the 8 Immortals table, the Immortal Crane incense burner produces smoke on a mahogany screen. The decoration items in the building are extremely luxurious, but they are designed to be the most brilliant craftsmen. Anything inside is taken out by ordinary people and can't be bought for a lifetime. Li Qingshan pushes the window to look into the distance, and the line of sight crosses the stacked canopy, and Blessed Peace City has a panoramic view. The thousands of households are arranged in a neat arrangement like a matchbox. In the middle of the city, a blue sea water shining with light belt, passing through the city. That is the Clear River. Book Me Group 2. If you live in a cowshed in Crouching Bull Village, it is a hell, a paradise, and this is a happy life that matches Chi Refining Warrior. Li Qingshan closed her eyes, and she seemed to want to breathe all her freedom into her stomach. In the reign of the Yin, the bloody fight, the moment is far away. Little Un looked at Li Qingshan with his head in his head, and the flames flashed in his eyes, and he was happy for him. Li Qingshan greets Little Un, sitting next to the 8 Immortals table, like a miser, pours out all the things in the 200 treasure pouch, and counts them carefully, and smiles. Momo Little Un says, "Wait for me." Formally to be given a job, work hard, help you to distill that divine ability. Okay, maybe you can also chi refining? Then I need to work harder and earn more chi condensing pills. Little Anne is a nod, saying good, guessing the meaning of to be given a job. A big monster, a little sister, is planning their lives so seriously. This point is like the most ordinary small people, trying to make money, wife, etc., etc. Finally, I put everything into the new 100 treasure pouch, and then gave the old 100 treasure pouch to Little Un. We are one by one. You have nothing. I use this big, but rest assured, I will definitely do it for you in the future. Better. Zhao Zibo's waist hanging seems to be good. Li Qingshan can't help thinking, I hope you come to provoke me. Still hope that you will not come to me. Little Un certainly won't make any sense to it. Just take 100 treasure pouch and put the locust tree card in. Li Qingshan comfortably took a hot bath, put on the dark wolf clothes, matched the wind stitching blade, and Little Un looked at the house and went outside. In the tall temple, a feast is set. Zhao Zibo is in the middle of the first place, with more than 10 cases on each side, and each seat is placed in a cultivation base. Jian patted Li Qingshan's shoulder, feeling wronged. Because he is chi refining first level, realm is the lowest of all Eagle Wolf guards, so you can only sit at the end. But everyone knows that if he really fights, his strength may not be weaker than Chi Refining Warrior of Chi Refining 3rd level. Li Qingshan said that he didn't care about these things. He just sat down and had a fragrant wind beside him. Gian Rongzi sat down beside him, flatteringly saying, I said that I am the weakest. Really feeling wronged you. Li Qingshan looking for it. Is it really like the legend? The colder you are to the beauty envy, the more beautiful envy will come up with you? However, this thought is just a turn of the past. He can't forget the appearance of this envy person. If he can really relieve her previous actions, it is not tolerance, but a problem with his head. Now it's too late. It is. However, since the other side smiled, he refused to lose his temperament. He said, it seems that people everywhere are strong and weak, and there is no difference between them. Gian Rongzi seems to have heard the irony in his words, still laughing, and she joined the Eagle Wolf Guard and looks very good. Zhao Zibo was late, said a few words, and welcomed Li Qingshan, and then smiled and introduced the Eagle Wolf Guard and the Eagle Wolf Guard in the Blessed Peace City, including Li Qingshan. There are a total of 13 people in the 3, except several in the cultivation, or the task is not returned. All arrived. Under the leadership of Zhao Zibo, everyone toasted together and congratulated the 3 to join the Eagle Wolf Guard. No matter how indifferent or arrogant before, they have now become peers. Of course, it is impossible to argue and be at least not to put contradictions on the face. Pay attention to a group of enthusiasm. Of course, Li Qingshan, that if there is no backstage, played a considerable role. Otherwise, someone has been provoked at this time. Li Qingshan can instantly kill a Qi refining warrior of cultivating Qi second level. It is very good. It is very shocking to everyone, but after thinking about it, the dead one is only scared bird. Li Qingshan is just a Qi refining first level, at the bottom of the Qi refining warrior. Most of the here is the Qi refining warrior of the third level, fourth level, not afraid of him. If ordinary newcomers are so arrogant, someone will come to teach him, but at this time, everyone has been instructed by Zhao Zibo, and they are not trash, but the attitude is somewhat fun and cold. Therefore, Li Qingshan not only felt the hostility of Zhao Zibo, but on the contrary, when the wine arrived, the great commander of Blessed Peace City also walked away from the chairman. Dai Alf and Qianrongzi hurriedly got up, but Li Qingshan sat still, forming a very distinct difference. For Yan Song and Liu Hong, who lost to his opponents, he can actively ease the relationship and know how to be human. But in the face of a strong opponent like Zhao Zibo, instead of straightening the waist, he does not think that he is now soft, and can change the other's perception of himself. And he is also very clear that these Qi refining warrior, the kind of distorted dignity, being beaten by the strong, feels that it should be unlucky. If you are provoked by the weak, you will not kill. Wanting to be on the boat, he just refused the rude request of Qianrongming, and Qianrongming would attack him at night. Is Zhao Zibo's quantity better? He has no confidence in this, and Zhao Zibo, a powerhouse, may only be more perverted. Now the piece of this surface is only based on Ge Yanying's reputation, maintaining the first level phantom, and phantom will always dissipate quickly. He is not a Ge Yanying person, although he would like to change Ge Yanying someday in the future, become his person. With the experience of the two worlds, Li Qingshan clearly understood his position and the relationship between them, and chose the way he thought was the most appropriate. There was no luck in his heart. Exhaust one's limited abilities in this story. Xunzi relies on a very calm attitude, so that the tiger does not dare to rush to shoot. He does not mind learning a sneak peek, look at his boss. At least for a calm days, when the picture is poor, we must see who is jealous, who is the tiger, who is poor. Zhao Zibo's face is not diminished, and the killing intent is more prosperous. He personally touched Li Qingshan and told him a lot of personal words. Qingshan, you left home for the first time. Yes, don't worry, just ask the Eagle Wolf Guard as a writer. If you ask, everyone here is your brother and sister. I am your big brother and should take care of you. Zhao Zibo pulls this, Li Qingshan sneer in his heart, and hears Zhao Zibo in his words to explore his relationship with Ge Yanying. Li Qingshan is directly at the edge of the relationship, but Zhao Zibo is more skeptical. This is the purpose of Li Qingshan. The multi-wise person must be suspicious. He is also happy to let Zhao Zibo be so skeptical. His strength is growing, he knows best. Wait until Zhao Zibo knows the truth of the matter. How strong should he be? Dai Alf is very envious of Li Qingshan's treatment. Zhao Zibo is barely looking at him. Where is it? The twists and turns. Zhao Zibo gave Qianrongzi an eye and returned to his position. Qianrongzi became more eager for Li Qingshan. It seemed to intentionally ease the relationship with Li Qingshan, even waiting for Xinf, personally drinking Li Qingshan. She drank a lot of wine. The charm of the eyebrows seems to be dripping out of water, attracted a lot of dark wolf guard look over, stream renewed Yan Sei, but looked at Zhao Zibo, turned their eyes. Li Qingshan is also really welcome. The wine comes to dry, and she enjoys her clothes. His sixth sense is so keen. I have long felt that Qianrongzi and Zhao Zibo are somewhat implicated. It seems that during these 3 days, I have been retiring cultivation, and people are not idle. Sure enough, this kind of thing is ubiquitous, and her heart is even more shameless. However, people's affairs, he is too lazy to pay attention, and some sell to sell. The only consideration is, will these two potential enemies unite to deal with themselves? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 120 Chapter 18 Cloud and Rain Building Chapter 18 Cloud and Rain Building. Although I have absolute confidence in my own strength, I don't want to be a fool with a fist and no brain. For the various explorations of Qianrongzi, it is just Hulu 7. At the end of the banquet, everyone dispersed. At the highest point of the mountain, in the exclusive attic of Dark Eagle, Commander Zhao Zibo asked, "How about the Inquisition? What is the relationship between the kid and Commander Gu?" Qianrongzi sat on the two of Zhao Zibo and gnashed his teeth. The kid kept on circle and refused to tell the truth. Surely, Li Qingshan did not expect that Qianrongzi would catch up with Zhao Zibo on the mountain for 3 days. The relationship. Qianrongzi suppressed the hate and extended the face of Zhao Zibo's face. He smiled and said, "My hatred is a small matter. Anyway, my brothers and sisters can't finish. The key is the great commander, but only the face." 1. The attitude of the kid today, you see it. Zhao Zibo said, "If he really stands behind him, then it doesn't matter if my face is stepping on him, if not, HMPH. I shot hard on Qianrongzi Tun, you don't need me, even if he is really I am valued by that person. I have a way to deal with him now. He is a talented person. I can also turn him into a firewood. When I see it, no one will take him seriously." Qianrongzi screamed and squirmed in the arms of Zhao Zibo, causing him to rise and scream, and strangely asked, "Since you don't mind if he killed your brother, why do you insist on revenge?" Qianrongzi said, "Because he looks down on me. All those who look down on me have to pay the price." Li Qingshan, if you are here, you will be stunned. His attitude is not as good as the legend, but it attracts the envy of the soul. It seems that the legend is just a legend. Zhao Zibo took a deep look at Qianrongzi and did not comment. He is so old and has played a lot of envy people, but Nfuxing Chi refining warrior is rare. Even if it is not necessarily beautiful. So when I saw Qianrongzi at first sight, I started to think about it, and Qianrongzi was about to take the opportunity The so-called 1-2. It made the situation. His body has begun to weaken. On chi refining, it is no longer the maybe any progress, and all kinds of enjoyment are the top priority. Qianrongzi said, "I heard that body refining is relatively strong." Zhao Zibo, Edge of the Beast, is a big bet, and is on the body of Qianrongzi. "Today, let you taste the good old man." Qianrongzi is smiling again and again. And there is in the house. Li Qingshan is immersed in a sea of books. Among the percent of the novels written by Eagle Wolfguard, there are all kinds of martial skill cheats. Everything is available, and the fists and swords are all-inclusive. Many of them are lost on Jianghu. It caused a battle, but it was like garbage, and it was placed at random. There was only one old man guarding it. However, Li Qingshan did not find the cultural technique of chi refining warrior. When she got on the second floor, she was blocked by the old man. 1 hour, 10 points of contribution points, not on credit. Li Qingshan had only got up, even if it was only a martial skill cheat. He also gave him a lot of inspiration. He watched an hour and feared that Little Un was worried before returning to small building. Then continue to start some dull cultivation, service Dan, chi refining. But when the night had just arrived, Jian knocked on Li Qingshan's room, mysteriously said, "Take you a good place." He also deliberately slammed him, changed his clothes, and put the knife away. "Wouldn't you want to be a VIP point yourself?" Li Qingshan thought so, but promised that the coming will always come, and the vigilance is enough. It's a big deal to kill him. He let Jian wait a little and returned to the room with Little Un. When I came to the archway below the mountain, I found that Diaof was waiting there. Li Qingshan strangely said, "Where are we going to go? It is not going to kill even Diaof." Diaof said, "Brother J said to take us around the night view of Blessed Peace City." "Yes, Why not take Qianrongzi? That kind of place is not suitable for NV people to play. Saint Jian revealed a smile that men understand. Li Qingshan and Dai Auf looked at each other and did not say anything. This kind of thing was not easy to refuse, let alone from the kindness of his peers. Li Qingshan considers himself to be a man who has drunk wine. It's too much in my heart. Jian sees the attitude of the two, cannot help but smile, and thinks of Zhao Zibo's entrustment. Do not hesitate to spend. Take Li Qingshan to play well, play as much as possible. The more fun the better, the best cultivation. All throw on one side. Li Qingshan still doesn't know that Zhao Zibo has already started to deal with his actions in another way. To destroy a person, there is no need to fight and kill. In many cases, sugar-coated shells are more terrible than torture. The arrogant yin can easily destroy a person's ambition and let him indulge in the most instinctive pleasure. I want to come to Zhao Zibo. Li Qingshan is just a wild boy from the mountains. How can you resist this kind of yu-yu? Even though Li Qingshan is really valued by Guyaniying, it can't be said that Zhao Zibo is wrong. He can only blame Li Qingshan for not helping the mud. This is because he has a deep grasp of the Xing, and he wants to come out with yin poisonous tricks. No interest, but 3 points into the bones. In Blessed Peace City, there are lights in the house. Even in the evening, it is bright, different from the small town of Sanxia, and reminds Li Qingshan of the big cities of previous life. Under the enthusiasm of Jian, the three people joined the light and entered the most dazzling place. Cloud and Rain Building. This is not like the name of a brothel, but it is not only the brothel, but also the largest and most luxurious brothel within a few hundred miles. In all senses, this is Li Qingshan's most magnificent building in this world, the tall tower in the shape of a pagoda, the more seventh level, the brightly lit as if burning, hanging the big men's mouth of the red lanterns. The shuttles are crowded with people, which is more lively than the bazaar. Not yet entering it, a steaming scent of incense came to the fore. Li Qingshan shrugged. It's nothing but brothel. Although it's more luxurious, it's still better than the skyscrapers of the previous life, the neon lights. Xunsei, Jian said in a mysterious way, you know when you go in. This is not an ordinary brothel. The three had not yet entered, and one person came out and was thrown out of the third level and fell to the ground like a sack. Murder case? Li Qingshan has a glimpse of it. The Eagle Wolf Guard is, in a sense, the police of the world. I didn't expect to have a case just after giving a job. But looking at the passers-by around, except for the initial surprise, they all went to work, as if nothing had happened. Look at the person on the ground. Actually Yin stood up, Ruwaist yelled, the floor uploaded a louder response. What help the branch lord? No money, roll away, no more. Then martial skill. Leave you as a tortoise. The man who was thrown downstairs was actually a first-class master, so he could be unscathed. But how can he throw a first-class master casually? The man seemed to be stunned by the voice, and whispered a few words, and then merged into the crowd, as if nothing had happened. Jian said, playing here, Eagle Wolf Guard also has to pay. It is best not to get into trouble. Li Qingshan said, a brothel can be so arrogant. Dai Auf said, men, the famous men's school in Clear River Prefecture, the Jing in the dual cultivation, in the big city, the Cloud and Rain Building, this is just one of them, but I am still the first come again. Jian smiled and said, it's still Dai Auf, you know, dual shan, you know what dual cultivation is. It's not just doing that. Li Qingshan really felt open-minded. The violent mechanism and the official residence of Qi Refining Warrior, and even the brothel opened by Qi Refining Warrior, could not help but the three Qi Refining Warrior. The evaluation of the word is a bit lower. Jian said, dual cultivation, like the external pill bait, is an extremely old Taoist magic, paying attention to yin-yang and harmony. But you are right, that is to do that, that is, room surgery, you think about it. A men's school in the study room, the girl who is trained. Li Qingshan snorted, isn't it going to pick up yang? Is Zhao Zibo trying to let himself die on the belly of the NV, which is too funny? Jian laughed and said, how come, if so? There are so many people coming. In short, you will know if you try. Li Qingshan shook his head and said, still forget it. He didn't think it would be a good place. Dai Alf also played a retreat. If it was a normal brothel, there were many rumors of Cloud and Rain building. He also heard that whenever you want to have fun, it is not conducive to the cultivation of Qi refining warrior. He diligently acts as the most common corner of the world. Honeyed words, a sword in the belly of a villain, a vicious friend is more terrible than a good enemy. Advise you, Jin encouraged, Hapel, and brought the two into the building. A voice screamed into the ear. Many men and men envy, dressed in disarray, a scene of carnival bliss, here in a strange atmosphere. Everyone has no scruples, and free to release their own. Like the legendary wine Selru forest, let Li Qingshan, a modern traverser, are a bit stunned. Grandpa, let the girls wait, the room you booked is in the first room of Danzi, please go upstairs. A fat NV person with a heavy makeup Yan wiped up and saw Li Qingshan and Dai Alf. Hey, these two little brothers are very raw. Li Qingshan sees this boss. It is also true Qi flowing, is a Qi refining warrior. Jian introduced the two. Female brothel owner said, it turned out to be the young talent of Eagle Wolfgarden Yu, and I will take care of my sister's business in the future. Xung Hu reached the hand of Momo Li Qingshan. Hey, so Jing strong, yes body refining. The gaze is like swallowing Li Qingshan. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 121 Chapter 19, Wrath. Li Qingshan ruthlessly opened her hand, but Jian said, if you want us to take care, you have to look at your money. Do not worry, it is the best. Fu Rong girl has been waiting for a long time. Today, she is not waiting for anything. She is waiting for 3 people. I don't know how many people have been offended. At this time, it seems that in order to confirm her words, a thin man cried and grabbed the arm of the female brothel owner. Mom, I must see Fu Rong tonight, I will give you everything you want. Immediately forced by 2 bodies, at least the shield of second class, rushed out. I heard that the 3 people have the Fu Rong to accompany. All the men are renewed and admire the gods say, even the cold Dai Alf is curious. Female brothel owner is screaming and flirting with Jian. Dai Alf listens from time to time, and sometimes looks at the men and women in the hall. He has been penning for many years in sect, and such scenes are not easy to see. Li Qingshan looked up and the Cloud and Rain building was a patio structure. It was difficult to see the top of the wall and painted the murals of the Jade Girl. From the top to the bottom of the promenade, there are sounds of singing and dancing. The bottommost guests are the most, with the lowest level enchanting woman, a warm passion, as if to overturn the roof. Li Qingshan saw that the Jade Girl in the painting seemed to move. The eyes both flowed, and the charms were all lived, but after a closer look, the ordinary paintings were restored. Just an illusion. Tanzi number 1. The highest level of the Cloud and Rain building, is designed for guests to use. The 3 Eagle Wolf Guards Qi refining warrior is naturally worthy of the guests. Under the leadership of the female brothel owner, climbed the high-rise buildings and walked through the rooms. Li Qingshan, with his extraordinary hearing, clearly heard the voices of many male and female lovers, which made people feel blushing. Sitting on the sleek and luxurious Jinsi cushion, the string of bamboo strings sounded from behind the curtain, and it was fascinating. A group of flower-like dancers greeted the dance, and only the veil was draped in the body. Tasting the cup of Chinese wine, enjoying the songs and dances in front of me, a very light and fragrant smell, caught in the aroma of many fat powder, introduced into the mouth and nose of Li Qingshan. The mind seems to be drunk even more powerful, just want to indulge in the spring breeze, no matter the world is rising and falling. In the dance, a woman's figure is looming, in the fast and messy dance, like a star to hold the moon. But looming, it is a glimpse of a glimpse, but also a veiled face. Who is she? Isn't that Fu Rong? The sound of the chords suddenly rose to the sky, and the dancers suddenly dispersed. The woman appeared in front of the crowd. Only her was solo and solo. Li Qingshan and Dai Alf looked at it, and even Jian left without paying attention. Outside the corridor, Jian is talking to the female brothel owner. This is something that our boss has arranged. Don't be slow. Female brothel owner smiled and said, which? Our Cloud and Rain building still wants to go on Blessed Peace City. Me affection, enchantment dance, voice, I am three-pronged, keep the two boys, me got five me three. Gang Jian's lower body, grandpa, you can't stand it, just come out. Do you want us Fu Rong? Jian said, stop. His face is also obviously unnaturally ruddy, and his emotions are out of control. Obviously, the three things have no effect on him. However, Zhao Zibo has specially explained that the woman must not touch it. The Qi refining warrior Ruinta is more than one or two. The ordinary Jianghu people are countless. What is even more terrible is that those people actually went to in the end. I don't regret it. I am still willing to give everything to her. At this time, in the room, the veil fell to the ground. It seems to be a small accident in the dance. Fu Rong stood there. The sound of the pipeline stopped in a timely manner. The two men stayed at the same time. Li Qingshan once again felt the strong surprise, but could not accurately describe the woman's appearance. It seemed to be separated from the first-level fog, in which he faintly saw the half-moon. Yanning, even dating back to the more distant past, the first life of the previous life, meaning me, heart is drunk. Dai Alf looked straight into Fu Rong, and muttered in his mouth, Anning. The wine in his hand has been sprinkled on the ground, and many memories have surfaced in his mind. Those pains are mixed with sweetness, unforgettable. He wants to protect her. Have her. Fu Rong has a sneer in her heart. This kind of thing she did. It is simply a handy, very easy. This goal is just a teenager. It is easier. She has already begun to think about how to use him and earn some medicine pill. I heard that Eagle Wolfguard is very good and should be able to squeeze out a lot of oil and water. However, he only has Qi refining first level and should not stand the squeeze too long. It is another, maybe it can make her cultivation base make another breakthrough, reaching Qi refining third level. Dong dong dong. Li Qingshan porcelain jar at the waist, a few slight noises. Awakened Li Qingshan. Little Anne is extremely well behaved, always refused to let Li Qingshan embarrassed, has always been extremely quiet in porcelain jar. This movement still the first time. Li Qingshan immediately felt that she was wrong. He brought up Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, with the body of the tortoise shell-shaped monster core, which worked to give off the light and suppress everything. Whether it is the instigating true Qi or the confusing commemoration, it has been completely suppressed. His mind was suddenly clear, spiritual Qi was transported to the eyes, and then looked at the woman named Fu Rong. The first level me fog on her face immediately dispersed. The huntering face suddenly became mediocrity up. It is even less than a dance with a dance, even the beautiful she-girl, even the expression on her face. It seems extremely false, not moving. This feeling is like the previous life. It is simply terrible to see the appearance of some beautiful women after makeup removal. However, it must be more sophisticated. She can influence the senses of the people and mobilize the most beautiful part of your heart about women. Let yourself touch yourself. Those people, where come to see this woman, clearly want to see the woman in the heart. This woman is shameful to take advantage of the most beautiful place in the human heart. Is this the legendary charm technique? Li Qingshan twisted his brow. He was not a fool. He immediately understood the deep malice. He thought that with his own strength, even in Blessed Peace City, he could not walk unhindered, and there was nothing to deal with. Therefore, you can enter the Cloud and Rain building without any scruples. If you live with your own control, you don't want to hurt him. But the mortal world's tricks are much more than he imagined. It is said that during the process of cultivation, there will be various kinds of evil spirits appearing, chaos and cultivation, which is not what is in front of us. Looking at the side of Dai Alf, it is like a mimi. Looking at the Fu Rong is looking at Li Qingshan strangely. I did not expect someone to escape from her charm technique. In the eyes of the eyes next, I can't help but take a step back. A loud slap. Jian and the female brothel owner looked at each other. When they entered the room, they saw Li Qingshan standing. They slammed Dai Auf down to the ground, leaving a clear five-finger mark on his face. The corner of his mouth overflowed with a trace of blood. Thank you. Dai Auf, violent rage, wants to fight back, but is rubbed by an iron-clamped palm. The terrible murderer Sora suppresses his movements. He feels that his neck will be pinched when he dares to move. What are you doing? Li Qingshan took him to the front of Fu Rong. You see clearly, Dai Auf has subconsciously picked up true qi. The anger and fear broke the state of his talents. Fu Rong seems to have forgotten to use charm technique under the shock. Then Dai Auf and Li Qingshan of Fang Kai saw the same. That amazing change suddenly stayed. It was not his Anning, and Anning was gone. Female brothel owner exclaimed, "What is this for this?" Jian said righteously, "Stop." Li Qingshan let go of his hand. It's too ugly to see what he was doing. I can't help but beat it. Dai Auf softly fell to the ground, and for a long time only said, "Thank you." Sect was born. He knows more about charm technique than Li Qingshan, knowing if it is a trick, what is the end? Once the poisoning is deep, even if the parents and children, they are not awake. Li Qingshan pointed to Fu Rong and said to the female brothel owner, "Let this ugly woman get out, or I can't help it right away." Fu Rong pointed out, "Just by you. Or a duck scorpion." She has become accustomed to playing with a man with charm technique in the palm of his hand, which has been treated like this, especially the ugly woman. Let her anger hairy, but her face is more and more distorted and ugly. Female brothel owner annoyed, "Grandpa, you newcomer, is it too unfamiliar? A chi refining warrior of chi refining first level, how dare she be so rude to her?" Regardless of its Eagle Wolf Guard identity, she has already shot. Li Qingshan's figure suddenly disappeared in the same place, appeared in front of Fu Rong, raised his right arm and smashed out. Within 10 steps. People are enemies. Li Qingshan, with a strong body and perfect implementation of this sentence, Fu Rong has the cultivation base of Qi refining second level, but she is not good at fighting in the process of refining charm technique. It seems that Li Qingshan will not be with so many people. It is so inferior to make a woman. You and his mother are looking for a Western-style goods, fake beauty to come to the potholes, but dare to say that I do not understand the rules. You are in a bad mood. Lozi is in a worse mood. The anger of being deceived, and the anger of the set of anger, made his mood worse. Responding to the hand, his arm was blurred into a curve, and the hard boiled out. The crack of the whip, and the Fu Rong hit. The gyro-like turn in the place for a few laps. Half of the face swollen, flying 2 teeth, stunned and fell to the ground, smashed. The dancers are all stunned. I want to know the Fu Rong girl, but the squad of the Cloud and Rain building has always been high. Which she-girl sent the tea a little colder? She will eat a whip. If it is offensive, it is a dead end to question her appearance! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 122 Chapter 20 Blood Splash Cloud and Rain Building Part 1 Volume 2 Demonic Incarnation Chapter 20 Blood Splash Cloud and Rain Building Part 1 Chapter 20 Blood Splash Cloud and Rain Building Part 1 And those men, facing Fu Rong, are as gracious as a dog, never dreaming she will slap a man's slap. Female brothel owner furious, a pair of fat hands, filled with true chi, shot to Li Qingshan. Do you know the domain name? Fu Rong is not only the Huaqiu of Cloud and Rain Building, but also her apprentice. Unexpectedly, Jian was in front of her, and the female brothel owner forced her hands. You, Jian coldly said, do you want to attack the Eagle Wolf Guard? He also has a hard time saying that as long as Li Qingshan or the Eagle Wolf Guard, he can't sit back and ignore the face of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Most importantly, he is very skeptical that with the strength of the female brothel owner, can he win over Li Qingshan. The Cloud and Rain Building sends Zhao Zibo a large number of Dan Yao every year, as well as a variety of NVS for Zuo. He also runs the TUI, and of course he does not want to see Cloud and Rain buildings suffer. Female brothel owner hurriedly breathed a few times and said good. Pulling up Fu Rong was still stupid and went out. Li Qingshan sat back again and said, "Come a little faster, I am still waiting for the next show." Presumably, in the Cloud and Rain building, what kind of goods are there? Brother J, I am still waiting. Just listening to the outside of Fu Rong, a stern sigh finally reacted. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Jian went back again. Yin's face disappeared, and filled with helpless smile. Qingshan, you don't like it. Don't like it. Why bother? Jing Pass charm techniques envy is not common. Occasionally try, nor there will be any hindrance. Feeling wronged, even Dai Alf suspects that Jian is not unintentional. A scorpion hit it. Li Qingshan did not care to lean on the soft cushion, hang his chin, and next to Shinf quickly picked a grape, carefully sent to his mouth, like a rogue. This flaw, dare to unite with Zuo Zibo to hurt himself. He is going to learn Lutai jurisdiction. First 10 pounds Jingru, cut into a scorpion, do not see a little fun atop. And then 10 pounds Firu, do not see some Jing in above, also cut into scorpions, and finally come back 10 kilograms of gold cartilage, but also carefully cut into scorpions, do not see some Ru on top. Waiting for the NV, if it is thin, he said to be full, hit the female brothel owner. If 48,065 is fat, he will be embarrassed, and also hit the female brothel owner. But this does not seem to be Lutai, but a comic dialogue. I'll go see. Jian walked out of the house. His face was full of anger, did not expect the Cloud and Rain building's several tricks, could not fall a mountain leopard kid out, but cannot turn his face now, as long as Zuo Zibo didn't have the relationship between Li Qingshan and Gu Yanying. Zuo Zibo didn't dare to turn his face. And Zuo Zibo didn't dare to turn his face. He didn't dare to turn his face. The most important thing is that he is worried that even if he turns his face, I am afraid that it is not the opponent of this kid. Just now, Jian was taken aback. Within 10 steps, if Li Qingshan suddenly broke out, it was really a slap in the face. Leopard, even he did not dare to say that he would suffer. Is body refining really so strong? In less than a quarter of an hour, Jian came back, followed by the female brothel owner, with a smile on his face, like nothing happened, or what Jian Zhao had done, with 7 or 8 young less NV, regardless of Yan Thinringf, each one is better. The big one is only 16-7, the small is only 14 or 5 years old. This little brother does not seem to like mature NV. These are the newly cleared children, to ensure absolutely clean, or to pick a few back to warm feet. The price is good. Female brothel owner pinching next to a face with less NV, introduced to Li Qingshan. Those who are clear, looking at Li Qingshan together, the light of the promised release, can be taken away before the pickup, is the luck they are looking forward to, not to mention that they are still a hard-ting young man, rather than a rich businessman or a thin old man. Looking at these hummers, and the others picking less NV, Li Qingshan suddenly felt a bit of sadness, and then look at the fat female brothel owner, even more disgusting. Really can't wait for a knife. But I also know that in this era, brothel is a legitimate business. Many have NV children, and because of the patriarchal NV, unwilling to raise, or cannot afford, sent to this, is a way of life. Li Qingshan asked, are you all voluntarily? Those who are less NV, look at me, I look at you, and finally bow down. They should be. Li Qingshan only stood up and stood up. Come here today, I want to go back to sleep. He walked out and walked past a little NV, a paper ball stuck in his hand. Qingxi looked forward to the doll back. Since she was brought here, she has been desperate for so many years, but Li Qingshan's slap let her regain a glimmer of help and make this bold adventure. He is different from other men. If he is, he may be able to report to the police, save himself, and save the sisters. The magistrate of the county magistrate, I heard that it is a good official of the first class. and will definitely help them. She saw Li Qingshan suddenly standing, just opened the paper ball, and then asked her, "Is it for you?" Everyone's eyes focused on this clearing, especially the eyes of the female brothel owner, seeing the words on the paper, with a few killing intents in the eyes. King-Su put her head tightly down, feeling like a man on the back, thinking of the horrors of those sisters who wished to escape or betray the Cloud and Rain building. The face appeared desperate, and the heart deeply regretted, and the heart blamed Li Qingshan. "Are you a fool? Do you know how deep the water in the Cloud and Rain building? This is killed by you." Li Qingshan collected the paper group and smiled and patted the shoulder of this little Qingja. "I just asked you, why don't you say it? You can't say it early." Lo Zi grinded the sword for 10 years, a chivalrous man just waiting to meet the grievances. He felt that he was very kind, and King-Su's face was paler. Female brothel owner has seen that Li Qingshan is a picky thing, pulling King-Su behind him. She has lost her heart, don't worry about it. King-Su has always been so smart, she wants her to do everything from no resistance. Female brothel owner thought that the training was almost the same, only let her come out to see the guests, did not expect that in a critical moment, she would actually do such a thing. Go back to kill her to live, to be effective. Li Qingshan said, "You are not letting me pick it, I will pick her." Female brothel owner said, "Don't bring her down." One face Li Qingshan smiled and said, "There are many gimmicks in our building. It is not appropriate for you to choose this madness." The entanglement. Immediately there were 2 strong guards, and King-Su walked out. "Stand up." Li Qingshan lifted the chasing, the fat body of the female brothel owner, sensitively in front of him. He wanted to circumvent. Jian pulled his hand. "Qingshan, where are you going?" "It's a bitch." This is what Li Qingshan just said, but Li Qingshan immediately turned back. "You are the blind. Give me a hand." When the arm was shaken, Jian could have defeated Li Qingshan great strength and immediately released his hand. The face changed to say, "What do you say?" He was stunned by the Eagle Wolf guard, and he couldn't help but be angry. And the 2 guards are all martial skills, seemingly walking, but walking very fast. In a blink of an eye, they are outside the crowd, into the flow of people. Li Qingshan took care of him, stepping forward and heading straight into a group of Firu. The female brothel owner felt like being hit by a mad elephant, crashing behind the window and the railing of the corridor and flying to the patio. Among them, straight down to the 7th level downstairs. She screamed in midair, "Block him!" The fat hand took a shot, true chi spit, fat body, swaying out, falling on the corridor in the 3rd floor. Among the 6th senses, he is the one who transcends the most common people. Ordinary chi refining warrior, as long as cultivation true chi opens, the visual and auditory will become extremely sharp, can see the fly flying outside Pshang, can listen to the ants inside Pshang, but the sense of smell will not be too big growth, still cannot catch up with a wild dog on the street. This is the restraint of innate. But Li Qingshan's sense of smell has already been stronger than that of a dog, and it has been chased along the trajectory left by that breath. "Little brother, this is where to go?" Several brigades of the brothel envy who had a strong make-up Yan wiped out from there, crowded the corridors, and entangled them, clinging to his hands and feet. Li Qingshan said, "Get out of the way. There is no pity and cherished you, true chi spits, and these few envy sons fly." On the 6th floor, a shackle in a yellow shirt. The horizontal image was heard by the female brothel owner, and I saw Li Qingshan at a glance, and Hen Cha was in front of him. "Look at the breath is Jiang Hu first-class master. He just threw out to first-class master today, and his arrogance is raging." Seeing Li Qingshan striding forward, although he saw that it is chi refining warrior, but it is chi refining 1st level, he is confident that he can fight, even win. The guy who relies on innate qualification and direct chi refining, he has always been in the eyes. He screamed at the voice of his usual swearing hacker, and sighed, "Give me a stop." The weak envy is also nothing, it is nothing more than driven by people, but a good man is helping, damn it. Li Qingshan said in the mouth, the foot is not stopping. I don't know when. Wind stitching blade is in his hands. Xueliang blade leading orifice flash. The yellow shirt guard's just you shot, only felt a cold between the neck, then flew up, turned around, and saw his body. Several guards were thinking about coming up, and they looked at their leader. A skull was rushed by the blood ejected from the neck. It suddenly seemed to be nailed to the ground and did not dare to step forward. Peas, the monthly ticket is a little bit weak, and the relatives, help Li Qingshan. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 123 Chapter 22 Blood Splash Cloud and Rain Building Volume 2 Demonic Incarnation Chapter 22 Blood Splash Cloud and Rain Building Chapter 22 Blood Splash Cloud and Rain Building. Li Qingshan lifted his foot and kicked their headless body downstairs. Starting downstairs, male and female NVNV, still screaming me for the female brothel owner. A bloody corpse crashed in front of me. A moment of silence. I do not know who was the first to pick up the scream, killing Li Qingshan jumped up, such as fierce tiger, and the eagle caught the rabbit and leapt to the patio. Kingsu is desperate. The wind blows in the face, and then Li Qingshan has stood in front of him, stalking the long blade, holding her two guards, squirting blood and pouring backwards. You, Kingsu, you can't speak for a long time, dare to kill people in the Cloud and Rain Building, and have never seen such a daring character in this life. This is totally different from her original idea. Li Qingshan said, what are your grievances? Even if you tell me. Yuan made a group in the building, and the guards came from all directions, and all the corners came out. Kingsu hurriedly complained, I was caught by them, not voluntary. I don't want to be beaten. I don't want to eat. I still have cultivation. If I don't practice, I have to beat it. I don't want to eat. Slut, shut me up. In the roar, the female brothel owner crashed directly into the floor and came to the fourth floor. On the face, it was hit by Li Qingshan's murderous aura. It's just right. Li Qingshan snorted, and the wind-stitching blade was pulling out a wind blade in the air, screaming at the female brothel owner. Female brothel owner, I have seen such a fierce person, not to say a word, directly kill her. She often ushered in the building. The last time I forgot when it was, a single true she could not play 50%, screamed and fell back to the third floor. Looking up, I saw Li Qingshan appearing above the big dong, holding the knife in both hands, straight down. She couldn't even take out the spirit talisman body from 100 treasure pouch, or was scared, instinctively rolling on the spot. The ball also rolled away. A good war, a bad war. A fierce body, frontal killing cultivating chi second level. One is to use the mind in the road of dual cultivation. The technique in the room, although she is chi refining third level, it is just the strength of second level. Bloody. The wind-stitching blade cut a large roof from her ass, and the female brothel owner screams like a pig, and there is no fighting in her heart. Li Qingshan waited for the landing. The foot stepped on the wall, borrowed force to fly out, catch the female brothel owner, step on her vest, face revealed disgusting smile, old thief, see where you flee. Female brothel owner, but when she dares to struggle, she feels that the foot is pressed down like an iron pile, and the bones are all broken. A smudge of the blade is on her face, making her dare not move. A sharp sword stabbed from behind, and the sword edge had not yet arrived, and spit out a 3-foot-long cyan. Fu Rong's face was viciously holding the sword and stabbing Li Qingshan vest. Good. Li Qingshan was not surprised, but his body shape was slightly biased. The female brothel owner of chi refining third level was still not good, not to mention the Fu Rong of cultivating chi second level. Grab the backhand and hold Fu Rong's neck and pull it in front of you. He stepped on one of his feet and grabbed one in his hand. Li Qingshan wind-stitching blade 1 refers to the female brothel owner. You are a chi refining warrior, over 10,000 people. And you have to do such a good thing. It is really a pity. Female brothel owner exclaimed with a loud voice, good man. Rao, you can't. Li Qingshan is about to kneel down. Stop. The two voices sounded at the same time. One is Kui Jian, the other is Dai Alf, but a middle-aged man in a gem-blue gown, like a dead leaf floating on the third floor, actually a chi refining 5th levels expert, who has a yin soft face. Yin measured. This guest seems to be very dissatisfied with our service. He is the true owner of the Cloud and Rain building, Zhao Liang King, who only greets the female brothel owner outside on weekdays. He only hides behind the scenes and treats those envious as dual cauldron for cultivation. Zhao Zibo wants to pack up a new kid. Of course, he will only pass him. He can set this trap, but he doesn't care too much. Zhao Zibo, a vulture, can have any good endings. I think Fu Rong is also coming, but did not expect to make such a change. Li Qingshan can't use the Sister of Eighting Chi 2nd level if he doesn't use Monster Chi. He also has a great chance of winning the Chi Refining 3rd level. The Cultivating Chi 4th level is hard to say, and the Chi Refining 5th level is no chance. He shouted, Jian, please come to our big brother. I found a thief who is a good man. I will fear you with the Eagle Wolf Guard. He shouted, including True Chi. Shattered a few wine cups in the vicinity. Many people's ears creaked. Zhao big brother? Jian's feet were awkward and almost didn't stand. Li Qingshan faced Zhao Zibo's arrogant attitude. He looked at him with his own eyes. Now he is called Zhao big brother. It is clearly to pull Zhao Zibo and Eagle Wolf Guard to act as a shield. Zhao Liang King also frowned. Although Li Qingshan showed the extraordinary strength of Chi Refining Warrior, he was confident that he could kill it, but he did not dare to shoot. Not only because of the two hostages at the foot of Li Qingshan, but also because of the identity of the Eagle Wolf Guard. The Eagle Wolf Guard is not undead, but because of the dangerous tasks, the death and injury rate is not low. If you die from a mission or assassinate, you can't investigate the murderer at the end, and you can't stop it. However, if the Eagle Wolf Guard is killed in a large audience, it is the authority of the Eagle Wolf Guard. It is the end of the world. Even Zhao Zibo dare not let him go, but the first to kill him, clear relationship. If he is a loose cultivator, he may still have the power of anger and murder, but he has the big family business like Cloud and Rain building, and he is more and more vocal. Li Qingshan chuckled, as expected. This layer of wolf skin, really a little useful. When Imperial Court Hawks and Hounds didn't know the identity of Imperial Court Hawks and Hounds, it was a fool. Zhao Zibo wants to be his big brother, then let him be good. Zhao Liang King said, please let me put my men. They are all criminals who are good at swearing and harmless envy. They must not be put, right? Don't leave. I represent Eagle Wolf Guard. To investigate, you can keep silent, but everything you say will become a court testimony. Li Qingshan did not know what to say, just use the phrase that the previous life heard, and ignore the strong strength of Zhao Liang King Chi Refining 5th level. Zhao Liang King's face is blue. Bai is good. What evidence do you have? Li Qingshan said, I have a witness certificate. Zhao Liang King Yin test, your certification. Li Qingshan suddenly shrinks, and the two guards hold a disheartened King Xu. Zhao Liang King pinched King Xu's chin. Sure enough, there are a few poses. It's no wonder that people are angered by the red crown. Now you can let go. King Xu eyes with tears, looking straight at Li Qingshan. This is really finished. Li Qingshan said, that is the girl in your building. What does it have to do with me? Zhao Liang King said, oh, it's also said, that kind of sinister disaster. Don't leave it. The hand was placed on the shoulder of King Xu. Before it was enough, King Xu made a scream. But immediately it was overshadowed by a more screaming scream, and King Xu closed his mouth. Li Qingshan took off his knife and cut a female brothel owner. The shirt was red and said, you move her again. Try it. The hero who was threatened by the enemy with the hostages and surrendered. Li Qingshan would not do this stupid thing. You will be more embarrassing than you. Jian finally gave up on his own to deal with this matter. There is a kind of tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, which is all about the Zhao Zibo. The counterattack of the lower trap, and this matter is completely out of his control. He crushed a spirit talisman in his hand, which is the spirit talisman used by Eagle Wolfguard for help. Zhao Liang King eyes look at Li Qingshan. He didn't even start, but he didn't dare to start again. He clearly saw from Li Qingshan's eyes that if he dared to kill King Xu, Li Qingshan would kill too. The skull showed him that it was almost irreparable loss for him. On the one hand, he was a small clear child, and on the other hand, he was two important men. He was very light and heavy, and he couldn't tell. His eyes flashed and he was running the cultural technique. In the eyes of everyone, the Zhao landlord, who had a bit of yin softness, suddenly changed and became extremely terrible. Like the legendary terrible devil, a fierce hostility is straightforward. Several guards were directly scared to the ground, nearly roaring, "I said let go." Men, except can use charm technique, now Yunf image, to charm Huo sentient beings. It can also be the opposite usage, the devil image, to threaten the sentient beings. His magic spell who directly touches the human heart. He showed it out. The noisy cloud and rain building, calm down. Everyone feels a big hurricane, and even dared not to speak loudly, let alone drink and run. Even Jian did not dare to look at Zhao Liang King's face. Li Qingshan, who was looked at by him, what pressure should he bear? But Li Qingshan only chuckled, "I said let go." He is demon himself. The cultivation base is more above Zhao Liang King, and the charm is very useful to him. Because his body is fierce, is also more common. People need to be more powerful, and they must use the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets to suppress. But intimidation, it is a class X for him. Even spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets do not have to use, scare me. Believe it or not, Lozi shows true form to scare you. Zhao Liang King seeing that it is useless, only give up, staring at Li Qingshan. If the eyes can be used as a sword, Li Qingshan has been pierced. Look at what? Look at your eyes. No, dig out her eyes. Li Qingshan used a knife to draw the female brothel owner at the foot. What do you want? Li Qingshan refers to King Xu. Return my witnesses to me. You can't think about it. Zhao Liang King's voice did not fall. Li Qingshan smashed the female brothel owner and another shirt. I have two. Anyway, kill one and one. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 124 Chapter 22 Blood Splash Cloud and Rain Building Part 2 Female brothel owner said, the big official, save the slave. Sure enough, it is Chi refining warrior, and there is no pain to faint. Fu looking at this bloody scene, I heard that the next one is myself, and exclaimed, help. He was tightened his neck before he finished. Stop, let go of Fu wrong girl. Cloud and rain building once again shall move. Not only downstairs, but even the railings upstairs. They are full of people, watching this rare excitement. There are many discussions. Is the Eagle Wolf Guard not the backstage of the Cloud and Rain building? How is it right today? There is no impenetrable wall in the world. The Cloud and Rain building is in the blessed Peace City. If there is no shelter from the Eagle Wolf Guard, it will not be able to go on. Some people in the world are eye-catching people. That kid played Fu wrong. What? He really has to go. Many people gnash their teeth. Many of them, but Fu Rong is a goddess of dreams, even if they are too much, cannot allow others to be so bullied. Look, that is Fu Rong, is being licked by the kid. It caused a lot of public anger. In their eyes, Fu Rong was suffering and frowning, and a sorrowful face was full of mourning, and the hearts of the people were broken. It also evokes the hidden pain in many people's hearts. Ending. Die Alf. Even if he was just awakened by Li Qingshan, he saw the true face of Fu Rong. At this time, there was a Miuo in front of him, slamming his tongue and waking up. Fu Rong called for help, and attracted a lot of martial skills. They all shot straight, even if they didn't understand the martial skill. They also yelled. Up and down the Cloud and Rain building, Li Qingshan made a clamor for the tsunami. Quickly put Fu Rong girl. Don't let Lao Tzu let you die. Hey, a bunch of silly forks. Li Qingshan coldly snort, a small voice, but easily overshadowed the mountain's tsunami crusade, shocked everyone's head creaking. He only looked at Zhao Liangqing. Do you put it? The knife in his hand is already on the neck of the female brothel owner. Zhao Liangqing's hands shuddered and let go of King Xu. King Xu licked his shoulders, ran to Li Qingshan, carefully avoiding the large blood on the ground, watching the horror of the female brothel owner, even knowing her misdeeds. "A sister, I was killed by my own hands, but I couldn't bear it in my heart." Look at Li Qingshan, but there is no such emotion. The corner of his mouth evokes a cruel smile. Since he wants to be a hero, of course, he must have a stronger mind than the ordinary person, and punish the evil, but the first quick thing in the world. "Li Qingshan, you are doing what?" Zhao Zibo rushed in with anger, followed by 5 or 6 dark wolf guards, such as Qian Rongzi, and looked at the scenes in the Cloud and Rain building. Zhao Zibo thinks that the perfect thing about his yin is that even if Li Qingshan is not hooked, he can't blame him. "I am kind enough to let you go to the browser. Can you say that I am not good?" Even if he really has a relationship with Yanning, he can't tell her that I have been yin in the broth. Li Qingshan is a dead end, and it can only be eaten by this dumb loss. It can be said that the drip is not leaking and perfect. In fact, if it wasn't a small accident of King Xu, in addition to playing Fu Rong, Li Qingshan could only bear this breath first, only to wait for the revenge, but with this name, he would to make a big storm. Give Zhao Zibo a look. "You dare to set a trap, I will stop." Zhao Liangqing said, "Commander Zhao, is this the way you work for Eagle Wolf Guard? If you don't pay, you can't find it. Is that the way it is?" It's really deceiving. Cloud and Rain building, what do you want to do? Let Fu Rong girl hurts her hair. "I want to take you thousands." Knife is awkward. "Don't you give money?" It's really a big raspberry. If you carry this name on the back, Li Qingshan will no longer have to mix in Blessed Peace City. Zhao Zibo also said with a solemn face, "Qingshan, is that the case?" It seems that he did not let Jian bring Li Qingshan. "No, it's them." King Xu screamed aloud behind Li Qingshan, but was drowned in the sound. Li Qingshan has no nonsense. With a bang, the long blade breaks into the heart of the female brothel owner and pulls it out. It doesn't stain the blood. "You call me, I play female brothel owner. You hit me, I also play female brothel owner. You rely on me, I will kill female brothel owner." "You!" Zhao Liangqing was furious, but Li Qingshan leisurely put the knife on the neck of Fu Rong. He said to himself, "There is one dead, there is one." The female body of the female brothel owner is also on the foot. Kick down the stairs, kill one first. The entire Cloud and Rain building, who doesn't know the female brothel owner, who doesn't know the sleek and hot of this fat woman? She has been operating the Cloud and Rain building in Blessed Peace City for many years, and everything is ushered in. She is doing it all. Can be said to be a celebrity. It was now killed by a knife and turned into a dead body. There was silence in the field. Everyone wanted to ask, who is the boy? Why is it so fierce? Zhao Zibo didn't seem to think that Li Qingshan dared to be guilty in front of him, and his heart was angry. If not taking care of that, Qian Rongzi suddenly raised a fear in her heart. The boy who talked about murder was not the man she had encountered in her life. It was not so good. When Li Qingshan lifted Fu Rong, Zhao Liangqing finally couldn't help but screamed, "Do you dare?" But that is his money tree, the foundation of the entire Cloud and Rain building, almost on her body. Female brothel owner, if you die, you can find it again. If she dies, the entire Cloud and Rain building will be awkward. Li Qingshan said to Zhao Zibo, "Commander Zhao, this Cloud and Rain building is filthy, and the girl is the witness, and please treat it with your heart." Zhao Liangqing also looked over and seemed to say that I send you so many medicine pills every year. Zhao Zibo felt so bad that among all of them, he was the one who voted the most. and he wanted to enjoy his old age with his rights and let Li Qingshan risk his risk. He said nothing. But if he wants to agree with Li Qingshan, it is to hit his own face and break his own financial path. Li Qingshan saw his mentality, and he was a soldier. He had to say that he dared to bet under the threat of two powerful chi-refining warriors, and he had direct strength with his own fierce relationship. Even if he encounters the worst situation, he can escape with the hidden power, and a little liberation of monster chi. You can easily escape from here. But obviously, his fears are superfluous. Zhao Zibo said with a long heart, Qingshan, you are too impulsive, and the case is a matter of the magistrate, not that I have the final say. Zhao Liangqing looked at Zhao Zibo in disbelief. Because of your business, I have so many people who died. Is it just too impulsive? But Zhao Zibo immediately came back and let Zhao Liangqing think about it, the difference in strength between them, and who in Blessed Peace City had the final say, and only broke his teeth and swallowed it. So you Zhao Zibo. This county is here. What is the case? Even though it is said. At this time, Zhu Wenbin entered the Cloud and Rain building with a red embroidered gown. Zudaran is here. It's a slap in the air. In the Cloud and Rain building, whether it is the grassroots downstairs, whether it is the upstairs guests, all of them have gone to this man. In their eyes, they are not only fearful of authority, but full of ardent respect, and willingly and sincerely. Li Qingshan is now realized, Zhu Wenbin in Blessed Peace City, there is such a popularity. He only thought about it at the moment. The little Kingja gave the note to himself. Is it for him to ask Zhu Wenbin for help? Zhu Wenbin was alone, and he got the respect that Zhao Zibo didn't have with all the Eagle Wolf guards. He said in a gentle manner, the parents of the townships are pleased. Zhu Wenbin looked at Zhao Zibo and took a look at Li Qingshan. The Cloud and Rain building had such a big thing. He knew it the first time. Not only did he know, but he also made clear the truth of the matter, and even Zhao Zibo's yin had guessed it, and looked at Li Qingshan. He said, this kid is really a troublesome genius. With a small blogger, Zhao Zibo has no trouble. Zhao Zibo coldly said, it's really timely for Zudaran to come. Zhu Wenbin smiled and said, well, let's say. The big sleeves rose, and they floated up to Li Qingshan. They knew what they asked. Qingshan, what are you doing? She has a sensation. I originally wanted to take her to the county office to see adults. I did not expect a villain to stop the road. I am thinking about my big Eagle Wolf Guard, bright and upright, punish evil, defensive, prestige, for the people. How can these small people, they have lost a few hands, please ask the adults. Li Qingshan pulled out the Kingxi behind him and handed the paper in his hand to Zhu Wenbin. The idiom said that Zhao Zibo's eyebrows jumped sharply, and his heart screamed, and he couldn't wait to cut Li Qingshan. Kingxi, a folk girl, is a fisherman of Fish Ravine. She was playing by the river 7 years ago and was caught here. Kingxi bowed, and the speech has become more organized. Obviously, there are countless meditations in my heart. All over. Zhao Liangqing said, adult, this is this girl, this is Ahua 20 tons of silver bought, with evidence as evidence. She wants to escape. She made such a lie to deceive adults. Kingxi argued, no, I am not, you are lying. Zhu Wenbin raised his hand to quell the dispute between the two. This case will definitely investigate the case, not a good person, nor a bad person. Under one command, more than 20 officials sneaked in, although not chi-refining warrior, but also had a high-strength martial skill, under the guidance of Kingxi, to rescue her other girls, but came back a moment later, searched for empty, apparently has been transferred. Please let the adults know. Zhao Liangqing instead let the turtle slaves come up with a certificate, plainly written, Kingxi was sold to the Cloud and Rain building by 20 tons of silver. Kingxi suddenly shed tears. Adult, I didn't lie. Zhu Wenbin said gently, do not worry, I will send someone to Fish Ravine to check. He clearly understood that this place of filth is clean, and who is telling the truth, at a glance! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 125 Chapter 23 Su's Cloud and Rain Building. Over the years, Zhou Wenbin has invested millions of taels of silver in Blessed Peace City, and has the brilliance of Blessed Peace City. As a realized county, he not only did not greedy money, but also accepted bribes. Instead, he raised money to invest in the place, and there was no one on the street governed by Blessed Peace City. Because of this, when he came to the Cloud and Rain Building, he had the official authority of the mountains and the sea. Of course, he did so more than just being taught by the sages. It is as simple as being a good official who is the master of the people, but has a deeper consideration as a chi-refining warrior. But under such a governance, few people will be willing to sell their daughters to this fire pit. For the brothel, there is no fresh enough sauce. Of course, we will try our best to do whatever it takes. Cloud and Rain Building, with the relationship with Zhao Zibo and the background of Cloud and Rain sect, has never been so concerned about his county. Every year, there is a perfunctory enmity. He does have some jealousy and is not willing to make trouble. I have always ignored this Cloud and Rain Building. But now that someone is a pioneer, he certainly takes the opportunity to do something that is good for him, forcing the Cloud and Rain Building. Of course, it's just a push. It's impossible to destroy the Cloud and Rain Building in one fell swoop. Li Qingshan frowned, and her heart had long been expected. If Cloud and Rain Building was so easy to destroy, it would not be able to open it now. I am afraid that even if I go to Fish Ravine to check it, it is in vain. In short, it is one person to save one person. A thief is a thief. He did not think about tying up the Cloud and Rain Building. For such a bad force, even if it cannot be eliminated for a while, it must be hit. Now, the blow is not enough. Zhao Liangqing's face appeared to be a smug smile from Yin's face. Zidaran, since nothing happens, please rule Li Qingshan to kill the innocent Sin, and let the Furong of my building be released. In the last sentence, the full floor was rushed to respond. Li Qingshan said, "This is my Eagle Wolf Guard. You can't interrupt your outsiders." The guards block the Eagle Wolf Guard. The death is not enough. The old thief is directly attacking me. Many people are attacking me. It's a testimony. Zhao's brother taught me personally. What should I do at this time? I just did it. Zhao Zibo squeezed a word from his teeth. Zhao Laozu, this is a small matter. You should not care about it. He has to endure and endure to thoroughly understand the background of Li Qingshan, as you can imagine. When he knows Li Wenqingshan and Ge Yaning have nothing to do with each other, what kind of explosion will happen? Li Qingshan, is it a waste of this good time? Of course, it's disgusting that you're going back one time. Let's talk about it first. Zhou Wenbin said to Li Qingshan, you will let this woman go first. Li Qingshan called, adult. Can't put it, this is evidence. There is also a sensation in the next case. To sue Cloud and Rain Building. Zhao Liangqing's forehead is straightforward, and Zhou Wenbin almost laughs. The people you killed in the Cloud and Rain Building are turned over, even the female brothel owner has been done, and there is still sensation. To sue Cloud and Rain Building. Cough twice and press the smile. What do you want to sue Cloud and Rain Building? Li Qingshan raised Furong in his hand. I also told Cloud and Rain Building that fake and shoddy goods, deceive consumption, people, deeply hurt my feelings. Zhao Liangqing resisted and screamed. Li Qingshan's palm, true chi, spit. Furong immediately fainted, lost consciousness, naturally can no longer use charm technique. Even ordinary people can see her true appearance. Li Qingshan lifted up. Let's see, this is what Furong really looks like. Ask your own conscience, see if I am right. Almost everyone, blink of an eye, blinked, and then stayed, dreaming broken. Is this really Furong? Who is the woman in her dream? That is why I don't hesitate to go to the home to see her. And what is it for? They asked their conscience and found themselves really stupid. Vomiting. Many people directly spit out, the kind of strong psychological gap, so that they are more disgusting than eating 100 flies. Dirty vomit in cross flow in the splendid Cloud and Rain Building. as if this is what it is. Some people can't believe it, or the poison of charm technique is deep, falling to the ground, crying and crying, shouting, "This is impossible, this is not Fu Rong, it is all fake, it is all yin." Zhao Liang King violent rage, one step forward, true chi oppression, a large piece of slabs collapsed. But the two more powerful atmosphere instantly locked him, one is Zhao Zibo, the other is Zhu Wenbin, and the two are chi refining 6th level expert. For whatever reason and purpose, they can't watch Zhao Liang King's shot on Li Qingshan. The two of them are the symbol of the blessed peace city rule, the authority of the imperial court. This rule and authority is never to be offended and destroyed. Li Qingshan seems to be awkward, but the act has been steadily occupying a rational word. Li Qingshan didn't even look at Zhao Liang King. He only said loudly, "It took a lot of money to see this thing. You said that I am not guilty. Then I threw it away and left Fu Rong to Zhao Liang King. Don't talk to me, this kind of thing. You don't want me to give me." Fu Rong is a long-term transformation. Seeing that everyone around her has changed her eyes, the instinctive display of charm technique, but has just experienced a tremendous spiritual blow. Unless the will is particularly weak, it is difficult to be charmed. She hysterically cried, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you like me? I am Fu Rong." Was controlled by Zhao Qingliang, and ordered the following, sent her to the room. Of course, as time goes by, the memory of many people's hearts is gradually blurred, and her charm technique may regain the upper hand, but then I don't know how long it will take. This kind of technique affecting the mind is more than just a she. The surgeon itself, as well as the influence of the environment, must have the influence of sound and smell, but also have the wording of word of mouth. When everyone is thinking that you are a peerless beauty, you are a peerless beauty, otherwise it's half the effort. Li Qingshan's move is tantamount to letting Rong and even the Cloud and Rain building work for many years. No wonder Zhao Liang King is so ruined. Zhu Wenbin smiled slightly and caressed the long beard. This is a wish to make a wish, and the official is not easy to break. If he responded to Li Qingshan, then half of the blessed peace city men had sensational complaints. Then to King Su said, "This girl, please go with me to the government office, there will be results tomorrow." There is already an officer who went to Fish Ravine to investigate in the night. Although I am afraid there is no result, but I am afraid there is no result, but I am afraid always have a try. Finally, to Li Qingshan, you have to deal with this case, and you will need to come to county office tomorrow. Obviously there is something to explain. In the crowd, it is inconvenient to say, "Remind again." Li Qingshan said, "Wake up now." King Su thanked him, but Li Qingshan said, "No thanks, thank you, I have to thank you." Let King Su squint, don't know what he meant, but in short, it is great to be able to escape from the bitter sea. It is. Zudaran is really a good official as rumored. I must expose the Cloud and Rain building and rescue those suffering sisters. Zhu Wenbin took the officers and King Su to leave. Zhao Zibo also left with a group of Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan honestly followed at the end, not forgetting to say, "Thank you Commander Zhao for the owner." The guests have also dispersed, and many people have lost their hun, or they are resentful and swear, and vowed never to come again. But the world is like this, some people are not happy, some people are happy. Blessed Peace City's many blame. Surprise found that his man has come back, no longer sinking into the kiln. Thank you. Grateful Li Qingshan smashed the Cloud and Rain building's venue. The men also found that, compared with Fu Rong, their wives are all first-class beauty. So the husband and wife are in harmony, and there is no need to say anything. Li Qingshan's mood is also good, so on the contrary, Zhao Liang King looked at the cold and clear Cloud and Rain building, and roared in his heart, "I will tell you not to die." It's a coincidence that Li Qingshan thinks the same thing. This time I'm not at peace. If I don't miss this evil, it's not finished. You hate me, I haven't forgotten you. However, he couldn't show demon true form to kill this Zhao Liang King. They had just made a big hatred. They died in the next day. I am afraid that they will be suspicious. He wants to leave this precious opportunity to Zoozibo. The card is hidden in the dark, and it is the last power. It is not a last resort. He does not want to be easy to use. It is important to strengthen his own strength. He can now even hit the Chi refining 4th level. I believe that breaking through the Chi refining 2nd level, you can fight with the sword. Along the way, Zoozibo and the Dark Wolf Guard are silent, and Li Qingshan's eyes are getting worse. Li Qingshan was also happy to go straight to the small building and said to Little An, "Thank you for reminding me today, otherwise they will almost be their way." "How do you know that I am in charm technique?" Little An wrote with his fingertips under Li Qingshan. It turned out that he saw a thin porcelain jar with a pair of fires and saw Fu Rong. The so-called beautiful skeleton, originally is to break all Mi barriers, so that the heart is like Sarira, not affected by say, not to mention the little charm technique. Even if it is the brilliant illusion spell, don't want to escape his eyes. Tao of the Beautiful Bones is much higher than Cloud and Rain sect's cultural technique, and even much higher than most of the world's cultural technique. The remaining part of the culture technique can't be called with it. It is not so far to say that it is bad. Li Qingshan spent a whole afternoon in the library building, not only looking at the martial skill cheat, but also a general understanding of the world's cultivation training technique. These are the books Xing qualitative books, not on the 2nd floor. There are many on the 1st floor. For the Chi refining warrior that appeared in the Orthodox family sect, these things can only be regarded as common sense, but for him, it seems to open the door of a new world. Every point of understanding is suddenly clear! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 126 Chapter 24, Hong Kong and Obsession. First of all, the cultural technique does not have a detailed grade like the spirit artifact talisman, but its grade is more accurate than the spirit artifact talisman, and the level of the cultivation technique is determined by which level of cultivation. Like Li Qingshan practicing innate Chi refining secrets, practicing 9th layer realm, but also 3rd level Chi refining warrior, it shows that this cultural technique is not very clever, almost the weakest entry to the cultivation technology. Then look for a new culture technique to cultivate. There are many more sophisticated cultural techniques that can help Chi refining warrior to get to Chi refining 9th level realm and even spend a heavenly tribulation to reach the legendary foundation establishment realm. As for whether there is a higher level cultural technique, the book he read is vague, only saying that there must be, but can't say why. Obviously it is the author's limited knowledge. But there is indeed. Tao of the Beautiful Bones is such a cultural technique. What is the highest realm? Green Bull told Li Qingshan from the beginning. Bodhisattva. The so-called Bodhisattva, that is Bodhisattva, Xu Sai Hong wish, boundless sentiment vows, endless troubles vows, boundless Buddha vows to learn, Supreme Buddha vows into. The ultimate can prove the Bodhisattva fruit. This is the saying on the Buddhist scriptures. Little An seems to have been written in Li Qingshan palm on the ship. There are also 4 pledges in Tao of the Beautiful Bones: infinite stakes vow, endless worry vows, boundless Buddha vows to die, Supreme Buddha vows. Little An wrote these 2 opposite pledges in Li Qingshan's palm. Although it was expressionless, of course it was nonsense, but Li Qingshan could feel his extra seriousness. I have to say that Li Qingshan is not too confusing to understand these 2 kinds of ambitions. Of course, he refuses to admit that he is illiterate. He just thinks that the Buddha is powerful. It must be a great thorn and will be ideological. This big change has taken place. After Li Qingshan thought about it, he came up with a more direct explanation. That is, it is very bullish. As for how many forks, I don't know. This world may not be known at all. Even in this world where there are various great cultivators that can move mountains and seas, Bodhisattva is still sitting quietly on the lotus throne, with a compassionate or indifferent look overlooking the world. The cultivators only dare to call themselves cultivators, rather than claiming to be celestial or Buddhas. It is not something that exists in this world. Maybe it can only be seen by the Green Bull, the above the 9 heavens. And I want to come in Li Qingshan. That is a more powerful cultivator, even the power that you can't look up to. The conclusion is simple, a divine ability that can make people become bodhisattvas, divine ability, which is self-evident. If this thing is leaked out, the root is not as simple as being demonized by the demon, but will cause a madness in the world of 9 provinces. Cultivation Tao of the beautiful bones is such a high divine abilities little and, the same cultivator of the cultivation technology lower cultivation therapy, can be said to have the absolute advantage of overwhelming crossing. However, Little An has been cultivation for a few months. It is just that the first step has not been practiced with the first layer. With the deepening of the cultivation base, this advantage will gradually expand and fully manifest itself. These are things that Li Qingshan is thinking about. Generally, at this time, Little An just looked at his side face silently and felt satisfied. He didn't think so much. He just wanted to stay by his side, looking for flesh and blood is to stay more side by side with him, and getting stronger is to be his help rather than drag. Link Sing Extraordinary. He is more aware of the great horror contained in Tao of the beautiful bones than Li Qingshan. He can feel that the Buddha's great power is realizing what kind of desperation will create such divine ability, and he will not hesitate to put himself into the nose and hell, to use the maple to fight the lotus platform, to eat with flesh and blood, from despair. Feel ecstasy and take the place of ultimate bliss world. But for this goal, even if he really wants to kill all beings, cut troubles, destroy the Buddha's door, and sing the Buddha's way, he will not hesitate. Li Qingshan gave a bright 100 treasure pouch from her arms and smiled. Look what this is. I want to ask where the 100 treasure pouch came from. Of course, from the old duck's body Mo. The murderer can forget the goods, the heroes and the rich and the poor are originally connected. He robbed the old rich, and saved his own poverty. Unfortunately, Fu Rong didn't bring 100 treasure pouch, otherwise he could have one more 100 treasure pouch, but he couldn't be too greedy. How, when it comes to doing it, the blood of Little An is flashing cheerfully. Li Qingshan said, look at how this harvest is. Injecting spiritual chi into the 100 treasure pouch, a new space opens in front of his eyes, the size of which is similar to that of him. There are quite a few things in it. Those glutinous guccis, clothes and handkerchiefs are all swept by him. The only thing he sees in his eyes is medicine pill, talisman, spirit artifact, and cultural technique, which are directly related to cultivation. Things. But there is no talisman and spirit artifact in 100 treasure pouch. Obviously, she has been a veteran for so many years. She has not been involved in the battle, so she is not prepared. There are several bottles of medicine pill, but there are 2 bottles of aphrodisiac. Li Qingshan, named Chunking Dan, just sniffs and feels that the lower abdomen has a flame. I don't know what kind of medicine to use. It has such a strong effect on Chi Refining Warrior. The other 2 bottles are just the opposite. The name is Dot. He gently sniffs, and his mind resumes clarification, but the flame of the lower abdomen does not fade. It is really like a fire, and the heart is like water. There is one copy of the technique called Lesser Cloud and Rain Secrets, and Li Qingshan has browsed it. The culture technique big accomplishment can be used to build a chi refining 6th level and open chi C. It is much stronger than innate chi refining secrets, but it is a cultivation technique of dual cultivation. It is to be cultivated in the male and female joyous union, and the other is regarded as furnace cauldron. Chunking Dan and Jinkson pills are used here, so that furnace cauldron can enjoy the yin-yang chi, and take the meditation pills to adjust yin-yang. Cultivation Lesser Cloud and Rain Secrets. It's no wonder that Cloud and Rain sect wants to open the broth, so that you can find furnace cauldron in a right way. Money is the supplement, and chi refining is the lord. Otherwise, the work of the Huayan thief was destroyed by the Eagle Wolf Guard. Such a troublesome cultural technique, Li Qingshan, is of course impossible to practice. Although innate chi refining secrets is low in level, it is simple and easy to repair. It is a basic skill. Unless it is really a stranger of innate skill, basically it is the beginning of this law. Putting all of this away, I finally found 2 bottles of chi condensing pills. It seems that no matter what sect's chi refining warrior, this basic medicine pill can't be lacking. Although at least a dozen, I also masturbated. As a result, the number of chi condensing pills on his body, reaching more than 70, is also a small rich man. Other things that made Li Qingshan pay a little attention, one was a bunch of inconspicuous accounts, and he looked at the fog and decided to hand it over to Zhu Wenbin tomorrow. Then there is money, and a lot of money. Li Qingshan has never seen so much money in this life. There are hundreds of thousands of tals of silver. Although it is folded into 1,000 banknote, there is also a thick stack. Cloud and rain building is supplemented by making money, but earning money is as embarrassing as stealing money, and nowhere is it safer than its own 100 treasure pouch, which ultimately makes Li Qingshan cheaper. If Li Qingshan used to get so much money, he would have to go crazy. How many pounds of meat can be bought? How many ginseng can be changed? And now he is far better than ginseng, but there is no place for Hua money. However, if you really want to practice Xiaoyan Fu Ayu, these hundreds of thousands of tals of silver, you should be able to buy a lot of sisters. He sinned in his head, and put the money and chi condensing pills into his 100 in treasure pouch. Hand over the brightly colored 100 treasure pouch to Little An. Speaking of it, this is yours. Little An put the wooden sign in the new 100 treasure pouch and returned the old 100 treasure pouch to Li Qingshan. He played with the same kind of things and was very happy. It was a child. Li Qingshan looked at him and smiled a little. He felt that the tight nerves gradually slowed down and felt the peace of a family. In any case, he was not alone. A chi condensing pills was thrown high and fell in the mouth of Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan began to meditate again. At this moment, Zhao Zibo is making a lot of thunder. Li Qingshan dare to play such an old man. Jian and Qian Rongzi are timid and afraid to talk. Commander, do we want to do it all? A dark wolf guard has a killing posture, and the dark wolf guards around him are all facing each other. They are the confidants of Zhao Zibo, of course, for the master. Concerned, in their view, Li Qingshan body refining is so powerful that it was besieged by the chi refining warrior of 5-4 refining 3, and only one dead end. If you can kill me, I will kill him personally. Zhao Zibo angered. I have already made people in Clear River Prefecture. It will take a long time to get results. I will say it later. Now, don't touch him again. Jian, don't go see him anymore. I will send other people again. Rongzi, you are all new people. You have to spend a lot of time. You have to listen to his virtual reality. Jian loose the tone. Qian Rongzi slightly changed say, her mind yin poison, but was scared by Li Qingshan tonight. Jian is also worried. If you really want to do it, Zhu Wenbin seems to value this kid, and there is Vice Commander. Zhao Zibo said, if you really want to do it, this blessed peace city, no one can keep him. Li Qingshan did not know the yin in these dark places. Even if they knew it would not care. He is eating condensed hair pills like a jelly bean, enhancing his own strength. As long as the fist is hard enough, he will do his mother's Zhaliang King and then his mother's Zhao Zibo. In just 1 hour, it was already 3 chi condensing pills, which turned into true chi and monster chi. Although he can use the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets to keep his spirit from getting tired, his digestive ability for chi condensing pills is not much better than other chi refining warrior! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 127 Chapter 25 Demonic Will Restarts Volume 2 Demonic Incarnation Chapter 25 Demonic Will Restart Chapter 25 Demonic Will Restarts Chi condensing pills into the body. Half of the Yao force was directly converted to Monster Chi by Monster Core, and the remaining half, after the spatial ring purification, finally left him. But it was only 1/10, which is equivalent to 10. Only when people eat one, so can they swallow a lot. Chi refining warrior, if you want, you can eat one in 3 days, or even one in a day, but the Yao force is greatly lengthy, cannot be converted into true Chi, leaving with the body. but it will be harmful. Li Qingshan is not afraid of Lang Fees, nor is it afraid of harmful. He just suddenly thought, is he too embarrassed about Monster Core? Initially, Qi refining was too difficult. He only suppressed Monster Core and made Qi refining faster. But now that there are so many Qi condensing pills, can you change your mind? His roots are still on Demon Dao, the 3 divine ability that Green Bull left for him. Knowing that strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers is not the real strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, he automatically separates Bull Demon Strong Fist from Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. This is the road that Green Bull has paved for him, leading to above the 9 heavens. If he simply puts his mind on Qi refining, he is not neglect the roots to pursue the tip. He chooses to return to the world in order to obtain resources that are not available in the mountains. Now, the resources are in his hands. These are the Qi condensing pills, and it is time to return to the original path. He thought of this festival. His heart was shocked, and he got up in the night and brought Little An in the treetops, like a big bird leaping. He was away from the Eagle Wolf Guard in a moment and came to the other side of the mountain. Blessed Peace City, at the foot of the Bzhang High Cliff. Below is the Rolling Clown River. When he first arrived at Blessed Peace City, he saw that the high cliff blocked the flow of water. The water flow here was extremely urgent. For many years, the deep Dong Cave was carved under the cliff, which was suitable for cultivation. Li Qingshan jumped from the high cliff and jumped into the clear river water. The Langhua, which was several feet high, came up from all directions and engulfed his body. A small water hua splashed next to it, and Little An jumped down. He swam in the water for a while, and he found a deep underwater Dong Cave. Black, like a giant beast, opened his mouth. He did not fear the anti-history. Deeply dived down until the bottom of the Dong Cave. He took a deep breath, liberated monster power, and showed true form. The red eyes are like fire, the skin is black and iron, and the sharp fangs are in the deep water. In a sense, this is the real Li Qingshan. The huge figure of 2 feet and 2 feet high will force the river to be forcibly discharged, but there is no sneak. The water flow is surrounded by Ka around him, and it has a sticky texture. Deep water is a good way to isolate Monster Qi. He is just Ka running water and trying to do better. Little An is waiting in silence to make Li Qingshan's cultivation more secure. Although Monster Qi has an absolute upper hand, the pure Ru Qi, like a clear stream under the Yellow River, is small and weak, but it is never as bad as Monster Qi. Li Qingshan reached out and waved the water, separating all the Qi condensing pills, thinking about it, leaving 10 left for daily cultivation. Then he threw all the remaining 60 condensing pills into the big mouth of the toothy jar and swallowed it. Not cultivation innate Qi refining secrets, but Bull Demon Strong Fist. Under the dark deep water, Scarlet Hair Liu An dance, stepping hoof, apex angle, skinning. Every movement is very skilled. This is the divine ability that opened his cultivation road. Everything is so familiar. Qi condensing pills, such as dozens of mines, blasted in the water at the same time, like the rolling of Monster Qi in the Yellow River. The speed of running is 10 times faster, roaring, as if to tear his body. Although Qi condensing pills is the most peaceful and most suitable Dan Yao, but swallowing so much, the consequences of the ordinary Qi refining warrior is also devastating. But at this moment, he is not Qi refining warrior, but demon, condensing monster cause demon. Suppress. Li Qingshan gave a low drink, such as a thunder at the bottom of the water. The monster core is under pressure and looming. A spirit turtle phantom appears around the monster core, with a silent roaring, 4 pillar-like giants, and a torrent of Monster Qi. Nearly out of control Monster Qi, instantly calm down. Monster Qi torrents become tamed, flowing in Li Qingshan's cow, into every body of the body. Yao was transformed into Monster Qi by Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets and was also transformed into a powerful force by Bull Demon Strong Fist. His heart is happy. Yes, this is his root. His movements kept on, with the body emitting a strange sound like a steel bar being pulled, and the iron like muscle roux, like being filled with gas, swelled and knotted. and a series of small humming sounds. His body is getting bigger in the bit by bit. 2 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, 4 feet, 2 feet and 5 feet. In a moment, his body shape has increased by 3 feet. His powerful force is in his body. He is free to box out and squeeze the water bow. It looks like a shell. In the mud at the bottom of the water, he blasts a square. The big pit. Although it has not yet been able to build a second layer of Bull Demon Strong Fist and reach strength of 2 bulls, the power has grown significantly. Obviously, Bull Demon Strong Fist is just like its name. Strength of 2 bulls is not the ordinary 2 cows, but the power of 2 demon bulls. As his body changed, his mind changed quietly. He was less cautious of human race and more of demons' violent self-confidence. These forces, no one can kill. Even if Zhao Zibo can win in the battle, fear Zhao Liang King. Do not rush back to the Cloud and Rain building to kill him, and then take some Dan Yao to cultivation. Li Qingshan picked up Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets and reinvented it into a human form. The violent recovery and calmness, but this thought is not in the heart. He seriously considers the pros and cons. His biggest concern is that he is afraid of monster body Violent Lu, but Chi Refining 6th level and Chi Refining 5th level have a huge gap, which he knows, and his monsterification body is at least equivalent to the strength of Chi Refining 6th level and even 7th level. As long as you seize the opportunity, you may be able to strike and kill, and it will not attract anyone's attention. As long as the hand is clean enough, maybe you can think that this person has disappeared and escaped. Although it is inevitable to be suspected afterwards, but he is in the face of the strength, only Chi Refining 1st level. Who can think he can kill a 5th level Chi Refining warrior? The more he thinks, the more he feels worthy of a gamble. If the bottom card has been pressed below, it is also a Lang Fi, and as long as the people who have seen his cards all die, the cards are still cards. Li Qingshan said that the thoughts in her heart were the same as Little An. Little An naturally would not object, and then the two would discuss in this deep water how to assassinate a 5th level Chi Refining warrior, Zhao Liang King. In order to remove an enemy, but also to obtain more resources, the Bull Demon Strong Fist second layer was built as soon as possible. Li Qingshan swims out of the Dong Cave, along the clear river water, down the river, to Blessed Peace City, quietly ashore from a secluded place, dripping on his body, quickly plunged into the dark alley. In the Milike alleys, the distant 7th level building provides him with the most obvious guidance. Tonight's bright moonlight, he only walked in the shadow of yin and the darkness, all the breath of the body converges. Whether it is monster chi or true chi, he is like a tiger walking in the jungle. His feet are light and silent. When he passed by a man walking along the road, the man didn't even discover his existence. He only felt a night wind blowing around him. On this sweltering summer night, he brought a hint of coolness and coolness. The man took a nap. Can't tell which is the taste of murderous aura. Li Qingshan stood in the alley behind the Cloud and Rain building. The back wall of the Cloud and Rain building was outside the wall. The guards patrolled around the wall, unlike the brothel, which was like a fortress. It's hard to stop Li Qingshan. The so-called Murim expert is not in his eyes. He turned over the high wall and first sneaked in a small, vegetated garden with a slightly raised head and slow nose. A large amount of inhaled air collects various odor messages in the air. Zhao Liang King's smell. He did not have a deep memory, but for the taste of Huaqui Fu Rong, he was very impressed. It is a special smell of mee spice. In order to strengthen the sense of smell, he released a trace of monster chi. The black says quickly covered the whole body. The hair became long and red. The forehead also had 2 bumps, and the body also rose a foot, turning into a black iron tower-like robust man. However, before he made more changes, he found what he wanted, and he was not in a hurry to restore the human form. He sneaked into the building. Tonight, Cloud and Rain building brought him a lot of convenience. But he soon discovered that Fu Rong's smell was not from above, but from below. He sneaked into the cellar, only to see hundreds of altar wine displays, but did not see Fu Rong. The smell is still below, Under Cloud and Rain Building also buried this deep underground palace. It is no wonder that when I searched today, I did not find those NV children who were picked up. Along the scent track, he came to a wall. The smell was interrupted. Li Qingshan put his ear on the wall, and he heard the extremely light human voice. The underground palace was below this. He could not find the door. The method, worried about going straight in, hitting the golden snake, and leaving too many traces. In the end, Little uncarefully found a jar of wine that was embedded in the ground. It was the mechanism of the men. However, Li Qingshan has already understood that this is probably not only a careful question, but a certain understanding of the building structure, in order to master the relationship. Turning the jar, the wall opens a door. When the two enter, the wall is closed behind them. In front of it is a deep ladder extending downwards. Li Qingshan walked without hesitation. Yin sounds one after another, two bodies slammed against each other. Zhao Liangqing said, "I must kill him." Fu Ronghu Liuan responded. Neither of them used the meditation to dual culture, but in this most primitive way, to release the depression in the heart. Zhao Liangqing was as tired as she was, tired of looking at Fu Rong. If she was not cultivation on weekdays, he would not like to be happy with this NV, and ordered, "Bring those NV people over." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 128 Chapter 26 Punching Zhao Liangqing. Fu Rong was shocked. "You want it?" Zhao Liangqing said, "I want to use them. From today, these people can no longer appear." Use very cold words, as if they are treated as objects, but the facts are even more ruthless. He not only treat them as items and they are still consumables. Sect regulations is not allowed to use this method. Fu Rong trembled, knowing that he was using a vicious cultivation technique in Cloud and Rain sect to exhaust the girl's yin. This is the way to kill chickens and take eggs is already thoroughly demon Dao, so it is strictly forbidden by Cloud and Rain sect. If it is not discovered by people, it is a public enemy in the world and a dead end. The dual cultivation faction has been the orthodox genre of Daoism since ancient times, and little is not an evil cultural technique. But cultivation this way requires more perseverance than other cultivation techniques. Otherwise, the mind is increasingly invaded by new thoughts, often sinking demon down and turning it into demon art. Zhao Liangqing said, "Without this method, how to break through quickly? You don't say, I don't say, who knows? Don't you hate that kid? When I go through Belt Meridian and break through the Qi refining 6th level, I can control the art." Assassinated him with the flying sword, and he reported it as a great feud for you. Fu Rong just walked out the door. A big hand with a claw grips her throat, making a crisp sound. She falls to the ground. The cremation blood flame quietly spreads up. Just for a moment, it will be completely engulfed, turned into a skeleton. Fu Rong's breath has disappeared. Zhao Liangqing suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Who is it?" The voice returned to Dang in the underground palace. Zhao Liangqing was alert to the extreme, but saw Li Qingshan push the door. The young face with a relaxed smile, "It's me." He has completely restored a human form. The atmosphere is also the breath of Qi refining 1st level, and this evening the same is true for Cloud and Rain building. The enemy meets into a red eye. Zhao Liangqing looks at Li Qingshan with a red eye and whispers, "You killed her?" "Yes, I killed her. Sorry to disturb your good deeds, I took a step first." Li Qingshan finished, and actually quit the room. "It's a paradise, there's no way to go, no hell, no door, you coming?" Zhao Liangqing just rushed out of the door, suddenly turned his head, saw a bloody skull, bite him from the left side, without any burning feeling, but he instinctively felt the bloody terrible. The raging true Qi. A gust of wind in the deep corridor. Zhao Liangqing raised the right palm, condensed into a true Qi giant hand imprint. A palm smashed the flames. You rushed to attack, but he suddenly standing, like being nailed there. 10 times more than the horror of the flames. Murderous or a monster Qi, a huge wave like her from behind. He feels that as soon as you move, you will be swallowed by the monster lurking under the huge waves. and the cold sweat on the back. At this time, he saw it clearly. The bloody flame came from a small donkey standing in front of him. The blood in his eye socket rose, but he did not attack it again, but looked behind him. "What's behind you?" He was stunned by the unprecedented fear, but he roared in his heart. He was not reconciled. He was Chi refining warrior, and his future was bright. As long as he broke through the Chi refining 6th level, there is a good position in Cloud and Rain sect waiting for him. He regrets why not slow down, bring 100 treasure pouch, and to fight this horror with this body. He slowly turned his head and saw the truth of horror, like the huge body cast by black iron. The narrow ramp cannot be accommodated, can only be there, crouching in the dark, darker than the dark. The red say long hair draped, both like a burning flame, and a waterfall like a flowing blood say. A pair of copper bell-like red eyes, holding him, cannot move. Dead. This thought, for the first time in my life, is unmistakably clear in Zhao Liang King's mind. But the instinct to survive, urging his will to resist. He turned around at the fastest speed. He tried to mobilize each body a trace of true Chi, to meet this horrible monster. He didn't want to fight with this monster. He planned to slap with true Chi. With the power of rebound, he fled to the other side of the martyr. Although he was surprised, he was confident that he could deal with it, and the body of this monster. Such a huge, in the inconvenience of the move in the ramp, he can escape from the other secret door of the ramp. There are opportunities. There are hopes. Zhao Liang King's movements abruptly stopped, spurting out blood and broken internal organs. He couldn't believe his head down. A giant claw caught him, and at a terrible speed that he couldn't respond at all. Then he slowly lifted him. In front of you. It seems that a cat who has just learned to hunt is studying the first mouse he has caught. The pain made Zhao Liang King's thinking almost stop. How could he encounter such a thing? I am not chasing a small Chi refining warrior of Chi refining 1st level. Is it chased out? How come you encounter such a monster? When he thought about it, he said in a difficult way, You are Li Qingshan? It's just under. The sound is like a metal trembling, and like a magma surging under the volcano that is about to erupt, telling the truth slowly. A fact that makes Zhao Liang King without avatar letter. Li Qingshan is really surprised because it is too weak. Zhao Liang King is simply too weak. When he was in the human race form, he faced the strong pressure felt by Zhao Liang King and disappeared without a trace. Now he can use the Chi refining 5th level's Chi refining warrior to kill like a bug with a little effort. It turned out that I have always been too confident about myself. Li Qingshan is so emotional. Rao have spared me. Zhao Liang King was in a difficult way, and the blood kept flowing in his mouth. Think of beauty. Li Qingshan slammed his hand on the palm of his hand. The palm burst open a bloody fog and held the meat into mud. The cremation blood flame surged up and turned every drop of blood into a part of the flame, perfectly cleaned up, and was murdered by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan restored a human form, stood up and stretched the muscles and bones, and said to himself, I am taking you seriously, but it is, little one, referring to the sword. Scattered bones, suddenly trembled and flew into the 100 treasure pouch in his hands, completing the destruction. This kind of thing, Li Qingshan can't do it, and I have no place to appreciate. I ask, well, little one, a dagger. The two returned on the same road, quietly exited the Cloud and Rain building. When I returned to the mountain, just after 4 days, Li Qingshan did not light the lights. I checked the harvest of the trip through the screen say 120,000 tals of silver, with a pile of gold and silverware, is Fu Rong's collection for many years, and Zhao Liang King is in charge of the Cloud and Rain building, which has accumulated over the years. A few of the spirit talisman, none of them are variety grades, at least low grade, and 2 middle grades. More than 50 Chi condensing pills instantly added the Chi condensing pills that Li Qingshan consumed. A few cobblestone-sized stones contain pure spiritual Chi, presumably the legendary spirit stones. However, This is not the biggest gain of this trip. The biggest gain is from a small sword from Zhao Liang King's 100 treasure pouch. The sword is only 1 foot long, without a hilt. It is full of crystal, huagyang circulation. Obviously it is gold and iron, but it seems to have the texture of jade. Li Qingshan holds the small sword in the palm, looks at it and feels light, but there is a very powerful spiritual chi in it, which is better than the wind-stitching blade at his waist. It is a middle-grade spirit artifact. But there is not even a hilt. How to use it? Li Qingshan suddenly remembered the soaring dragon elder and remembered the black lacadine rule of Wang Pushi. It is also used for the utility unknown, so I have to close it first. Li Qingshan's heart is smooth, and it's really a bad way to come. The world is really a good place. If you stay in the mountain forest, there are so many medicine pills that are delicious. The speed of cultivation is definitely much slower. Although the demon cultivator line is 100 years old, he believes that as long as he does this, he can greatly shorten the time. Tonight's battle, he added a lot of confidence. No matter how strong Zhao Zibo opened the Chi C level Chi refining warrior, he has confidence to fight, full of malicious speculation. When it is, people are harmful to the tiger, and the tiger is hurtful. A long time ago, a teenager walked out of the mountains, an eagle flew to heavens, and a wolf ran in front of them. They were young children and playmates, capturing prey for him, dispelling loneliness, and accompanying him through many hard years. When the teenager is in the sky, pick up the sword, the eagle and the wolf demonic incarnation, along with his campaign 9 provinces, help him defeat countless powerful enemies and spend many disasters, until the teenager, swept, ding 9 provinces, said about true dragon. His majesty is like a rain, and he will be like a cloud, and the harem will be 3,000, rich in the world. But no one, any of his kind, can surpass his trust in the 2 most loyal friends. He seals them into kings and gives them the authority over hundreds of thousands of people. They guard this dynasty. This is the origin of the Eagle Wolf Guard. By the way, this dynasty is called Diaxia. I like the name Diaxia, the beginning of the 5,000-year civilization. Its founder is a mythical figure, and the guy behind him can only be honest and can't be like their ancestors. Mending Heaven made a man, and the maid was 3,000, and he mourned. The name Diaxia itself is like the dividing line between myth and history, as both the beginning and the end. What's even better is that its existence is questioned. This plausible, yes or no, is the end of the novel, and even my place! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 129 Chapter 27 The Daughter of Eagle God Volume 2 Demonic Incarnation Chapter 27 Eagle God's Envy Chapter 27 Eagle God's Envy When the next morning came, the first level of mist floated between the mountains, and the window was opened. The blessed Peace City was submerged in a foggy sea. There were only a few tall buildings like the Cloud and Rain Building, like the islands in the sea. In the foggy sea, it rises and falls. TXT ebook download. No one really realized what happened last night. Apart from Li Qingshan, he often bowed his own right hand. It was a handful of old knuckles and the imprint of many years of work, not with cultivation. Simple elimination. It is this hand, last night pinched an opponent, the feeling of bursting, still clearly left in the palm, engraved in memory. You can choose not to accept the dark side of your heart, pretend that you are still a normal human race. You can also accept it, let you find a few more such dregs, and enjoy the pleasure of pinching them. Between the two, Li Qingshan did not hesitate to choose the latter. In his initial words, why should he suppress his interest? Isn't there a lot of people worth fighting in this world? The first day of joining the Eagle Wolf Guard was to give new couples a rest and familiarity with the environment. Today, the real training of the Eagle Wolf Guard will begin, under the leadership of a senior. Originally this person would be Jian, but it was the brandy nose that took Li Qingshan to gamble. He smirked Li Qingshan's shoulder and smiled. Boy, you last night, it was really good. Even me. Don't dare to do this. Only by this sentence, Li Qingshan knows that he is probably not a confidant of Zhao Zibo, saying that even if he wants to receive a confidant, he is not likely to accept such a person who is not doing business. Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi are sitting next to Li Qingshan, with a lot of thoughts and no words. Brandy Nose cleared the dice and started the first lesson of the Eagle Wolf Guard, the history of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan listened to the gods. For the first time, he clearly knew where he was shocked by the majestic story in the thick history, and muttered, Diexia dynasty? What would a dynasty established by a cultivator look like? Even more surprised, one of the most powerful authorities in the human race dynasty, the commander is monster race, which is incredible. But he can understand the mood of the great ancestor emperor. The wife will fight for the favor, the child will fight for the throne. Even if it is a loyal minister, he will also conflict with him for his own ideas. The people are too complicated. Only their loyalty, eternal. Although Li Qingshan refused to admit that little Anne is his own pet, it is difficult to find other more accurate titles. The reason why he can trust him so much is because of his pure mind and his unreserved self. Brandy Nose is like the most outstanding storyteller, spitting on the river, and the history and the boast. But when it comes to this, it suddenly stops talking and smiles at Li Qingshan. Speaking of our Eagle Wolf Guard's total commander, State Protector Eagle God, you can't help mentioning his envy. Li Qingshan, who is looking down and meditating, suddenly raised the head. Just listen to Brandy Nose and slowly say the name, Guyaniying. Li Qingshan slowly closed her eyes, as if she was once again in meditation, and the white figure of the white snow appeared in her mind. Yan Song mentioned Guyaniying and said that she had a backstage. But Li Qingshan did not expect that she would not get this level. Brandy Nose continued, of course, don't tell the outsiders, although this is the secret of the inside of Eagle Wolf Guard, but it is also a taboo. White Wolf Commander specializes in the downs. Who dare to Yuan tongue? I just watched him chew his tongue. Don't think that this is just a talk. This is the first ring of Arui County Eagle Wolf Guard. You haven't heard it before. Anyway, there is probably no chance in this life such a big man is in a relationship. Here, he took another look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not respond. After a little shock, he recovered calmly. The goal that Green Bull gave him was too high, and his eyes were not only staying in this world from the beginning. When your ultimate goal is to fly to the sky, others tell you how high the Everest is and how difficult it is to climb. You can agree, but you don't feel too much pressure. Maybe even think that this goal it's much simpler. As for whether or not you can tie the relationship, you have to look at the opportunity. But you can pull it. He is not afraid of others saying that he is good, because he admits that he is a good say, but also good wine, good food, so that the opposite is true. Good spiritual pill spirit artifact. Passing through the bustling streets, Li Qingshan came to the county office. Before the king, the pair of tall stone lions, in Li Qingshan's view, was not just used to scare the small people, showing the majestic props, and its spiritual chi tell him that if someone invades, the pair of stone lions will immediately turn around and cast claws and fangs to shred the enemy. Compared with them, the two guards are more like furnishings. When I see Li Qingshan in a dark wolf clothes, naturally no one dares to stop. After listening to his self-reporting, the officer immediately takes him in. There is a busy scene and the men, each say, etc., in the officer's lead, rushing in and out, seems to have their own things to do, not just shouting. Zhu Wenbin met Li Qingshan in the Huiyuan after the county office. In the bright sunshine, Zhu Wenbin hit a green shirt, and the Tui was sitting on the futon, watching the wind and moon under a big willow tree by the pond. It was not like county magistrate, like a hermit who lives in Tanlin, is very leisurely and very different from the busyness of the county office. Li Qingshan gong dadao, the adults are so chic. Zhu Wenbin waved his hand and dropped a futon in front of him. There were also a few tea sets from Jing. Li Qingshan was stunned and saw that Zhu Wenbin had a hand, and the water vaporizing from the pond seemed to condense into his palm, turned into a water flow, and then steamed hot steam, and a tea fragrance spread. Filled with 2 teapots. Zhu Wenbin just said leisurely, "We cultivator, there shouldn't be too much entanglement." Li Qingshan Qidao said, "Why do you want to be a magistrate? Why don't you have a beautiful place and cultivate?" You don't know this. This is a method of Confucianism, which brings together the people's life, wish power. It can also be used for cultivation. So I am the county of Blessed Peace City. Zhu Wenbin, Li Qingshan knows that there is still such a way, and it is still a very efficient cultivation method. Dealing with various government affairs, on weekdays, he only needs to drink tea and enjoy when the backyard path of cultivation is really thousands of. Li Qingshan is returning to the truth. I don't know if the adults call me, what is it? Zhu Wenbin said, you know that your life is too late. Li Qingshan said, this is really not known. Zhu Wenbin said, you deeply offend Zhao Zibo. Others are timid, so they will choose to be forbearing. When you and I are not clear, you have no decent backstage. Old River of Clear River Prefecture should be very I don't like you. Zhao Zibo will realize this sooner or later. Li Qingshan's face is unchanged. What do you think of the adults? Is it difficult for me to switch to adults? Zhu Wenbin said, I would like to have a subordinate of yours. What you did in Suncheer County, I also heard, but directly let me have a county commandant, but also a lang fee for a grain. Li Qingshan remembered the big elder brother Yi Daquan of the prefecture governor. They counted the time and they should have arrived almost today. However, since you entered the Eagle Wolf Guard, you can't get away anymore. Li Qingshan said, then I can only escape? Zhu Wenbin shook his head and said, the embarrassing Eagle Wolf Guard is more guilty. It is enough to catch the sea. The world is big, where can you escape? You can really escape to the old forest and go with those monster. Li Qingshan thinking about it, this is not a difficult thing. Zhu Wenbin said, if you want to avoid Zhao Zibo's frame, now you have only one place to go. Li Qingshan said, where? 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Where is 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy? Nature is in Clear River Prefecture. Where is 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy? It is the place where ordinary people are cultivation. It is also the foundation of Diexia dynasty. As a county magistrate, in addition to guarding one side, I also have the responsibility of selecting a talent for the country. I can recommend Chi refining warrior with innate skill to 100 philosophical scriptures. Studying at the academy, even if it is the responsibility of the Eagle Wolf Guard, can be temporarily detached. Naturally, you don't have to worry about Zhao Zibo. If you say, I am from the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, I am there. I am doing the Eagle Wolf Guard. Cultivation is more helpful. Li Qingshan said, I don't know why adults are so loved. Zhu Wenbin said, your innate skill is mediocre, but I like it very much. I can't bear to destroy you in the hands of a Jianyafu. One day, you always have to return to the Eagle Wolf Guard. I don't mind if you will be Blessed Peace City. We can continue to cooperate. Some people hate your love. And naturally someone will like your Xing love. When you get malicious, you also get goodwill. This is fair. After thinking for a while, Li Qingshan replied, thank you for good intentions. I will definitely go there to see it, but it is not now. I still have something to do in Blessed Peace City. He speculated that the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy should be a place like the school, and the school of Chi refining warrior, which trains talents for Diexia dynasty, can suppress the talents of the cultivator men. However, since it is a school, there must be a tuition fee, and there must be a lot of inconvenience in doing things. At least it is impossible to go out and kill in a proper name. He now needs bloodroot to help little and consolidate the root body, and also need to get more chi condensing pills to cultivate in these tasks. These two things complement each other and are very suitable for doing in Blessed Peace City. Most importantly, he is not afraid of Zhao Zibo, not at all. Zhu Wenbin said, it seems that you do not understand the power of 6th level Chi refining warrior. Peas, Monday, strongly summon the recommended tickets in your hands. Recommend tickets without money. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 130 Chapter 28 Artifact Controlling Technique. Li Qingshan certainly understands the power of Qi refining 6th level, and Qi high is compared with the condensed monster core. He knows how the strength has grown since he condensed his monster core. It is a qualitative change. But for the enemy's message, there is not much to know. He also wants to know, why is human race competing with demon, such as the Zhao level King Qi Q fining warrior, which is simply not enough to read, so he is open-minded. Also ask adults to advise. Zhu Wenbin said, human race is strong, not strong in itself, otherwise neither true Qi nor physical, cannot compete with the ordinary demon, you know this. Li Qingshan nodded, human race is strong in using tools. He deeply remembers the difference in the previous life politics class. The teacher's words, the human race and the animal, is the invention and use of tools, even in this cultivation world. This never changed. Zhu Wenbin said in front of his eyes, it's good to say, but do you feel the importance of the tool now? For example, the wind stitching blade at your waist. Do you think it has increased your strength? Li Qingshan's subconscious murmur wind stitching blade, and then slowly shaking his head, wind stitching blade is a good weapon, but for him, it is not indispensable, nor does he have qualitative changes in his strength. Zhu Wenbin said, because you haven't really learned to use tools yet. Now this knife, for you, is just the claws and fangs of the beasts, but only by the instinct of the Jianghu people who use the swords and swords. Just a little stronger beast. Li Qingshan body lean forward, pick up the teapot and fill in a cup of tea for Zhu Wenbin. What is the real used tool? Like this. Zhu Wenbin glimmered in the light, and in the wide cuffs, he took out a sword light that was astonishing, and swam around him at a speed of thunder, suddenly falling low and flying high. Draw a continuous light arc. In the afternoon sun, the film was remarked by the blade of the reversed image, flashing in front of the two people. Jiangwen went straight into the sky, shuttled between the green willows, and the willows fell, like a rain, but the rain has not yet fallen. The sword light flashed, and hundreds of willow leaves were nailed to the trunk. Zhu Wenbin put his hand in one finger and the sword light moved again. He crossed the calm water of the pond, like a sharp scissors, cut the water surface, and then disappeared into the water. The next moment, duckweed from the shore. Underneath, once again, I returned to Zhu Wenbin's sleeve. Li Qingshan's glare, if not turned into a demon body, he decided not to resist such a sword. He once saw the horror of a flying sword in the ancestral hall of Dragon Gate sect, but the flying sword was not manipulated. I only know that the head of the skull is straight, so that the flying sword is terrible, and the understanding is not deep enough. Now I understand that when I encountered the real flying sword, there is no chance to hit it hard, because there is no human restraint. The dexterity of the flying sword, beyond the sleek sword technique of any peerless swordsman. It is conceivable that if you encounter such a flying sword, if you can't hit the flying sword with a thunder, it will be like the spirit snake, twisting into your heart. You can't even reach the enemy. There is no chance for the enemy to fight for life, unless you can withstand the sharpness of the flying sword, or the speed of the flying sword. But this is something that several people can do. This is the real tool, and human race can overwhelm demons. Snuggle. This way of using the tool, he saw it in the hands of the hidden sword palace Soaring Dragon Elder, and the sword of Zhu Wenbin is far worse than the sword of Soaring Dragon Elder. However, because the gap between each other's strength is too great, only Jiangwen is like rain, sword Qi is like rainbow, and the mountains are broken. Full of brains were filled with the unbeatable horrible power, but did not realize the subtlety and horror of the flying sword, not as shocking as it is now. The more striking reason is that he can use tools like this. Zhu Wenbin said, the so-called use of tools is a more common saying. The more accurate statement is called artifact controlling. The sword is a relatively common spirit artifact. There are thousands of spirit artifacts in the world, or can be used killing the enemy, or can be used to defend the enemy. or can be used to me the mind. In short, there are thousands of usages. As long as you have a strong enough true chi, you no longer need to be restrained by your hands and feet. You can use a variety of spirit artifact at the same time. Killing people is as easy as taking a bag. And all of this, you need to open the yin-yang 4 veins, balance the yin-yang road, and then through the belt meridian, in the body to open yin-yang chi. Can do it. There is even a saying, only chi refining warrior, the real chi refining warrior, entered the cultivation road. In short, a 6th level chi refining warrior, it is extremely easy to kill the 5th level chi refining warrior. The implication is that you don't even think about your 1st level little chi refining warrior. Even if body refining is good, it can never be Zhao Zibo's opponent. Li Qingshan is sincere and convinced. It turns out that I would like to thank the adults for mentioning it, but the reason why I chose to stay is not to know how to live. The two silently looked at each other, a firm, a suspicion. Zhu Wenbin said, since you insist on doing this, then I will not say more. If there is anything I need help, I can come to the county office to find me, but you will eventually be Zhao Zibo's majesty, and I can't. You and Zhao Zibo turned your face. You have to be self-sufficient. Li Qingshan smiled and said, that is natural. Li Qingshan's relaxed and casual attitude makes Zhu Wenbin wonder if he is mistaken. Is this kid really a good background? I have one thing now. I want to ask the adults to help. Then artifact controlling technique. I don't know where to learn. Li Qingshan saw Zhu Wenbin's show. The heart moved, and suddenly remembered last night at Zhaoliang King 100 treasure. The handleless sword found in pouch seems to be Zhaoliang King's preparation for the chi refining 6th level, and now falls into his hands, of course, to make full use of it. Zhu Wenbin looked at him deeply. Do you really think that chi refining 6th level is so good? Li Qingshan said, I will try hard. The eyes are full of strong self-confidence, at least from the perspective of demon. He has reached this level now. Zhu Wenbin is undecided, just saying. Ordinary artifact control is well known in the cultivation world. It is nothing to teach you in advance. Li Qingshan is curious. Is there a common artifact control? Zhu Wenbin said. Hidden Sword Palace has a special sword controlling technique, not an artifact controlling, but a sword controlling. Xuan Yin has ghost controlling technique, with ghosts, and some demon Dao, refining corpse. Take the corpse as a device. Without a sect's artifact control, you will have your own uniqueness, and I can't know it. Xuan Yin Zong, ghost controlling technique. Li Qingshan feels a move. Remembering the book he got from the witch's hand, isn't it Xuan Yin ghost controlling technique? There must be some connection between the two, and the origin of the witch can be clarified. The origin of Little An, Busy asked, where is Xuan Yin Zong? This is a common knowledge for Verdant Province's cultivator. Zhu Wenbin casually explained a few words and did not notice the difference in Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan wrote down the 8 words. The land of the south, the ghost of the ghost, and for the first time learned that this super sect of Verdant Province. But Zhu Wenbin did not say much. He did not ask. Your own strength is not enough. You can't go so far. Little An hasn't thought of so many things yet, and hasn't responded to the flesh. Under countless reasons, there is a thought of being a self. And he doesn't want Little An to leave his side. He doesn't want to be alone again. Although it is very ridiculous, but he can become a 2-foot-high demon, pinch a person like an easy tyrannical guy, like the ordinary people, hate loneliness. So, for the first time, when he had the opportunity to spy on Little An's life, he became less determined than before. The sun was cut like a knife, and the young sprinkling of the young man. He was not particularly handsome, but the angular face of the bronze, rarely seen a trace of me. But immediately became firm, decided to stick to the agreement and let it go. Zhu Wenbin slammed the method of artifact control. The principle is not complicated, but it has absolute requirements for the cultivation of realm. After the development of Chi refining warriors still can't simply communicate with spiritual energy of heaven and earth. but it is moving in this direction. At the beginning, it can induce various kinds of spiritual things. Of course, everything is spiritual, and one flower and one grass are no exception, but the higher the spiritual chi, the stronger the induction, and the inability to manipulate flowers and plants. Chi refining warrior will choose a spirit artifact, using its own true chi to clean up day and night, until it has a subtle sense and connection with spirit artifact. It can be manipulated by air, like turning itself into a magnet to manipulate iron. Li Qingshan expressed his gratitude. The more common sense of this kind of thing, the greater his help, because it can be recognized as the common sense by Chi refining warrior, which is the indispensable foundation. He is a grasshopper, no master, no teacher, no chance to systematically study. Zhu Wenbin smiled and said, "Is it just a white mouth?" Li Qingshan, "Is this a plan to accept a bribe?" Zhu Wenbin hinted, "You should have a lot of gains last night, such as silver." Li Qingshan followed the female brothel owner's 100 treasure pouch, but certainly his eyes. Li Qingshan stunned. "You are a famous county, 6th level chi refining warrior, who ruled hundreds of thousands of people, and asked me, a poor boy, to ask for money." Zhu Wenbin said, "Why is it so loud?" "I don't want you anymore." "Because there are too many people, there are many places to spend money." "Those silver, you are useless." "It is useless, let me give it. I use chi condensing pills to exchange." Li Qingshan said with amazement, "Why is this?" "Let him buy chi condensing pills with silver." Of course he is willing. Unless he really intends to buy a girl, it is really useless for him. Zhu Wenbin, this 6th level chi refining warrior, does it need money? Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 131. Chapter 29, The Darkness. Zhu Wenbin explained that Li Qingshan knew that it was not easy for him to know what the county knew. In order to get enough support rate and let the people of Blessed Peace City feel his grandfather, he would have to be contemptuous, building water conservancy, engaging in public welfare facilities, but also paying high salaries, raising the group of staff and aides to handle government affairs for him, so they often fail to make ends meet. Zhu Wenbin spread his hands and smiled. "Poor me, this official did not have a penny, but also had to find ways to raise money." Li Qingshan is also a bit funny. This era, although it is extremely big to pull the gap between the rich and the poor, is not a bad thing for the civilian population. Dixia dynasty, from top to bottom, no matter what grades of officials, there is no silver, but there is no need to pay taxes. Even if it is found in gold and silver mines, it is dominated by local officials. This is impossible in any dynasty known to Li Qingshan, but it is a fact. The focus of the cultivator is different from ordinary people from the beginning. Zhu Wenbin is willing. 1 year in blessed peace, thousands of tons of silver can be squeezed out, but that makes no sense. And only one type of ore vein belongs to the state, and that is the spirit stones ore vein. The officials of Zhu Wenbin and Zhou Zibo, who are receiving the same salary, are also spirit stones. Li Qingshan took out hundreds of thousands of tons of silver from the female brothel owner and handed it to Zhu Wenbin. Zhu Wenbin said, "You don't ask me how many chi condensing pills can be changed." Li Qingshan said, "I have always been stingy. Of course, I also hope that others will be generous to me." Zhu Wenbin handed a small porcelain bottle, a total of 12 chi condensing pills, to Li Qingshan and said, "This is the first time, the preferential price. You can come to me with silver, but there are 100,000. Li Qingshan said, "It's fair. Think of a small chi condensing pills that is worth a lot of money. But if you put it on Jianghu, you will spend 100,000 tals of silver to buy this chi condensing pills." Li Qingshan also handed the books that were obtained from the female brothel owner to Zhu Wenbin. "I don't know if there is any evidence of Cloud and Rain building." Li Qingshan didn't want to make his behavior suspicion, so he didn't take it out for the first time. However, he wants to have a lot of women in the underground palace of the Cloud and Rain building. "I have to find a way to let Zhu Wenbin check the Cloud and Rain building, and save the women out of the bright, otherwise, I don't want to starve to death inside. Zhu Wenbin didn't look at it, clapped his hands, and immediately came up with a servant, took the books to the county office, and went to the aides who were proficient in this. After a while, a man like a master came over. First, I looked at Li Qingshan with amazement. Although the Eagle Wolf Guard was good, the ordinary Dark Wolf Guard could not be equal to the average adult, and then walked slightly to Li Qingshan. After a ceremony, I reported to Zhu Wenbin, adult. There are a lot of questions on it. Li Qingshan looked at the pond and thought about how to make this mouth. When Zhu Wenbin and the master finished speaking, he said, adult, can this object be used as an exhibit for the Cloud and Rain building? Zhu Wenbin said, do you really think that you can move to Cloud and Rain building with a book? Underestimated the strength of Cloud and Rain sect. The people I sent to Fish Ravine have returned, the family of Kingsu, they are all dead. They are very clean. Li Qingshan angrily said, this group of beasts. The adult lord is in the body, still afraid of these sect? Zhu Wenbin said, not afraid, but helpless. These cultivator sects have their own roots and inheritance. Some giant sects exist for a longer time than Dexia dynasty. When the great ancestor emperor is alive, it can only appease. Committed not to harm their interests, peaceful coexistence with each other, and then rise to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to cultivate talents to compete with them. In short, they will not take the initiative to provoke Zhu Wenbin, and Zhu Wenbin does not want to provoke them. He is the person who comes here to cultivate cultivation, instead of really asking for a clean official, but no one can accuse him. Li Qingshan's heart, fortunately, I am going to pinch Zhao Liangqing, otherwise I want to go through the legal channels. But I can't do this. So you have to guard against the Cloud and Rain sect. Sometimes, they may be more terrible than Zhao Zibo, who is a person in Eagle Wolf Guard, so they have scruples about your backstage, but they are not that much scruples. The loss of Eagle Wolf Guard is mostly a dispute with these sects, and then it is silently done. Even if it is an eagle collar like Zhao Zibo, or a magistrate like me, there is an unclear death. Li Qingshan was not too surprised. He had seen such an instance in person. Ge Yanning, who was not able to kill the White Lotus Holy Mother, forced her to hide, but lost a lot of her men. Her White Wolf Guard, at least one heavenly tribulation, reached the great cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm, where the Blessed Peace City and even Clear River Prefecture were walk unhindered characters. Hidden Sword Palace's soaring dragon elder, without fear of the authority of the Eagle Wolf Guard, dared to kill concubine Yu's pet in front of her face, and even fight her. This is still behind Ge Yanning, Eagle God. The fierce of these cultivator sects is evident. He couldn't help but sigh. No matter what the era, it is the strength to say, the name is such a thing. There is never any strength to use. Zhu Wenbin said, you have a Verdant Province mind map. Let's take a look. Li Qingshan took out the Verdant Province mind map to expand. Zhu Wenbin stroking the map, sure enough is a good thing. There are countless lights on it, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The bright spot here has the existence of the Imperial Court name. Even if the 5th level Chi Refining Warrior, do not dare to kill your Chi Refining 1st level Dark Wolf Guard in full view, but in this light point in addition, there is no name, only strength. You have to remember this. As long as there is absolute certainty, someone will dare to shoot for you in the 100 treasure pouch. This wolf skin, sometimes not only cannot protect you, it is easier to attract killing intent. Li Qingshan looked at the Verdant Province mind map many times and had a new understanding. Although the stars are bright and dense, they are far from the vastness and darkness of the night sky. In those deep mountains and mountains, in the mountains and mountains, it is a lawless land. It is the stage of Demon's Flurry and the battlefield of Cultivator. This kind of revelation is more helpful than giving him a few cheek condensing pills, giving him a new understanding of his identity. However, instead of feeling any fear, he felt suddenly clear. Originally, he was still worried that if Zhao Zibo was in trouble, how to kill him would be able to reduce his suspicion. But now, the dark land outside the light gives him convenience. he can kill the killing and then push it to a powerful cultivator who is ignorant of identity, or a horrible demon who passes by. Zhu Wenbin, I saw Li Qingshan's face without a half of fear, which is the cultivator of every orthodox origin. The first time I heard this kind of remarks, it would inevitably lead to a feeling of flu. Even Zhu Wenbin himself is no exception, so he is determined to stay in the light for life, to protect himself, and to keep a distance from the dark world. He has to admit that this boy, indeed, is different from ordinary people. He seems to have a strong interest in fighting and killing, chaos and chaos, but it is not a brainless kind of fighting madman, but rather daring. Maybe he is more suitable to go to a big sect instead of the Road of Eagle Wolfguard or 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Almost all big sects will like this kind of discipline, whether it is the Demon Guard or the Demon Guard. All need to be able to recruit good warriors. In the eyes of ordinary people, the cultivator seems to be out of the dust, not to be contaminated with worldly fireworks or bloody, just meditation every day, meal and drink. You can prolong life, and even longevity is not old. If you rely on your heart, who is willing to risk fighting with people who wouldn't want to walk the longevity with peace of mind and use the time to make the spirit artifact spirit talisman, all for concocting pill. Ask the time of the learning method to use it all. But this road is too difficult and too crowded. Everyone needs a spiritual pill, but the spirit grass is limited. Everyone needs heavenly paradise, but the good immortal cave is limited. Either avoiding it and watching others enjoy the spiritual pill, heavenly paradise, and cultivation at a very fast pace, and they can only gradually become aging, and eventually become a skeleton, or go to a victory or defeat. Not only must we fight against the sky, but we must also compete with others. Even though the world is the same, everyone is harmonious. Those demon ghosts hidden in the dark do not want to reoccupy the upper reaches, rule 9 provinces. In the wilderness of the Order, I don't know how many sects are dying, only following the original principle, survival of the fittest, and the strong. Hidden Sword Palace and Xuan Yinzong, a word controlling, a control ghost. They may not be the best sect in the monastic, but they rely on their own advantages, with this principle, continue to survive. Li Qingshan took the Verdant Province mind map and said, since people have already offended people, they may be offended. If you have this identity, don't use it. It is a pity. Zhu Wenbin knows that Li Qingshan has killed the Cloud and Rain sect in public. It is impossible to have a chance to compromise and reconcile. He wants his heart to be Xing, and he still has no hate. He said, okay, I will give you more than a dozen officers. Although the book can't pull it down, it's enough to press it and let them spit out some money. At this time, Steward came to report. Adult, a fat man in the government office to see, said that he is Blessed Peace City's county commandant. This is his instrument. Zhu Wenbin smiled and said, it seems that your old family is here. Li Qingshan also laughed. The law and order in the city, originally is the duty of county commandant. It is not more suitable for me to go with Superior Yi. Zhu Wenbin waved his hand and said, let's talk to him. I want to start cultivation. Let him come to see me tomorrow. Obviously, the ordinary person of Yi Daquan is not in the eye. Just give the prefecture governor an adult face. It's okay to send him more silver. Li Qingshan came to the front government office and saw Yi Daquan with his master. He pointed out, look, this is the big city. It is different. Although it is worse than Clear River Prefecture, it is not awkward than the Sunshia Bird. The place is strong, and the master is on the side, but also a look of joy, followed by this fat man, finally a little mixed feeling. Superior Yi, I don't see you for many days. Don't you come here? Yi Daquan turned her head and saw Li Qingshan in a dark wolf clothes. Although he knew that he came to do this, he couldn't help but be amazed. You really? Li Qingshan smiled slightly. I have a big rich to give to you. If you don't want it, please. The manuscript finally smashed the grain. Tears. But I can stick to 300,000 words, and I can forget it. But please rest assured, I will adjust back. Let the update time return to stability. Please continue to support me. This world picture has just been opened! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 132 Chapter 30 The clouds melt and the rains disperse. The text free and the rains disperse. Yi Daquan, who refused to agree, and took Li Qingshan's hand. It's my blessing. No, it's a nobleman. Think of Li Qingshan, the identity is no longer the same. Li Qingshan said, Protector Yan, what about them? Yi Daquan said, I went back to Iron Fist Gate, blessed pieces Iron Fist Gate. They also said that I would like to meet you at night. I didn't expect to let me catch a first. A dozen fine-minded officers came behind Li Qingshan. Sir Li. Li Qingshan smiled and said, This is your Superior Yi. Superior Yi. Standing in front of the Cloud and Rain building, Yi Daquan was excited. On the first day of Blessed Peace, did you visit the biggest and most luxurious brothel? Li Qingshan said, Superior Yi, don't forget, today we are looking for trouble. Yi Daquan said, I can't forget. It's serious to squeeze money. Then the righteous words ordered, Give me in and sweep the slut. A group of officers rushed in like a wolf, and they were shocked by a group of Yan. The guards came out and saw Li Qingshan. Who would dare to go forward? Yi Daquan said, What about your boss? Boss? A woman said, We don't know. Yi Daquan said, Give me a search. Li Qingshan stepped on the sidelines and watched a group of officers flipping the people of the Cloud and Rain building and whispering in the eyes of Yi Daquan, It seems that people have already ran. There will be any treasure room here, like black. That's like Wind Camp. When he mentioned the treasure room, Yi Daquan's eyes lit up. Go to the search. With his keen instinct for money, he did not wait for Li Qingshan to remind him that he found the switch in a moment and opened the door to the underground palace. Yi Daquan looked at the underground palace gate of the black hole, and gave birth to a three-pointed heart, but he couldn't help but hunger for the treasure. He first went to the army and went to Li Qingshan. Sure enough, I quickly found the women who were detained and took the evidence of Cloud and Rain building. Zhao Liangqing and Fu Rong disappeared. Of course, they fled. Yi Daquan was not disappointed. Although Li Qingshan took the 100 treasure pouch, there are still many gold and silver vessels in the underground palace. Gold jewelry is also a great asset. Congratulations to Superior Yi. When I first came to Blessed Peace City, I made a big contribution. Li Qingshan smiled and looked up at the flying sky, and he took out the wind-stitching blade and threw it out, rubbing a cloud, and the nose of the Rain building guard is nailed to the door. Today, I don't make it clear, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, it will not be forgiven. Zhao Liangqing will certainly not do it himself. The guardians of these Cloud and Rain building are all unable to get away with it. What? Zhao Liangqing is gone. Zhao Zibohuoran got up and looked at Jian, who came to report. Jian said, Yes, today Li Qingshan took out a few books, took orders from Zhu Wenbin, and brought people to the door. Not only did they not see Zhao Liangqing and Fu Rong, but they also found those in the underground palace. The woman who came to China has been taken back to the county office. After Zhu Wenbin's interrogation, Zhao Liangqing's sin has been fixed. The sea arrest document has been issued, and the entire property of the Cloud and Rain building has been checked. Zhao Zibo slowly sat down. This incident is eccentric, Zhao Liangqing. As long as it is here, there will always be a comeback. Who can seize his evidence? Is it difficult for him to return to the door to recite his duties and discuss countermeasures before he is swayed by Li Qingshan? He couldn't understand. For a moment, he also suspected that Zhao Liangqing was dead, but he immediately dismissed the idea. Who can kill Zhao Liangqing? Zhao Liangqing is already the peak of Qi refining 5th level, and he has stepped into the Qi refining 6th level. He can kill him. In Blessed Peace City, he and Zhu Wenbin alone, but Zhu Wenbin can't take such a risk going against Cloud and Rain sect. Unless it is Li Qingshan, I dare to do so, but it means that Li Qingshan is just Qi refining 1st level, and it is not Zhao Liangqing's opponent. Gain Rongzi, if you think about it, This Li Qingshan is a comet. It was only a trap in the Cloud and Rain building last night. Today Cloud and Rain building is broken. Zhu Wenbin did not expect that if someone harassed him, there would be such a result. There was only one empty shell in the Cloud and Rain building. The women all cried their own experiences and exposed many atrocities in the Cloud and Rain building. A lot of turtle escorts were identified, Zhao Liang King and Fu Rong, which are the culprit. There is no need to report to Clear River Prefecture. Zhu Wenbin's rights in blessed peace are almost one of the princes. Under one command, more than a dozen heads are grounded, and the cuts are clean and neat. Dozens of people are sent to prison, and then they are all wanted. Only write the paperwork and report it to Clear River Prefecture. Let the Prime Minister of the Prefecture consult with Cloud and Rain sect, and you will make a report to you. Since it was under the rule of Diexia dynasty, it could not be ruled by the law. At this time, even Cloud and Rain sect only opened the relationship between Zhao Liang King and the others. Zhu Wenbin had a quick knife and a mess, and it took only one afternoon to let Li Qingshan admire it. The adults are really good. Zhu Wenbin lined up and left, whispered, "You tell me honestly, is this thing you did?" Li Qingshan said, "If I really have this strength, I will be fine." Zhu Wenbin looked at it for a while and saw Li Qingshan's face without flaws. He was only a flash of light in his heart. He felt that this matter could not be separated from Li Qingshan. He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. "Well, you are not bad luck." At this time, Qian Rongzi and Dai Auf also came to the county office and reported to Zhu Wenbin. Qian Rongzi has restored the laughter Yinying, Qingshan last night. "You are so good. You are really, we come together, why not call me?" Dai Auf began to understand the contradiction between Li Qingshan and Zhao Zibo. He did not dare to offend Li Qingshan, nor dared to cheer, and he said hello. Li Qingshan smiled and didn't bother to take care of them. He said goodbye to Zhu Wenbin. Yi Daquan is on the side, dragging him to Yanu Song and drinking. Dai Auf called behind him, "Qingshan, you wait." Li Qingshan turned back and said, "What is it?" Dai Auf actually felt a hop in Zhao Xin. This little boy, who was a little younger, made him feel faintly, but after all, he was a lot of wind and rain, and he adjusted his emotions immediately. Not the actual waste of the female brothel owner, he does not believe that the strength of his own chi refining third level, really fight, not Li Qingshan's opponent. From tomorrow, we will have to perform the trial task together. Should we talk about it tonight? Li Qingshan said, "We are together? The trial mission?" He is not interested in being with the two. Zhu Wenbin explained, "This is the historical rule of the Eagle Wolf Guard. After joining the Eagle Wolf Guard, there are still several trial tasks to be truly qualified. Then go to Clear River Prefecture and see the two commanders. Really getting started. There have been very few unqualified people, and they often just go through the game, but if they don't accept it, Zhao Zibo has reason to open you." Li Qingshan understands that there are rules within the system, and stands up. "Well, discuss it." He was curious about what kind of tasks Zhao Zibo would give them. The routine of the inquiry came from the origin, ancient Twin City, Qian family. This small family cannot be small, naturally will not be looked at by Zhu Wenbin, but when asked about the origin of Dai Auf, only a small surprise here. Green Vine Mountain. "Your master is Green Vine, old man?" "Yes." "You joined the Eagle Wolf Guard? Did your master agree?" Zhu Wenbin has this question because the family is different from sect. The family is in the city, the dynasty is under the rule, and the people are willing to join the imperial court. Sect is mostly located in the mountains, and has a set of rules for acting. Most of them are not willing to let the discipline do the imperial court. Hawks and hounds. Dai Auf's face is cloudy, his face is darker, and a pair of hanging eyes are hanging straight up. Zhu Wenbin no longer asks more questions. He wrote, "You can go." Out of the gate of county office, Yi Daquan said, "You are all the young heroes of the Eagle Wolf Guard. The official Yi Daquan is the county commandant of the county. Would you please take a chance to have a few drinks?" Both Qian Rongzi and Dai Auf looked to Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan said, "Let's go." The two said nod. The four people walked on the street. Even in the evening, the street was still crowded, but when they saw Li Qingshan, they were all escaping from the dark wolf clothes, even if their horses would stop temporarily, dare to disturb their pace. Li Qingshan knew that this dark wolf clothes was so prestige. He came to Yi Daquan and Yan Song and the others to enter the upstairs restaurant. Yan Song took Li Long and was waiting there. Li Qingshan, busy standing up. Qingshan, you are going fast. Li Qingshan introduced the two sides casually. Yan Song said, it turned out to be a high-ranking child. I was long awaited for a long time. In my heart, I was in a faint surprise. Among the three, Li Qingshan cultivation base was the lowest. The lowest is the origin, but it was faintly led by him. And the two actually did not seem to have any objections. Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi said a few words, depending on their cultivation base and identity. They don't need to think of Yan Song too much. A few glasses of wine. Yan Song asked Li Qingshan's innate qi refining secrets cultivation. Li Qingshan said, just to the third layer. I want to break through the fourth layer. It is estimated that it will take some time. Yan Song was shocked. Innate qi refining secrets is also the harder it is to go up to cultivation. Li Qingshan can quickly comprehend a weight, and even break through the second layer. He is not very strange, but it has not been seen for a few days. Breaking through the third layer, this speed is a bit amazing. It's only 7 or 8 days. I used to go to Qingshan. The qualification of your cultivation is just normal. I didn't expect to look away. What, 7 or 8 days? Both Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi were shocked. Only then did Li Qingshan officially complete qi refining. In less than 10 days, she had repaired innate qi refining secrets to third layer. It was like a legend. Cultivation genius. Li Qingshan smiled and did not explain. God knows how many qi condensing pills he ate and the spatial ring tempered true qi that Golden Core expert left. If this effect is not achieved, the qualification is too bad! !@#. Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 133 Chapter 31 Impact Second Level Chapter 31 Impact Second Level. When Yan Song heard about what Li Qingshan had done in the past 2 days, he was even more surprised. Men's power is huge, and the entire Ming River Prefecture is a famous men's party. Compared with Green Vine Mountain or Qian family, even Timan is far behind. Saint Hall. The Cloud and Rain Building's main building is located in Clear River Prefecture, which is where the expensive travels are. The Jiao Tour is very wide. The Hua Vice Commander of the Eagle Wolf Guard is often lingering. It is said to be the same. Men's men are the most familiar. Li Qingshan turned off Blessed Peace City and offended. No, it is the daring of the Cloud and Rain Building. Li Qingshan said, I just want to be fair. He subconsciously pressed the handle of the wind-stitching blade, knowing where justice is. There is no moon tonight. The night is quiet. In the dark little building, Li Qingshan is sitting on the tue, and the eyes are slightly closed. True qi is surrounded by his in the body. According to the innate qi refining secrets third layer, running Sunday, even with the help of qi condensing pills, the growth is very slow. The spatial ring is on his finger. In the dark, there is no surprise. But for Li Qingshan, the Jing Pure Qi is completely unresponsive. He seems to be guarding a huge treasure house, but he can't be guarded by his men. He can only squat over the men and guess what is inside. He can hold on to the Golden Core expert for many years of collection, for his Yuyo. But it can't resist. Green Bull said the saying, I have left you with something in it. Green Bull taught the horrible demon Dao divine ability of Dao of the beautiful bones to Little N. What kind of secret is it to tell him so seriously? The legendary divine artifact, divine ability, take a day to ascending and arrive at the spiritual pill Yao of above the 9 heavens. He didn't dare to think more on weekdays. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was scratching his heart. He sighed in his heart, Elder Brother Bull. Elder Brother Bull, what do you want to give me? Can you give me directly? Why bother? It's difficult for me, and I have to use the human race method to open the spatial ring. At the beginning, you have to change the demon, and the demon will become a demon. Although he was so emotional, he also felt that the Green Bull's move must have its deep meaning. Green Bull must have expected that he would return to the world as human race. The reason why he gave him such a test is to let him take human race identity, also cultivation out of achievements. If you don't understand, then you don't have to think about it anymore. He needs the identity of this human race. He came to Blessed Peace for 2 days and got hundreds of chi condensing pills. The stronger his strength, the easier it is to get Dan Yao, and the security is more secure. He can't change in front of people, and most of the time, rely on chi refining, and chi refining first level is really too weak. He suddenly stopped the cultivation. Innate chi refining secrets, the Jing meaning of the 4th layer, slowly slipping through his heart. One word and one sentence, are very clear. He is trying to break through the Yang Heal Meridian in the singular 8 meridians, breaking through the Chi refining 1st level and reaching the cultivating Chi 2nd level. This is the first meridians he will open, the door of the Chi refining. Holtredarum joiner can be said to have a completely different meaning from the former 3rd layer of innate Chi refining secrets. Driven by the will, true chi flows into the left toe and sinks straight into the ankle. The place where extending vessels was located is the beginning of Yang Heal Meridian. On the side of the G, the Jing god looks at Li Qingshan and brings him back. A lot of Buddhist scriptures, at this time also put down the books in hand, looking at Li Qingshan with concern. Li Qingshan has to do, men. True chi rushed to the extending vessels was Jiao water. But the men was closed and there was no intention to open it to him. Don't say that you can open the X road, and you can't even shake it. He knows that his accumulation of true chi is still too weak. True chi's reserves have not yet reached the peak of 1st level chi refining warrior. The normal way is to continue to accumulate true chi, and it will take only a few months. The true chi with the body can be combined into a large river, rushing to the dam. What he has to do now is to attack the dam with a small stream. The difficulty is not high. However, 10,000 years is too long, only to fight for the day. He always has to give it a try, only to give up, and chew a chi condensing pills, complement true chi. After trying many times, I didn't gain anything. He finally stopped, but he didn't want to give up. Instead, he gathered more and more Jingyui's cow vertical true chi, which condensed and condensed true chi and condensed the stream. Ice, turned into a spear, the volume has been reduced by 100 times, and it has also been strengthened by 100 times. Then, when it was no longer possible to cohesively, the ice spear took the lead and slammed it to the dam. The foot was aching, but Li Qingshan was disregarded, but the revealed surprise, this time, true chi was no longer blocked, but deeply penetrated the extending vessels, and under his urging, it was extremely difficult. Little by little, within the body seems to sound a soft bang. The dam that is in front of the stream, penetrated a dong, and true chi rushed into the Yang Heal Meridian. His within the body, a sudden bright light, like the first star of the twinkling in the endless universe. But Li Qingshan was too late to be happy, and true chi hit another level before it was also in the enough subservient visitings. True chi smashed, and was squeezed out by the invisible pressure in Yin Heal Meridian. Tongmai failed. Even the extending vessels that was opened was closed again. Li Qingshan took a sigh of relief. Tonight, I don't know how many cultivation geniuses were held by Yan Song. Now even the first meridians can't be penetrated. The cultivating chi 2nd level is so difficult to repair, and I know the chi refining not simple. Relatively speaking, monster cultivator has no brains. Just blindly pumping spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or eating spirit grass spiritual pill. Monster chi is constantly enhanced, to a certain extent. Naturally it can be condensed into monster core. The next cultivation is also continuing the previous action, constantly importing monster chi into monster core, and after reaching a certain level, Heavenly Thunder Kaka will fall down and become a monster general. Coke, simple and clear. Monster is mostly started from beasts. even from plants, with instinct in cultivation. If you need a little wisdom and ideas, there is no monster in the world. But simple is simple. It is Hua time, not to mention plants. An ordinary beast in the wild, want to become monster general, 100 years is the starting price. But also in the mountains to eat spirit ginseng above the level of spicy grass only a chance. The 3.5-year-old monster is more meridians. The gift that God gave to human race, is also a shortcut that human race found, but it is a good shortcut, and it has to be step by step. Like Li Qingshan, chi refining didn't work for a few days, and wanted to get through the meridians. After failing, he also lamented that chi refining is not easy. In the eyes of other chi refining warriors, it is simply unreasonable. However, Li Qingshan was not discouraged. He grabbed a chi condensing pills and stuffed it into his mouth. He did not swallow it, and then began to break through again. After the first experience, he broke through the extending vessels, and it became a lot easier. After breaking through the extending vessels, he didn't dare to be distracted. Jaw-bitten and bitter chi condensing pills, supplementing true chi. At the same time, the Jing will be the next level of impact. 2 hours later, he ate 25 chi condensing pills and hit 10/3. The highest record was the 3 positions on his feet. Extending vessels, subservient visitors, instep yanks, true chi follow the left tue, going forward without going forward. But when it came to the Gs, it was blocked back. Once it is resisted, it is like a reverse water element boat. If it does not advance, it will be retired. True chi is directly squeezed out, and the consecutively passed Gs are reclosed. On the impotence Gs, there are 12 Gs roads. Ordinary chi refining warrior, probably only give up. Li Qingshan is not. Anyway, the Yao force that is too late to digest, is cheaper monster core. Monster core is not cold, there is something to eat. But don't worry about the Langfi, not to worry about the scourge of Yao accumulation. Let Li Qingshan test more and more unscrupulous. Success is a good thing, no success and no harm. Moreover, he felt that as long as the Gs road passed through, even if it is reclosed, it will become easier to bit by bit next time, and in the process, Li Qingshan has accumulated a lot of experience for innate chi refining secrets. 4th layer's heart law has a deeper understanding. Li Qingshan thought about it, took out a Dan Yao, as if at dawn, the clear beads on the Hua petals. Not chi condensing pills, but the beads from Piaolu. This is Dai Alf Spirit Yao, which is used to impact chi refining 4th level. It is used to impact chi refining 2nd level. Some Langfis. But for Li Qingshan, which is not accumulated, it is just right. However, if it is not successful to eat, then Lang has a good Dan Yao. Li Qingshan decided not to hesitate and decided to gamble. When Zulu pill slipped from the throat into the abdomen, Li Qingshan also clearly felt it's cool and round, but once it entered the abdomen, it turned into a torrent of Jidang. The torrent was integrated into true chi, and immediately turned the flowing stream into a rushing river. The extending vessel, subservient visitor, and instep yang were passed through. Almost no obstacles were formed, and then the wave was reversed and broken. The giant Gs came to the shoulders of Yu, only encountered a slight obstacle. However, Li Qingshan has condensed all the gods. How can it be blocked here? The shoulders of the Yashu, shoulders, giant bones in the Gs position, have also broken through. At this time, True Chi began to show signs of lack, but he was already ready. Chi condensing pills were chewed one by one, and they continued to inspire true chi. Weeping, the eyes are clear, and the 4 Gs are tinged. True chi is very close to the brain, and needs to be extremely careful. Many chi refining warrior, if not properly controlled, true chi is an idiot, and Li Qingshan certainly does not want to end up like this. All the way, there was no danger. Breaking through the 4 Gs positions, within the body, 11 lights were lit up, like the stars in the dark universe, connected by a faint light track, like a star map. The last point of the star map he finally saw, the wind bonds behind his head, opened the Yang Heal meridian and opened a grand Tao for true Qi in the inside of the body, which is the world. The so-called cultivating Qi second level. However, true Qi is running low, and the Yao force provided by Qi condensing pills can't be added so far, just like the army that broke the grain. It is about to collapse. He only felt exhausted, like in a moment, experienced a very difficult trip, obviously saw the end, but could not go any further, as long as true Qi hit the wind ponds. It was when he had to give up, but can't let true Qi stop moving forward. Has it failed? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 134 Chapter 32 Qi Refining Second Level. Full text without advertising. Chapter 32 Qi Refining Second Level. A roll of Vajra scripture was thrown to the ground, and Little Un jumped behind Li Qingshan, pointing a bone to Wind Pond acupuncture point behind him. Full text without ads. In the vagueness, it seems that a ringing tone is heard, and it sounds in the ear. True Qi rushed to the final goal, the insurmountable dam, and then easily penetrated the past, as if it were no longer an indestructible barrier, but a soft sponge. The last point of the light is shining, spreading in all directions, like the rivers returning to the sea. True Qi is constantly passing through Yang Heal meridian, and there is no obstacle. Li Qingshan finally got through the first meridians and repaired the Qi refining second level. Yang Heal meridian is like a grand Tao, from head to toe, within the body, through his whole person. The acupuncture point will no longer be closed, and the light of each acupoint will make his whole body change. Come. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The indoor scene became more clear and fresh, as if the first level of dust was wiped off. The summer insects sang outside the window, loud and loud. He even felt that he could count how many summer insects were singing. Occasionally, there is a leaf that is blown off by the wind and falls on the roof tiles. It is clearly like a thunder. The olfactory sensation is the least, but it can also smell. The bloom of a wildflower outside the window. The grass that is steamed out by the sultry summer night. Taste is not to be tested, but also knows a lot stronger. This is the face of the warehouse, the giant clam, the weeping, the eye, the 4 acupuncture points, for his 5 senses. When he got up and got out of bed, stepping on the ground step by step, the foot seemed to have more first-level air cushions, and the body became light and full, feeling that with a little effort, it would take off. This is the soul, extending vessel, subservient visitor. In Step Yang's 3 acupoints, the change is brought about. He raised his hand at random, and the 3 acupuncture points of Yoshu, shoulders and giant bones lit up. True Qi naturally rushed to the palm of his hand along True Qi, breaking out of the palm and slamming on the wall, leaving a palm print. No action is so natural and smooth. He feels himself, like this meridians from top to bottom, coherently integrated into one. For the movement of True Qi, it is almost a few times faster. It is like the Emperor Sui opened up the Beijing Hangzhou Grand Canal, connecting the north and the south, allowing people to flow freely and easily drive the national economic traffic. And those acupuncture points are an important transportation hub. And all the hubs don't seem to be as important as the Wind Pond acupuncture point, because it's connected, not just the atmosphere of the body. The wind pond is the place where the wind and the evil are accumulating. There is a cloud in the theory of bones, and the wind is the longest. The whole text has no advertising at evil spirits into the brain, so it is a very important acupuncture point for the human body. As he walked through the wind pond acupuncture point, there seemed to be a breath of breath, as if he was outside the mouth and nose, and he had a new hole that he could breathe. But the breath was not the air, but the atmosphere of heaven and earth. Of course, this is not a communication with spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But for the first time, it feels the existence of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is like a wind, a breathless atmosphere. When he runs in 8 Qi Refining Secrets 4th layer Heart Law, there will occasionally be a wind, blowing into the body from behind his head, until the soles of his feet cannot help but tremble, and then relax. The beast has a transverse bone behind the brain, and refining the transverse bone can open the spirit wisdom. There is wind bond behind human race, and you can communicate with heaven and earth by getting through Feng Shui. Li Qingshan took a sigh of relief, and this human race's original chi refining technique really was very good. And he feels that chi refining is also helpful for Monster Cultivator, just like his demon body. When he is tall, his body is naturally as strong as he is. The two complement each other and have mutual gain. Did the elder brother Bull put something left in the spatial ring and encourage me to go to chi refining, so that I can combine these two different cultivation methods to find my own path? Li Qingshan is so speculative, but no matter which road he is on, he is just getting started with small fry. But he can't do it. There is a saying that the stone of other mountains can attack jade. He is now sitting on two jade mountains, and what kind of sparks will they collide with each other? Li Qingshan pressed the intermediate stage to wait and be happy. He said to Little Un, "Have you helped me?" It is no accident that he can get through the wind pond acupuncture point so easily. Little Un's blood in the eye socket was a bit bleak, and it took him a lot of effort. When Li Qingshan's eyes closed cultivation, he stared closely. Gradually, his eyes penetrated Li Qingshan's skin and body. Like modern medical instruments, he dialysis of Li Qingshan's body, but it was better than any instrument. The images are clearer and more vivid. He saw the existence of the meridians and saw that Li Qingshan true chi continued to climb upwards until he climbed to the top and rushed toward Wind Pond acupuncture point, but apparently did not have the power to penetrate. So on this occasion, he pointed a finger to Wind Pond acupuncture point. The so-called human body is essentially composed of bones and flesh and blood. Even the magical meridians, the mysterious acupoints, are based on flesh and blood. And Tao of the beautiful bones is the divine ability that manipulates both. Little Un's current cultivation base is still too weak. Even the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones is not made. Otherwise you can smash the bones and strip the flesh and blood with one finger. But he still has no such strength, but at a critical time, helped Li Qingshan. This finger needs to be extremely careful, and the original is the vital point of human race. If it is amiss, it is likely to cause death on the spot. If Li Qingshan's body is fierce, Little and does not dare to try and exhausts all of him. The heart is more tired than the horrible monster battle. Little Un held the ball and wrote the last one. Li Qingshan understood the reason and couldn't help but swear, "This Tao of the beautiful bones is too fierce. If you help, my chi refining is not easy." More. Little Un shook his head and used the ink to write down 5 words. "If you want to speed, you can't reach it." Li Qingshan said, "Is this the case? I want to hurry up to innate chi refining secrets and then practice a set of cultural technique." On the paper, Little Un asked Li Qingshan about a few questions about innate chi refining secrets. Li Qingshan couldn't answer, only to find that he didn't thoroughly understand this innate chi refining secrets. And then he said, "You also practiced innate chi refining secrets?" Little Un shook his head, nodded, and then worked hard. When Yan Song taught innate chi refining secrets to Li Qingshan, Little An listened silently and felt that there was some familiarity. Tonight, Li Qingshan broke through cultivating chi second level, and this familiarity became more and more natural, and naturally understood the many points of the cultivation innate chi refining secrets, comprehended the outline, and then feel that the way Li Qingshan cultivation seems to be somewhat biased. He could not help but ask him a few questions. Li Qingshan didn't think that innate chi refining secrets was so profound and complicated, but after listening to Little Un's views, there was a feeling of suddenness and openness. On the road of chi refining, he is like a primary school student who just entered school. He is relishing the addition of the law, and suddenly a 9/9 multiplication table descends from the sky. He touched Little Un's head and smiled bitterly. "It turns out that my understanding is really so bad." In fact, Li Qingshan is not too poorly understood, but in the way of chi refining, he has never been guided by anyone. Path of cultivation pays attention to the words wealth, companions, techniques, and land. The community is the second. The most important thing is the relationship between mentor and apprentice. Anyone will need the guidance of the seniors and stand on the shoulders of the giants. It is far more laborious than trying to find out. Little Un is not relying on his own savvy, but also has a lot of knowledge hidden in the depths of memory. Little Un suddenly didn't know how to comfort him. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "You have to give more advice in the future, but you can't talk. It's too inconvenient. After you condense flesh and blood, it's fine. Don't worry, don't waiting for too long." Li Qingshan continued to meditate, and according to the instructions of Little Un, reintroduced innate chi refining secrets from first layer to fourth layer, and firmly stabilized the current realm. Inevitably, several chi condensing pills ate and found that there were less than 30 chi condensing pills in their hands, and they fell back from the well off to the food and clothing. This is the price of taking two roads at the same time. For the next period of time, I am afraid there is no income, and the remaining chi condensing pills will be carefully calculated. The sky was bright, and the door knocked outside the door. Li Qingshan went downstairs to open the door. I saw that Dai Auf and Qian Rongzi stood at the door and asked, "What?" Dai Auf and Qian Rongzi just wanted to speak, but they forgot what to say. They looked at Li Qingshan with horror. "Unbelievable. You broke through the chi refining second level." Last night, I was still amazed at Li Qingshan. Cultivation speed. The result is now a slap in the face. As if Li Qingshan faced Little Un and lamented that his understanding is poor. Dai Auf and Qian Rongzi are only awkward. Li Qingshan carelessly nodded. "Yeah, a little bit of work. If nothing happens, I will continue to go back to cultivation. The words will be closed." "Wait, didn't we say good last night?" Trial. Li Qingshan. "Oh, I almost forgot." Both of them were unwilling to say congratulations to Li Qingshan, and then Li Qingshan took a little clean and brought Little Un, and they took the task together with the two. The Dark Wolf Guard encountered along the way, saw Li Qingshan, was not surprised, and looked at Li Qingshan with a different look. After all, for the cultivator, there is no more joy than breaking through realm. No matter what you think, there will be no shortage of etiquette. There is also respect for strength. Chi refining second level's cultivation base in the Eagle Wolf Guard, this is the bottom. But Li Qingshan is at chi refining first level, and can easily beat second level chi refining warrior, even the singer of third level chi refining warrior. Now, the breakthrough is in the Blessed Pieces Eagle Wolf Guard. Upstream, came to the main building of Eagle Wolf Guard. Zhao Zibo is waiting for him personally. The first trial mission of the newcomer has been personally explained by Commander. Seeing Li Qingshan, first, then smile, breakthrough again. Sure enough, it's young and promising, and the future is limitless. Li Qingshan came to the door. "It's just a blessing, Commander Zhao. I don't know what our trial mission is." Zhao Zibo, a beckoning hand, at Xingyi attendant, holding a roll of paperwork. Li Qingshan opened it, and Rao was calm and could not help but stunned. "Please, you may wish to guess where the land of trial will be? What will the mission be? !_caret. Exclamation mark at hash. Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 135 Chapter 33, 1000 Chi Condensing Pills. Chapter 33, 1000 Chi Condensing Pills. If Zhao Zibo is guilty of murder and sends Li Qingshan to any dangerous place, he will not be so surprised. However, the volume of the paper is clearly written in the color of the red, ancient Twin City. Qian family. Dai Auf and Li Qingshan look at Qian Rongzi at the same time. Qian Rongzi has no surprise on his face, and he still smiles. Zhao Zibo said, "You don't have to look at it. Rongzi is a great offense." Reporting the Qian family's many violations of Diaxia's law has already been written. Dai Auf also looked at a file in his hand that read the suspicions of Qian family. Several tenants had troubled the rent because of the high rent, and they were completely destroyed by the Qian family overnight. Qian Yannian looks at a woman in the market, knows that she is married, and asks for help from her family. She will kill her husband and take a wife. There is even a county magistrate who was murdered because he was not willing to be defamed. There are dozens of articles and clauses, all of which are all sinful crimes. He was born in sect, and there were few people. Although there were dark things, he was not so dirty. He couldn't help but say, "Is this true?" Li Qingshan does not doubt the true and false of these crimes. Qian family is a big one in ancient Wind City. Even the power of checks and balances is not. The absolute right is absolute corruption. It is not strange how to do whatever he wants. He is just strange Qian Rongzi. Why do you want to do this? Slightly recited, day annihilation? Is it difficult for Qian Rongzi to lead him to the Qian family site and then murder him? This is the most logical speculation, but in order to harm him, the disaster will be brought to his own home. What is this Qian Rongzi figure? Qian family is on the list of Eagle Wolf Guard. Is there any good result? Li Qingshan then look at it. Below is the cultivation base of Qian family. The first one is Qian family patriarch, Qian Yannian, Qi refining 5th level. There are 2 Qi refining 4th level, and there are 2 Qi refining 3rd level. There are 5 Qi refining 2nd levels and 13 1st levels. Li Qingshan raised the head. Commander Zhao, our first trial mission, is it too difficult? At least on the surface, the 3 of them are absolutely not capable of inciting the Qian family, is it? Zhao Zibo looked at Li Qingshan and seemed to want to find the clues related to the death of Zhaliang King from his face, but he was finally disappointed. I can't listen to partial beliefs, so this mission is not a killing, but an investigation. If Rongzi's words are correct, then you will come back to report. I will personally clean up. A few days later, it is the birthday of Qian Yannian. You go in the name of birthday, and there is Rongzi to do it. It's simple. Li Qingshan said, I am afraid it is not that simple. Zhao Zibo still laughs and says, each Wolf Guard's missions are all risky, but the greater the risk, the greater the gain. You can look through the second page. Li Qingshan opened the second page of the file, which is actually a property analysis table. It is expected that after the Qian family is broken, the medicine pill, spirit artifact, etc. may be obtained, and even special notes. After the birthday party, the harvest may be even bigger. Unless it is a person from Qian family, it is impossible to know so much. Zhao Zibo said, if the investigation is true, I certainly hope that you can directly settle the matter and save me a problem. Although Qian Yannian is Qi refining 5th level, it is very old and not worthy. In accordance with the rules, in the task everything is for you. The original trial mission, there is no contribution points, but if you do, I will give you 500 contribution points per person. Li Qingshan said, it seems that it is not allowed to refuse. Well, I accepted. When will it start? Anyway, refusal is meaningless. Since Zhao Zibo still maintains a superficial peace, it will be maintained first. No matter how many intrigues, he will break through the power and see if there are any traps that can trap him. Just now. On the clear river waters, a Tostri high-rise sailboat breaks the waves. The white sails are painted with eagle wings. This is the Eagle Wolf Guard specific boat. It is exquisitely designed, exquisitely crafted, and the interior is extremely luxurious and performance. It's extraordinary, it's going up the river, and it's much faster than Li Qingshan's big dragon boat. Wherever you go, all ships are evaded, even if it is a big dragon boat. A teenager sitting in the ship's side seems to be watching the dangerous scenery on both sides of the strait. From time to time, there are waves that roll up and wet his clothes. He has played a few spiral stones in his hands, and he is not in his heart. Li Qingshan is considering the plan of this trip, but he is obviously not a wise man. He can't plan strategies, he can only adapt to it. There is only one thing to be sure, that is, it is never suitable for turning into demon. Otherwise, even if you can avoid many eyes and ears, it will become the object of doubt. But I believe that with his own strength, it is enough to deal with most situations. Adult. The two adults invited you to the cabin. A boatman respectfully went forward. Li Qingshan returned to the cabin. Dai Alpha politely said, King Shan, let's discuss the countermeasures. Li Qingshan said, always ask her. Qian Rongzi, what do you mean? Want to lead me to ancient Wind City to kill me? Revenge for your unfortunate brother? Qian Rongzi smiled and said, are you so easy to kill? You finally admit that Qian Rongming is killing you. I still suspect Dai Alpha. The result is really you, but he is not my brother. Li Qingshan said, what about acknowledging he is not your brother? Is it your brother? Qian Rongzi said, nothing is true. We don't really have any blood relationship. I am because of the qualification of Qi refining, and I was adopted by Qian Yanian. I am a brother and sister who barely counted, but he died when he died. There is no plan to avenge him, so you don't have to guard me like this. The three of us come together with the ship and go with the ship. It is also a good thing. Now we should cross a river in the same boat. Li Qingshan, you are not a brother and sister. Is this a family? Qian Rongzi sneered, which family can bully the ordinary people? I heard that the real big family is able to refine the medicine pill, so that the children without qualification also become Qi refining warrior, like the Qian family. Even the blood of the family cannot keep the family. But it is not in flux. Li Qingshan only knows that there is still such a saying. Listening to her voice, Qidao said, this time you really want to be an enemy of Qian family? Isn't Qin family not a heap of you? Let an ordinary person become Qi refining warrior is almost recreated, but Qian Rongzi's attitude is very weird. Qian Rongzi smiled and touched his cheek. Yeah, there is a big grace. Isn't this just to pay for it? The gloomy meaning on the face makes Li Qingshan and Dai Alpha, who are used to life and death, feel cold. Qian Rongzi said, don't look at me like this. I have played for a long time and endured for a long time. As long as you help me this time, I will follow you. For such a proposal, not only Li Qingshan, but even Dai Alpha has no temptation. As long as the mind is mature enough, it will not be confusing for the beauty of the district, and even the life of the family will not be ignored, unless it is known as Fu Rong. Dai Alpha said cautiously, I don't want to be the enemy of the 5th level Qi refining warrior. Our mission is just to investigate. You are from the Qian family. You must know where the concocting pills room is. We don't have to be an enemy of Qian Yanian. Qian Rongzi said, coward, medicine pill, once refining, will be immediately sent to the hands of Qian Yanian, stored in his 100 treasure pouch, and seeing no one, he was scared by the name of 5th level Qi refining. Is it broken? You. Dai Alpha stood up in anger. Li Qingshan reached out and stopped him. He said to Qian Rongzi, I am not interested in the enemy of high refining warrior of my 3rd. If this is your plan, I advise you to save the province. We will leave after the investigation. Forgive that the Qian Yanian dare to embarrass the Eagle Wolf Guard. Qian Rongzi finally said, do you know why Qian family doesn't have a 4th level Qi refining warrior? Because the old guy is already weak, and even the confidence to suppress 4th level Qi refining warrior is gone, afraid that someone will take his patriarch location. So anyone who is going to break through the Qi refining 4th level will be cut off by the supply of medicine pill. Both Li Qingshan and Dai Alpha are shocked, and they do not hesitate to damage the development of the family, but also to defend their decaying rights. This patriarch is terrible. Qian Rongzi said, at that time, I will first count on him, we will kill him, and the rest should not be put in the eyes. Li Qingshan and Dai Alpha look at each other. Not only Li Qingshan does not put 3rd level Qi refining warrior in the eyes, even Dai Alpha, also confident that with his actual combat experience, not raised in the family, even life and death have not experienced the waste can be compared. Finally, Qian Rongzi casts a heavy explosive, Qian Yanian's 100 treasure pouch. There are at least 300 more Qi condensing pills. And there are several other extremely precious spirit medicines, which are no worse than that of Pearl Dew pill. Although the spirit artifact can't be compared with the Eagle Wolf Guard, there are quite a few, and it is worth hundreds of Qi condensing pills. plus the other things in the hands of Qi refining warrior. The total value is likely to reach 1,000 Qi condensing pills. Both Li Qingshan and Dai Alf are shocked by this number. The Qian family is like a name. It is a living treasure. Although it is a family that does not enter the stream, it is also a family. It has existed for hundreds of years, and its accumulation is also very important. There is a saying that the money is moving. Qi refining warriors' greed for the medicine pill spirit artifact can't keep the ordinary people greedy in silver, and even surpassed it. Qian Rongzi reached out and Dai Alf hesitated, put his hand on it, and Li Qingshan also reached out. 3 hands stacked together. Thus, for the common goal, 3 people who are jealous of each other and even hostile to each other, have temporarily reached an alliance and marched toward ancient Wind City. First take the boat, then change the horse, all the way to the night. After 5 days, the 3 came to ancient Wind City. Immediately someone saw Qian Rongzi and called, "Young lady is back. Go back and inform Patriarch." Li Qingshan discovered that Qian Rongzi's expression changed unconsciously and became like the first time she saw her feelings. She was a bit arrogant, as if she was proud of her identity and family. I can't imagine that her heart is filled with such terrible hatred! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 136 Chapter 34 Frequency. Full text without advertising. Chapter 34 Frequently Impermanent. Ancient Wind City is a mountain town located on the back of the boundless mountain. The entire city is built on a hill and the roads in the city have a slope. Passing through the deep gates, you will see a grand dao in front of you, slanting upwards. At the end is a mansion like a palace city. The whole ancient Wind City is more powerful than the Eagle Wolf Guard of Blessed Peace City. On both sides of the road, all the households, all of them are decorated with lights, as if they are welcoming the grand celebration. However, there is no such thing as a smile on the road. Qian Rongzi returned the message as Eagle Wolf Guard, passed to the magnificent mansion, and then touched a certain mechanism. Hundreds of hard-loaded men, screaming out, and all the people on Grand Dao drive to the lanes on both sides. 10 steps and 1 person, standing on both sides of the road. Do not squint. When the 3 men were out of date, the man shouted his breath and shouted, "Welcome young lady back." Although the horseshoe, the sound was passed to the front of mansion. Qian Rongzi held his head up, and Zma was at the forefront. Li Qingshan and Dai Alf were half a horse behind and followed him, just like her follow-up guard. This is also a good discussion these days, to give Qian Rongzi face, to dispel the guardianship of the Qian family, for the 1,000 Qi condensing pills. Of course, this little thing is no problem. However, Li Qingshan feels that Qian Rongzi's state at the moment is not like being put out. It really has a little bit of return in glory's self-satisfaction and pride. The gate of mansion is as high as a few feet, and there are dozens of steps in front. It is more and more expensive. A pair of stone lions looked down on the wind, and Li Qingshan seemed to feel a bit vicious. The door of Zhu Hong suddenly opened, and a thin old man in a Chinese costume walked out of the door. It was Qian family patriarch Qian Yannian who personally came to meet the 3. Patriarch Rongzi is fortunate to join the Eagle Wolf Guard. Qian Rongzi turning over, and Yannian bowed. Before I had time to pay, I was put on my arm by a pair of skinny hands. Have I said that? I will be my grandfather. You are now a man of the official gate. How can I bow down to this old man? Li Qingshan and Dai Alf look at each other. The movement of Qian Yannian is amazing, and there is no slowness of the old man. Although the words are fluent, the body has a strong momentum. This is the natural pressure of the powerful Qi refining warrior for the weak Qi refining warrior. Qian Yannian said, "These 2 are the nephews of the nephew." Dai Alf, it is precisely, in the name of Zhao Daran, we accompany Rongzi back to the township and relatives, congratulating Qian Lotai, 132 years old. Li Qingshan followed the arched hand and smiled. She only looked at the biggest goal of this trip. Qian Yannian had a sparse white hair, a faint old man spot on his face, a soft nose, like a rubber that was about to melt down. The skinny body is wearing a Chinese costume, like an old monkey wearing a human race dress, a bit funny and a bit disgusting. If it weren't for the twinkling eyes and the action of the rabbit, Li Qingshan almost doubted whether the old man who was going to die was the biggest enemy of the trip. The first-class master of cultivation inner strength, in the absence of a dark injury, Shui Yun is only 100 years old. A 5th-level Qi refining warrior, it can only be a few more years. Qian Yannian at this age, cultivation the base has begun to decline. And the message of Qian Rongzi is indeed not fake. Looking at the 100 treasure pouch at the waist of Qian Yannian, wondering if there are hundreds of qi condensation in it, his eyes have crossed his shoulders, looking at a group of people behind the gate, to be precise. A group of qi refining warrior, there are men and women, old and young, and there are monks in the books, not the people of Qian family, and the people who come to the birthday, they look at their own eyes. They are not so enthusiastic, and even some with contempt and cold. Li Qingshan thinks of Zhu Wenbin's words that their group of imperial court hawks and hounds is very excluded in the entire cultivation community, especially those in sect. Everyone likes free, unrestrained, unsupervised, and the Eagle Wolf Guard is the spokesperson for the legalist school who oversees the world and upholds the law. Qian Yannian waved his hand. Please. In a secret room, Qian Yannian's face disappeared in front of everyone, but her eyes looked red and looked at Qian Rongzi. Qian Rongming. Qian Rongzi said, to name him, he was killed. What? Qian Yannian grabbed Qian Rongzi's shoulder. Who is it? Who did it? Why are you okay? Qian Rongming is not the adopted surname, but the true blood of his Qian family. Labuan, among the hundreds of descendants, found enough descendants of qualification. Qian Rongzi said, it is Li Qingshan, the boy who came with me today, the name of his death. She actually told the story of the matter, one by one. Qian Yannian can only accept this fact. The evil said, if he is not the Eagle Wolf Guard, I will break him down. Then with a thin hand, stroked Qian Rongzi's delicate cheeks, but still I am so you are there. The eyes flashed with obscenity. Qian Rongzi said, Grandpa, you will let them go, but they will not let you go. What are you talking about? Qian Yannian was surprised. We came here this time with the secret mission of Eagle Wolf Guard and came to investigate the Qian family. How is this possible? I will use the iron buckets operated by Ancient Wind City. I will never regret the management of the Eagle Wolf Guard. The silver light in the eyes of Qian Yannian disappeared, and there was more panic. The small family, the most feared is the Eagle Wolf Guard. Once it is included in the sight of the hawks and hounds, it is the falcon cull, the end of the wolf. Qian Rongzi said, it is still Li Qingshan. He took the name of his brother 100 treasure pouch. He became more greedy and hated me. He told the commanders about the bad things of Qian family. Qian Yannian said, you haven't distinguished a few words for Qian family? What do you want to use? Slut, are you disobeying Qian family? Qian Rongzi said, how come there is no distinction? But Li Qingshan has a background in Clear River Prefecture City. He didn't compare it and join the Eagle Wolf Guard. Zhao Zibo didn't dare to offend him. He ordered us to investigate Qian family Dan. There is today's scenery. There is no Qian family, no grandfather. There is no current Rongzi. How can betrayed Qian family? Speaking, screaming, as if wishing to die. Qian Yannian thought about her past sorrow and her face was a little bit, what should I do now? Otherwise give him some bribes, no more. You will sacrifice for the Qian family. Qian Rongzi said, Grandpa, he is a hungry wolf who eats people without vomiting bones. If you swallow the entire Qian family, how can you play a bone? If you don't believe it, look at the reaction of both of them. Qian Yannian said, what should I do? If you didn't listen to you, let's do the Eagle Wolf Guard. How can it lead to such a scourge? Qian Rongzi said, you must not let them, especially Li Qingshan, born away from Ancient Wind City. Qian Yannian said, you let me murder Eagle Wolf Guard? Li Qingshan does not divide, Kiane family has no peace. I will plant their death to other things, Grandpa. This is for the Kiane family. After a long time, Kiane Rongzi walked out of the door of the secret room, and the bright sunshine seemed to dispel the darkness in her heart. She walked out of the courtyard and a middle-aged man was in front of her. Big brother. Kiane Rongzi respectful etiquette. The middle-aged man went to touch her cheek, and Kiane Rongzi leaned away from her head. Big brother, don't do this. This old man is Kiane Yanning's longtime grandson Kiane Xingwei. Although there is no chi refining qualification, but also a inner strength, it is the big steward of the entire Kiane family. Kiane Xingwei was furious and pinched Kiane Rongzi's chin. Let me pretend to be less. Don't think that the Eagle Wolf Guard can lift the tail to heavens. If you are a Kiane family person, you have to listen to me. Don't forget, the Kiane family is great for you. Kiane Rongzi said, it's big brother. Rongzi doesn't dare. Suddenly a few people came from far away, and Kiane Xingwei let go of her, and ordered, come to my room at night. Watching Kiane Rongzi go, one bite, what about chi refining warrior? He couldn't see Kiane Rongzi's face, a gloomy smile. Everyone has to pay the price. The night fell and the lights were on. The halls are intertwined and are important guests to come to Hsu. Although Ming Genius is a birthday banquet, in order to show respect, the metropolis will come one day in advance. One of the most distinguished is of course a dozen chi refining warrior, Li Qingshan and Dai Alf sitting in the seat with the Eagle Wolf Guard. Kiane Yannian introduced everyone to Li Qingshan and said, this is the young hero of Eagle Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan Sir Li. Regardless of how the mind thinks, everyone says the scene of long awaiting and admire. Your name is Li Qingshan? A sharp voice sounded. Li Qingshan looked at the sound, and saw a book sitting on his knees. His hair was scattered, and a pair of wild gestures, also a third-level chi-refining warrior, looking at the poor eyes. Li Qingshan said, exactly, who is you? This is Jiang Hu who calls Gang Liangbai from Hanfeng College. Kiane Yannian introduced the two first, then Gong Liangbai said, why, you know Sir Li. In this county, the world of the powerful chi-refining warrior is a place where the school is not only used for reading. Like the Buddhist Taoist temple, chi-refining is the meaning of the title. Gong Liangbai didn't look at Kiane Yannian, but stared at Li Qingshan. Do you know why Dandong? Li Qingshan said, I don't know. Gong Liangbai said, he knows you. If I guess well, are you from Sunxia City? My junior brother, a few months ago. I have been there for a while. He is not very good at his body. I wanted to find the rule of law is ruled, but never returned. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that in Sunxia City, the Sikh scholar who took spirit ginseng, the first-class master who died in his hands in front of the snowy mountain temple, the other first-class masters were middle-aged. Only he is in his 20s, so the impression is more profound. It seems like I have seen a few faces. Gong Liangbai subconsciously straightens up, and then, Li Qingshan said, kill it! !@#. Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 137. The 35th chapter is light and affectionate. The 35th chapter is light and affectionate. Gong Liangbai Huoran got up, his eyes wide open, and Li Qingshan, who couldn't speak for a while, didn't seem to expect him to be so refreshed. Li Qingshan calmly drinking, faintly said, you are also a college, reading is also a sage book, but cultivated such a murderous robber. I want to help you clean up the portal. Go back and reflect on it. He did not expect to encounter enemies here. He wanted to come here from Sunxia City. It was just a mountain, and he met with Kiane Rongzi. The news from Spirit Ginseng attracted the nearby expert. This is a few hundred miles of chi-refining warrior, saying that it is not too much, pulling out is just a small circle. It will appear in ancient Twin City. It is no strange. But the kind of thief scholar, kill it, kill it. How about you? The guests have been talking about it. There is still such a hatred. This Eagle Wolf Guard is too arrogant, killing people, and saying that it is to clean up the portal for people. Yes, Chi refining second level dares to chi refining third level speak like this. Small voice, don't get in trouble. Although I didn't understand the truth of the matter at all, most people instinctively stood on the side of Hanfing College. The Confucian school and the legalist school, which are supposed to belong to one of the 100 schools, are part of the Dixia dynasty power, but for most of the chi-refining warrior, the scholars tend to be more pleasing than the catch. However, Qian Rongzi and Dai Auf are a bit accustomed to Li Qingshan's attitude. As long as this guy is in possession, it is such a bird who is not a bird, facing Zhao Liang King's Zibo. Not to mention the situation. It is a scholar. An invisible true chi broke out and swayed Gong Liangbai's robes. The thick long case in front of him fell over and the ping-pong banged. My junior brother is only one step away from breaking through innate. It will soon be promoted to chi refining second level, all because of you. Li Qingshan still sat. That's still good for me. He is just a first-class master. He dares to be so deceiving. If he is promoted to innate, it will be fine. When the white light flashed, Gong Liangbai pulled out the long sword at the waist and pointed to Li Qingshan. Others are afraid of the severe punishment of your eagle wolf guard. My Confucianist sect is not afraid. Not a problem that is not afraid of fear, but a problem that is not right. If I am wrong, even if it is squatting, you can be regarded as a scholar. If you do not follow the principles, you will only read the affair, and those books will be read in the dog's stomach. Yet, I am discouraged. Gong Liangbai refutes, step by step, and a sword slams down Li Qingshan. Dai Auf changes color and presses the wind-stitching blade, and the figure changes from squatting to half-squatting. Li Qingshan looks the same, does not move, looks down and tastes wine, and said, "You hurt me a hair. See if there is no place in the world, can you protect you?" The long sword stopped at Li Qingshan's head and shivered slightly, but couldn't kneel down. Gong Liangbai's face changed and looked at the swordsman Li Qingshan. The boy did not show a little momentum from beginning to end, but there was a kind of order. People don't dare to be discouraged. Qian Yannian, the owner, allowed the development of the matter, but did not stop it. It was just listening to Qian Rongzi's words and wanted Li Qingshan to suffer a big loss in the hands of others, but did not expect that things would eventually become like this. It is not easy to re-examine Li Qingshan, a teenager who can kill Qian Rongming. It's not appropriate to go out at this time. The two are my guests. What are you doing? What are the hatreds that can't be solved? Just give the old man a face. Li Qingshan put down the wine cup and looked up. Do you want to understand? If you want to understand, just let it go. Don't be disgusted here. Brush a sword, smashed a corner. Gong Liangbai looked around. I just felt that everyone was looking at myself, as if laughing at him. Dare not hurt Li Qingshan, a hair. Striding out to the hall. Go with. Qian Yannian quickly rushed to chase out. His eyes turned, and he had a plan in his heart. He glanced at Li Qingshan. Boy, you can't stand it for too long. The banquet was reopened. The protagonist of the banquet was actually Qian Rongzi, the eldest young lady who glory for Qian family. Under her laughter, the atmosphere gradually recovered, as if nothing had happened. A lot of young chi refining warrior, her eyes sticking to her. Her heart is moving. Qian Rongzi give a look to Li Qingshan and Dai Auf through the toasting effort, indicating that the plan was smooth. Then, when I look back at Qian Yannian, the meaning in my eyes seems to have changed again. Li Qingshan just smiled and looked up at the glass of wine. On the top of the month, Li Qingshan and Dai Auf, with a full of alcohol, returned to their homes. Dai Auf said, I am arrogant in my original way, and your boy is 10 times more arrogant than me. Li Qingshan said, that is not arrogant, is to tell the truth. What is wrong with the truth? Dai Auf said, yes, Eagle Wolfguard is not letting them come. Thinking of the coming of a fortune, the drunkenness in his heart seemed to be deeper. Li Qingshan said, I have something to discuss with you. Dai Auf suddenly discovered that Li Qingshan's eyes were clearer than the moonlight, and with a hint of murderous aura, it seemed to reveal red light. Said to be a discussion, but Li Qingshan took his own words. turned and went back to the room to rest, leaving Di-Alf standing still. This is not the same as the plan. Some people are breaking the plan, and others are planning new plans. I have already advised Gong Liangbai. Let him stay for a few more days and introduce you to him. Now people have a lot of eyes. After the birthday party, we will start and make the illusion that they will die together. Just make this. You have a great deal with Qian family, Qian Yanyan said to Qian Rongzi. Qian Rongzi said, Rongzi is willing to go through the fire for the Qian family. In the dead of night, Little Un fiddled with several qi condensing pills from Li Qingshan palm and looked up. It seems that there are so much left. Li Qingshan touched Little Un's head. Yeah, this is still useful. But rest assured, there will be a lot soon, 1,000. And I will throw qi condensing pills into the door. To start cultivation, he needs some time to stabilize his current cultivation base. The moon was hidden, and once again, it rose up and fell on the mountain city. The money house was full of lanterns everywhere, and the red dragonfly was like burning a mountain fire. Guests gathered, all kinds of people have come to celebrate the birthday. The seats are placed from the inside of the hall to the outside of the church. From the mountains to the bottom of the mountain, the voices of the people are boiling against the sky, like a raging river. The entire ancient twinned city was alarmed. In the main hall of Qianfu, there are only a dozen tables, which are specially used to receive guests. The grandson Qian Xingwei took the gift list and personally greeted the guests outside the door. He reported on the scorpion. Dan sent Xuanzing real person, sent blood crystal a pair of stone. Gong Liangbai, the cold maple college, sent 10 jade fruit. Most of them were Li Qingshan who had never heard of Qi Zhen. When he and Di-Alf stood in front of Qian Xingwei, they thought about it and took out the last qi condensing pills and put it on his palm. Qian Xingwei stunned. Just sent a qi condensing pills. Li Qingshan said, report it. Eagle Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan, Di-Alf, 2 adults, send. Give a gift to qi condensing pills. The guests were surprised to see who was so stingy, but they saw Li Qingshan looking forward, while Di-Alf lowered his head deeply. Others thought he was ashamed, but he could not detect the complex look on his face, sweating his forehead, using micro-unspeakable voices chanting 1,000 miles to send goose feathers, light and careful. A grey-haired old man with a white hair smiled up and played round, and his body exudes a breath, which is qi refining 3rd level. Li Qingshan said, "You're is one of the Qian family's 2 old people. What is it? Long time to look forward to it." Qian family's only 2 3rd-level qi refining warrior, known as the Qian family double old, are the son of Qian Yanyan, to welcome guests for Qian Yanyan. The old man in the grey coat smoked his eyes and pressed the anger. Exactly, please, please. Last night, Qian Yanyan urgently called the core figures of Qian family to discuss the plan of Li Qingshan. He already learned about the plan of Qian Yanyan tonight. After that, Li Qingshan was a dead man. Of course, he did not have to rebel with the dead. Li Qingshan said, "I don't know where the old man is." Then I saw another old man in the sight of the old man in grey, faint to Di-Alf, "Brother Diao, are you not close?" The grey-haired old man feels a bit strange. Li Qingshan can instruct a qi refining 3rd-level Eagle Wolf Guard, and why should he get close? But he didn't have time to think about it. Li Qingshan took his hand and walked toward the mat. He asked in his mouth, "Is there?" Dropping Di-Alf standing in the flow of people, a pair of hanging eyes looked a little stunned, just like a child who was overwhelmed, and looked at Li Qingshan, finally moved to another old man. The chanting in his mouth was a little louder, and a maid walked beside him, strangely heard. The adult from Eagle Wolf Guard said, "Too damn arrogant." Qian Rongzi stood beside Qian Yanyan and felt something was wrong. Suddenly she realized what she was doing and her face was discolored. The grey-clothed old man sent Li Qingshan to his position and found that Li Qingshan suddenly stopped his words and looked at him with a pair of dark scorpions. He said, "You are a VIP point. Me? You are really joking." The old grey-haired man smiled. but he couldn't smile. He felt that Li Qingshan held his wrist and became like a steel tongs. He was gradually tightening and suddenly changed his face. Boom. 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 3 bursts of sound, resounding through the hall, ringing the money house. Chief Lo arrogantly scattered. The crowd was horrified to separate a circle. I saw the empty space, a black-lacquered person, pointing hard to Dai Auf, want to say anything, but nothing can be said, all exudes a scorching scent. Qian Yanyan surprised angrily said, "What have you done?" Dai Auf just took the opportunity to talk and put 3 red fire charms on the other side of Qian family Erlao. Then he didn't even look at it, didn't even look at the angry Yan Yanyan, and crossed the crowd, looking far away. Li Qingshan. At the beginning, Dai Auf once thought that even within 10 steps of Li Qingshan, even he would be in danger. How far is the distance between the grey-clothed old man and Li Qingshan? Half step. At the beginning, Li Qingshan was just a first-level Qi refining warrior, but now it is a second level. In a scream, Li Qingshan grabbed the neck of the grey-haired old man with one hand and lifted it high, his face floating full of murderous aura's arrogant smile. When the car crashed, Li Qingshan pinched the neck of the grey-haired old man and threw it at Qian Yanyan. There are 2 more corpses, and the ceremony is light and affectionate. Peas, Li Qingshan will disintegrate all the intrigues and tricks in his own way, and he will not say it. Today, the 3 are only for everyone's enjoyment. What is the monthly ticket? Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 138. Chapter 36. Preemptive. Full text without advertising. Chapter 36. Preemptive. Qian family, the second level, third level Qi refining, is not awkward. The front is the enemy. Dai Auf cannot easily kill any of them. Full text ebook free download. However, they did not expect that there would be people at this birthday banquet, in the vast audience, to shoot themselves, without any resistance to the cross on the spot. Since then, Qian family has no third-level Qi refining warrior. Under the Qi family expert, and a group of guests, surrounded by dozens of Qi refining warrior, Dai Auf nervously approached Li Qingshan. He first discovered that he was close to someone and had some sense of security. Last night, Li Qingshan only said 3 words to him. Don't tell Qian Rongzi. Let's do it tomorrow night. I want to deal with Qian Yanyan. 3 sentences. Let Dai Auf entangled day and night, and finally decided to fight Li Qingshan if there is nothing. The document is read out loudly. After Qian Rongzi's report, Qian family's unlawful behavior is as follows. First, killing innocent people. Second, murdering imperial court. The sound of true Qi was louder than the roar of Fang, and even reached the ancient Wind City at the foot of the mountain. Everyone stopped eating and looked up. Qian Rongzi. Is this impossible? Qian Yanyan wanted to shoot, and when she heard the words Qian Rongzi, she was stunned. The most intelligent among all the children brought him a lot of joy. How can a girl be sentenced to herself? But he was shocked to look back. I don't know when. Qian Rongzi is no longer beside him. Li Qingshan continued to read unaffected. Especially in the life of Blessed Peace City, Dark Eagle Commander, Zhao Zibo, came to investigate, after investigation was true, and Qian Yanyan and other criminals were committed. On the spot, Qian Yanyan looked for Qian Rongzi in the crowd. She saw that she didn't know when, crossed the crowd, came to Li Qingshan. Dai Auf, looked at Li Qingshan, and looked gloomy. Li Qingshan completely disrupted her plan. The words local law and law are constantly reverberating, and all intrigues and tricks are turned into nothing in the eyes of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan put down the file and said, I don't care about people who are irrelevant. If they dare to obstruct the justice and kill innocents. Qian Yanyan said with wide eyes, is it really you, you slut? Gong Liangbai said, money young lady, are these true? Qian Rongzi bit his lip and said, all are true. You can ask anyone of the ancient Wind City. You can know. Our commander Zhao is on the road, and you are leaving. Although she hates Li Qingshan, at this moment, he had to stand on his side. otherwise it would be destroyed by the angry Yan Yanian. Full text ebook free download. Near Blessed Peace, who hasn't heard of the reputation of Zoozabo, who is really willing to fight against the Eagle Wolf Guard for the evil family. Chi Refining Warrior looked at each other. I don't know who was the first to lift their feet. They went to the outside of the hall, but they looked at Li Qingshan's eyes, but they looked like dead people. They didn't plan to stay with the Qian family. The important reason is that the Qian family doesn't need them at all. A third-level Chi Refining Warrior and two second-level Chi Refining Warriors will be destroyed in the instant of Chi Yan Yanian's anger. Thinking about it, they went faster. If Zoozabo really came, he saw the dead bodies of 3 Eagle Wolf Guards. If they were regarded as the same party of Qian family, they were not innocent. They walked very quickly, and the servant maids took the opportunity to clean up. In a blink of an eye, the lobby was empty, leaving only the Qian family and 2 dead bodies. Numerous guests have rushed down the mountain. Only the people of the Qian family, against the crowd, rushed to the lobby. Li Qingshan said, Qian Yanian, you are full of evil. Compared to the sneaky assassination, he still prefers such a scene, with a knife and a straight gun. Looking back, Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi, in a special way, united 2 colleagues who were separated from Germany to face the enemy. In front of them, Qian Yanian violent rage step by step, the floor tiles piece are breaking, eyes staring straight at Qian Rongzi, you ungrateful slut. Li Qingshan so loudly read, there is no room for any change, any conspiracy, Ketu. Didn't work. Even if it killed Li Qingshan, the Qian family also went to the blacklist of the Eagle Wolf Guard and became the target of the Eagle Wolf Guard. The Qian family is close to the brink of destruction. All of this was caused by Qian Rongzi, who had worked hard to grow up. He snorted and shouted, I gave you everything. Qian Rongzi smiled and smiled very sweetly, Grandpa, I am not here to repay it. Then, to the remaining several level Chi Refining's expert in the hall, we only kill the blood of Qian. You have been oppressed by Qian Yanian for so many years, now you have to follow the Qian family to bury it. 5 expert level Chi Refining's expert, only one of them is the direct blood of Qian Yanian, and all of them looked at Qian Rongzi with anger, and heard this and looked at each other. The raging Qian Yanian can't let the 3 Eagle Wolf Guards leave. But the consequences of killing the Eagle Wolf Guard in public are clear. If you stay here, you are really suspected of being in this terrible crime, becoming a prisoner who is being pursued by the world, and there is no hiding place. Stop. Qian Yanian furiously shot. True Chi condensed the palm of his hand and shot to Qian Rongzi. Guanghua flashes. The long blade is out of the sheath. Like a tiger, wind-stitching blade crossed the pale face of Qian Rongzi, and was smashed into the hands of True Chi, which was slammed on the ground and on the door beams. There was a big pit on the ground, and the door beam collapsed. There was a pale face between Qian Rongzi. Li Qingshan holds the wind-stitching blade and does not return to Qian Rongzi. Go ahead. This woman is really a bit of a spring, a little useful. But Qian Rongzi's response is to turn around and run. Li Qingshan glimpsed, but really overestimated the woman, but did not expect that the second family expert of second level Chi Refining, even escaped from the same window. Even the blood relationship with Qian Yanian, it is his the biological son is no exception. This is not only the role of Qian Rongzi, but also the rule of Qian Yanian over the years. The whole family is separated from Germany and has no cohesiveness. It can be maintained by virtue of strength and medicine pill. But in the face of a huge crisis, it immediately collapsed into a loose sand. Qian Yanian, regardless of Li Qingshan and the others, another palm shot. A second-level Chi Refining Warrior was photographed on the wall, and the bones and internal organs were broken, looking at Qian Yanian, saying, hey. He is these people. Among them, Qian Yanian's only biological son. Qian Yanian's bloody red eyes, the traitors, all have to die. I will hand it over to you, I will chase them. Dai Alf said, and went out. He did not face the courage of 5th level Chi Refining Warrior. For different reasons, The lobby is a disaster-ridden place that everyone can't avoid, leaving only Li Qingshan and Qian Yannian. Li Qingshan said to himself, "This is good, all the benefits are my own." Then looked up to Qian Yannian, "Today is your birthday, then next year is your day." Qian Yannian walked step by step to Li Qingshan, skinny like the shape of an old monkey, as if suddenly it became tall, almost cast a shadow, covering Li Qingshan. Dead. 132 years ago, a child was born in ancient Wind City. He was born in poverty, was not eating well, and was bullied. Until one day, he was valued by a passing Taoist and brought to the mountains for painstaking cultivation. 30 years later, he came back. He is already a middle-aged man who is close to the age of no doubt. He went to the door and killed those who had been insulting him 30 years ago and now close to the age of no doubt. And then established the Qian family. He did not go through a woman, so he madly married his wife, and turned all the women he saw into a squat. He know no decent residence. He won the homesick property and expanded into the current money house. He wants to make up for everything he has not enjoyed. Nearly 100 years have passed. Qian family has become the only big family of ancient Wind City, with 5 generations, hundreds of sons and grandchildren, and he wants to continue his own rights. Qian Rongzi rushed out of the hall, thinking of madness. "I must escape from here as soon as possible, find a place to hide." After Qian Yannian killed Li Qingshan, the next one is looking for her. "You slut, bitch, dare to betray my Qian family, certainly not to die. Grandpa will kill you." Qian Rongzi didn't go far. She listened to her and screamed at her. She turned her head, but it was Qian Xingwei, the long-term grandson of Qian family. He didn't dare to participate in the battle of Qi Refining Warrior, and the talented people flowed out of the hall, but not willing to leave, hiding in the corner, waiting for his grandfather Qian Yannian, to solve all things. Qian Rongzi stood still and turned to look down the mountain. People with surnames of money were killing. There were countless familiar faces, and they appeared in my heart. Obscene faces, contemptuous eyes, threatening fists, countless faces, a synthetic blend of one. She helped the amount, and there was a sting in her mind. The two ideas began to struggle. One is life, the other is death. Qian Xingwei sees Qian Rongzi standing still, bowing his head, his body constantly shaking, thinking that she is afraid, and said, "You slut, slut, Qian family should not take you, I should have smashed you at first." Skin. Qian Rongzi looked up and smiled. She also used a slender and pointed hair to go to Qian Xingwei. Life is the desire to survive, death is the evil fire of revenge. At this moment, life is no longer important, and death occupies her heart. What do you want? Qian Xingwei finally felt a trace of fear. There was always the existence of Qian Yannian. What did he do to her? She wouldn't resist. He was used to her docileness before she dared to jump out and drink her. At this moment, it seems that I suddenly remembered that Qian Rongzi is a powerful Qi refining warrior. Grandpa saved me. Qian Xingwei picked up the lightness art and bounced outwards, shouting loudly. Qian Rongzi stretched out his right hand and grabbed Qian Xingwei's shoulder and pulled it in front of him. The index finger pointed to Qian Xingwei's forehead. "What are you escaping?" Long nails stabbed and a stream of blood ran down. "Living." "Stop, I am your brother." Qian Rongzi smiled and said in a soft voice, "I licked my skin. Is it so embarrassing?" The fingertips slid down like a sharp knife, and the screams rang out. "Peas, second, there is one more in the evening, a little tired, and then ask for a monthly ticket to help me!" !@#. Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 139 Chapter 37 Don't mess with my stuff. The whole text has no advertising. The 37th chapter, Don't use my things. Xingwei. Qian Yannian heard a scream outside the hall and could not help but move forward. Li Qingshan, how to let go of this floor. Wind stitching blade crosses the waist of Qian Yannian. Blade light is very fast, and Qian Yanyan's face changed. I didn't expect a second-level Qi refining warrior to slash this kind of violent knife. Li Qingshan is able to kill one of the youngest Grey brothers of Qian family. In Qian Yanyan's view, it is a shameful sneak attack. It is because Li Qingshan is not in the eye, just as a bug that can be shot at hand. The reason why he did not immediately take a picture, but still hesitating to kill the Eagle Wolf Guard, thinking that there is no way to change. But Li Qingshan clearly told Qian Yanyan that now I am not asking if you want to kill me, but I want to kill you. The boy is looking for death. Qian Yanyan screamed, his claw-like left hand arrogant, hard to grasp the blade, holding on to this rapid knife. Look carefully, between the blade and the palm, there is only a small distance, and Yan Yan of Qian Yanyan and True Qi of Li Qingshan, in this tiny distance, a fierce collision. It is like the two armies fighting on the long front. One side is the elite sergeant, but the enemy is not more than 100 times. Li Qingshan was full of blood and arrogant, pressing all the power on the knife, and could not let the blade advance 1 inch. Qian Yanyan is also amazed. With his strength, he can't take this knife from Li Qingshan. The power of this kid is simply amazing. The indestructible wind-stitching blade delivers a soothing moan sound. Mindful of 100 turns, in fact, just a moment, the two almost responded at the same time. Qian Yanyan punched Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan grabbed the head of Qian Yanyan, completely ignored the palm, just to fight. It is a pair of fighting forces. Li Qingshan is not confident in anything else, but is confident in his own defense. Lozi is bloody and anti-high. If you are 10 strokes and 8 strokes, it is nothing. You will die in 1 stroke. Qian Yanyan feels that if the claw is grasped, the skull must be crushed. When others are reluctant to die, how can they fight with Li Qingshan and let go of the wind-stitching blade, and the figure is retreating, and at the same time, the 17-8 punches are blasted. Li Qingshan was trying to take advantage of the opportunity, and saw the fists of the 17-8 True Qi condensed fists, and they rushed to the wind-stitching blade to form a knife and protect the whole body. A series of percussive sounds, squally winds, huge table cases, were overturned to the ground, and the lights were extinguished together. Li Qingshan retreats and the 2 feet plow 2 deep marks on the marble bricks. Kaka, he stepped on the tall threshold and stabilized his body, raising his eyebrows to look at Qian Yanyan. You are body refining cultivator. Qian Yanyan said, if it is the ordinary second-level Qi refining warrior, it has just been shattered by True Qi, and even beaten on the spot, unless it is strengthened by body refining the body. Li Qingshan didn't feel any discomfort, but there was a kind of stretch of muscles and bones, staring at Qian Yanyan, and the blood of the bloodthirsty was revealed. Qian Yanyan looked at Li Qingshan, and there was no contempt in his eyes. He was a little more cautious, but it was only a few points. Just now he was just too big to give Li Qingshan a chance to swing him. Second-level Qi refining warrior is never an opponent of 5th-level Qi refining warrior, which is a common sense. When you get a few tricks from the old man, do you really think that you have killed me? Since you are looking for a dead end, the old man will complete you and kill the slut of Qian Rongzi. Outside the hall, Qian Xingwai's screams are more and more fierce. But Qian Yanyan is already deaf, although he likes this grandson very much, but his descendants are more. There is no need to die 1 or 2. In Qian Yanyan's talking time, Li Qingshan is not idle, holding a knife with both hands, holding up the high-pitched True Qi, flowing in the Yang heel meridian, and injecting it into the wind-stitching blade along the arm, turning it into a knife. The first level of the bright light on the body, with the waving arm, broke through a sharp wind blade, whistling to Qian Yanyan. Qian Yanyan, a coldly snort, took a deep breath. A golden light in the nostrils, a hole in the wind blade, flying to Li Qingshan, pulling a thin gold line in the air. Flying sword. Isn't it only the Qi refining 6th level? Li Qingshan was a little surprised, but it reacted in an instant. This should not be a flying sword, but a magic spell. but more fierce than a normal magic spell. Let 5th level Chi Refining Warrior, with the approach of 6th level Chi Refining Warrior, the information given by Qian Rongzi, said that the strength of Qian Yannian is only Chi Refining 4th level. The root is originally false. Qian Yannian as a 5th level Chi Refining Warrior, the cultivation is certainly not possible. It can only be acquired by Chi Refining 3rd levels innate Chi Refining secrets and the stronger cultural techniques 7th Metal Baleful Chi secrets. And this move is the Genjin Chi Jianin 7th Metal Baleful Chi secrets. Metal lungs, baleful Chi in it, the lungs open to the nose. Out of the gas sword, Jiang Wen pierced the air and stirred a sharp whistling like a whistle. If it was an ordinary person, it would be a dead end to hear this whistle. Li Qingshan's knees were slightly curved and leapt high, and sword chi swept from his soles. He took sword chi and couldn't recycle it. He jumped to Qian Yannian and quickly got closer to Qian Yannian. Qian Yannian looked at Li Qingshan, and it was a coldly snort, and the eyes were full of haze. Suddenly, it was another gas sword. He drilled from his nostrils and stabbed Li Qingshan in the air. At the same time, another gas sword turned over under his trend and stabbed Li Qingshan's vest. There are 2 left and right lungs, and the Genjinki sword also has 2 shares, one left and one right, making it 2 law. Li Qingshan hooked the beam on the right foot, an upside-down gold hook, and turned it up, avoiding the staggered sword. However, the next moment, the Kijian from the bottom up, through the beam, he swung back, the sword was wiped from him, and his eyebrows were bright. Li Qingshan was prepared, and the blade light in his hand picked up, such as the antelope hanging corner. No trace can be found, squatting on the sword. Glang! The sword fights, the wind-stitching blade has collapsed a tiny gap, but it also defeated the gas sword. But it was too late to be happy. The broken gas sword once again condensed, but there was a little bit of baleful chi. Li Qingshan flew out, and the gas sword was chasing after him. In the wide lobby, he continued to jump and turn, often avoiding the assassination of the gas sword in a millimeter of difference, as dexterous as a monkey. When there is a dodge, you can use the wind-stitching blade to smash it out and squat on the air sword for a temporary block. He found that although the sword is almost flying sword, it is not as smart and fast as Zhu Wenban's flying sword. Otherwise, it is impossible to dodge with the flesh, but it is also the strength of Qian Yannian. If you have to repair the Chi Refining 6th level, this is temperament. The sword must be no less than a weapon of the flying sword. Qian Yannian's face is white, boring and continually, and he is more and more careful in manipulating the Genjin gas sword and chasing Li Qingshan, but he is extremely cautious to leave a sword, surrounded by, not only worried about Li Qingshan. The golden body was assassinated, because he was too old, his mind was following the recession, and he was reluctant to manipulate the 2 swords. However, he believed that only one gas sword would be enough to kill Li Qingshan. This kind of attack and defense is even more invincible, without flaws. Li Qingshan wondered, the original 5th level Chi Refining Warrior, that's it. I don't know what is the culture technique. Although he did not know the name of 7th Metal Baleful Chi secrets, he understood that these 2 Kijians, inevitably magic spell in the cultural technique, could be manipulated as such. In contrast, innate Chi Refining secrets, just like its name, can only be Chi Refining. There is no such thing as magic spell. When he killed Zhao Liang King Naked Man, he was directly crushed by the absolute strength gap. He cracked him in one stroke, so he did not understand the fierce of 5th level Chi Refining Warrior. Now, although there are no ones, he is not in a hurry to change. It is easy to make Qian Yannian in a second, but I know that Zhao Liang King is killed by him all over the world, so I have to think about it. Now when playing with the old man, honing martial arts by the way, in the actual battle, realize the quintessence of Chi Refining 2nd level. Qian Yannian thought that he had the upper hand. He thought that Li Qingshan only regarded him as the meat on the cutting board, thinking about how to cut the knife properly, and before the knife was slaughtered, he had to entertain. Seeing that Li Qingshan could not be easily eliminated, I was afraid that Qian Rongzi would escape, And I was worried that Qianrongzi was really true. Zhao Zibo was really on the road. He had to get out quickly, so he found a delicate 100 treasure pouch. Li Qingshan finally saw the biggest purpose of the trip, and then when she saw that Qian Yannian had found a spirit talisman and wanted to use it, Li Qingshan burst into tears. The old thief stopped. Qian Yannian sneered, "Is it finally scared?" Li Qingshan cold channel. "The things in your 100 treasure pouch, whether it is spiritual pill, spirit stones or spirit talisman, are my property. You better not mess with it, otherwise it will make you die very fast. Your stuff is mine. Don't mess with it." This is a very straightforward statement. Qian Yannian was also at the extreme, without hesitation, and the spirit talisman burst into a ray of light. Hundreds of feet in front of the hall, there is a large platform, 5 steps leading to the entire capital, and only one road up the mountain, leading to the lobby. Tonight, because of the birthday banquet, everyone in the Qian family has come out of the nest, all the power has been mobilized, and it has been stunned by the changes in the mountains. It has gathered from all directions, and even many Qian family people who don't understand chi refining martial skill. I want to figure out what is going on. Seeing a figure in the distance, standing in front of the platform, someone pointed his eyes and shouted, "That is Qianrongzi. Kill her." Li Qingshan Fang Kei's words, everyone in Qianfu heard it. Many of the great traitors of this Qian family hated their teeth, but when they came closer, they were shocked. Qianrongzi was covered in blood, but his face was filled with Illusori's happy smile. At her feet, a bloody bottled gourd-like person, lying on the ground, is still screaming moan, and in her hand, holding a thing, drifting with the night wind. The third is more complete. Call, this is the first outbreak of Legend of the Great Saint. There are contributions in front of it. It is not a matter, but the outbreak is really tired, but very refreshing. There is a kind of hard work feeling. I am so excited. Can the monthly ticket be up? Please give me some support and motivation. Let me write more refreshing, and fight for a few more times this month! ! Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 140 Chapter 38, The Pole Purgatory. Full text without advertising. Chapter 38, Pole Purgatory. A lot of timid screams, almost falling down the ladder. In the back of the hall, the roar of the sound, the magnificent hall, shaking and swaying in the dark, seems to collapse at any time. Qianrongzi looked back and saw that Li Qingshan could support her time and give her enough time to do what she wanted to do. She really appreciates Li Qingshan. Of course, if she thought she had turned a temper, it would be a big mistake. In her mind, the best result of this battle is of course that Li Qingshan and Qian Yannian are the same. "Master, Lord, is that you?" A middle-aged woman heard the identity of the man on the ground from the hoarse screams, and said with a cry, "Qianrongzi, you slut, madman! My family, what kind of lord can't help you? You seduce him, don't count, still vital point, die him? I seduce him?" Qianrongzi licked the blood of his mouth. "Is he saying that he wants to lick my skin?" I asked him if he was so embarrassed. He did not say. "Do you know?" She kicked the ground. The blood bottle gourd kicked off the platform and rolled off the ladder. If the plague is avoided, the crowd is separated on both sides. When everyone's attention is attracted by the bloody human body, a wind blade penetrates into the crowd, and the blood is shining. The woman who spoke just now, from the shoulder to the waist, was cut open with a huge tragic scar. She looked down at the unbelievable look. Did the little slut dare to shoot for himself? This is her last thought, and she fell to the ground. "It seems that you don't know," Qianrongzi muttered. Dark clouds cover the moon, and heaven and earth are dark. Thousands of Qian family people gathered around the platform, and more, swaying torches, illuminating her beautiful face with full health traces, twisted and distorted with the swaying fire. A well-dressed young man cried and said, "Hey, mother!" Then looked at Qianrongzi with a look of incomprehensible poison. "Everyone gave me a fight, killed this crazy woman, and helped Zheng Grandpa. Kiane family will definitely spend this crisis. Get the order, thousands of people are forced to come up together. The momentum is enough to scare the liver and gallbladder of ordinary people. When the ants are biting, the chi refining warrior also has true chi exhausted, not to mention, there are more than a dozen first-level chi refining warrior. Kiane Rongzi is stuck in the dead. But her face, without the slightest fear, with illusory smile, lightly opened the lips, and casually ordered a string of names, Kiane Rongyui, Kiane Rongqing. The people who were named by her, there are big and small, there are men and women, the common point is that they are all chi refining warrior, they are not worth the money, because of the qualification chi refining and adopted by Kiane family. Hearing this, a glimpse, stop. You are not enough to be bullied by Kiane family. They regard us as pigs and dogs. Are they going to die for them now? Kiane family is already in danger, and all Kiane family people will be killed by Eagle Wolf Guard. Kiane Xingwai's son, the young man dressed in luxury, called out, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Grandpa will soon settle everything, and all those who betray the Kiane family will not die." People with Kiane family blood have echoed, and everyone is approaching again. For example, Lin's knife and gun are less than 10 steps away from Kiane Rongzi, but they are afraid of the force of Kiane Rongzi. Those who were named by Kiane Rongzi were unconsciously separated by the crowd and even turned their vigilant gaze. Kiane Rongzi said, "Kiane Yannian, the old thief, is in the back hall. If you can come out, you will already come out. Now, if you don't think about it for yourself, it's too late." The roar of the hall is constantly, apparently in the midst of a fierce battle, but the Kiane family patriarch Kiane Yannian, who has dominated the hearts of all people and ruled ancient Twin City for nearly 100 years, apparently met a strong enemy. If Kiane Yannian is there, then all the objections will cease to exist. But Kiane Yannian is not here. Many people are worried and worried. Is the Kiane family really going to die? Kiane Rongyui, who was first named to the name, couldn't help but say, "What do you want?" Kiane Rongzi said, "Now you are out of the Kiane family, you still have time, otherwise, under the nest, there will be no eggs." Kiane Rongyui hesitated and many people hesitated. The young man shouted, "Kiane Rongyui, do you dare to betray my Kiane family?" Kiane Rongzi said in a voice full of demonic nature, "Is it seen? Is this the attitude of the Kiane family people? Or do you want to die under the eagle-stitching blade of the Eagle Wolf Guard?" Kiane Rongyui finally glanced at the temple in the darkness and made a roar, "Well, I quit the Kiane family, and I have no connection with the Kiane family since then." Turned and walked down the mountain. "I don't plan to lick this drowning again." He has no deep resentment against Kiane family, and there is no such deep resentment from Kiane Rongzi. Others are also showing their enthusiasm and ready to leave. Kiane family's people shouted, many guns aimed at Kiane Rongyui. Kiane Rongyui said, "Give me away." I said, "Let you go?" Kiane Rongzi's cold voice, "Let Kiane Rongyui stand," turned back angrily said, "How else do you want?" Kiane Rongzi said, "Now go, just wait to be chased by the world." Then to the public human Dao, "I know all of you, nobody wants to leave today. Now as long as it is not the direct blood of the Kiane family, Kiane family's head can be exempted from crimes when it is cast, otherwise it will be a dead end." She is in danger, not only fearing for mercy, but threatening everyone with evil. Everyone was in a panic. The real Kiane family was directly bloody, and it was still a minority. Even if they were, they did not have the determination to survive with Kiane family, but they were tied to the Kiane family's war chariot and had to be hard, let alone others. It is. She vaguely realized the feeling of Li Qingshan. This feeling is really great. The atmosphere was suppressed to pinnacle, and the air was full of bloody taste. On this hot summer night, the fire shone, and many of the sweat fell from many foreheads. Everyone looked alertly at the side, trying to get from the face of the fire and the darkness, to distinguish who is not their own relatives, who is a possible name. This century-old family, like a spider's interpersonal relationship, is intertwined with countless counts of resentment and hatred. In the dark, I don't know where the first knife fell, and the first screams, like the ignition of the fuse. The first smear of blood, like on the wasteland, dropped a little spark and quickly spread into a raging fire. Someone shouted, "Kill these traitors!" Encircled the Kiane family. Some people shouted, "Revenge and hate." But more is screaming and mourning. A pair of eyes are stained with blood, and it is too late to distinguish whether they are enemies or relatives, and slash their swords to anyone close to themselves. A piece of talisman turned into a thunder and a flame, which burst open among the crowd. The gun stabbed into the body, and the sound of the broken bone of the knife broke into a piece of the soul of the town. Kiane family mansion turned into a repairing purgatory. In the purgatory center, Kiane Rongzi laughed and laughed. There was a big joy pouring into her heart. All the memories were burning. She forgot the potential threat of Kiane Yanyan and even forgot the difference between life and death. I feel that this place is heaven. At this time is bliss. Even if it dies immediately, it does not matter. There are also people who are angry and want to assassinate the traitor of this Kiane family, and even more murderous people, killing her. But here, who can kill a second-level chi refining warrior? All died under the wind-stitching blade, turned into a dead body, surrounded by a circle around her. Gradually, no one dared to approach. This corpse is surrounded by the city, a small circle, the only peaceful pure land in this purgatory. All the people of ancient Wind City couldn't forget the night. They looked up in the city and watched the giants of the ancient Wind City, who had collapsed in the fire, showing a complex look of fear, excitement and joy. And those who came down the mountain, chi refining warrior, mostly did not leave, but also watched in the dark, watching the fierce scene in the fire, incomparably unexpected and surprised. No one thought that things would evolve into this. Originally thought that Li Qingshan's declaration is a joke that is self-reliant and self-seeking, and Kiane Yanyan will kill 3 eagle wolf guards with thunder and then flee with the core characters of the family. But the development of things is beyond their surprise. Kiane family is being destroyed. However, Kiane Yanyan still stayed in the main hall, and did not come out to stop it. It seemed to be blocked. This is impossible. A third-level chi refining warrior and 2 second-level chi refining warrior, tied together, is not enough for Kiane Yanyan to kill. Unless the Eagle Wolf Guard has a secret hand, or that Zhao Zibo has quietly arrived at ancient Wind City. This is the most logical reasoning, and explains why Li Qingshan dares to be so arrogant. Chi refining warrior are glad that they have not stayed in the mountains. The Eagle Wolf Guard is not a reasonable institution in their eyes. Even more, no one will go up the mountain to rescue Kiane family. When the flame burns out the fuel, it is time to extinguish. The robbery is fueled by human beings. When people die, they are gradually extinguished. In a very short period of time, more than 1,000 people died and wounded. On the mountain ladder, the blood cross-flow, the corpse everywhere. In the canopy, which nobody noticed, little and flashed bloody eyes. From the beginning to the end, all the tragic scenes were seen, but not like the ordinary people, the color of surprise and fear. But if you think thoughtfully, if you realize it, Li Qingshan decided to do it tonight, so he didn't bring him together, lest he be trapped in the porcelain jar and be free to move. After all, he did not trust Li Qingshan. Even if Li Qingshan was strong, he would come to the outside of the mountain on the night, and then he saw this scene, and then his eyes could no longer be moved. Li Qingshan's breath is very strong and he does not need to worry about it at all. Tao of the Beautiful Bones was created by Buddhism, and the quintessence came from Buddhism, so he read many Buddhist scriptures to appreciate the true meaning. But Tao of the Beautiful Bones is completely reversed from the classics and reverses the righteousness. Among them, the Discover Mystery secretive, even if he is definitely a talented person by Green Bull, often feels puzzled. In Li Qingshan's opinion, he can easily swallow flesh and blood, and the cultivation base can grow fast. Even the medicine pill does not need to eat. But the hardships, only he himself knows. Hiding in the dark porcelain jar, he has never been bored for a moment, not even thinking about boredom, always thinking about Tao of the Beautiful Bones, like a retreat ascetic monk. Today, He saw this scene and his heart was realized. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the hall, and it fell heavily on the platform. The dark wolf clothes was so ruined that it was Li Qingshan! Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 141 Chapter 39 The Death of Qian Yannian. The whole text has no advertising. The 39th chapter of the death of Qian Yannian. The spirit talisman turned into a thunder, and the dark lobby was instantly illuminated, but it could not hide the two red spots that suddenly lit up. Full text ebook free download. Blazing white lightning slammed on black iron-like skin without leaving a trace. Qian Yannian took a step back and looked at the huge monster like a tower, showing the panic color, demon. Monster. Although there was no such thing as monster chi, the huge, realistic qualitative pressure was still tight on his chest, leaving the breathing a little late. There was chaos in my mind, and the teenager who looked like the ordinary chi refining second level had such a change, completely beyond his imagination. Li Qingshan stretched out. The sharp bull horn on the head almost touched the beam of the house, looked down at the Qian Yannian, and used the sound of gold and iron to sing. I said, let you stop. How are you? Not obedient? Qian Yannian screamed, two golden swords, and turned into two golden lights, smashing Li Qingshan. Huge body, as if it is difficult to dodge such an attack, and Li Qingshan also has no meaning of dodging. Genjin Kijian did not touch Li Qingshan's skin, and he slammed into the shield of the tortoise shell. He was countered by monster chi and directly turned into a powder, which could no longer be condensed. Qian Yannian instinctively touches 100 treasure pouch, where there is a life-saving spirit talisman, a spiral medicine that can be used to turn over, and 100 treasure pouches the second life of chi refining warrior. An iron cold index finger, with a sharp edge like a claw of a machete, provokes the sharp sound of the humming sound, stopping in front of Qian Yannian's forehead. His movements froze, and he does not dare to move. The speed is fast. Unable to respond. If Li Qingshan wants to kill him, the claws have run through his head and took his life. Qian Yannian shuddered. What do you want? I can give you anything, don't kill me. Li Qingshan picked up the 100 treasure pouch from the hands of Qian Yannian, sandwiched between the fingers, and picked up the toy-like little wind-stitching blade. Qian Yannian's face was full of charming, flattering, and fearful blending, and then collapsed like a mask. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to run through Qian Yannian's chest. This is not fatal for the 5th level chi refining warrior, but it is enough to make him lose most of his combat power, especially for a 100-year-old, said. Qian Yannian widened his eyes, opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Li Qingshan, the index finger is a buckle, like a siege, breaking the chin of Qian Yannian. Full text without ads. Then Li Qingshan pulled out the wind-stitching blade, stepped back, and the figure gradually narrowed down. Finally, the human form was restored. On Qian Yannian, let's go on now. Note, I am going to kill. After being taken away from 100 treasure pouch, he lost 2 Genjin swords and his chest was smashed. Qian Yannian was like a claws and fangs, a seriously injured ferocious beast, and a meaningless embarrassment in his mouth. As if knowing that escape is impossible, Qian Yannian forced the closure of the wound with true chi, and encouraged all true chi to rush to Li Qingshan. People are still unknown, the wind is blowing, and the first level of pale gold shines on Qian Yannian. Li Qingshan squats with all his strength, and Qian Yannian does not evade. His hands condense a light gold blade, and at the same time squatting under Li Qingshan, a gold and iron cross, with Li Qingshan true chi and July's wind-stitching blade, will break away from Qian Yannian's bodyguard, true chi, leaving a blood mark on his shoulder. Li Qingshan also turned a blind eye. Wind-stitching blade smashed and slashed to the neck of Qian Yannian, and it was a golden and iron cross, and 2 dingles came from under the ribs. Qian Yannian's hand knife easily penetrates the dark wolf clothes and Li Qingshan's body protected true chi, but can't wear Li Qingshan's tough day demon bull cowhide skin. A series of stunned sounds like showers, In a narrow space, the two did not retreat, flashed and did not flash, and attacked the other party. Dozens of tricks. The dark wolf clothes on Li Qingshan's body is not the same, and Qian Yannian is also full of blood marks, and the wounds in his chest are constantly bleeding. Qian Yannian's eyes became red, and if it was mad, he finally ignored Li Zishan and slammed it into the pillar. Dong 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 dong, collapsed 5 columns, the lobby is shaking, smoke and dust. Li Qingshan is very stout, but his eyes are always as quiet as water. Such a frenzied attack can certainly not hurt him, and the earth-shattering battle effect is exactly what he wants. A 5th level Qi refining warrior, who knows how to die and fights the beast, is tenacious beyond Li Qingshan's imagination, even in the case of serious injuries. It also exerts an amazing fighting power. Li Qingshan found that the strength of Qi refining 2nd level alone, even if it is fierce, it is difficult to win. In the violent bombing of true Qi, Li Qingshan barely regained his strength. He was finally slammed into the chest with a punch. He didn't control his body shape, let his body fly hundreds of feet away, and landed heavily on the platform. I have not forgotten to say, it's amazing. This act is of course purposeful. He wants to kill Qian Yannian with great vigor, but he must not kill it with one stroke. He deliberately wants to make a noise, and the death of Cloud and Rain building Zhao Liang King relationship. Hide the identity of your own demon. It can not only show weakness to potential enemies, but also numb their nerves, and confuse other potential enemies, so that they are not in a hurry to shoot themselves and give him more time to grow. This calculation is not too deep. However, Li Qingshan has not had time to be proud of the film he directed, and he can see the scenes around him, revealing the hustle and bustle. The thick bloody smell shrouded the entire platform, the wet blood dried up and blackened, thousands of dead bodies, men and women, adults and children, piled up with platforms and mountain roads. People who have never seen it, can't imagine how this is. A tragic scene. It is countless hands and feet, countless twists and turns, and eyes that are too big to be noticed. Li Qingshan did life and death fight with Qian Yannian in the hall. It was almost unrecognizable for the shouting of the outside of the hall. It was almost deaf, and I saw it with my own eyes. Even though I personally killed many people, I thought I had already. I am used to blood and death, and I feel a strong shock. Who is it? What have you done? The moon went out of the dark clouds, and the moonlight gave everything to the 1st level Silver Cream, and it was surrounded by silence. There wasn't a worm singing, as if the creatures of nature were caught, not afraid. And the initiator of all this, Qian Rongzi, is carrying the water-splitting thorn, will be in the corpse, still in the moan, still have the lucky survivors of breathing, one by one to hell. Qian Rongyue struggled to retreat. No, Rongzi, we have no hate. He was the first person to be involved in the bloody frenzy, but with the strength of Qi refining 1st level, he survived, but true Qi has exhausted, suffered multiple injuries, almost no strength. Qian Rongzi said, August 15th, fall 4 years ago, you screamed at me. Water-splitting thorn pierced the head of Qian Rongyue without mercy. Qian Yannian chased the hall and saw this scene. When she was settled, her mind was restored to a line of waking, Qian family, so it was over. Qian Rongzi looked back and looked at Qian Yannian. There was no fear on her face. Instead, she said, ha ha, Grandpa, have you seen it? Your children and grandchildren are dead. A madman. Qian Yannian fell into deeper madness, regardless of Li Qingshan, rushed to Qian Rongzi. Li Qingshan clenched the gapy wind-stitching blade, but did not smash it out. The woman was so hot and capricious that she was not good for him repeatedly. How could he save her again? Looking at Qian Yannian, Qian Rongzi found 3 fire charms and turned them into fireballs to attack Qian Yannian. There was a bang, 3 explosions, and the fire rushed into the sky. However, Qian Rongzi was too late to be happy, and she saw that Qian Yannian had a hard life, and the sparse hair was all baked. The whole body was burnt, but still with the fireworks. She rushed to her desperately. Qian Rongzi finally showed a hint of fear on his face, but did not escape. He grasped the water-splitting thorn in his hand and wore a blue light and stabbed Kian Yanian. Suddenly, a green vine grows out of the ground, wrapped in a Kian Yanian like a snake. He bursts with true chi and tears green vine, but it is also blocked, and the blue light penetrates the chest. The wound that was originally pierced by Li Qingshan rushed out of blood, and could no longer stop. Kian Yanian took a few more steps forward and grew more green vine under his feet. He was entangled in his group. He was like a spider moth, and he struggled more and more. Dai Alf didn't know when to come back. He held a curse on his chest and stared at Kian Yanian. The green vine was magic spell. Li Qingshan knows that Dai Alf cultivation is not innate chi condensation, which is probably the Green Vine Mountain's cultivation technique. Qian Rongzi did not expect that this attack could have an effect. His face was filled with crazy joy, but he did not rush to make up the knife. Instead, he carefully stepped back a dozen steps. "Grandpa, your wife, children, all are in here. Have you seen it? Just at your feet, Aya, you kicked your loved one. But it doesn't matter, and those traitors who betrayed the Qian family, I also helped you kill." "How?" "Qian family's kindness, I have reported it." Kian Yanian groaned, but in his fierce battle with Li Qingshan, he had already approached the end of the oil, and that was his last spare. With a deep true chi sling, staring at Qian Rongzi, as if to dig a piece of meat from her. However, Qian Rongzi just said that Xiaoying Yinying said, "Remember that you promised me before, let me be the patriarch of Qian family." "Of course, I know that you are lying to me. How can you let an outsider or a woman be a patriarch?" "But now, no one else can inherit the patriarch position. Only let me come." She also expressed an annoyed expression, but now the Qian family is no longer there. "This patriarch has no taste in it, and it is still for you." The first and last patriarch of the Qian family. Qian Rongzi, everything is like a sword. It pierced Kian Yanian and made him tremble, but the broken chin couldn't say a word. He spurted a blood out of his head and was completely swallowed up by green vine. "Peas, I feel so weak today. But it broke out once. As for it, it's just weak. But I still have to adjust my habits." However, these chapters are still very happy to write. I am still very dark in my bones. I love the tragic revenge. Once again, thank you for the monthly vote that was cast yesterday. I am refreshed and whispered, "Is there still wood today?" I promise you that after the recovery is weak, you must have broken out! !@#. Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 142 Chapter 40 The Punishment of the Punishment. The whole text has no advertising. The 40th chapter is the righteousness of the law. The green vine, which is green and green, is exceptionally bright in the blood and dark world. It grows vigorously and grows densely into a big symbol. Full text ebook free download. For a long time, only the sound of green vine is moving. Qian Rongzi, I don't know when to stop the words and stare at the green cockroach. After confirming that Qian Yanian was dead, Dai Alf was so impatient that he dispelled green vine and rummaged through Qian Yanian, but of course there was no 100 treasure pouch. Cannot help but turn to look at the tough 16-year-old boy, but see him standing in a bloody corpse, looking up at the night sky, looking very invested. The moonlight shrouded him, as if all this blood was not related to him. The stars of the summer night are dazzling, and even the moonlight can't detract from it. Li Qingshan finds that the starry sky is much more beautiful than the dead body. It's not about thinking about life, but suddenly giving birth to a feeling of emotion. As for what it is, he doesn't understand. Can't help but think of that dream again. The stars sank in the blood sea. Thinking about life, Li Qingshan bowed his head. Have a few caught. 3, ran 2. This is a good move. You flatter me. In a few words and conversations, Dai Alf will of course not ask Qian Yanian's 100 treasure pouch where he is, or ask Li Qingshan to share it. He also has his own calculations, which is to kill a few threatened second-level chi refining warrior, and then quietly sneak back to see the development of the matter. If Li Qingshan is defeated, he quietly left, reported to Zuozibo, "Make sure you are not in any danger." But one did not expect that Li Qingshan could really drag Qian Yanyan to this point. Dai Alf knows best that he is tempted by Green Vine. It is impossible to catch a 5th level Qi refining warrior. Qian Yanyan is clearly oil. The light is dry, and this is the credit of Li Qingshan alone. Although it seems extremely difficult and embarrassing, Li Qingshan is actually dragging down a 5th level Qi refining warrior. For the strong, it is better to retain a little respect. The Qi refining warriors in the mountains, although separated by a considerable distance, have many ways to see the mountains, and now the face is incredible. From the beginning to the end, they did not see the emergence of the Eagle Wolf Guard's lurking expert. It was only this young man, with the status of 2nd level Qi refining warrior. Have you been engaged with Qian Yanyan for so long? In the end, it was still inexplicable to win. Isn't Qian Yanyan really old and declining to this step? Is it for people? This is probably the only explanation. Gong Liangbai murmured, "How is this possible?" This is also the voice of all Qi refining warrior present. Water-splitting thorn, when it slammed, fell to the ground, and a faint sob came. Qian Rongzi, when she saw the body of Qian Yanyan, she trembled. The smile on her face had completely disappeared. She stayed for a while, and the hot and humid liquid slipped from her face. Not blood but tears. She didn't know why she was crying, but she suddenly groaned. Li Qingshan and Dai Alf looked at each other without saying anything. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. There are 3 people, Eagle Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan, Dai Alf, and Qian Rongzi. They will kill Qian Yanyan and kill him. Emil, and Qian family. The extinction is full, and Qi refining warrior is uniquely chosen. If you take this as a warning, if you care about right and wrong, you can't do anything. Rebel against the heavens, and be a disaster. The loud voice overshadowed the hard cry of Qian Rongzi, and it was clearly transmitted to the foot of the mountain and echoed throughout the ancient Wind City. The first cheering sounded from the dark corner of the alley, just a fallen scholar, uncontrollable and cautiously admired. 2 years ago, Qian family opened up the garden, forcibly flattened his ancestral home, and his wife sneaked into the streets. He was so anxious that he had a serious illness and almost lost his life. He finally borrowed a room and sold it by writing. The painting barely survived, but the block in the chest could not be calmed down. I thought it would have to be in my heart for a lifetime. I didn't expect that there would be a day of great hatred. This sound is like a stone thrown into Jing'u Lake, which stirs up a circle of ripples, and then turns into a sound of the sky, swaying up and passing back to the foothills platform, as if in response to Li Qingshan's words. Li Qingshan saw, there was a light in the ancient Wind City. Countless civilians walked out of the door, excited cheers, many people burst into tears, carrying out a parade, as if celebrating a grand during the festival. Qian family forced them to prepare lanterns and fireworks, which came in handy, but they were celebrating the demise of the Qian family. Li Qingshan, who smiled slightly and fell to the ground, may have a lot of innocence, but he is not an American hero with morality and cleanliness. Is it a man who can't bear a few lives? After the Qian family was completely closed, the Qian family was completely destroyed, and nothing dared to admit it. Why is a crying like crying all the way? Only those Qi refining warrior hidden in the dark. His face changed dramatically. Li Qingshan's threatening words were clearly directed at them, but they felt angry and humiliated. But at the same time there was an indescribable repression, and even then a little fear. The subconscious checkpoint itself. Is it like Qian family? Li Qingshan slammed Qian Yanyan and slammed the Qian family. He accepted the cheers, as if the law enforcement heavenly god, stood on the altar, and pointed out all the sorrows. Who dared to confront the front, only shivered. Li Qingshan didn't give these people a face. They would come to Qian Yanyan to celebrate their birthday. It doesn't mean that they are so innocent. They will probably defend themselves and never understand what Qian family is doing. But who can't hear the sound of rushing into the sky? I am afraid that I will not hear it, and I will not be willing to offend a Qi refining warrior family for ordinary people. Qi refining warrior, who sneaked into the darkness and left ancient Wind City, remembered a name. Li Qingshan said, "Is crying enough?" Qianrongzi is fascinated by raising the head. Li Qingshan said, "When you cry enough, let's go, our mission is over." And what he wants has already been obtained. After all, I ignored Dai Alf and Qianrongzi. I only looked at the canopy in the distance and strode down the hill. Qianrongzi said, "Wait." Li Qingshan looked back, but she saw Qianrongzi smile, wiped the tears and said, "I haven't taken anything yet." Then I rummaged through the corpse and said, "You leave a weak family. The woman is here, people will be afraid." Li Qingshan looked at her, thinking that she had a big hatred, able to relieve the depression in her heart. Not to say that she would lay down the butcher knife and become a Buddha. She would always be more aware of life, less narrow and vicious. The truth is the opposite. Revenge and hate really release something from her heart. But what was released was not the beautiful feelings that the world expected, the suppressed innocence and kindness. She finally did not have to pretend to be a Qian family eldest young lady. She laughed at her in the corpse and seemed to integrate the madness into her. In the bones, the more twisted, now realized, what is enlightenment, abandoning evil and being good, are all compiled in the story. The true normal state of the world is that Jiangshan is difficult to change. There is a Buddha in the world, or is it the normal state? Qianrongzi slightly convinced. Today, I would like to thank my two colleagues for helping each other. The slaves can revenge and hate. If you don't feel too much, you are willing to take your body. She smiled and looked very good. Li Qingshan's foot is not stopping. Dai Alf walks faster, such as avoiding snakes, leaving Qianrongzi's crazy laugh behind him. Qianrongzi lingers in the corpse, such as a dark ghost, is not to find things, but as an artist, to appreciate his favorite works. Tourists walking in the beautiful garden. She stopped from time to time, took a familiar face, said a few words in front. Even if she could not get an answer, she could giggling for a long while. She is even more horrible than this corpse purgatory. Little An got Li Qingshan's instructions, didn't leave immediately, and was hiding in the side, entering a state of intense thinking. High monk Fu Huish Wangquan, seeing the world like a firehouse, like a sea of bitterness, and the world sinks into it, greedy and foolish, cannot extricate themselves, then repair the Mahayana Buddhist law, still cannot do all the people, mourn its misfortune, anger, boundless compassion, anger and infinite killing intent. At the moment of heaven and earth great tribulation, life and death, he found that there was still a hindrance in his heart, and once again he saw the mind, so he followed the heart and made 4 great wishes, so that he could spend the great tribulation. Such as heavenly demon, the nature is extremely evil, know the nature, rampant killing, serve unrestrained, and Buddha equal. Oh, I understand that High Monk is a super genius. It is stupid and stupid to see all the beings. I don't know how to say it. I don't understand it. I have a shadow in my heart and I am suppressed by the 4 words of my compassion. Only can keep the heart, cannot be released, so the pressure is big. Compared to 1, no, it's a bunch of nasty idiots to go to the other side. It's much easier to kill them. It's like there are a bunch of flies around him all day, and he grabs the fly and squeezes it. The belly pulled its intestines out and pulled its neck with its intestines and pulled it hard. Oh, the whole tongue is sticking out. He is holding his knife again. Hey, the whole world is clean. In a small inn under the mountain, Little An wrote his own insights on paper and told Li Qingshan that. Li Qingshan said after thinking about it. Little An's stunned voice always felt like Li Qingshan said that the High Monk's realm had lost more than 1 level. Even if it was a demon Dao, it was also a skeleton bodhisattva with great wisdom. Now it feels like this. The pain and trouble experienced by bodhisattva is no different from how to raise people. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, Little An, I told you, to be a man, the most important thing is to be happy." The same is true for doing squatting. You can't go to extremes. If you go to extremes, you will be mentally ill. If you are sensible, talk about it. If you don't know what to say, Give him a knife. Peas, it seems to be too cool recently. I will add a piece of Li Qingshan's home teaching. I will adjust it. The volume name and profile of this volume are approaching step by step, feeding and feeding. Compared with caring about a perverted woman, I still care about it. Our lovely little and, more important, hey, write a book. The most important thing is the monthly pass, you know. Exclamation mark at hash. Full text ebook free download. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 143. The 41st chapter is very fruitful. The 41st chapter is very fruitful. Li Qingshan went on to say, well, a good person must be beaten to the right face of his left face. He can't stand to be a bad person. If he has to see someone, he will kill the 6 parents and not recognize it. Can't be alive, it is to destroy the people, not mental illness. What? This divine ability, you should realize that the repair is done, but don't take it too seriously. Thus, the power of and above the 9 heavens was downgraded to the level of mental illness. If the green bull is here, it must be praised by the hits. It is not how Li Qingshan said, how superb the intelligence root is. On the contrary, this is a bit of a brain, but thinking about life philosophy, heaven and earth, Grand Tao, has never been good at him. He is not a wise man, he has no great wisdom, not benevolent, no mercy and great compassion. He is a brave man, and he has a savage overbearing, unscrupulous spirit. If you don't understand, you don't want to, how come you feel so happy? This is simple, but even the great cultivator, which is thousands of times more powerful than Li Qingshan, is only careful to understand the spirit of divine ability created by immortal Buddha. It's impossible to say something like Li Qingshan, don't be too serious. People can't be without fear, but the brave is fearless. You are saying that the divine ability cultivation technique is just a tool in my hands, and it exists for my chest. Never let any idea be anti-customer, occupying your own thoughts. Li Qingshan's embarrassment teaches that little Un is of course a good friend, and he has to pay more attention to the quintessence in Tao of the beautiful bones. Although I always feel that Li Qingshan said that there is such a bit by bit, it is definitely not Li Qingshan's fault, but I have not figured it out yet. Or that high monk has a problem. But he was freed from the thoughts of the troubled mystery, not too deeply influenced by divine ability. The teacher of half a bucket of water met, and when faced with a student who was crazy, there would be such a miraculous effect. Probably no one could think of it. Li Qingshan is quite self-sufficient. No matter how talented and intelligent, little Un is still a child, and he needs to guide himself like a bright light. During the speech, Li Qingshan's stomach screamed again. After the war, he was always hungry. He went out to eat a meal and returned to close the door. Li Qingshan pressed the excitement of his heart and took out Qian's 100 treasure pouch. Look now, what's the harvest of this trip? He just injected true chi into it, and he couldn't help but sigh. The space inside is full of the size of the utility room. He has been getting the largest 100 treasure pouch until now, which is bigger than Zhao Liangqing. Zhao Liangqing the 100 treasure pouch. Li Qingshan feared that there is a mark of cloud and rain sect on it, so I dare not bring it on the body. This is no problem. I can replace the one issued by Eagle Wolf Guard. 100 treasure pouches filled with all sorts of things. Li Qingshan the first thing to collect his medicine pill. Qian Rongzi finally. There was one thing that didn't lie. He took out a small porcelain bottle and put it on the table. After a while, it was full of tables. Although Qian family's refining technology seems to be not good, every qi condensing pills are at least 3-eyed in size and can only hold 3 in a bottle. But even so, there are more than 400. This book Qian Yan in control of the Qian family's biggest weapon. Now cheap Li Qingshan. With these medicine pill, it is enough for him to go to the first level floor on the Demon Dao. Bull Demon Strong Fist will probably be able to get to the second layer. Then you can start repairing Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. As for Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets, Li Qingshan is cultivation every day, basically chi refining, and chi condensing pills are mostly swallowed up by it. Although the first time heavenly tribulation, turned into Monster General, there is still a long way to go. But on this road, I am walking fast. Hundreds of bottles of chi condensing pills king 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 contained. Dozens of herbs are made into chi condensing pills, which are extremely bitter and irritating. But Li Qingshan is like a tea, and tastes a sweet taste. Little Un saw Li Qingshan, frowning, hooking his mouth, and counting the chi condensing pills on the table, inexplicably remembering the scene where Qian Rongzi spoke to the body. The medicine pill is not just a kind of chi condensing pills, but also a few bottles of similar medicine pill, called 100 grass pill, which is similar to pearl dew pill. It is an enhanced version of chi condensing pills. Because of the need for more cherished herbs, the pill concocting technique's skill requirements are also higher, so the number is very small, only a dozen. Li Qingshan is prepared to stay as a critical moment and use it when breaking through realm. In addition to this, there is a blood pill, medicine pill used to strengthen blood. Apparently the old ghost of Qian Yannian, knowing that his life is not long, and wants to live for a few more years. 27 Spirit Talisman, more than the Li Qingshan cultivation, got all the Spirit Talisman. Looking at the twists and turns of the dragon snake handwriting, Li Qingshan can only recognize a small and a half. 5 of them are middle grades. Thunderbolt Talisman, the power of this symbol is very great. If it is in the thunderstorm weather open space, even the heavenly thunder can be led from heavens. The damage is amazing. Not to mention other spirit talisman, but said that these 5 Thunderbolt Talisman, Qian Yannian, if they did not hesitate to make it together, can almost kill any chi refining warrior below 6th level. Even the 6th level chi refining warrior does not dare. Li Qingshan, if you don't have the fierce of monsterification, the trouble of finding Qian Yannian is simply dead. However, Li Qingshan regrets that there are not a few spirit artifacts, only 2 of low grade. Obviously, Qian Yannian is not good at refining, and it is impossible to go out and kill chi refining warrior like Eagle Wolfguard. These 2 low grade spirit artifacts, one is a 1-foot-long pattern sleep's sword, but after injecting true chi, it took out a 5-foot sword glow and turned into an extra long sword. Li Qingshan immediately I gave it to Little Un. The other spirit artifact is a special one, a wooden round shield with a wash basin size. When he tried to inject true chi into it, the little round shield suddenly became a grinding disc and was a lot thicker. Li Qingshan knew that there were some spirit artifacts that could change the shape, such as the iron ruler in the hands of Wang Pushi, but he still got such a spirit artifact for the first time, and it was defensive. But this spirit artifact is very much in line with his mind. With this object, he can hold a giant shield, slamming, encountering an enemy, and taking a shield to shoot down, who can block it. In addition to these, it is something secular. The first is the real money, the silver and silver, 1.5 million 2 silver banknote, less than imagined. Qian Yannian entangled ancient Wind City for so many years, accumulate not as good as Zhao Liang, king of cloud and rain building. Think about it too, the Qian family is big, and there are many people who need to support, and I am afraid that a lot of money is in the hands of steward below. However, it is not just the silver banknote that is money, there are a lot of deeds. At a glance, Qian family occupies most of the ancient Wind City property, with a 10,000 acre farmland outside the city. According to the law, everything that Eagle Wolfguard performs in his mission is owned by me. Li Qingshan became a landlord overnight, thinking about the days spent in the cowshed, and could not help but feel 1,000 emotions. Originally, Li Qingshan also wanted to find the swelling technique of sword chi from the nostrils of Qian Yannian, but he didn't find it, but he didn't feel sorry. Anyway, there is a contribution points, which can go to the collection of Eagle Wolfguard, exploring, and before practicing innate chi refining secrets to the 9th layer, he did not intend to change the cultural technique cultivation. looking for a new cultural technique, and not rushing. The celebrations outside the window have not stopped, and the sound of the drums and the firecrackers are like a whole night. Li Qingshan smiled and swallowed a cheek-condensing pills and started cultivation. Little Anne is sitting like a daddy, sitting cross-legged beside him. The next morning, a magnified, but smiling face of the county, knocked Li Qingshan's door, saw Li Qingshan, was surprised, did not expect yesterday that the Qian family was destroyed. Shocked ancient Wind City. The Eagle Wolf Guard is so young that he almost doubts if he is looking for the wrong one. Li Qingshan said, "What are the adults?" Zixian was very familiar with the sound of the night sky that was stunned last night. I was sure that the people in front of me were correct and said it. Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. This county must take him to the Red Street to go to the street and say that the sedan chair downstairs is ready. He certainly refuses. The county magistrate did not dare to persuade such a demon general figure, who would force him. Li Qingshan said, "Compared to this matter, I still have to quickly dispose of the corpses on the mountain. Now the weather is hot, so I have to give birth to a plague." Zixian Road. The adults reminded that the lower official has sent people to deal with it. Not far from the money house, at the foot of the West Mountain, there is a Dan King. The lower official called the people. The body was transported there to bury, but the people are filthy, and the body of the Qian family is not willing to contribute. Li Qingshan, if you think about it, in Qian Fuzhong, there should be a lot of gold and silverware left. You send someone to search for it. It is a silver slogan for the patriots. It is necessary to dispose of this matter today, and there must be no mistakes. The magistrate is beaming, and he should be busy, thinking about this adult, is really compassionate. If Li Qingshan does not speak, who dares to move things in the house? Li Qingshan had another plan in his heart. He sent the county magistrate and returned to the room. He said to Little An, "Is it really cultivation?" Little An nodded. Li Qingshan said, "How long?" Little An shook his head. Li Qingshan said, "Well, let's stay for a while, and just calm down and cultivation for a while, then go back to Blessed Peace City. I'm afraid it's not so quiet." "Good. You Li Qingshan." In Blessed Peace City, at the Eagle Wolf Guard, in a little Hua garden, Zhao Zibo pinched a letter, his eyes twitching, his anger raging, and his palm smashed the stone table. The informant in Clear River Prefecture gave him a reply and finally knew that under Suncheer City, under the Lonely Pine, everything went through! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 144. Chapter 42. Fierce Tiger, Viper, Vulture. Chapter 42. Fierce Tiger, Viper, Vulture. Li Qingshan doesn't have any background at all. Even Wang Pushi doesn't like him very much, and he will simply send it to his knees. Saint Hall. If Ge Yanning really cares about this kid, then Wang Pushi can't ignore this kid. Just like Wang Pushi, if you care about a person, then Zhao Zibo has to be careful. This is the simplest truth. Zhao Zibo is really cautious, just in case, and the most influential to him, the attitude of the kid, is too arrogant, giving him a strong background. When the cruel truth was revealed, Zhao Zibo had only the feeling of being smashed. The face was red and then iron, and the anger of Li Qingshan broke out. "Commander Zhao, calm down." Jian persuaded. "Zhao Zibo cold channel. I am in the Dark Eagle, Commander. Over 1 million people, I don't know how many Xing life, I don't know how many years. No one dares to play with me." Li Qingshan, you are amazing, Jian said, "but the kid is in Ancient Wind City, and he must have come back." "Why is Commander angry with a dead person?" Zhao Zibo said, "I only hate to kill him. And Zhu Wenbin is not a good thing." Jian said, "He is only one person here to do county magistrate, and there is no one in Qi refining warrior. Why should Commander tolerate him? Our Eagle Wolf Guard has the responsibility of monitoring. It is better to find some evidence and tell him." Zhao Zibo said, "Stop. What evidence does he have for you to search for? He was born in 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and there are countless classmates. The prefecture governor also appreciates him. If I turn his face with him, It will only disappoint Commander Wang Jian said. Yes, adults, small words. Zhao Zibo said. Now we are waiting for the news of the kids' dereliction of duty. Then he immediately went to ancient Twin City to destroy the Qian family and avenge Li Qingshan, demonstrating the prestige of the Eagle Wolf Guard. The old man, the money, has been a lot of things for so many years. It's time to move the knife. This is Qian Rongzi's original poison. 1 move, 2 gains, destroying Qian family and Li Qingshan, and can also give Zhao Zibo a rich spoil. In the evening, Li Qingshan came to Zixian County, in front of the Danking under the Xishan mountain. The pit was not particularly big that day, but it was more than enough to hold the body of 1,000 people. A strong rancid smell came from the Tanking, and Li Qingshan also held his breath subconsciously. Just one day, the body was so bad that it was more unbearable than the strong bloody smell of last night. The confessed patriarch was carrying the corpse, peeling off his clothes, putting it into the fire on the side, and then putting the body of Bai Wawa into the crater. Everyone is frowning, using a damp cloth along the nose and mouth. If the county does not have a heavy money and threatened with plague, no one is willing to come. Not only is it disgusting and unbearable, but it is also unlucky. A smoky smog, rising from the fire, straight into the sky. There is no wind in the Feywild. The dim sunset that is about to fall, still emitting a burning temperature, so that the dirty air is slightly distorted. Hundreds of crows, Liu An screamed in the sky, flying from time to time to eat the eyes of the body. All of this is even more dead than last night. In the world, there is probably no more filthy existence than this. The county magistrate had long been hiding. I heard that Li Qingshan was also coming. He came up with a compact and said, "Adult, you can see what the next officer can do." Li Qingshan nodded, too late to answer. Zixian looked at the Tanking, licked his mouth and spit, and finally left. When all the bodies were thrown into the Tanking, the folks would dig up the good soil and fill it into the pit. This work was almost completed until the setting sun fell and the night fell. Li Qingshan hesitated and put the porcelain jar in his hand into the center of the Tanking. Let the people, let it and the body, bury together. Li Qingshan stood in the Tanking for a long time, and the smell had not passed away for a long time. Do you know? There are places where corpses are buried, where grass trees will grow particularly well. When I was a child, I poisoned a dog and buried it in the room. From then on, every year, blossoms are special. Fresh yan. Li Qingshan turned back. Dai Alf and Qian Rongzi stood not far away. Qian Rongzi came forward and looked at the Tanking. It will take less than a year, and here is the most lush place in the grass. Li Qingshan unanswered her slang. Dai Alf said, "The mission has been completed. Is it time for us to go back?" Li Qingshan said, "I have to stay some time and dispose of the property and the fields." "Go back first," Qian Rongzi sarcastically said. "You don't want to escape? You don't know Guyanning at all, right? With a leopard like you, how can you know such a NV person?" "Now, Zhao Zibo has probably investigated it. Go back. It's your death. But how can you escape? A betrayal of the Eagle Wolf Guard is enough to make you have no place in the world." Li Qingshan grabbed Qian Rongzi's neck and said calmly, "Do you believe it or not? I will kill you now. I will bury you with these people." "Stop, Qingshan." Dai Alfu stepped forward and Li Qingshan raised his left hand and he stopped. "Qian Rongzi the hard way. If you want to kill me, you have to kill Dai Alf. Do you do this?" Dai Alf's face changed greatly, and he stepped back involuntarily. He was wary. After last night, he no longer believed that he would be Li Qingshan's opponent. Li Qingshan was expressionless, her hands gradually tightened, and Qian Rongzi's face was red, and she was revealed with fear. When she felt that her neck was about to be cut off, she suddenly fell loose. She fell to the ground and gasped. Li Qingshan said, "Don't mess with me." On the scorpion of Qian Rongzi's grievance, "Go back and tell Zhao Zibo, I will go back to blessed peace soon. If he can't wait, you can come to ancient Twin City to find me." Then he squatted down and said to Qian Rongzi, If you want to harm me, then you'd better prepare for it. There is only one chance. If it fails, I will kill you at all costs. Of course, you'd better die this heart, otherwise I will be in a bad mood someday. Maybe I will kill you and let myself be happy. The grievances were gradually replaced by fear. In the calm words, Qianrongzi felt a kind of incomprehensible oppression, and the feeling of suffocation was even deeper than being caught on his neck. Is there any benefit to you? Qianrongzi avoided Li Qingshan's gaze and his expression was stiff. The so-called wicked have their own wicked people. When He Yin poisonous evil met Li Qingshan's strong and bad, naturally retreating, Li Qingshan stood up and left Tanqing to go to ancient Wind City. Qianrongzi stood up and licked the dirt on his body. He finished the whole shirt and smiled on his face. Looking at the back of Li Qingshan, he said to himself, once chance. Dai Auf was in a cold heart and asked, "Are you going back?" Qianrongzi smiled and said, "I am not easy to return in glory once. How can I go so quickly?" Dai Auf listened to her answer, and she was relieved to see that he was among the 3 realms' highest chi refining 3rd level, and the oldest, and Jiang whose experience is also the most abundant. Even the reputation is much louder. The name of his dean, Dai Auf, is also loud on Jianghu. It is not the Black Tiger stream, it is notoriously difficult to deal with. But he is between 2 people, as if he lives in a viper and fierce tiger, and there is always a feeling of dying at any time. This is not an illusion, whether it is the poison meter set by Qianrongzi or the strong wrist of Li Qingshan. The personal safety of Dai Auf is very insecure and the risk factor is extremely great. Qianrongzi let Qianyannian harm Li Qingshan and Dai Auf will be killed by a piece. Li Qingshan when facing Qianyannian, if Qianyannian directly kills, recruits Jinchi, and even Thunderbolt Talisman, it is also possible to get rid of him. Li Qingshan will not sit idly by, but will never be for him. I have to say that Dai Auf walked Jianghu and did not experience the life and death crisis in vain. She felt very keen. Just now, when the fierce tiger of the Black Say, holding down the poisonous snake of Say Colorful Yan, threatening low-lying, innocent Dai Auf, naturally became the chip of the viper, and then let fierce tiger think, is it necessary to be ruthless? Dai Auf left in a hurry, and finally looked back at Qianrongzi, and disappeared completely into the darkness. He decided to perform the task with 2 different people. No, it was to keep a distance from them. The fresh venomous snake stood in front of the thousands of corpses she had created, and silently brewed new venom. She even thanked the Black Sapphire Tiger for her threat. When she showed her fangs, it was her death. Even if it was successful, it will also be shredded by violent rage's fierce tiger. But she didn't feel too worried. I was originally the best quality of a viper. She could endure for more than 10 years in Qian family. She couldn't help everyone think she was completely tamed and had no resentment against Qian family, and even let Qianyannian let her go to Blessed Peace City to do Eagle Wolf Guard. Because she was the chi refining 2nd level 3 years ago, she was able to leave the Qian family. At that time, Qianyannian had basically trusted her, and she did not restrain her freedom. If she thought, she could escape from the Qian family. The range of influence, Qianyannian cannot find her. If it is an ordinary person, it has long been unbearable, and this opportunity is far away. But she didn't. She was willing to endure 3 years of humiliation. Her performance was more tame than before. And then she gained more trust. Just wait for this opportunity to puncture the venom into the enemy's throat. She will continue to wait silently, waiting for an opportunity that may never appear, but she feels that she probably won't have to do anything. The shadow of a vulture in the sky has covered the tiger. Although the tiger is fierce and amazing, it is still too young. I like these 3 metaphors very much. It's really Jing. If you like it, just vote for the monthly ticket. _. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 145 Chapter 43, Quenching Bone Ash Flame Chapter 43, Quenching Bone Ash Flame. However, Qian Yannian feels that there are quite a few things about the whole thing. What kind of person Li Qingshan is, she has already figured out one or two, perhaps brave and fierce, but she is not lacking in her mind. With Qi refining 2nd level against Qi refining 6th level, everyone knows that it is a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but he is calm and fearless. And she just deliberately tempted, and once again proved that he really has no background to rely on. Then what is he based on? When I arrived, on the night of the boat, Qian Rongming went to Li Qingshan's troubles and did not die in the hands of Dai Alf, but died in his hands because he used a special method to hide his strength. Is his real strength not just Qi refining 2nd level? Qian Rongzi in the heart of the move, Zhao Liang King and Fu Rong disappeared inexplicably, perhaps by chance. But she is very understanding of the strength of Qian Yannian. Even if I have avoided the 2 golden swords, 100 treasure pouch has many powerful spirit talisman, how can it be useless? She closed her eyes and began to work hard to remember, washing her blood in madness, and the scene of that night reappeared. Qian Yannian glared at her, but she never said a word from the beginning. Why? His chin was crushed. There are many scars on his body, but the fatal is on the chest, so it can be easily penetrated by her water-splitting thorn. When Qian Yannian came out, it was almost a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan seemed to be being smashed out of the air, but there was no decent injury at all, and the front was defeated by Qian Yannian. Li Qingshan has a very strong trump card, so dare to be so arrogant. Considering the scars on Qian Yannian, Li Qingshan's body refining technique is probably much stronger than he has shown. It was strong enough to take away Qian Yannian's 100 treasure pouch in an instant, crushing his chin, running through his chest, and then pretending to be hit by him. In this way, everything is plausible, and all the words and deeds of Li Qingshan have become reasonable. As the saying goes, the thief is a villain, and he is a gentleman. Li Qingshan couldn't think of it, and his deeds would be traced so carefully. Qian Rongzi looked at another scene. Fierce tiger crouched between the jungle, waiting for the vulture to descend from the sky. Who is the hunter? Who is prey? Not yet known. Zhao Zibo the idiot, nicknamed a smart word, can't see the hidden crisis. It is like the Qian Yannian. It looks like the savvy old Taoist, but it is decadent and stupid. However, this does not blame them. It is too long to rely on strength to suppress everyone's life. Naturally, I am too lazy to use my mind. Of course, she would not kindly remind Zhao Zibo, or that sentence, who is dead, she is happy, it is best to die. For the first time, she felt that Li Qingshan's win was even bigger, because he was in the dark. The people in the dark were terrible, and she had a deep understanding of this. If you use this matter to threaten Li Qingshan, it will definitely die. If you go back and report Zhao Zibo, I am afraid that there will be no benefit, and once the gambling is lost, it will be followed by Zhao Zibo. Li Qingshan's warning is not a joke. Then, if you press a note on Li Qingshan, can you take a slice of it on Zhao Zibo's body? She seriously thinks about all kinds of possibilities, and it is much harder to be a sneaky villain than to be a gentleman. At this time, she is absolutely calm and rational, even more broad-minded than a gentleman, completely abandoning personal honor and disgrace. All mercenary is a picture. In the crater, a yin wind suddenly hit her, and her vest was cold. Unconsciously, the night was already heavy. She turned her head and saw the ghost flame on the top of the Tanking. Even ordinary people are shocked, not to mention her culprit, but she just smiled and said, "Dead." Then she temporarily put Li Qingshan on, and more important things, waiting for her to do it. Now, it's time to really go back home. She looked up and smiled at the starry sky. Father and mother, brother and sister, you are all in a hurry. After Qian Rongzi left, there was an amazing change in the Tanking under the thick soil. The crack on the porcelain jar cracked and smashed. The cremation blood flame rushed in all directions, burning all the corpses, the flesh and blood, and turning it into a part of blood. It burned even harder. The dark bottom of the pit turns into a bright sea of fire, and the smoldering and filthy body turns into a flame that rises and rises. On the top of the Tanking, the bit-by-bit ghost flame disappeared. La la la, thousands of skeletons are scattered at the bottom of the pit. Little Un sits cross-legged in the center of the flaming blood, while manipulating the blood, while absorbing the energy of the blood. At the bottom of the pit, the front of the skull, with a black hole in the eye socket, looked at him silently. Little Un puts the finger bone down, and the blood is divided into thousands of snakes and penetrates into the skull. The eye socket of the black hole also illuminates the same blood inflammation as him. All the cockroaches are shaking sharply, colliding with each other, making a screaming scream, then they fly, and the broken bones are spliced together. Thousands of large and small baboons, jumping at the bottom of the pit, dancing in the flames, the sound of bones hitting like a music, the sound of jaw collision, like a song. Around the center of Little Un, it seems like a grand memorial. Cremation blood flame can be differentiated, living in other shackles, inducing with Little Un, driven by ideas, which he already knew, but this is meaningless, fragile bones. I'm afraid even the lower-ranking warriors can't beat. A skull flew up and landed in the hands of Little Un. Eye socket and eye socket are opposite. Blood inflammation and blood inflammation are ignited. Cremation blood flame, in the bright red color, gradually reveals a pale. Little Un has a happy glow in his eye sockets, and down of the beautiful bones has a more powerful flame, quenching bone ash flame. As the name suggests, it can be quenched by skeleton. If it is a normal flame, then the hot can only turn the skeleton into coke, but under the shackles of bone ash flame, the skull melts like sugar, which is extremely slow and incredible. After a long time, the skull was completely dissolved, turning into a drop of pale liquid and dripping into his forehead. Then he raised his hand and a bone arm fell in his hand and continued to quench. While quenching the skeleton, the quenched bone ash flame is also becoming more and more grand, while quenching the skeleton body of Little Un. This process is 100 times more painful than when using blood cultivation. Like a myriad of steel needles, it is worn and cut to sharpen his body. Ordinary people will go crazy and go alive in a flash. Not to mention persistence, but in his shackles, the flames are burning and there is no fear. Whenever I felt that I couldn't stand it, I had a blizzard in my eyes and I went back to Ice Sword Cliff again. The snowy night. Li Qingshan waved him to the side, let him go, then disappeared into the snow, went alone to climb the ice cliff, and went on the road. He stood alone in the unrestrained wind and snow for a long time, did not listen to his words to hide, but was stiff, cold, wondering, is he dying? Then he fell to the ground, and his painful body split. Eventually he rushed up and helped Li Qingshan at a critical moment, because he didn't know, but where else could he go? When it was over, he looked at Li Qingshan and yelled at him. He couldn't speak, but he also clenched jaw and clenched his fist. That night, the impact on his soul was no smaller than Li Qingshan. Compared with the pain at that time, what is the moment at this moment? The blazing bone ash flame wraps him around, quenches a trace of impurities, and incorporates more bone fluid to circulate. Before reinventing the flesh, he had to reshape his body, become stronger, and keep up with his footsteps. Li Qingshan came to the county office and handed over a pile of deeds to the magistrate to sell it on auction. The magistrate was flattered. Adult, I am afraid this may not be sold out in a while. Li Qingshan said, I know that time is urgent. Even if I fold some prices, it is my welfare for the people of ancient Twin City. There are hundreds of keys, sum of money in chi condensing pills. He doesn't care much about these. Silver, I also thought about a burn, but it is bound to bring a big turmoil to ancient Twin City, and take this approach. Zixian Road, adult, merit boundless, I am for the ancient Twin City people, thank the adults for their grace. Merit. Li Qingshan smiled. He did not believe this. A month, you can do this. Without warning, he does not believe that the county dare to hang him, at most it is to scrape oil, it is also natural. Zixian Road, adult, what else can you do? Li Qingshan walked away from the door, I will stay in the city for a while, don't bother me. As the largest landlord in the city, Li Qingshan will certainly not stay in the inn again, picking up a small house on the mountainside. It is not far from the money house, the surrounding is very quiet, and most importantly, it can be seen here. Pit. He stood in the yard. There was a grape rack in the yard, a rocking chair under the grape rack, and a flaming great river tank on the side. There were a few squid in the tank, free unrestrained, and the black water rippled. Bend the moon. Although Little N did not say it, he was vaguely inductive. Tao of the beautiful bones is a very good divine ability. Without the spiritual pill spirit medicine, the cultivation is extremely fast and amazing. However, everything is equal, and it needs to have the talents that ordinary people can't reach. It needs to endure pain that ordinary people can't bear. Although Little N is just a child, he is a very smart and strong child. He does not need to worry too much. The only thing he is worried about is the future and their future. After so many years, Little N's family is probably gone for a long time. Maybe just go back and remember a few tombs, then let me adopt him. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Ha, it's demonic quill, demonic quill. In the end, I decided not to have so much. I just sat on the ground and put a chi condensing pills in the mouth, chewed it, and the bitterness spread, but the mind was clear, and then began to cultivate. A ray of sunshine fell on his eyelids, and the eyelashes fluttered a few times, opening his eyes. On the horizon of the east, there is a burning cloud of clouds, and a red sun slowly and firmly rushes into the sky, spreading endless light and heat, dispelling the smog, and looking at the endless golden wheat fields, smashing waves in the morning breeze! ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 146 44 Chapter Purple Strange Mortal World Chapter 44, Zimo Mortal World. Looking down from here, the ancient twinned mountain city is like a ladder, row upon row of buildings, built on these steps, all of which are plated with first-level red light! Danken Wind Call. In the staggered alleys of the streets, there are many people flowing, merchants, selling early, buying food, as well as merchants who get up early. A mortal world scene. Looking down from here, the horizon is wide open and the mind is also prosperous. The scenery here, is it so good? Li Qingshan was amazed, took a deep breath, hit a fist, and moved his hands and feet. Induction of the flow of this body true chi, 9 Ji condensing pills taken last night, and a few more points. His cultivation base of chi refining second level is gradually solidified. He was not in a hurry to cultivate the monster core, and swallowed a lot of chi condensing pills. Because the hunch will stay here for a while, the next chi condensing pills will be taken from Blessed Peace City. If you take a lot of medicine pill, it will lead to the lack of green, but it is not as good as this. Monster core will naturally absorb some of the medicine. From the room, he found out the old clothes of the original owner, replaced the dark wolf clothes, then opened the door, walked down the layer upon layer steps, and ate a meal in a shop with the word tea. Special snack. I felt that I had eaten a great dream of eating all over the world, and realized a small point. Then I continued to bend with satisfaction. He deliberately walked slowly and admired the scenery along the street. I don't know how long it took him to calm down and do something like this. Since the beginning of the cultivation, the whole day has been urgently forced. Even if it returns to the world, it will be a constant change in the ancient city of blessed peace. To punish and eliminate evil, to assassinate powerful enemies, to guard against enemies. Even if you get some leisure, you must hurry up the time of cultivation, and dare not let go. Almost as soon as I forgot the leisurely taste, I remembered the years when I was laying cows on the Bull Ridge, looking at the mountains, blowing a flute, avoiding the embarrassment of my brother, and unconsciously it was an afternoon. It seems to be two opposite lives, and each has a certain interest. But he still prefers the present life, and he will not miss the old things without the disease. Now looking at the noisy crowds in the market, there is already a gap between them. Although the lowest level is the weakest, the cultivator of the chi refining level, but also has irreversible differences with mortals. The mortal is like walking on the ground, marrying and having children, oil and salt sauce vinegar, from birth to death. The cultivator is climbing a mountain, and it is never possible to reach the peak of the peak. Every time you move forward, you can see new scenery, extend your life, and not be trapped by life and death. Before the county office, a notice was posted, and a literacy slogan was specially sung, "Read out loud," and informed all the 10 family property fields, and the auction will start after 7 days. Hundreds of people blocked the front of the office, pointing fingers and talking. Li Qingshan stood in the crowd and looked up at it for a while. The speed of the county's reaction was fairly fast. Then I walked out of the crowd, folded into a small bookstore, spent 2 taels of silver, bought more than a dozen books, poetry, history, talk, all-encompassing. Then I went to an instrumental store and spent 35 taels of silver, bought 2 pieces of music, and a jade flute. When he got home, he lay down on the wicker chair under the grape rack and opened a book and read it carefully. The sun has risen 3 times, and it turns red and white. Through the dense grape leaves, the tiny sunlight falls on the yellow pages and falls on his face. At this time, he was exceptionally a teenager, not a brave cultivator, a decisive dark wolf guard. Like a stone face, the upper corners seem to be blunt, and the eyes that have always been like sword edge sharpness are also back in the sheath and become deep and clear. Spirit turtle monster core, within the body, slowly spinning, with a clear and Nevab 4. The water vapor naturally came in and wet his clothes. His mind sinks into a big battle in the history books, and he is not aware of it. A mood, a cultivation. When the bow is not in use, he will loosen himself from the tightness and adjust his body and mind. Only for the future, perhaps soon, will shoot a more powerful arrow. Not everyone has such a leisure time. In a small town dozens of miles away from ancient Twin City, the town name Shangguan Town is named after most of the town's surnames are Shangguan. Although there are rare surnames, this is not a Murim aristocratic family, and the people are just the most common people. There is a family in the town, but because of a daughter named after the money, and from the ordinary people, it has become the premier giant of Shangguan Town, the powder wall Biwa. The servant is like a cloud, the daily songs are constantly, become the envy of the whole town. Object. From ancient Twin City to the official road of Shangguan Town, a black knight rides a white horse and moves slowly. Qian Rongzi looked far away from Shangguan Town, which appeared on the horizon. It was like a water-stopping heart. Suddenly it was a mess, and the water-splitting thorn could not help but hold her waist. The cold weapon brought her a little warmth. The scorching sun, her eyes, with a hint of gloom, self-deprecating. Qian Rongzi, you really overestimate yourself. She was taken away from that home. After her cultivation was completed, she was allowed to go back to visit relatives by Qian Yannian. Later, she went back often and treated everyone in the family with great gentleness. She wanted Qian Yannian to believe that she was a love affair. I want to make Qian family convinced that with these people, I can control myself. Now, she has broken away from the restraint, and those illusions have no meaning of existence, and the heart is getting cold. It is time to make a break. No one should be happy from her misfortune, no one. Shangguan Fu, Zhehong's portal hole is open, and blood flows out from behind the shadow wall. After the shadow wall, Qian Rongzi holds the water-splitting thorn and frowns. He is surrounded by a dozen bodies, guards, family members, prostitutes, and old mothers. She can name each of them, but now they are all dead. She continued to walk to the house and saw more and more bodies. She came to the inner court and saw a lady crouching down, the original village woman. Now she was slowing down the expensive beads and wearing it. The precious scorpion brought from the south, but has been mistaken by blood. She could hardly remember the name of this lady because she was called mother for too long. She felt that her heart was inexplicably sent, and she took a deep look and walked over from the body. Then there are more familiar people, brothers and sisters. Even at noon, Ancestral Hall was still dark, and in the darkness, Many cards were visited for the ancestors of the Shangwan. A grey-faced old-fashioned old man, holding a middle-aged man in a rich state, cold and hateful eyes cast on the incoming Qian Rongzi, said, "Shangwan Rongzi, I know you will come back." Qian Rongzi's complex expression, three uncles. The old man is the nephew of Qian Yanian. After many years of martial arts, he finally broke through innate realm and reached the Qi refining second layer. He became one of the experts of the Qian family. That night, he escaped from the Qian family, and Dai Auf did not choose to chase him, only escape to life. Qian Rongzi said, "Is this all you do?" Three uncles said, "Exactly, Shangwan Rongzi, you traitor, dare to mention this money, you killed all the Qian family, you ruined the Qian family, ruined everything. I am you, don't wear the sky, you are full of you. Rongzi, save me." The rich middle-aged man trembled and snotted his tears. Crossflow, I don't know if I was afraid, or sad. That is the name of the father, Qian Rongzi said with anger. "Hey, I will save you, Qian Hode, you let me go." Qian Hode said, "Do you know that you are afraid now, you slut? Leave me a weapon, kneel down." Qian Rongzi just hesitated. He squeezed the shoulders of the rich man. The man screamed and screamed. Not yet. When he snorted, Qian Rongzi left the water-splitting thorn and knelt down. He stepped forward and mourned, "Please let me go." Qian Hode's face was filled with crazy smiles. He was not willing to kill her. Not only did she destroy her door, but she also tortured his closest relatives in front of her. Qian Rongzi took another step forward, and the right hand grabbed it backwards. True Chi rolled water-splitting thorn back to his hand. From the bottom up, he jumped up and slammed it to Qian Hode. Qian Hode took the rich man to his eyes as a meat shield, blocked him from being strict and grasped the shoulder of the other side of the man. He only waited for Qian Rongzi to retreat. Then he smashed his hand and ordered it. "Slut regrets everything she has done." Suddenly, I felt a cold chest. Qian Rongzi didn't stop. Water-splitting thorn penetrated the meat shield deeply. The tip was introduced into Qian Hode's chest. True Chi turned into a blue man's and passed through. "You." Qian Hode and the rich man looked at Qian Rongzi with incredible eyes, only to see the morning color on her face, disappeared without a trace, and became cold and content. Qian Rongzi smiled and said, "It is still difficult to kill you." Qian Hode said, "Shangwan Rongzi, you poisonous woman, you can't even let your loved ones." Qian Rongzi ordered righteous path. "I don't call Shangwan Rongzi, my name is Qian Rongzi. My loved ones are almost dead, and you are left. From today, I have no relatives at all." She slammed water-splitting thorn. Qian Hode and the rich man, while falling to the ground, Qian Rongzi did not look at the rich man, took 100 treasure pouch from Qian Hode, sweetly said, "Thank you for the 3 uncles. Well-behaved girl." Qian Hode reluctantly raised his hand and gathered true chi. Water-splitting thorn pierced his head without hesitation. "You should not be polite with your nephew." "Rongzi, save me." The rich man reached out and grasped Qian Rongzi's clothes. "Who are you?" ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 147 Chapter 45, Pill Concocting Technique Chapter 45, Pill Concocting Technique. "I am you, oh." Rich man screamed at the mouth. "Do you know the domain name? Do you have NV?" Qian Rongzi, thinking seriously, "Oh, yes, but, have you already sold it? Then use the money to sell. Take a few small rooms." The rich man is in a difficult way. "I am for you, let you have a good future, you should. Thank you. Now all of my life is all my hard work, and you give me less credit." Qian Rongzi suddenly furious and kicked his hand. Rich man opened his mouth and couldn't speak, revealed resentful desperate say, finally mad. "You are fortunate because of my misfortune. Now I am unfortunate because of my luck. It is fair, isn't it?" Qian Rongzi said from his own feet, stepping out of mansion and leaving everything behind. All the memories are eliminated. Qian Rongzi held a grand funeral in Shangwan town. filling the sky with paper money according to the most expensive and cumbersome ceremony. She squatted in front of the spirit, and almost fainted while holding the coffin, but she stood up and mourned to thank everyone who died. Rongzi is just doing a job for the imperial court. I didn't expect it to cause such a big disaster. Hey, Rongzi is such a good NV. And he has encountered such a thing. The people of Qian family are really ruthless. Late at night, everyone dispersed. The big men closed, and a pair of white paper lanterns swayed in the wind. Refused to the neighbors who wanted to help her keep the spirit. Qian Rongzi was mourning the white say, sitting on the coffin of the whole family and taking a jar of wine from the 100 treasure pouch of the 3 uncles, and taking it from the table. Only the wine cup. Dump the wine that is dedicated to the dead, refill it, toast to the spirit, and then drink it. On the 2nd day, the coffin was buried. She was already a sorrowful filth. On the 7th night of the rules and regulations, until the first 7 nights, more than a dozen wine jars were horizontal and vertical, and suddenly the body was cold. Mimi opened his eyes, and a dozen shadows stood in her, all of which were extremely familiar faces. Coldly looking at her, the rich man is loudly accused of roaring. She was so drunk, pulled out the water-splitting thorn, swept away, the yin wind scattered, the shadow screamed. The wisdom is clear, and then look around. What is the shadow? Drunk is difficult to distinguish. True. The wine jar was on the spirit, the card fell to the ground. The wine spilled on the ground. She held the candlelight, gently released her hand. The flame spread quickly, engulfed the names on those cards and spread to the entire ancestral hall. She walked out of the cave-like ancestral hall and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. Behind her, the fire spread to the entire house. Who is the promise? And then not to return home to the vows. The flute sounded back to Dang in the evening, and it was never cut off for a long time. Li Qingshan put down the flute, and it feels better than the bamboo flute he made in the past. He lived a quiet day, daily cultivation, reading a book, playing the flute in the city, taking a break in the city, eating something fresh. Life is very leisure. The water splashed out of the water tank, and the squid swayed with a huge tail. Don't be noisy, Li Qingshan said. I will give you a big pool in a few days. The tank was quiet immediately. A few days ago, he crushed a very poor condensing pills into the tank. The next day, the squid grew up in a circle, and on the 3rd day, he grew up again until today. The water tank has become narrow and can't hold it around. Li Qingshan looked at the oversized red say squid on the water tank. It's better to stew it. The squid squeaky sinks to the bottom of the tank. Unfortunately, my cooking is normal. Li Qingshan smiled and grabbed the water cylinder. The monster core turned. The water in the tank crushed out, and the shape changed continuously in the air, and the squid swam in the middle. Li Qingshan took the squid and walked to Qianfu. There is a big pool in the money house to accommodate this. Over the wall, the huge money house Dangdan, from the bustling to the cold and lonely, will always reveal some strange. Just 10 days without human care. The grass will be on the trail, and the dodder will climb the colonnade. In the vitality, it shows the meaning of decadence, not to mention the dry blood on the stone steps, which is not cleaned, and it is more ominous. After so many days, the entire ancient wind city, no one dared to come here. Just dare to look up. Although this mansion also let Zixian conduct an auction, Li Qingshan also knows that it is impossible for anyone to buy it. It will not be long before it will be completely abandoned and become a ghost house. In the lotus pool, the lotus has already withered, and the lotus leaves are still dense. No one will come to eat you here. Li Qingshan threw the squid into the pool of the lotus. The squid raised his head and floated and sank, seeming to thank him and then open the fish. Okay, this is your blessing. Li Qingshan smiled and put a condensing pills into his mouth. It turned over the tail and swam deep into the lotus pond. Li Qingshan was returning to the body and suddenly saw a light in the distance, passing through the dense tree shadow. He wore a forest enlightenment and walked toward that light. and he smelled a thick Yao fragrance in the distance. Pushing in and entering, I saw a three-legged large cauldron of true form in the room, the steam that spewed white say, and some strong Yao fragrance in the steam. Sitting on the futon in front of dual cauldron, he stretched out his hands and sent a piece of true chi to dual cauldron. The steam lasted for a long time and was swayed by true chi cow. Li Qingshan recognized her at a glance. Qian Rongzi, what are you doing here? Qian Rongzi did not answer. After a while, he only retracted his hand and slowly tweeted true chi. The furnace cauldron lid opens and the steam fills the room. Li Qingshan is very familiar with this taste. You are concocting pill. Look around and find that it should be Qian family's concocting pills room, and the source of the more than 400 chi condensing pills in his 100 treasure pouch. Chi condensing pills he ate a lot, but seeing concocting pill is the first time. Look at the big furnace cauldron, although it is covered with green say rust, but still flashing. It is actually a low-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan thought that the Qian family decent things would be included in the 100 treasure pouch. I didn't expect it to be another place. The dual cauldron is so big that the Qian Yannian would barely be able to smash it unless he emptied the 100 treasure pouch. The rune magic spell attached to the low-grade spirit artifact is limited. The large dual cauldron is capable of spouting water, but of course it can't be too big or small. Qian Rongzi said, this is my home. Li Qingshan said, now is mine. I have already bought it. According to the agreement, all the things of Qian family are mine. Naturally, this pill furnace is also included. This is really profitable. Qian Rongzi smiled and took out the title deed. It's good luck for you. Li Qingshan turned and left. Not a pity. If there is no Qian Rongzi, he will not bother to search for this Qian family mansion. Qian Rongzi said, do you want to learn pill concocting technique? Li Qingshan stood up and said, what do you want? Li Qingshan has learned that path of cultivation, in addition to the most basic chi refining cultivation, has several side jobs such as craft talisman, concocting pill, refining, formation and so on. The cultivator tends to master one or two of them, which is of great benefit to path of cultivation. Judging from the things in Qian Yannian 100 treasure pouch, Qian Yannian has no research on refining and formation, but for craft talisman and concocting pill, it is more serious. Looking at Li Qingshan with a 3-point shame, you must I think I am a envy person of Yindang, but I have never been to a man. She consciously designed Li Qingshan's Xing Sun 788, and secretly designed a plan, although today hit somewhat surprised, but just try it. Li Qingshan will probably reject her, and then she will make a sad singer, and then complain about the tragic experience of childhood. At the crucial time, a few drops of tears will fall, not believing that he is not soft to be a Lu Water husband and wife, promised to vow to the vows, with his generous, will be able to swindle something out. But when she seriously set up the Yin plan and wrote the script, Li Qingshan once again played freely. He interrupted with a smile, well, you taught me pill concocting technique, I will reluctantly sell it. Although I disdain it, but this kind of good thing, there is no reason to refuse. I am a big man, still afraid are you cheaper for me? Qian Rongzi looked awkward. Although she thought of many kinds of possibilities, she never thought that Li Qingshan would be so rogue. It was totally different from her idea, and the next play could not be played. Suddenly remembered that when he first saw him, he was drinking too much in the restaurant. It was a mistake. The vines are going to be wrapped around the trees, picking up the sap, and getting more sunshine. It is best to hang the tree by the way, and you want to wrap an iron pillar. Li Qingshan as a traverser. The eyes are so open. It is like this thing done by Qian Rongzi. In his life, it is a social norm. The entertainment news is too lazy to broadcast. At most, she is so ruthless and calculating. Qian Rongzi said with a smile, you really laugh. Li Qingshan said, when the joke is finished, just say something serious. What do you want? I will give pill concocting technique Jiao to me. By the way, I can personally give it for free. and I will not disappoint you. Qian Rongzi understands that Sao is of no use to Li Qingshan. It is also a Rubun's to fight dogs. Not only did he not make a profit, but he also had to let her post something. So he resumed the say and went straight to the theme. I want 7th metal baleful chi secrets. Li Qingshan said, is the kind of Qian Yani in cultivation? I have found it. No, change it. The old thing is definitely ruined. Qian Rongzi sighed. Li Qingshan said, the cultivation method is decided, and the collection of the Eagle Wolf Guard is also available. You can read it when you go back. Qian Rongzi said, I have already seen it. I can repair 5 6th levels. The 6th 7th levels are more garbage. I can repair the chi refining 10th level. I don't have one. Li Qingshan said, where are you coming from? Contribution points. Qian Rongzi laughs and does not answer. Li Qingshan said, when I didn't ask, where can I get to repair the 10 refining of 10th level? Qian Rongzi said, do you not feel shameful? This is your freedom, what has to do with me? Peas. Hey, this is the attitude of Li Qingshan. It is neither a Yangshuo man who is not a Liuan, nor a soft Tui man who is a heart. Write this feeling, waste a little thought, but I like it very much. If you like it, come to Zhang Yuet. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 148 Chapter 46 Concocting Pill Refining. Qian Rongzi thinks that Li Qingshan is simply too strange, not at all like a young man. And the more I understand, the more people who think that their thinking is abnormal, they think about it, and smiled and explained. Speaking of the chi refining that can be repaired to the 10th level, there are 5 most famous. What kind of 5? This important news, Li Qingshan also concentrated on the spirit. Although Qian Rongzi is a small family, but according to the copy information, Qian Yanian has been a big sect cultivation, very knowledgeable. Qian Rongzi said, do you know that everyone has both 5 elements? Heart, liver, spleen, lung and kidney? Qian Rongzi said, not only is the 5 internal organs so simple, the learning of 5 elements is very esoteric, and it is not clear at a time, but everyone can choose one of them to cultivation. Specializing in one, the speed of chi refining can be greatly increased. Cultivation technique of cultivation 5 elements true chi. Many of the most famous 5 types of chi secrets are 7th metal baleful chi secrets, 2nd wooden life chi secrets, 10th water condensate chi technique, and 3rd fire burning chi secrets, 5th earth firm chi secrets. In addition to some special sects, such as Cloud and Rain sect, there is a real big sect. Many sect will let the discipline choose one of the 5 culture techniques for cultivation. Li Qingshan, he was still thinking about it. After innate chi refining secrets, what kind of culture technique to choose for cultivation? Now there is a faint direction, not the divine art secret, although not absolute, but I believe this world is the one with the survival of the fittest. A famous culture technique proves that it has been verified by countless people, and even the improvement of many generations has a universal crossing and cultivation. There are many predecessors experience can learn from, so everyone is really good. Li Qingshan said, it's hard to doubt of cultivation. Which kind of true chi can you? Qian Rongzi said, of course not. Everyone will be biased towards different genus crossing. In the big sect, there will be a test method, and then choose the cultivation that is most suitable for you. However, I heard that there are talents of innate skill. Being able to follow 2 or even 3 kinds of true chi. True chi is far better than singular cultivating a true chi cultivator, and it is easy to break through realm. How come you suddenly become so kind? Li Qingshan wondered that Qian Rongzi did not make any request. Qian Rongzi smiled and said, I was not a bad person. Li Qingshan is not okay. Qian Rongzi said, if you don't believe pill concocting technique, I can teach you too. Li Qingshan said, nothing? Qian Rongzi said, nothing. Li Qingshan said, that good feelings. But the face is not particularly happy. Qian Rongzi really taught it carefully. Pill concocting technique, the most basic 3 things. The first is the material, from the most common herbs, to the most cherished spirit medicine, all kinds of strange, all-encompassing. The second is the pill recipe. Every medicine pill has a set of refining methods. It has extremely precise requirements for materials and time. The third is furnace cauldron, or flame. According to the pill recipe, refining material, it is concocting pill. Li Qingshan listened attentively. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed. It was a basic understanding of pill concocting technique. This road is indeed profound and profound. Even if heart's blood is a lifetime, it may not be able to reach pinnacle. He can only understand superficial knowledge now, and even the entry is not considered. Qian Rongzi said, about pill concocting technique, I know that there are only so many. If you want to continue your research, you will only be pleased. Li Qingshan took the lead. Qian Rongzi refers to dual cauldron next to it. I don't want to try it, there are still a lot of herbs. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse and wondered if she had turned Xing, but he listened to so many pill concocting techniques and felt itchy. He sat in front of dual cauldron and personally manipulated dual cauldron to refine the medicine under the guidance of Qian Rongzi. Pill, but because of the fire, the refining of qi condensing pills. Qian Rongzi has no revealed pity, or blame, but encourages him to continue to try. Li Qingshan doesn't say anything, keep trying. His true qi is extremely pure, and it works like an arm. In the process of concocting pill, it is also more subtle. After refining the two medicines pill, it finally succeeded. He took back his hands, took a deep breath, and revealed smiling. Qian Rongzi is also praised. Li Qingshan saw the slightest glimpse of the horizon. Unconsciously, it was overnight. He stood up and took a few bottles of qi condensing pills on the ground as compensation for the refining medicine pill and paying tuition. Watching Li Qingshan go out, Qian Rongzi picks up qi condensing pills. Just as Li Qingshan is not happy because of her generosity, now Qian Rongzi, there is not much joy on her face. The message about 5 elements and the foundation of the pill concocting technique is actually not a secret, and Li Qingshan's qi condensing pills are more than his refining qi condensing pills. And even if she came to manipulate dual cauldron, she wouldn't dare to say that every time she succeeded, so she made a lot of money. If it is an ordinary person, I will probably feel happy, but she feels something that makes people feel cold. That is, it is extremely cold and alienated, not favored, and unrequited. At any time, she dared to show him yin. He would not be polite to put her on the list of murder, never tolerate. Once again, the attempt failed. This is not a man who can be manipulated by human feelings. Is there really no weakness in his body? Li Qingshan didn't think so much, just happy to learn a new skill. This path of cultivation is so far-reaching, and there are infinite mysteries waiting for him to explore. It is not a bad thing to learn from anyone. In the crater, the flame is still burning, and the bone ash flame has occupied a small half. The bones of Little Un have become as radiant as jade, more powerful than ever. And the skeleton in the pit. The bones of the body have come to an end, and there are hundreds of skeletons in the pit. Little Un has not stopped practicing skeleton, cremation blood flame and bone ash flame, both of which are the basic magic spells of Tao of the Beautiful Bones. The biggest role is not to kill the enemy, but to use it. Cultivation. Cremation blood flame is a perfect blend to absorb the essence of flesh and blood without a little waste. Bone ash flame can refine bone fluid to body strengthening. In addition, there is another one, and that is refining. Cultivation. The cultivator of Tao of the Beautiful Bones is different from other cultivators. It is also very special. There are special refining articles in Tao of the Beautiful Bones, which record dozens of exclusive instruments. Bloodsea banner, human skin vestments, skull rosary. Little Un intends to use his hundreds of skeletons to honor his first skeleton spirit artifact, skull rosary! Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 149. Chapter 47. Thousands of people, flesh and blood. Little Un has 1 point and hundreds of skeletons. He flies to his front and gathers into a tight ball. The quenched bone ash flame rushed up and engulfed the skeleton ball, and the surface of the skeleton ball gradually melted. Little Un puts her hands together and looks at the nose and nose. But everything is empty. No eyes, no nose and no heart. The mouth of the Buddhist scriptures, but there is no sound. In this extremely strange and horrific scene, he has revealed a majestic avatar, a bright and beautiful weather, without any evil spirits. The process of melting the bone ball is extremely slow, but under the drive of Littlin, the bone ash flame is getting more and more popular. Unconsciously, it was half a month later since I learned pill concocting technique that night. Qian Rongzi went to the door several times, but after all, I couldn't ask for cheap from Li Qingshan, and I hurried back to Blessed Peace City, leaving only in a word. I said that I am waiting for the Blessed Peace City. The calm life of Li Qingshan was finally broken. After the collapse of the ancient Twin Cities' rule, Qian family can't make ancient Wind City a happy paradise for living and working. This world is not the fairy tale world of everyone's happy life. When the tiger leaves the mountain, the monkey crowns itself king. The Murim people who were originally suppressed by Chi refining warrior began to slap their heads and smash the squad, vying for the site, every day for the ownership of each brothel, in the street a few times in the battle, and the assassination of the dark is even more numerous. On this day, Li Qingshan went to a restaurant he often came to, and ordered a good tasting wine. Only when he started eating, there were big groups of people coming in and expelling all the diners. It seems to be the head of the two major gangs in the west of the city. A robot man came to Li Qingshan's desk and said impatiently, "Is it finished? Eat it and hurry." Li Qingshan looked at the robust man, look at the dishes on the table, and shake his head firmly. "Not finished." Robust man said, "The kid is not interested." With hard bones, these days, Grandpa crushed a lot of bones. In the face of this threat of no nutrition and no deterrence, Li Qingshan couldn't even raise his anger, and lamented that it was too lazy recently. The robust man is angry and does not hesitate to shoot. Just as the appearance looks simple, the limbs are developed. No, the limbs are not developed. The robust man flew out of the store and crashed into a wall. But a robot man fell down. Dozens of robot men stood up, screamed, shouted a few words that were equally nutritious, swarmed, and then all flew out. The rest of the people seemed to have suddenly opened their shackles. They stood there and watched Li Qingshan finish the meal. He put the money on the table and walked out of the store. He said to himself, "What a calm life. If you don't have the power, don't you have a good meal?" The two gang leaders, at this time, surrounded by their own people, from the two sides of the long street, in order to express their contempt for the opponent, they chose the same late. But just Li Qingshan is stuck in the door, or, blocked by Li Qingshan at the door. Li Qingshan just walked down the stairs at the entrance of the store, looked up and saw the sky in, the summer is about to pass. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan's heart is not only able to be the boss, but at least he can ask the origin and name of the opponent. Of course, this is probably because he overestimated the other party. The dozens of robot men on the ground should not rise. Small role. Eagle Wolf Guard Li Qingshan, you are their boss. When you attack the Eagle Wolf Guard on the street, you will not be guilty. Today, you will be on the spot. It's not enough to kill Xing recently. With the words of Li Qingshan and the rising momentum, the faces of the two bosses are pale, and the name, even if it is another 10 years, will not be forgotten by the people of ancient Twin City. How can I die and how to hit this person? Li Qingshan said that when he was locally righteous, his knees fell softly to the ground, and even if he asked for mercy, he couldn't say it. Eyes closed. But Li Qingshan's tone and momentum suddenly fell, like a singer can't sing high-pitched, but he chose to give up. The two bosses, looking straight at the figure, disappeared, only under the help of their hands, face to face, all the rest of the life after the robbery. Because of this experience, the last two people released their former suspicions, sang the wine, and jointly formed a new gang, which is self-evident. Li Qingshan went back to the mansion and patted her cheek in the mirror, to cheer up. Li Qingshan. Suddenly I felt that I understood the so-called expert mentality, such as "you are not worthy of me to shoot," but immediately made up your mind to put this mentality away. You are still a low-level chi refining warrior. It is far from being able to say that this kind of arrogance realm. Well, Who will get me in the future? I will go up and step on it. Li Qingshan turned his eyes to Tan King. Little An, still not good? He has already missed Blessed Peace City and missed Zhao Zibo. There is pressure to be motivated. Compared to this dull and boring day, he would rather choose a strong enemy to feed and try his best to kill a bloody road. But this time, I should be able to give him a surprise. Although it was a little lazy, this half-month, he did not suspend cultivation. Nearly 200 chi condensing pills swallowed belly. Not only monster chi rose, real refining second-level realm, also completely stable, full of pure Ru chi, in the Yang Heel Meridian, continues to touch the edge of the innate chi refining secret's fifth layer. In the Tan King, the huge skeleton ball has been completely melted and merged into a pure white crystal ball, but it can be seen that it is an extremely embarrassing skull. Hundreds of skeletons, only a small rosary of this store, Little An will lie at the fingertips, but to make a pair of skull rosary, at least 14 skeleton spirit artifact is so difficult to refine. And this is why Little An chose skull rosary as the first spirit artifact. Everything recorded in Tao of the Beautiful Bones has a powerful power, which is not what his realm can do. Have fun. Skull rosary can be refining one by one, without having to refine it at a time. You can step by step. Little An holds the rosary in the palm and feels like it. It seems that this rosary is not a separate spirit artifact, but a part of his body. The truth is similar. The flame in the Tan King was extinguished and returned to his head. There were 2 points left. He smashed through the soil and followed Li Qingshan's breath and left the Tan King. Without the support of the invisible force, the soil layer above the Tan King collapsed. The next day, it was discovered that the bones of the Qian family people were missing and became a mystery. In the darkness, Li Qingshan smiled and opened his eyes. Little An, are you? A crystal clear jade, standing in front of him, the flame in the eye socket, red and white meet. Li Qingshan murmured his head, it really is much more beautiful. From an awkward point of view, Little An opened the palm and presented a skull rosary with a treasure. Li Qingshan picked up the rosary. What is this? The rosary suddenly took off his hand and flew in the house, drawing a white shadow with a series of broken sounds, and the speed was not slower than Zhu Wenbin's flying sword. Li Qingshan, this is spirit artifact? And at least a middle-grade spirit artifact. Little An smiles. The bones are buckled, the rosary in the air, suddenly rises in the wind, turns into a big skull, slight jaw collided, like a smirk, the same as Little An in the eye socket. Red and white two safe flames. The child gets a good thing, of course, to show off to the closest person. When Li Qingshan learned about the cause and effect of Little An refining, she couldn't help but sigh again. This Tao of the Beautiful Bones is really good. And the skeleton Bodhisattva is really considerate. If there is no weapon, divine ability magic spell is strong and against the enemy, it still suffers. These skeleton spirit artifacts, because they are closely related to the body, manipulate them, such as the arm to make the fingers, the power of the heart. The power is better than the ordinary spirit artifact. The use of skeleton spirit artifact is actually not very accurate. Even this single rosary is not only the spirit artifact level, but because Little An's realm is too low and the material is not enough, it can only be temporarily refining this degree. Although skull rosary is the easiest to refine, it is not the weakest. A bunch of sacred rosary beads, the 14 are the least. There are 18, 20, up to 1080. 10 grades. It can be tied with a fairy lock, and the magic is endless. Li Qingshan once again expressed his admiration and then asked the most concerned thing. Do you have any feelings about how many sacrifices you need in order to restore your body? Little An bowed his fingers and then raised the head and held out a finger. Still need thousands of people, flesh and blood. Li Qingshan said, the task is very difficult, but finally there is a hope, then let's go and kill. When he stretched out a finger, he was destined to have 1,000 wicked people on world. That night, Li Qingshan went to the county office and asked the county to ask for the money to sell the house. Although it was an emergency sale, There were as many as 2 million. You can change 10 Qi condensing pills to Zhu Wenbin. Even before the next day, Li Qingshan took little An and went out of the city overnight. He didn't look back at ancient Wind City, and he didn't plan to come back. In the lotus pond at the mountainside, read by the tour, shaking the blue lotus. Today's fate, I don't know if there is a goodbye. In the night, Li Qingshan stepped on the air and took a straight line. At dawn, he rushed to the Clear River ferry, boarded the dragon boat, and once again flowed down to Blessed Peace. In Blessed Peace City, Zhao Zibo said, "So, he really defeated Qian Yannian?" Qian Rongzi said, "Yeah, I think it's incredible. Qian Yannian's old things are old and weak. It's too useless." "I'm afraid I didn't expect Li Qingshan to be a body refining cultivator. It seems that only you have taken it yourself." Qian Rongzi, when he left ancient Wind City, in order to take the spirit artifact Dual Cauldron and hire a big car, he just returned to Blessed Peace. Zhao Zibo immediately summoned her to confirm the news from Dai Alf. Li Qingshan not only did not die, but defeated a 5th level Qi refining warrior! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 150 Chapter 48, Make a Dawn. Qian Rongzi not only does not remind Zhao Zibo that Li Qingshan may hide his strength, but instead intentionally misleads, as if Li Qingshan won the game. She has no pop-up window Qi even if there is no interest factor. She is tired of this old thing. I hope he can die like the old thing of Qian Yannian. This kind of quiet and silent memes is often more terrible than the straightforward intrigues. Zhao Zibo also sneered with his usual thoughts, "If you can survive, you will not have to run again." Killed him to relieve his hatred. Will him kill him when he returns? Qian Rongzi hides his smile in the darkness of his eyes and prepares to watch a good show. Zhao Zibo instead said, "The matter has to be long-term. Although he is a commander, he does not dare to kill the Eagle Wolf Guard." Then sneer, "But he is under my hand. Can you please? I want him to look at this Eagle Wolf Guard. Is it surnamed or surnamed Li?" Qian Rongzi said, "This mountain, this Blessed Peace City, what else is not owned by you? It is the same to enter the home." Zhao Zibo laughed, "And he will continue on this Blessed Peace City oversea, like the iron-carved eagle, overlooking everything until the death." Once again, when seeing the Clear River water meets the mountain, Li Qingshan jumped directly down the dragon boat and climbed along the cliff in the exclamation of the boat. "Go back to your own building, put little An in place, and then go to see Zhao Zibo. He would like to take a look at the commander." Zhao, "What will happen now?" Li Qingshan Gong Dadao, Li Qingshan, see table commander. Although the mouth said so, but the body is tall and straight, like a javelin. There is no trace of respect. Zhao Zibo is no longer pretending to be amiable. Coldly asks, "Why don't you come back immediately after completing the task?" Li Qingshan is not humble. Nature is something to be with. Zhao Zibo is even more unhappy. "Will die, and dare to be so arrogant. Take you half of contribution points. Go on." The hard-working contribution points, which are smashed by half, are equivalent to dozens of Qi condensing pills. Li Qingshan pressed the anger, did not argue, turned and left. He could not kill this in the mountains, killing a Dark Eagle commander. At this time, the tiger is hurt. It is harmful to the tiger heart, but for the same reason, it cannot be easily shot. But it is already sharpening. Li Qingshan just went out and headed for Jian. Jian was waiting for a long time, and he looked ridiculously. Li Qingshan, killing an old man who is about to enter the earth. Is it really a matter of himself? The courage to speak to commander is now suffering. Li Qingshan said, "It really is a good dog raised by Zhao Zibo." He is very vocal in this statement. Of course, do not have to fear that Zhao Zibo in the building can't hear it, and his face becomes more and more gloomy. Jian, who was slandered by the face, was even more angry. Li Qingshan was not the first time to humiliate him. He was forced to endure him because he was worried that he had a background. Li Qingshan sneered, "You dare to rush here for me?" Jian was stunned and couldn't speak. He wanted to anger Li Qingshan. As long as Li Qingshan first shot, Zuo Zibo had a reason to intervene. But indeed, away from Zuo Zibo, he dared to provoke Li Qingshan, which killed the monster of 5th level Qi refining warrior. Li Qingshan beckoned, "Come, let me talk to you clearly, I will make your plot a success. See, Zuo Zibo can't save you. Jian, dare to go." At that time, Zuo Zibo's plan was successful. He also became a dead, showing strength while weak inside. You don't want to be crazy, I see what will happen to you. Li Qingshan no longer looked at him more, turned to the Tibetan building, was about to step forward, but was stopped by the old man who guarded the building. "Whoever let you go?" Li Qingshan said, "I have contribution points, of course I can go." "Go and go. Now the building is being maintained, and it is not allowed to enter." Li Qingshan has a narrow pupil and a slight wrinkle between the eyebrows. The old man only felt an invisible great strength pressed against his chest, and he was overwhelmed by the pressure. He insisted, "Why, you dare to be hard?" Li Qingshan slowly raised his right hand. The old man's throat twitched, his muscles tightened, and it was eroded by the years. The little left, true Qi, was running wildly. He felt that Li Qingshan had a shot, a landslide. The horrible attack of the split, under the pressure of great momentum, he did not even grasp the next move. Li Qingshan just took a shot on the shoulder of the old man, good self, and then turned out of the Tibetan building. The old man suddenly sweated out and took a big breath on his knees. His old Jiang who had been for many years, was scared by a half-life, and his face was too big to hang. He said to Li Qingshan's back, "It's your good for you!" Subsequent experiences are similar, without spirit artifact, without medicine pill, extremely rare contribution points, becoming meaningless numbers. Li Qingshan wanted to change a new wind-stitching blade and was rejected. Originally, the Eagle Wolf Guard was able to replace the damaged weapon during the mission. These donations are not to say no, just to find a variety of reasons to evade, but unless they slap them, there is no other way to let them obey. These important places in charge of property are of course controlled by the confidant of Zuo Zibo, and even without his intention to say anything, Li Qingshan can make it difficult for him to walk within the Eagle Wolf Guard. Finally, Li Qingshan came to the front of a very ancient building. The building reads the 3 characters of Eagle House. This is the place where the Eagle Wolf Guard mission is located. It is probably the only place in the mountain that is not controlled by Zuo Zibo. It's not uncontrollable, but because you can't get spirit artifact spiritual pill from here, you can only get a bunch of troublesome tasks, and the contribution points from completing the task. If you want to change to real things, you have to Zuo Zibo nod. Li Qingshan smiles, as long as it is open to him. For him now, spirit artifact, spiritual pill, is not the most urgent need. What he needs most now is in this Eagle building. In the hall, there are several Dark Wolf Guards here to hand over the mission. When Li Qingshan comes in, he is silent, his mouth is silent, and he whispers with true Qi sound transmission. Li Qingshan walked to the front of the stage, and Xing Yi at the station was busy standing up and politely said, "Is it just going back when I am back? There is no secret in such a hill." But he heard it. The contradiction between Li Qingshan and Zuo Zibo did not dare to disrespect Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "I have a look at what tasks are there." Xing Yi attendant immediately took out a thick piece of hand and foot. "Please come in." This whole body is dark, like a lot of greasy stains, and it is like the color of blood condensation. It looks uncomfortable at first glance, but it reveals the first level of light, pinched in the hand, and has a warm feeling. Li Qingshan said, "This book, I am afraid that there is a year." Xing Yi attendant's well-deserved explanation. The establishment of the guard house from Blessed Peace City is there, about 1,000 years. Li Qingshan said, "That's really not too short, can this have a name?" Xing Yi attendant said, "This is just a low-grade spirit artifact for recording tasks. There is no official name, but Jiang who has entered it and called this a blacklist. Although it is only an attendant, it is a blacklist. The guardian, His face naturally emerged with a proud look. Li Qingshan said, "Blacklist, why is it so called? What can you pay attention to?" Xing Yi attendant said, "Because of the name of the blacklist, it is absolutely dead." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It's inevitable that you will die and die. If you don't have this, you will die." As far as he knows, the blood sacrifice 200,000 White Lotus Holy Mother, which is also famous, and Ge Yanning, the White Eagle Commander and the Golden Core Cultivator, personally shot. However, it seems that he has not been arrested by Ge Yanning. In this world, there is no such thing as strength. However, for a group of Jianghu, the names written by Qi Refining Warrior are almost a real death list. Then I thought about it, what he was going to do, but it was similar to the White Lotus Holy Mother, except that he stood on the side of the law, a law enforcer, holding a license. Xing Yi attendant is not satisfied with Li Qingshan's joke on the blacklist, but he does not dare to argue, pointing out how Li Qingshan uses it. Then Li Qingshan understood why it would be called a blacklist. When he opened the page, he saw a list of names, both normal names and weird Dharma name. The way it is used, it is similar to the mind map. As long as the mind is moving, the list will be arranged according to different criteria. These criteria include the size of the contribution points, the degree of danger, the strength of the enemy, and even the estimated return. When the idea is hit by a name, a set of extremely detailed information is obtained, including the law of the enemy into the cultivation spirit artifact, activity area, Li Qingshan size, and sure enough, it is a large organization that has existed for thousands of years, well organized and well equipped. These materials have almost completely simplified the steps of the investigation and trial, and handed over all the work that can be done on a regular basis to ordinary people. Then determine the crime, make a list, and Eagle Wolf Guard is responsible for killing one by one. Every Qi Refining Warrior is the strongest player, with longevity as the supreme goal, and the comprehension of Qi Refining is the top priority. Any Qi Refining Warrior can't put too much energy into these chores. It was driven as a miscellaneous soldier. Otherwise, even if the benefits of the Eagle Wolf Guard are good, it is unlikely that the Qi Refining Warrior will be so attractive. After the selection of the task, there will be a file for you to read at any time. This information is already the most detailed information we can get, but it is not guaranteed to be absolutely accurate. Please also enter the random response. Xing Yi attendant carried out a routine reminder, that is of course. Li Qingshan should have a voice. Thoughts turn. The list of blacklist according to the strength of the ranks. He looked at the first place in the name, Jiangxi Road entry. Qi Refining 6th level, is famous for its ability to capture the birth of Jiangxi. The number of contribution points to complete the mission is 5,000. However, it is clear that this is not the case with Zhao Zibo and the unfamiliar Dark Wolf Commander. Of course, Li Qingshan also has this strength, but he just stopped a little and turned directly back to the last few pages. At the last few pages of the blacklist, most of the notes are not the name, but the name of the gang sect. Similar to the place of Blackwind Camp, a single name is not enough to be listed as the target of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Immediately, Li Qingshan selected the mission. Xing Yi attendant said with amazement, "Darjan, do you really want to get these tasks?" Li Qingshan nod hesitate. "Go to the archive, I will leave now." Xing Yi attendant quickly told me to go on. In a short while, there were other attendants holding out a bunch of archives. Many of them appeared to be extremely one day, with a dusty atmosphere, apparently just cleaned up. Li Qingshan put all the archives into the 100 treasure pouch, turned and walked away. He just went out, and the Dark Wolf Guards came out tight. What mission did he take? Then I was also stunned and stunned. What does the kid think about? Journey is righteous. Don't laugh. There are more tasks. Commander Zhao is not nod, and he doesn't want to change a little. In the main building, Zhao Zibo leisurely drinking tea. How is that kid? Jian smiled and said, the kid is smashing around and hitting a grey nose. Finally, he hated his heart. Zhao Zibo put down the samovar. Before his life, It is not bad to play this game first. I see when he can bear it. Jian said, I don't think he can bear it. At this time, a dark wolf guard rushed in. Commander, Li Qingshan, the kid, took the task down the mountain. Zhao Zibo said, oh, would you like to avoid me? Which task did he take? That dark wolf guard said, more than one. How many? The dark wolf guard showed a strange look. He received 27 missions. What? Let me see it. Zhao Zibo took the task paper and listed the tasks that Li Qingshan received, but the content of the mission made him very surprised, not because it was too difficult, but because it was too simple. The water snake's otter, the giant Deer Valley's horse thief, etc., are all over the years of the Eagle Wolf Guard's backlog. Because the goal of these tasks is ordinary Jianghu, they can get a lot of money from them. Medicine pill spirit artifact don't want to think about it, and because it is too simple, the contribution points given are extremely low. Just getting started. Dark Wolf Guard will use it to practice, and then refuse to waste this time, preferring to reinforce cultivation in the mountains. As the minimum establishment of Eagle Wolf Guard, the Black Iron level, the whole is still composed of Chi Refining Warrior, mainly for the same Chi Refining Warrior, for Jianghu of cultivation in a strength external art, mainly shocked the Lord. Then a small vacuum zone was created. This zone was called Jianghu Jian, so he found an excuse and left Blessed Peace City. Zhao Zibo snorted, he is willing to work hard and he will do it well. At this moment, Li Qingshan has already gone down the mountain, silently estimating in his mind that after completing these tasks, there will probably be 1,000. This is his biggest purpose, to help Little Un regain his body, and for this purpose, everything else can be postponed. He is now more and more aware that joining the Eagle Wolf Guard is the right choice, otherwise he can still ask where is the bad. Moreover, a large-scale Chi Refining Warrior kills all people. Even if it kills all evils, it will also cause great concern, and even be listed in this blacklist, standing on the opposite side of the state machine. It's now simple. The information provided by Eagle Wolf Guard is very detailed. With the cultivation martial skill, the Eagle Wolf Guard's blacklist is one of them. And they are all in a certain place for many years. It is easy to find. What he has to do now is to take the license and go to the door one by one, and then kill all the way and kill a dawn. Li Qingshan put his hand on the waste porcelain jar. Silently, don't worry about Little Un, soon, you can breathe the air quickly, taste the food, feel the temperature, smile like other children. Li Qingshan did not go out of the city directly, but went to the county office first, and changed the millions of pills of silver to Chi condensing pills. He foresaw the journey and will spend some time. And his opponent will not carry 100 treasure pouch with him, provide him with medicine pill for cultivation. And understand why, no Eagle Wolf Guard is willing to pinch these bugs. Zhu Wenbin saw Li Qingshan. His eyes lit up. You are already Chi Refining 2nd level, much faster than I thought. Li Qingshan said, thank you for your concern and strong enemies. I certainly don't dare to slack off. Zhu Wenbin said, you know, I heard that you killed Qian Yanyan and Ianon. Li Qingshan said, it's just a lucky one. Zhu Wenbin said, even if you are lucky, it is incredible to beat Chi Refining 5th level with the cultivation base of Chi Refining 2nd level. I have to remind you once again that Chi Refining 6th level and Chi Refining 5th level are completely different. Li Qingshan nod, and then think of Little Un's various means. If according to the standard of Chi Refining Warrior, at least the Chi Refining 6th level is gone, and the lightning is thunderous, and the power is endless, even if the low-grade spirit artifact is cut in him, nothing can be hurt. The unusual 6th level Chi Refining Warrior is much more powerful. If you really are against the enemy, you don't have to manipulate Skull Rosary at all, and you can play the Chi Refining Warrior Showdown. Just rush to the hard-hearted catching body, true Chi, and win the heart. Tao of the beautiful bones, which completely surpasses the powerful divine ability of this world. The more it is repaired, the more it shows its horror power. Zhu Wenbin said, while the door opened. Zhao Liang King, but also sent to investigate. You have been stared at them by most of them. Sect has to do nothing to worry about, and you have to be careful. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for the big reminder, I will be careful." The door lost in the industry of Blessed Peace City, and lost an expert who is about to break through the Qi refining 6th level. This reaction is also expected. Zhu Wenban said, "It's always useless to fight for loyalty. Don't listen to me. Go to Closed Door Cultivation in 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for a while, avoid him for a while, and wait until the wings are full, and fear him as Zippo. The stomach has been calling. I have eaten the cold medicine and the hair is faint, but I finally gave it to me. I kept my promise, and I didn't break it. The 5,000 words are better for me. It's really not easy. Thank you for your concern. I will not disappoint you. Minglun will probably be better. I will continue to work hard and work hard. Little Un's dawn is coming, but I still have a long night to wait. Or that in other words, this book has not really entered the part 1 want to write the most, and I don't want to ask for anything. But you also need your support to make this long night a little more. Let the dawn come soon.